And then we become reactionary instead of people of action. You're just believing what other people, taking on the offenses of others too. Like, oh, well, my mama and my daddy, they told me Earth is round and they believe in gravity. If you don't believe in gravity, then you think my mommy and daddy are dumb.
Yeah, that kind of, yeah.
And
it's really
like
bad programming.
Yeah, and it's really like, that's not what we're saying. Like, we're not trying to insult anybody's parents or grandparents or anything like that. It's just like, everyone was deceived. The wool was pulled over everyone's eyes. We laugh about it because it was an effing cartoon that did it. That is kind of funny. But it was everyone.
We've got a snooze bag in here. Snooze bag.
Hey! How y'all doing?
Greetings, snooze bag. How are you doing? How are things over there on that globe Earth, man? Still spinning?
Is there a tag or something like that I have on that?
Yes, sir. You got the globe Earther tag.
Shit. Listen, I proactively said I don't care one way or the other, and they still made me a globe tag.
Yeah, it is what it is. Welcome to the chat, though, man.
Thank you.
You're crazy when you say you don't care one way or the other, man. How can you not but care ultimately? Because it makes all the difference in the world. But how you doing?
I mean, there's a lot of things I should care about. Just don't, man.
Hey, Pete.
Hello, bud. How are you keeping?
Is that Pete? Hi, Pete.
Doing
Jenna,
well.
how are you doing? I've been listening away. Good stuff. Great conversation as usual. Excellent.
Awesome. Glad to hear you liking it.
I'm very sad for you that you can't sleep so regularly. Jesus Christ, what a burden it must be. But I guess it has its ups and downs. But
yeah.
Damn.
It mostly has its ups.
Yeah. Oh well, that's great. That's great. It's just, I guess, someone who sleeps regularly, sleeps well. To take away that, it'd be such a burden, such an onus. But as you say, it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe
somebody's got to work the night shift. Hey, I'd say this. I got a praise report, man. I got a praise report. I actually slept normal last night. I woke up at like 6 o'clock to 5:30. Went and got some coffee. Like, I actually had a normal sleep last night, so that was kind of cool. That's why I disappeared and wasn't up chatting all night.
Yeah, I haven't slept since I last woke up. Like, I'm crazy.
Me not being able to sleep right has nothing to do with the server or anything else with the world. It's all just my medicine. Like, I end up getting sick, and then I take certain medicines that make me sleepy, and then I'll fall asleep at a very inopportune time, and then I end up being awake at other weird hours. That's all.
Okay, damn it. That's an imposition. Whereas with Jenna, it's more sort of a natural, in inverted commas, issue. Okay, damn it.
I'm kind of well beyond the those who know can't sleep stage. Like, I can sleep or be awake. It doesn't matter. Either way, the same thing's going to happen.
I'm always awake. Honestly, I think I've been in here like all day. Well, since yesterday. I haven't slept yet.
Yeah. Like I said, Go ahead, Pete.
Oh, I was just going to say, damn, that must take years of getting used to. Damn.
Yeah.
It's been my whole life. It's been my entire life that I don't sleep. Like.
Whoa, wait.
I'm such a light sleeper that like a mouse fart would wake me up.
No, you had me thinking though, Jenna. When my sleep schedule actually got messed up, I just kind of like regressed back to when I was a teenager, kind of childhood type thing. It was when we got the internet, 56K. We had a computer in the house, and I started getting online at night. I'd wait until everybody went to sleep, dial up, connect to the internet, and stay online till 3 o'clock in the morning. Whoa, damn, that's where it comes from.
I did the same thing. I would try to like cover the holes in my computer so it wouldn't be so loud, but it didn't work. I didn't know where that noise was coming from. The fucking
yeah. I remember getting in trouble too, because like my dad would wake up and then he'd check the phone to see if I was on, and then he'd hear that and and then storm over to my room and get mad and demand that I get off the internet.
What did you do back then? Because I played like Diablo and a lot of Neopets.
I played StarCraft a little bit with friends.
I used to love StarCraft. I actually played StarCraft on the 64 before I played it on PC.
Oh, dude, yeah, StarCraft 6. But then also the ROMs were already kind of kicking off about that time too. Like early on, people figured out how to dump them. So downloading Super Nintendo games and Nintendo games that I
Off
didn't
of
have.
LimeWire, it was like
Yeah.
rolling the dice, man.
Oh,
like you
dude,
didn't
yeah.
know what you were getting.
Like, I'm gonna download this song by so and so that I've never. Wait, that's not them, and it's a completely
No,
different.
yeah. Why would they
completely
lie
missed
about that? That
Yeah.
drove me nuts. I'm like, just let me listen to Linkin Park. I don't want to hear this.
There's this one song, I can't remember what it was called, but it was like Link, he come to town, he come to save the Princess Zelda.
Yeah.
And then they listed it like it was made by System of a Down or something. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, and they'd always label it something weird.
Yeah. Or they'd say something was Weird Al and it's not. Like there's a song that's like Running with Scissors, but it's not from the Stop It Beats. It's not from the Running with Scissors album, though. He's talking about actually running with scissors through his house and slipping trying not to bust his ass on the floor. But it's not Weird Al singing it, though, and it was just mislabeled as it was. It's just the only reason why I know the song exists, because I'm like, oh, Weird Al song.
It was a weird way to like promote their music back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's,
something else.
it tricked people into listening to it, yeah.
I guess it worked.
But then technology it's advanced so fast now, and then you end up getting torrents where you can download an entire discography.
Yeah, dude. And this AI crap that's been going on recently, it's crazy.
Oh,
It is
dude,
crazy.
soon you'll be able to just type a sentence and be like, hey, write a song that's a parody of this song, and it talks about this, and it'll just automatically do
Yeah.
and give you, and it'll sing it and everything, and it'll sound like a person made it.
They're already using that stuff to like
Yeah,
finish their like school essays and stuff in college, man.
yeah.
Like they're cheating school.
Still think we got a ways to go before it gets like acceptable to the point where you can make entertainment out of it, because there's a lot of pieces that are missing.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't know how to make hands, but then again, most people don't know how to draw a hand.
But I mean, even in the past year, though, it's like grown exponentially. Like,
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's going to take long to get to that point. It's kind of scary.
You know, actually, thinking about what I find really interesting, because I've taken art classes before. So one thing that I find really interesting about the fact that artificial intelligence has trouble drawing hands, human beings have trouble drawing hands. It's one of the hardest parts of the body to draw. So when an AI has trouble, yeah,
yeah,
I know.
It pulls all its information from us.
Yeah, so it's literally something that's difficult for us to do it and difficult for computers to do, which is just interesting. It's directly connected to art and perspectives.
Bro, I didn't think about that. It's crazy.
Yeah, because I'm like thinking back, and I distinctly remember the art teacher talking, like she was teaching us how to draw hands and other things like that. And she was kind of in an understanding way explaining that, it's really difficult for people to do this. So it might take some people a while to learn how to do it. And then I'm thinking, whoa, the AI, it's taken a while for it to learn because it's difficult to draw hands.
Man,
That just tripped me out. Blew my own mind.
I'm tripping right now thinking about it.
Yeah. It's pretty cool, though. But then I believe it will eventually get to the point where it can do it well. And at that point, we'll have automated entertainment. And it's going to be the dumbest shit ever. It'll be kind of funny, but it's going to be it's going to be like excessively meta.
Like, I'm scared of it, but I'm also excited too. Because, like, if you ever like run out of stuff that you want to watch, you know what I mean? Like, surely, what's that saying? Like, an infinite amount of monkeys and an infinite amount of typewriters can make a Shakespeare or something.
I've heard this. Yeah, I've heard this one before, and damn it. Fuck, I can't remember how it goes.
Yeah, that's it. If you give, hang on, you can either give one monkey an infinite amount of time in a typewriter, and eventually it's inevitable that it will type the work
Right,
of
Shakespeare. Yeah. So eventually, like, AI has got to come up with like your favorite show. You know what I mean? Eventually, right?
I'm thinking if that what you're saying, AG, if that's the technology in play and that's the level of it at the minute, what have they behind the scenes? And are there already sort of completely fabricated artists in play, which with the way they get the material from AI generated sources? I'm thinking that probably has to be a yes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe
And
what the 27 Club is about as well. You know what I mean? That the fabricated character with the music pre-prepared.
There's always going to be a place for human art.
I think art is dead in a sense.
Well, this AI can't actually make art without input. We have to tell it what we want, so it still needs our creativity to even do anything. It's just a calculator. It's like a creativity calculator. So it can't even work without us.
Like, when we come up with art, we reference other people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what it's doing.
So I mean, we're not too. It's not too far off from what we do already.
Yeah, it's basically an enhanced search engine that does it way more rapidly and uses audio, visual, all of it instead of just text. And finding a web page. I think it's kind of cool, but it's just a calculator.
Well, AI is to human, a human is to God. God is our inspiration, isn't it? Without God or our divine inspiration, art would be it wouldn't exist or it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah.
Pete, I'm sure you hear this all the time, and I don't mean this in any
It's my
other
Irish
way,
accent,
but
isn't it?
sincerely,
Go on.
yeah, dude, I absolutely fucking love it, man. Like, I can listen to you talk all the time. I'm sure you hear that all the time.
Oh, nice one. I thought you were going to make some sort of quip or something. No, okay. Thank you, bud. Thank you.
Yeah, I legitimately, like, I love that accent. Like, if you know any good old single Irish girls that want to date a Southern American,
If I say it again, if I don't what?
you gotta. I don't feel like I run into like people from Ireland too often, and that's like my favorite accent in the world. Like, I see too many Australians. I'm tired of the Australian accent.
I guess in this arena, there's a shortage of Irish people. The only other sort of consistent voice I hear from Ireland is Brian on the Nathan Oakley show panel. Brian has a lot of great stuff himself, so he's from Ireland as well. There's a few others around, but not too prominent.
How are things in Ireland right now?
Fucking, they're the same everywhere, bud. I think the same thing. It's a small, flat world now, but yeah, it's the same situation. Nothing happens most of the time, and the things are altering drastically post-corona.
Yeah, Corona really shook things up, didn't it?
Well, it just in turn, the whole face of this country has changed. I mean, 30 years ago, you'd look around and to see a coloured face, a black face in particular, be a rarity. When I was growing up in the 1980s, 1990s, a rarity. But now it's absolutely transformation. They say in Ireland here that everything is in America comes to England 30 years later. Everything in England comes to Ireland 30 years later. And I think it's something like that that's sort of happening. So mass transformation. But as you know, bud, life goes on. Life goes on. Today is probably for us, for the most part, the same as yesterday, the same as last year.
Right.
Yeah. It's how the mind copes and caters with all of this tempestuous knowledge that we're given, I guess. You know what I mean?
We've got a new person here called Rodrigo. Am I saying that right?
Rodrigo, is that?
Rodrigo.
Oh, I know a little bit of Spanish. Not much, though. Sounds like very Spanish. He's trying to.
Mike Rodrigo.
I think about Ireland, something about Ireland, and especially something about the north-south divide in Ireland, which is a greater symbolic.
It is I, Mayhem.
Hello, Mayhem. Did Pete get server muted?
Yeah.
Oh shit! They're having trouble now. My name is here.
Yeah, sit down for a while, Pete. Rodrigo, are you there?
He said he's at work and he can't chat in voice. Just
work. Okay. Well, anyways, we got Snozback, Daenerys Snozback. You're a Globe Earther, it looks like.
I miss Pete's Irish accent, man. I'm muted.
Can you hear me, Snozback?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mayhem. I can't hear Pete, though.
I know.
Right.
So, I don't know. Jedi, are you there?
Me?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy. Yeah,
I don't know. Jenna, I said Jedi, but.
yeah, I'm here.
Sorry.
Buddy.
I'm similar. I'm also partly deaf in my left ear.
Use your right ear then.
No worries.
Use your right ear.
So it seems that Snozbag got a Globe Earther roll. Did you get it last night, or was it this morning?
Yeah, I've been here for a little bit.
Oh.
I got a long time ago. I don't agree with it. I mean, I do and I don't. I don't know. I can pull into this conversation again.
Well, yeah, because the server is designed to be talking about this specific topic.
Yeah, I know. And I'm here to listen to people talk about it and also just talk to people.
Well, it's interestingly about like why people think it's a globe. And if you think that it still is, for some reason, what reason would that be?
Well, I mean, there's things on the other side of it that make me think maybe it is flat.
All right, let's talk about the things that let you think still that it's a globe, though.
All right. Okay, so let's say I get in a hot air balloon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I get like 10,000 feet up off the ground.
Sure.
Also, I don't know if y'all can pick up on my accent, but I'm not fucking. Everybody like it. Every time I get in this conversation, people try to get too scientific with me. I'm kind of dumb.
No, that don't mean nothing.
But if I was in a hot air balloon, like I'd see the sun before people below me would see it.
Yeah, and
but if it was flat Earth, that would mean the sun would be above both of us.
No,
God.
no.
So,
Hang on, Snoz. Let Jedi come in here. He's going to tell you why that's not the case.
Are you wondering why that when you gain in altitude, you can see the sun before people below you?
Yeah.
That's because you've increased your angle. You know when you get higher...
I mean, if I'm directly above somebody, like straight line. Not like off at an angle, like straight above them.
All right, so the sun's above your head and you can see it before the person below your feet?
Yeah.
That's just not true.
No, you're seeing the light at the same time.
What's going on? I mean, we're talking to a gentleman who says, if I go into a hot air balloon and go at 10,000 feet up into the sky, I'm going to see the sun that's directly above my head and the person's head below me before they do.
No, I think he's talking about like the sunrise from the horizon. So is that not what you're talking about?
Yeah, the sunrise is my biggest hang up.
Yeah, so what it is you're increasing your angle of view. So your angle that you're seeing the sun at the far distance is a greater angle than it is when you rise in elevation. Has nothing to do with the Earth stopping you from seeing.
What angle are we talking about, though? Like, why is my angle different
All right,
than the person below?
Snoz, think about it like this. Have you ever seen a checkerboard pattern on tile?
Yeah.
Okay. If the higher you go, the better or more of those checkers you're going to see. It's not because these checkers are hiding behind the floor. It's because you're increasing your angle.
So like the view.
Yeah, the lower you get down to the ground, the shorter your angle is, and the less you're going to see of that checkerboard.
Sunlight doesn't quit at some point. Like
sunlight. So there's a difference between sunlight and daylight, right? Daylight can be made without the sun, like because you can have lightning, and lightning causes a chemical reaction with the noble gases, causing sunlight. But the sunlight and daylight are two different things. So you're not talking about the idea that light can't be permeating through the medium. What you're saying is the visible sun.
See, a lot of big words are being thrown around here.
Right. Well, so because it's a bit of non-understanding, but you can't use that as a way to say that the Earth is a globe. So I'm going to help you along the way so that you can understand.
Yeah, well, we got it. In order to do that, I need smaller words.
Okay, so think about it like this: you're seeing the sun at a distance, right, from the ground. Right. As you increase your angle, then your distance increases of what you can see in the distance. On a flat plane, right? I'll use checkerboard tile example so you can see.
So if I'm higher up on the flat plane, I can see further on that.
Yeah.
Flat.
Yes, but it still will result as a certain distance will be able to be visible because you're increasing
The
your.
sun wouldn't be on that flat plane, though, right?
Say again.
What?
Like it, because like if I'm, what you're saying is like if I'm on a checkerboard and if I'm higher above the checkerboard, I can see more of the checkerboard than
Yes.
the person at the checkerboard.
Yes.
The sun isn't at the checkerboard.
No, but like what you're doing is the angle that which is so your vision perspective, right?
Yeah.
So when you look down a hallway, I'll put it this way: when you look down a hallway, the ceiling and the floor looks like they converge to a point. They're not actually converging. Your eye is using perspective.
Right.
The ceiling and the floor converge to a point. The walls look like they converge to a point. So it looks like everything's converging to a point down in the far distance of your vision. Okay?
Okay.
That's how your eyeballs work. And they're seeing the world that way all the time. The more you raise an elevation, the more you're going to see. Your angle, as our angle increases, the more you can see, the wider that perspective expands. So you're going to expand that perspective exponentially if you raise it in altitude.
But if we take out like my perspective of it, you know what I mean? Like if we have a camera on the person on the ground and a camera on the person in the hot air balloon, the person in the hot air balloon is going to get light before the person on the ground, right?
They're going to both have daylight, but the only thing is
Same time?
they're going to both see daylight. The only thing is the guy on the ground won't see the sunlight. They won't see the sun. The person above them will see the sun. It's the same thing if you because remember everything is converging in your eyes. The ceiling, and if I repeat this again so you can understand, the ceiling and the floor and the walls on when you're looking down a hallway converge to a point. So when you're looking down any number of distance, like it doesn't matter what you're doing, and you raise an elevation, you're going to increase the perspective view of your eyes. Do you know what that means?
So here's my dilemma. I think I'm like,
yeah, but I'm trying to clarify like the point here. So do you know what that
I know that's my dilemma, man. I'm kind of a simple person, and I feel like the explanation, like I get explanations all the time. I just don't understand. And that's why I'm trying to say I'm kind of dumb.
Because what I'm saying here is that you're just seeing it one way. There's a bias, meaning that you only want it to be a certain way. But when I'm explaining it to you this way, you're like, yeah, but there's still a sun behind something. You can't. What you're trying to do is you're trying to shoehorn a new idea behind the one that you have already. There isn't only one idea that something's behind something, because here's the issue, right?
I mean, if somebody is above me and I look at the sun could be behind that person, right?
If they're above you, how is the sun behind that person? It's not going to be behind the person. It's off in the distance, in the horizon.
Oh, I mean, like, not like sunrise, but let's say like noon, where the sun's like directly above you or whatever.
Yeah?
The sun is above that. See, this is why I hate explaining.
Yeah, no, I'm just keep going.
I'm not as good at explaining my thoughts as everybody else is. I like hearing other people.
If the sun is above both of you at 12 noon, right above your head, 90 degrees above your position, both of you are going to see the sun.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, where's the issue there?
Because if it's not noon and it's sunrise, that means the sun is coming at an angle, right?
Yes.
And if it's coming at an angle, that means flat Earth wise, that means it's like off on a different part of the flat Earth, right? And you're looking at it at an angle.
Right.
Yeah.
But even then, the sun should still be visible from both perspectives.
No.
Mickey.
No, they're incorrect.
Sorry.
That's where you're getting it wrong. No, it's not going to be. If the sun is directly above your head versus at an angle from your, it's not 90 degrees anymore. It's closer to like the farthest point of your distance, in the distance of your vision. You can't see it quicker than the guy that's above you can.
But I mean, what is it like a good small scale replication of this? You know what I mean?
Oh, you're trying to just use a drone. Using a drone can actually show you what we're talking about here. Because the drone, like there's a camera on the drone. If let's say you're at the beach and you see the sunset, use a drone to raise an elevation from your same position, only just straight up. The drone will see the sun because it will have a greater angle increase.
Okay, but like if we were to scale down this idea, like to something you could make in a project thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's say like a light bulb.
Yeah, let me see if I can. I got something. Maybe there's a GIF that I can probably put in the YouTube live stream, or not the YouTube live stream, the regular live stream voice text.
All right.
It's
better if it was like smaller scale, because I think when it gets too big, my brain gets confuzzled.
Hang on a second. Let me see here. If anybody has that GIF, they put it up. That'd be great. Let me see. I think I have it in my favorites. It just shows somebody getting to the eye line of a table. Oh, you know what? Let me see. I got a sun zoomed in that could probably exemplify what we're saying here, but just 1 second. Give me a moment.
Yeah, you good?
Oh, here it is, right here. I do have it. All right, go look at live stream voice text.
Am I looking at the right one?
Do you see what I posted or no?
I was looking at the right one. So the table.
Yeah. Now look at the guy getting all the way down to the eye line of that table. Like his eyes are level to the table, or he's putting the camera. The camera at the table's like right at the level portion of the table, so it's level to the table surface. He moved down the camera to where it's level. And look at the little boat that's on the table. How it disappears behind the angle. As he
zooms in, it reappears.
Yeah. As he zooms in, you could see the bottom of that boat, little boat, toy boat, or whatever. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, well, it needs to be got then, because like here's the thing. All he did was raise, or he lowered, actually. He didn't reverse what you're talking about. He lowered in his angle. He lowered his angle and the boat disappeared. He increased the zoom, or the perspective increased. So what happened was now he could see the bottom of that boat. It's the same. Well, in this instance, he's increasing the ability to see down the down. Like what he did was
I get what you're saying. So like if you were above, like if there was a perspective above it, the boat would be always in view. But the fact that he's on the flat surface, it's hidden behind the angle of view. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's called some people call it the angle of attack. So, and that's what you're seeing when you're at the lowest angle that you can possible. So, like, when he was above, like, take a look at the table. You can see most of the features of the table when he's above the surface of that table. As he lowers down, you can't see any of that surface at all. You know what I mean? Like, you can't see it, but he could. When he zooms in, zooming into him would be like getting closer to the boat. Like, it's basically you're far away, now you're closer. That's what zooming does. It brings you closer to the image. It increases the image. So when you're at a farther distance, the image starts to converge. So everything in the distance wouldn't be able to be seen. But as you increase either your the distance away from where you're at, because that's what zooming does. It's bringing that image closer. You can see more of it. Yeah. And or raise an elevation. Raising an elevation, then you could see more of the ground, because you can now, your angle has changed. Right. That's basically it, man. Like, but that's okay.
complicated.
But like instead of the boat which is on the flat surface,
Yeah.
about the chandelier. You know what I mean? The light above the table.
Well, the chandelier was already in view, so it doesn't matter, like, because like when you look at that,
So you should be able to see it no matter if you're on the flat surface or
the chandelier would have to move farther away down the, like, let's say there was a mile distance that the chandelier can be moved to. As the chandelier moves away on a flat surface, let's say a mile away from where the guy is, then he would see it like converge to his eye line.
So if it's far enough away, it would look like it's level with the surface.
Yes, correct. You can do this. You can do the same idea with streetlights. Okay, so if you have streetlights, you know streetlights are above your head, right? But if you see streetlights that are in a row all the way down the road, it looks
actually they look like they're touching the road,
right? But they're not really.
Yeah,
you know that they're not, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know enough about flat Earth, but like from the flat Earth perspective, like what would be the distance between Earth and the Sun? You know what I mean?
You talk about the elevation where the Sun is above the Earth. Like, what's the elevation? Oh, it's unknown. It's an unknown distance. Nobody knows, Schnoz, at all. Period. If somebody claims knowledge on the flat Earth side, then they're lying to you. They don't know. I could expose that person in an instant. Nobody knows the distance from the floor to the sun.
So as far as I get the flat, like you're doing a really good job of selling the flat Earth part. I just don't like the other stuff. Like,
tell me what are the stuff?
What is known and what is not known. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, what
is outside of the flat Earth?
There's what is known and what is not known, and what you think is known. So there's a story they sold you on, like a good salesman. They sold you on a story. You bought it. Do you get that concept?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, because truth and fact it doesn't seem like people understand the difference between it. Like, there's a truth, and then there's what we understand as fact, which is not a truth. It's just, you know what I mean? Okay, so on the part of the side you think that it's possible, like anything in the globe Earth, what would that be? Because we stand by the things that we say, and they don't. The globe Earth does not. I mean, what I'm saying is, if all these, what everybody understands to be like the facts around the world being not the truths, but the facts that they come up with about the world being global, and if they're wrong, like, how do we know for sure that the Earth is flat and not something different from that too? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
like, couldn't both sides be wrong? Like, what if it's
no?
You have to understand the difference between flat and a shape. So flat is just the aspect of a surface. It doesn't make a claim to shape. Flat earthers don't make a claim to the shape of the Earth. The best we can say is it's Earth-shaped. But the bit that we live on, the waters and so on, they're level because we measure them level. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Sort of.
Well, flat's not a shape, is it?
I mean, even when you're on the ground, it's still not flat, right?
No, we get that's topography, hills, mountains, valleys, and so on. We understand that. And the waters that we measure have got waves on them and so on.
It's just the Earth itself is not a sphere, it's a disc.
No, disc implies shape. Right, that's a shape, a disc. None of us here are saying shape, disc, or globe, or square. We're saying the surface that we're on The top of the table is level. Don't know what the shape of the table is. The table being Earth. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is.
It's
I
like
couldn't
where the
say it
edges
was.
are.
Yeah, couldn't tell you if it was a disc. I'd have to go to the end of the table to tell you what the end of the table looked like, right?
Well, I mean,
Styles, are you getting this, or is it difficult still?
it is difficult because that would imply that there's an edge somewhere.
All right. So when you hold an orange in your hand, you know the shape of the orange, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What we're saying is we know the surface because we're on it, and the surface doesn't have any curvature. We don't measure curvature, okay, whatsoever. So we're telling you the surface measures no curvature.
Okay.
The entire Earth, right? The whole Earth. We don't know what the whole Earth is, as in it's a cube, it's a whatever you want to call the shapes that you know of, right? If you're gonna call upon geometric shapes, we don't know the entire, a realm of existence. We can tell you that what they claim the Earth to be, with the amount of curvature that should be there, is not detectable. You can't detect any curvature, so therefore it is, by all intents and purposes, flat. There's this realm that you live in right now is not measured to have any curvature at all. We've been doing this for a long time, Snaz. Nobody has produced empirical evidence of the Earth's curvature.
But
Period.
I mean that would still imply that there's an end. Like if you walk in one direction, there should be an end somewhere, right?
Well, yeah, we could speculate on that all day long, but
I mean, isn't that a simple thing to like?
No,
It's not.
Not if there's boundaries to where you can go on this Earth.
But like it would be simple to get to that boundary, right?
Well, in theory, you could travel there. Yes, in theory, but the fact
nobody's done that yet.
No, because here's I'm trying to get to the point where you're not allowed to go to certain places on this Earth. You're not a free spirit to roam everywhere, are you?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, then if that's true, and you're saying that, you understand the fact that we are restricted in travel.
Right.
Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, and I think that's more of a modern thing than it was
No.
like
No,
200 years ago.
No, it's always been the fact that people have lorded over other people dominion. People have always had, you've always had kings, you've always had subjects, you've always had just common people, you always had like a tribal leader, you've always had people that tell you what to do, where to go, what's the distance you can, just in every single...
But back then, what would stop them from letting me do that?
Probably a tribal leader or somebody who's...
But, I mean, even if that point, how would they know where I'm at and like what I'm doing? Like, why couldn't I do it anyway?
Listen, the conjuring of globe wasn't the case. It was more to deal with like authority and what you can or cannot do depending on what somebody having dominion over you would tell you.
I know, but that historically that hasn't stopped people from doing it anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's repercussions to doing something without,
Yeah, there's repercussions for killing people. People still do that all the fucking time. You know
I know, but what difference would it make? Let's just say, for example, right? Let's just use an idea that you can go wherever you want. You're just going to be a Johnny Rebel, right? You're Johnny Rebel. I'm going to go to the edge of the Earth, right? I'm going to go as far as I can go. Let's say you do find, where the Earth. Let's say, I don't know. I'm just going to give you an example, right? The sky meets the ground. There's a dome or whatever. You to go touch it. Wow, look, you found the dome. You have video evidence. You come back and tell everybody, look, guys, I went to go see where the edge of the Earth is. I found it. Here's video. Here's all that. What do you think the people who can't go where you just went? Because you're Johnny Rebel. Remember, you
think it's a hoax or something.
Yes, that's exactly That's exactly right. What are you going to give them? A story, right? And now you're probably going to make a lot of believers out of people because some people
that is true. But I mean, at the same time, would you believe somebody Like if somebody came back and like, oh, I have video evidence saying that there wasn't, like you wouldn't believe it either, right?
No. What is the thing that we need to understand the world that we live on is? It's pretty simple.
First-hand experience, maybe?
Yes, verification, let's say. So if I want to verify what your story, it doesn't matter what it is, Snoz. You can say I have a Lamborghini in my garage. And then what am I supposed to do? Just believe you because you said so? Or can I verify that you have a receipt and you also have a Lamborghini sitting in your garage? Like
so you come see it for yourself, right?
And verify that it's yours, right? There needs to be some. So
yeah, because I could just be borrowing to friends or something. Just to
exactly. So I don't know. At this point right now, you can say whatever you want. You can tell me whatever story. It's up to me to verify your story, or not. I could just straight up believe you.
See, that's where I think I'm at. Because, like,
I know, and most people are. And it's no slight to you because you took that information and just believed it. Because many people have just done the very same thing because they feel like you say I'm not smart enough, and that's just not true. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all because you're in here. You can think for yourself. Everybody can. Now, mind you, some people just don't want to. They're too lazy. They'll say things like, "Well, what do you mean? I have to investigate every little thing?" Well, the thing that we're talking about here, the claim is the Earth has a shape. If you're standing on a ball, then for sure you'll be able to measure curvature on that ball.
Right.
Especially the amount of curvature that they say exists on this ball. Does this make sense to you? Because like, I can't lie to you about you standing on a ball. You can say, okay, if I'm on a ball, I'm going to definitely measure some drop over distance because at some point the Earth will be curving away from my position. Right? Drop over distance. You'd be able to measure that. But they can't lie to you about that. They could make you believe, but then you can say, okay, that's fine. You can say whatever you want. Then at some point, I'm gonna measure a distance from where I'm at to like in the far distance, and there should be a drop. Once I start seeing that drop and then measure the curve, then I know the Earth is curving. But if there is no curvature measured, the Earth is not curving, like you say, and I could see in the far distance like 20, 30, 60 miles away without any curvature blocking my view. And so therefore you're debunking the idea that the Earth is a globe because you can see in the far distance where the curvature should hide things. But if you see things, then the Earth isn't curving like they tell you. So you can, wherever you are, you can verify if they're telling you the Earth is curving at that set rate a distance away from you. That's what you can do. You don't need to go to Antarctica to touch the ice, the dome or whatever. You don't need to do that. You are a critically thinking person with the ability to go to a beach and to go find out for yourself whether the Earth is curving at the set rate that they're telling you or not. Pretty simple. Right. Yeah, that's it. And you can debunk the globe and then be like, okay, I already did that. I went to go and see if the Earth is curving, and it's not, because we've all done that. Well, most of us have.
I mean, I think disproving what they think is true doesn't mean that I know it's true yet. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like, if I did, if I went to the beach and I measured the curvature and I was like, oh shit, they're wrong.
You mean
how would I know what's right at that point?
Okay, so something is curving, then it's definitely going to be giving you an understanding that the surface is curving. So some part of their story could then start relating to what you're seeing, right? Because you measured it.
Right.
Let's say.
Yeah, I mean, I get the point. Like that, they like I can prove them wrong by doing that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But that just proves that they're wrong.
Yes. So if let's finish this.
But there's more answers than
but let's
one
finish,
and two.
No, let's finish this sentence, right?
All right.
If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
I heard a weird theory the other day.
Yeah, but let's answer this first before you get to that. So if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
It could be duplicating.
No. If the Earth is not curving anywhere, what is it?
It's flat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But why did it take you so long to get there? Because your mind doesn't want to say that word. Because of
it's not that the mind doesn't want to say that word. It's just if something isn't white, it doesn't automatically make it black.
Oh, you listen. It is binary, and so the dichotomy that's set up here is that if the Earth is curving somewhere, then you definitely have curvature. If there is no curvature measured, then it's only one thing. It's not multiple things. It's only one. Black and white, binary, is no other option. Your mind wants to think that, well, I could be wrong. There could be no.
I mean, how do you know that there's not other options though?
Because
it's a logical argument. Sorry, it's a logical argument. It's obvious. If something is flat, then it's flat. If it's curved, then it's curved. So if something is not curved, then it must be flat. If something is not flat, then it must be curved.
Okay, if we prove that it's flat, like that one theory that one guy was talking about, that that there's like the checkerboard. Like the Earth is a checkerboard, except for once you cross over to one part of the checkerboard, instead of an edge, there's a duplicate of that Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we don't think like that in here. These are speculations. You know what a speculation is, Shaz?
Yeah, everything's a speculation.
No, it's not. No, that's incorrect.
We don't need to speculate that the apple
but
is
if you haven't seen the edge of the Earth, assuming that there's a dome, that's a speculation, right?
No, that's an antecedent consequent relationship. So to have gas pressure, to have it, you must physically contain the gas. You have to have something for the gas to press upon, for the gas to have gas pressure. Hold on. That's why it's in the word. If you don't have the dome or something to press upon, you can't have gas pressure because there's nothing for the gas to press upon.
But that still doesn't say that there's a single Earth. You know what I mean? There could be a dome around multiple. How do you bring that?
No. Hold on. Why do you keep jumping around to multiple Earths? We're trying to keep things really simple for you. Hold on.
I know.
We're trying to keep things, one, really simple for you, but two, you keep interrupting, mate. And then talking about other things that don't have to do with the subject. Like now we've got duplicating Earths. What the fuck?
Well, we were on the subject of,
gas pressure.
They think that's what.
Dude.
No.
Gas pressure
is wrong, but how do we know?
Nas.
How are you certain that you know what isn't wrong?
Nas, relax, bro. We're talking about gas pressure. Why do you keep interrupting and going somewhere else?
I'm saying there could still be gas pressure if there's a dome over. I just thought that theory opened up.
We don't listen. No, we don't open up the conversation to speculation. We stick to the really is level.
So really, stay close to what we think we know right now. We're not open to other options or possibilities.
No. Here's. See, listen. The magic that happens when you start to think of other things is the realm of thinking that they want you to be in. That's
so we know everything that we can know right now, and there's no possibility for something that we don't understand yet.
Okay, so you're talking about possibilities. We're talking about what is known. You know where you don't know.
You know that you know everything right now, and there's not anything that you don't know.
Let's put everything in two baskets, right? What you know and what you don't know. What can be discovered, what is not discovered.
Right.
So there's two baskets. There's not like 10. There's only two. What you know and what you don't know. What you can verify and what you cannot verify.
Right.
Okay?
That's what I'm saying. If you can't verify where the edge of the Earth is, how can you verify that there's not? Like in that theory specifically, how can you deny that theory?
What theory?
That there's a repeating Earth.
Repeating.
Earth. Like I don't know what you.
Like a
Why,
checkerboard.
why is it so? Why is this idea so?
I don't believe it. Like I don't like.
Well,
you know,
it seems
I'm
like
not-
you have some kind of. You're leaning on it, like it's well.
No, I'm just trying to prove the point that like, how can you disprove that by proving?
Because
like,
when
what proof is there that
what-
that's not?
Okay, what evidence do we have? What evidence do we have? There's multiple Earths, or whatever you're. I don't know what the hell
What
you're talking
evidence
about.
do we have that there's not?
Because it's not proven. You have to prove something first. In order for you to have
But
some kind
anything
of,
that's not proven to not be true is still a possibility, right?
no,
This is no.
Oh,
Just because you make random declarations doesn't mean that your random declaration is now true until I prove it not to be.
I'm not saying it's true.
Oh,
In fact, I'm
yeah.
100% sure it's not true.
he's explaining to you. He's explaining to your faulty reasoning right now. So just listen.
we listen with all due respect, mate. We're listening to it. But you keep jumping around from point to point, and now we're talking about the edge of the earth and your idea that you don't believe in of multiple earths, and how can we disprove that idea? You can't just make things up and say, well, now you've got to disprove that. We have to prove it in the first instance to talk about knowledge. Things that we do know and can know, as opposed to things that we can't know and can only speculate about. Now, for example, the gas pressure problem. To have gas pressure, we know and that we can demonstrate that to have gas pressure, you must physically contain the gas. If you don't physically contain the gas hasn't got anything to press upon, and the gas will fuck off. Now, that's demonstratable. Everything
But
else from
you're
the
saying
system.
we're in a dome, but you haven't seen it.
No, nobody said we're in a dome. For God's sakes, where do
But
you
there
get
has
this?
to be a dome if there's pressure.
No, stop. Nobody's saying that you're putting words in people's mouths. Nobody said we're in a dome.
We're not saying there's a dome.
But there would have to be for pressure.
No, listen. Dome infers a shape, right? If
Okay.
I tell you there's a dome on the earth,
Closed space for there to be pressure.
listen, we're talking about containment. Containment.
Yeah, contained in an enclosed space for pressure.
Yeah. So what we're saying is the shape of what's above us is unknown. The container antecedent to there being gas pressure is known. There must be a container that's holding all of this in. We don't know the shape, but there's a container holding all of this in. That's necessary. That's necessary for the gas to be contained. The air that you and I breathe. All of this is.
But you're assuming that
No.
the entire Earth is the only thing in that
What?
right? Like there's nothing besides the Earth in that pressure system.
There's only the Earth that we know. That's it. The Earth that we know.
There's
The
a
Earth
possibility there could be other things besides the Earth.
Okay, so there's a possibility that Santa Claus exists. There's a possibility that unicorns that fart rainbows exist. There's a possibility that you could go on and on. Whatever your imagination conjures up, that thing is possible, right? That's what you're saying.
I mean,
What Jedi just described to you.
I'm saying we don't know.
No, we do know. We do
You
know.
know.
You keep saying that you don't know because you like the idea. Because you like the idea that tickles your ears when people come up and say stupid things, and you're just like, well, that could be possible.
Thing sounds stupid until it wasn't.
Well, but you
having
like.
a computer in your pocket
I don't
sounded
care.
stupid.
Listen, I don't care, but innovations and technology are something that can be explained. Something that cannot be explained are imaginations of men thinking that random things can happen. Like I just described to you, a unicorn farting rainbows. When in existence do you think that that's not technology? Okay. But if I'm saying something like that could exist, right? Then you have to entertain any possibility of any random thing that I say also, which means you will never know anything.
I mean, I'll never say you're wrong unless I know that you're wrong.
But you can't disprove a negative, Snoz. That's what they're doing. They're conjuring up this imagination. It's a negative. It's
both
a
sides of
negative.
the argument doing the same thing.
So no, dude. You're making a claim to something when you're making a claim to the Earth. They made a claim that the Earth is something. So now they conjured up an imagination. What they have to do with this imagination, right? They're going to have to prove it. So if I said there's definitely unicorns that fart rainbows, and what am I going to have to do now that I made that claim? You tell me.
Prove it. Yeah.
Right.
I'd have to see a rainbow
Right.
coming out of a unicorn butt.
Right. So that is different. That is different than what you're talking about. You're talking about something they didn't say. Well, I have to entertain the possibility that something that maybe possibly they're going to say in the future that I don't know, but that I could be wrong of. No, we're saying the things that they are saying.
I know, but unless I see the edge for myself and the dome, I shouldn't believe anybody.
Okay, what did we just say about that? We even had an instance where you went and you're Johnny Rebel going touching the dome on the ground. Remember that?
And, yeah, but
what?
I shouldn't take somebody's word for it that says they have or haven't done something. I should be doing it myself. So until I do it myself, I shouldn't believe anybody.
Listen, it's not about that. They need to provide a method by which you can verify what they're saying is true. They have to provide.
I mean, I would have to do it myself, and even if it's only me knowing it, I wouldn't know until I did it.
Well, that's the whole idea behind verifying things, isn't it? It's you actually checking out what's. So
somebody for me, it's telling you that you're right or wrong for your experiences.
No,
you know what I mean.
Listen, you.
How can I do that unless I experience it myself?
You go through this earth having two. There's a duality, right? You experience the earth, your own personal experience to the earth, and then there's a collective experience. So it's both subjective and objective, because you can interpret things the way you want, but at the same time, third person perspective, mine and Jedi's and everybody in this room, will confirm whether or not you're saying something that we can agree upon. Like you saying that the earth is curved. Like I go to the ocean and my own personal view on the earth is that it's curving. And everybody else here says, no, we didn't measure any drop over distance, so you're just imagining that there's a curve. Because if there was really a curve, then there would definitely be some measurable curvature. So third-party perspective outside of you can make the thing that you're thinking is subjective interpretation become reality, because we start saying, no, that's not confirmed. We don't confirm the idea that we live on a curved surface like you think, because we're testing it and we don't see any curvature measured. However, you might have the visual idea, your perspective might be that the earth is curving, but it's not really in reality. You're thinking that it is. Only in your mind it exists. That's where the globe exists, in people's minds, and not in reality, because when we start to verify whether it's curving or not, it's not there.
And that's the thing that I struggle with, because like if I went to somebody that believes the world was round, and I did my own fucking tests, and I'm like, hey, listen, I did this. I went to the beach, the horizon, it didn't curve. Like the flat table, I explained the flat table thing to them. They're like, well, I did, you're crazy. But if I did the same thing and I went to if I found the opposite and I went to somebody that believed, like they wouldn't believe me, neither side would believe me for what I experienced. You know what I mean?
So what do you need to do? Because two people can go.
In order for me to know, I'd have to go to the edge of the world myself.
No, incorrect. Once again, Snoz.
If I don't, then I believe in one side or the other.
Oh, what did I just tell you? How do you verify something?
You first-hand experience.
All right. Then you answered your question.
So I would have to do it firsthand.
Yes.
And whatever I come up with, if I tried to explain, if I was like, hey, I did this thing and this was the results, doesn't matter which side of the argument I'm on, it doesn't mean anything.
No, it means something.
To me, it means something to me, but trying to explain it to somebody, trying to sell it to somebody else.
No. Incorrect once again. Okay, so let's take a look at you verifying something. You don't need to go to the edge of the earth to say that it's a flat level extended plane with dome. Like you listen, when you make a claim, verify the claim. If the Earth is flat, what would you need to do to verify that? Or if it's a curved surface, if it's a globe, what would you need to do?
Could it be flat without an edge?
No, listen. If it was curving, what would you need to do, Snoz?
I would need to verify the curve.
There you go.
Okay.
And you can do that anywhere.
But if I did that and I didn't see a curve, that would imply that there's an edge.
It's not talking about seeing a curve. It's talking about actually measuring if there's one or not. So let's stick to verify.
That's why I'm trying to say I didn't do it for myself, so I can't say that it is or not.
Well, go do it. Why are you sitting down? Go do it.
But if I did it and I came back and I said there was a curve, would you guys believe
don't talk about the what ifs. We're not going to talk about what ifs or entertain what ifs. We're going to go ahead and say that you're going to do this, and then come back and bring your results. Don't speculate.
Well, I don't think I should bring back results to either side because it turns into an argument.
Snoz, don't speculate. That's the worst thing you can do. What if I come back in this and that? What if I come back in this and that? But what if I come back in that? Who cares?
But I mean, this argument, people arguing both sides are just speculation, right?
No, they're not. I'm telling you. Why are you so hung up on this? It's not a speculation. If it's curving, you can measure it. If it's curving,
it's speculation until I confirm it myself.
Naz, repeat after me. If it's curving, I can measure it.
If it's curving, I can measure it.
Okay. Now, when we go out to the Earth, and if it's curving, you will be able to measure it. So will I. So will Jedi. So will Jenna. So will everybody. So if it's not...
But I'd only be proving it to myself.
No, because I can measure it as well. If it's curving. Do you understand that? So you can tell me, hey, look, the Earth is curving. I just measured it. I'm like, okay, tell me what you did, Snoz. And you're going to be like, I measured a distance from like 10 to 20 miles, and there was this much curvature. Then I will go, let me go repeat what you've done. And if I can verify that what you're saying is true, I will measure this curvature just like you did. And
but
so, Jenna, so everybody.
Come up with some bullshit that's proves me wrong.
Hang on, don't jump anywhere. Do you understand what I'm saying, Stas? I can verify. Your method, I can verify it. I can do exactly what you've done. And then I can say, yeah, you definitely measured some curvature from this because I did too. And so did Jenna. Jenna went over there. She's like, okay, I'm going to do it as well. And so did Jedi. Jedi's going to do the same. Timbo's going to do the same. We're all going to go and see the same thing that you've done. We're going to come up with the same results, which means that you measured curvature. And so did I. So did Jenna. So did Timbo. Now it's not just your idea that you did something and you measured curvature. We all know that. We can now falsify what you said.
So everybody that believes in the flat Earth are the only people that measured anything?
Well, the people that actually tested the globe assumptions were the idea that the Earth is curving.
And why else would you measure the curve unless you're testing that area?
Right. So you're testing whether or not the Earth is curving at the set rate that they're telling you that it's curving at. That's it. It's pretty simple, but the idea that you want to speculate makes things complicated. You don't need to overcomplicate this. It's so simple.
It's simple that I can prove it to myself, but try not.
No. It's simple that you can prove it. Everyone can prove it to themselves.
Everybody can prove it to themselves.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you've proven it to yourself, that means then you telling somebody, go and check it out. And the person's like, yeah, but the Earth could be something else. And you're like, damn it, I'm telling you, I checked it. Go and check it like the way I... And
that's what's frustrating.
If you keep jumping around and thinking that just because people have ideas, they're going to be correct, then you're going to never no one's ever going to verify what you've done. So I need to go and verify what you've done and seeing if the method in which you took was actually measuring the Earth's curvature, or you just saying things.
Exactly. So like, I would have to, if I proved that the Earth was flat, I couldn't just tell people that, right?
No. What you're doing?
I'd have to be like, hey, this is what I did. You need to go verify for yourself.
Yeah, that's what we're doing here.
But that is both sides doing that.
Well, both sides are trying to say something, right? And one side is making a claim. The other side is making a statement that there is no measured curvature because they went to go check if there was any, and there is not. Do you
Yeah.
understand?
I mean, I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So people that are saying that are in this room right now understand one thing: the Earth is not measured to have any curvature. We understand that. We know that.
Yeah, I'm not frustrated by like the fact of the Earth being flat or whatever. Like that's what frustrates. It's the argument behind it on both sides.
The argument.
Both sides frustrate me with the
Oh,
argument.
well, what argument behind flat Earth? I don't understand, because I'm telling you there is no speculation going
But
on.
even I'm saying, like, even if somehow, like, if I somehow proved you wrong, you wouldn't believe me. You know what I mean? I'd have to do it yourself.
What do you mean you proved me wrong? I don't get this part. Like, what?
Hey, let's reverse it. Let's say I go to a Glober.
No, you're speculating once again, Snoz. Remember what I said about you speculating? You need to go into what? What do you?
What's the point of talking about it?
What do you need to go and do? Like, you need to put your money where your mouth is. What do you got to go and do?
Go to the beach and measure the curve.
Thank you, sir. That's exactly what you have to do. So if you haven't done that,
until I do that, I shouldn't say.
Well,
anything.
no, you could say something, but here's the thing: you're going to be speculating, and you're not going to win any argument that way. Not in here. Not in here. We're going to keep telling you, no, go and do.
Once I do that thing,
but you're speculating. You're still what if? No, Snoz. It's a what if. No, not what if. Go and do it. Come back and tell us your results. How about that?
Why are you so?
Yeah, I mean, I would prove to you guys what you.
Well, don't give us what ifs.
Why are you so convinced that your result before you've done it?
Yeah, you're what if this and what if that doesn't work.
I don't care about the result. I'm saying if I bring my result back to either side of the argument, if it doesn't prove that side of the argument,
we don't care about. Listen, we used to be Globers. We changed our mind. So easy to change our mind back. It's actually a lot easier to change your mind back than the other way. The thing is, these tests that you're speculating on doing, I've done myself. Many people have done themselves. So,
and I think if I did that test, it would open a whole other range of questions too.
Yeah, but you're assuming
to myself.
Yeah, probably because. So, you just bear with me a second. The globe Earth it makes a very specific geometric predictions of what we should observe and what we should see and what we should measure. We can go out and we can test that in reality. And we have yet to have any person, at least in the 5 years of this server, or on YouTube, or on Twitter, come back and say, yeah, I went out there and I used this laser, or I did this thing, and yeah, the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of, approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Or, I measured like the distance to the horizon. I got the coordinates for the ship, and the ship is sitting right on the horizon, and it's like 3.25 miles away. Like, it's exactly where it's supposed to be. That's never happened yet. And you seem very confident that you're going to go out into reality and do something nobody else can do.
That's what I'm frustrated. Like if I went to the beach and I proved to myself, like, hey, look, it's not curving. Then that raises a bunch of questions too that I don't have answers for. That I would have to.
Like what?
I got an answer. It's not a ball.
I know. It not being a ball raises a question of where does it end? You know what I mean?
You're trying to push the boundaries of like what next?
Like how at a certain point I'm not gonna be able to answer my own question.
Yeah, that's great. And that's great because that's where you should be. Where you're saying when you're starting to say I don't know, that's fine. You can't find solace in the fact that you're going to say, I don't know. That's your issue. You want to, like what you're telling us right now, it's a bit of like psychology. You want to have explanations to things. It sounds like to me. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm picking up.
I would answer one thing and then create.
I know, but you want to have an end point to where things are known. And if you can't put it in a basket of things that are known, it'll drive you stir crazy. That's what you're telling us right now. Because
Just not knowing what's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench keep you up at night?
Oh, yeah. There's probably some crazy shit.
But that's it. Listen, man, those are those things that you have to deal with on your own because you're unsatisfied. But your unsatisfaction of like not being able to answer the question will still not negate the fact that you're going to remain with the truth, and the truth is there is no measured curvature. And wherever that leads you, well, I'm just not satisfied. The truth doesn't care what you're satisfied or not with. It still remains the truth.
At what point do I, satisfy myself with, like at Mariana Trench, for example? Like, I'm not going to go to the bottom of Mariana Trench myself.
Only you can decide that. You just apply logic, right? Like, that's it. Like, we can't tell you. We're not going to try to tell you what to think or, like, we can't tell you what to think. This is America.
Right.
Think whatever the hell you want.
Well, here's remember,
but the evidence that's going to survive, or the evidence that's going to satisfy you, might not be the evidence that satisfies me. You know what I mean? You got to decide that for yourself.
Here's what I was saying about you being Johnny Rebel and you going to the farthest point of the earth where you can touch the dome, touching the ground, whatever, right? Like that right there would only make you feel satisfied that you reached that point where you could verify that, right? But
yeah, because I couldn't bring that information back to anybody because nobody would believe it.
Right, because remember, it's like the fish story, right? My fish was this big. How are you going to then prove that story that you just... Even if you did have video evidence and all that good stuff.
Be doctored, yeah.
People will then look at you like, nah, you just probably made this up.
So here's the ironic part. What if you put on a NASA t-shirt, got a bunch of money from the government, went somewhere where no one else can go, snapped a photograph, supposedly, and came back and said, look, I've been to the edge of the flat earth, here's a picture. Do you think the whole world would just go, oh, yeah, the earth's flat, he's got pictures. Look, he's got a live stream. Look, he's got... Because that's what they're doing now with the globe earth.
Yeah, like they're saying they went to the moon, took pictures, and blah, blah, blah.
Like that they're in outer space, they're taking pictures of Earth from outside of it, that type of stuff.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'd only be able to prove any of this to myself by doing it. I couldn't be listening to...
That's the only way you can ever actually prove something to somebody, is a practical demonstration, or demonstrating it to yourself. That's like, someone can make claims and you can believe them, but to actually prove it, 100%. It's a practical demonstration of whatever it is you're claiming.
Yeah, that's my thing, is that both sides make claims that they didn't,
Our claims are testable. That's the difference.
But they're the testable claims that were proven lead to questions that there are already answers for that can't be proven.
Stas, give an example of what you're talking about, because you can't.
I'm still hung up on the edge of the earth, man.
Well, no, I know you are, because
you scrambled my brain right there.
He can't. So, he's saying something very vague, though, Indio. Like, what he's not doing is giving an example. He says both sides are saying things that they can't provide evidence for, and I don't know what he's talking about. So he puts
people claim that they know what the sun is made of. Like, you can't dip a spoon in it and test it. You know what I mean?
Some sun juice. You need some sun juice.
Yeah. They don't know what the sun is made of. That's just like a guess.
Okay.
Yeah. What you said, the things we have, like, if you measure the flat Earth. Paraphrasing now, if you measure the flat Earth, that would open up more questions that we already have answers for. No, we don't have the answers for. We have a convoluted story that a lot of people happen to believe, but that's it. There isn't a real answer. There's just a bullshit answer. Yeah, you're supposed to go to the mall, but she was actually at, the movie theater.
Yeah.
She had an answer that she went to the mall, but she was at the movie theater. So her answer, it's a bunch of words, but that's all they was a bunch of words. It wasn't a real answer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, I mean...
Until I see her at the mall or at the movie theater, I wouldn't know if that answer's true.
So remember, going to verify if the Earth is a globe is something that you have to verify within yourself. You don't have to go walk over to where the edge of the Earth is. You just have to be when you're local.
If I prove to myself the Earth is flat, I feel like I would have to
Well, then that's
That'd
what
be the next step.
What makes you think there should be an edge?
That's the thing. Is like that. I brought up earlier that somebody had a theory that it's a flat Earth, but it's repeating.
I don't know.
Like, there's not an edge.
But that's what that is though.
Did you hear that in here?
No,
probably not. I don't.
It's talk about an infinite idea.
But people and Indio said this a lot many times. It's mental masturbation. People whacking off on the idea that they got these ideas, right? These speculations.
But
you can speculate.
Until I can prove them wrong on that, how am I supposed to say that they're wrong?
Because it's a claim.
Because they have no evidence, man. It's just
and I don't have any evidence that there's not until I go
it's
to
a
the
negative, though. It's a negative. You can't prove a negative. It's like people telling you something exists that, like I just said, unicorns that fart rainbows or whatever. Like you can't.
Yeah, I can't tell you that there's not because
suppose you have a box, right? And one person's like, "Oh, there's a dog in that box." They have no evidence for it, and you're like, "Oh,
I just have to believe
there's a cat in the box," and then you have no evidence. Who's right? Neither one of you. Neither one of you have any evidence.
I just feel like, as a human race, like the things that we know is like a speck of sand on the biggest beach. You know what I mean? There's so many things that we don't know.
It might be worse than that.
Yeah, it's probably way worse than that.
Probably like an atom of a speck of sand on the beach.
And I don't know. I just, even if I was proving to myself, I don't feel like I'm the type of person that would try to.
But that's you then. You're talking about how you interpret the information, but it's still not going to negate the fact that you didn't measure any curvature at the end of the day. When you go and do it, like once you go and do it, I should say, once you go and do it, you're going to find out that if you feel unsatisfied with that, that's on you. Hell, I'm satisfied. I know that the earth isn't what they told me it is. That's just good enough for me. Like I can say, you know what, you guys are wrong all day long. I'm going to sit here proving you guys wrong all day long. But for you, it would be touching the dome or finding out where the edge is. And hey, that's up to you, man. If you want to go be Johnny Rebel and go against authorities and tell you, hey, you can't go here, and you're like, I'm going to just go wherever I want because I want to find out the answer to this question. Right. That's on you. You go ahead and break the laws that they set forward. That's going to be all you. Not going to be us. We're not going to be like, oh, yeah, man, let's all gather together and go find out. Who cares? Because they got militaries of the world are going to be able to police the boundaries. And if you want to break the law, then that's going to be all on you because you want to do it, but not because anybody else is telling you this is the thing you need to do.
See, and that raises another question: like, why do they care?
Who knows, man? They have their reasons, but like, here's the thing:
you think it's a globe?
I mean,
no, seriously.
I came in here. The whole argument started with somebody putting Glober on me, and I was trying to explain how I don't agree with either side because.
Okay, so no, just listen for a second. Most people think it's a globe is because they've been told it in school when they're just a little kid. They were never given any evidence when they were just a little kid, and then after that, they were subjected to daily media about space and the Earth being a ball. Every day this happens. Doesn't matter what form of media you look at. Books, newspapers, television, internet, you name it. You'll see a globe. If you're on it with it for 20 minutes, you'll see some sort of space or globe or planets or dinosaurs or evolution or Big Bang or something like that, right?
Right.
Why do they care? Why do they care so much our media is completely saturated with it if it doesn't matter?
Yeah. That's true.
Like, we're not running around freaking filling up Google search results with, Earth is flat. But they're filling up Google search results with, but I can't even like turn on my phone on any given day without seeing some story about a meteor or an asteroid or a comet or freaking spaceship or some nonsense.
Yeah.
But you guys think about it proportionally. Is that amount of attention for this idea justified given how it actually impacts human life, right?
Yeah, that's like I believe everybody's
proportionate.
Continuing, a lie out of ignorance, but like to actively, proactively stop somebody from finding the truth, I just don't understand.
Well, there's supposed to be 600 astronauts, right? Around 600, between 600 and 700, whatever the number is now.
Right.
Think of a profession that has only 600 to 700 people in it. Now, 600 to 700 over a period of 60 years. So it's like 10 to 12 people a year.
But
now think of a profession
600 to 700 people to like lie
Total.
and not drop the lie.
Yeah, that's not a lot of. It's over a period of 60, 70 years. It's not like it's all at one time.
I know,
It's
but
like
a gang
10
of like
people 1 year, 10 people another year, 10 people another year. Well, let me get to the point. The point is, it's a very small number of people.
Right.
Okay. Now think of another profession or activity where only, 700 people have ever done it. And it just being on TV all the time. Right? So like maybe the people who like work on CERN or something and like, sweep the floors. Imagine every media you look at was like about people sweeping the floors at CERN, like those people, that small group of people. And it's all the time in the media. You'd be like, why are we freaking watching this? These people have nothing to do with anybody else. And that's the same way astronauts are. They have nothing to do with anybody else. Their activities have no bearing on human life, but it's shoved in our face 24 hours a day. So people come in here and ask, why is it so important? Like, ask them. Don't ask us. Why is it important to them? Because it's shoving in our face all the time. Even if it was true, it's crazy to do that.
I mean, if I became an astronaut and like tried for the purpose, like, I created a question that I need more answers to. And
your handshake. Can you scoop that dive?
No such thing as astronauts, they're actors.
I know.
Well, no one's going to space.
I can't. I don't know if people have or haven't. I wasn't there, so that's a speculation, right?
No, they can't go to space because, like I explained earlier, space cannot exist. You remember the gas pressure problem?
Right.
Yeah, so space, the vacuum, can't exist to our open gas pressure. There's no barrier between the two different pressure systems. Because there's no barrier, we can't have gas pressure, even though we've got it. And the gas would fill the space. You've worked with tyres before, right?
Yeah, now I also worked with liquids of different density, and they do separate.
Yeah, that's true. That's fine. But we're talking about gas, and gas disperses in all directions and fills the
Helium goes up.
Yeah. You understand that to stop it from going anywhere, it needs to have a physical barrier to stop it going anywhere, right? You've contained the gas in the tyre. If you didn't have the tyre, the gas would go everywhere. You've contained the gas in the helium balloon. The balloon's gone up. But if you didn't have the balloon...
But what about heavy gases?
Well, heavy gases are only comparable to a light gas. So the helium goes up in the atmosphere because relatively the helium is lighter. A dense, heavy gas like sulfur hexafluoride would descend down to the floor because it's heavier than the atmospheric gas that it's in. But the gas itself will disperse into lower pressure environments. So if you have a heavy gas like sulfur hexafluoride and you put it into a vacuum chamber where there isn't any gas, the sulfur hexafluoride will disperse in all directions and fill the limitation of that container. If there is no container, then you won't be able to keep the gas here. They say the Earth is an open system, so no container, so there's nothing to keep the gas here. So you're not going to be an astronaut and go to space because space doesn't exist. They're not astronauts going to space. Space doesn't exist because it can't.
Yeah.
Thanks, AI.
And the proper comparison is like, it isn't like on Earth it's one is denser than the other, but their claim is we're in a giant vacuum, an infinite vacuum that goes off in every direction.
Yeah, you think it was
so you have to compare it to if I stuck gas in a vacuum, what would happen? So if you did this experiment on Earth, you took a vacuum chamber and then you injected a little bit of gas in it, it wouldn't settle to the bottom of the vacuum chamber because of gravity. It would disperse in the vacuum chamber until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium.
And that's
it doesn't matter what your gas is.
If I brought that same argument to a glober, they'd say, well, there's no gravity.
Spiral, they'd call you a retard. And
and how am I supposed to reproduce, Like, how am I supposed to
the
do
burden of
that
proof
myself?
isn't on you, man. The burden of proof is on them. They're claiming gravity holds gas to the ground.
So when somebody tells me that there's no space, the burden of proof is on them. But
exactly, it's on them. Like, okay, they
but
say
I feel
gravity.
like it's more on me. Like, I have to, you know what I mean?
Why is that?
Did you make the claim?
And this
either,
is and
either
listen.
side, I'm
Like, you
believing
have to
somebody's word.
Listen, you have to understand. You have to. They try to put the burden of proof on you, but the thing is, that don't work. And I'll tell you why it don't work. It's because space was not discovered. It was an idea. Started in 325 BC as an idea in someone's head. Okay, and it's been perpetuated since then. It wasn't like discovered. It wasn't like Columbus sailing to America and like, oh boy, here's some land. I discovered America. Nobody's like, oh boy, I jumped on a rocket. I discovered outer space. They had the idea first, and they had no way of confirming it. How could they confirm
Unless
it?
I jump on a rocket myself and go to outer space, how am I supposed to say that person that said they did it? How am I supposed to?
Okay, so use the analogy use an analogy of like something that you can wrap your mind around. Can you know what Lord of the Rings is, right? The movie.
Yeah,
right.
New Zealand.
You know they talk about Middle Earth as a place where the different lands are. Right, but let me get to the example. So, can you right now? Could you travel to Middle Earth?
No.
Why?
Because I'm just a dude.
No. Logistically, why couldn't you travel to Middle Earth?
Because I'm broke as fuck. I don't know how to do that.
Right. Let's just say you had money. Okay. Let's say you had money. Could you travel to Middle Earth?
So, like, if I was Elon Musk, could I do it?
Dude.
Whatever. Just answer.
Phone a friend, brother. Phone a friend.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't know if I could or couldn't unless I tried.
Middle Earth customs officers are real assholes. How could you ever go to Middle Earth?
Maybe I can do this a little bit simpler for him.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, there's a place that doesn't exist. Do you think that you can travel to a place that doesn't exist?
How would I know it doesn't exist unless I try to travel to it?
What?
Like, how do I know it doesn't exist?
How can you travel to a place that doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist unless I know that it doesn't exist and know that it doesn't exist. I have to go there.
How can you buy a ticket to go to Middle Earth if it does not exist? Does that make any sense to you? How are you going to go somewhere where there is nowhere to go to?
How can I buy a ticket to the edge of the earth?
Well, hold on, friend. Hold on.
Theory, that means the edge of the earth doesn't exist.
Let me give you a critique real quick. According to your logic, all works of fiction are true until proven false. So that means if I go to the library and pull any book off the shelf, everything it says, all the places, all the happenstances are true. That's ridiculous.
Until you try to go there and fail.
Yeah.
Told him this earlier.
That's the whole debate right now.
No, it's not. It's not a debate.
Going to Narnia.
If I have to listen or read what people say about space existing or not existing, unless I try to go there myself, right? Because that might be a work of fiction as well.
You don't have to go to a place that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
But how do I know for a fact who to?
Well, dude, let me offer you an insight to the questions you asked before, which is the idea that people are lying about the shape of the Earth. What you've just demonstrated for the audience is that a powerful enough idea will be believed because it can't be doubted. If enough people believe it and you don't have a specific reason not to believe it. So the idea that all the astronauts that Indio mentioned needed to be lying about the shape of the Earth is actually not true. They all could 100% believe the Earth is a globe, and they all were involved in gray ops, meaning that they were all presenting a front to the public that they were doing space missions. So they are indeed lying about the fact that they were on space missions, but they're not lying necessarily about the shape of the Earth from their own internal point of view, because to them, the Earth is a globe. They just never were involved in space missions. You see what I mean?
They were lied to.
That might have been a bit more of...
Yeah, sorry, man.
That's
A, I was drinking earlier. B, I'm kind of stupid.
That's a bit more than you can chew. Yeah, trust me.
Well, let's change it back to Middle Earth. Some expeditionaries say we went to Middle Earth.
I'll be honest, I never watched Lord of the Rings. I know it exists, but I thought Middle Earth was like where you took the ring or something.
Well, dude, let's just categorize this in a very simple sentence. We're literally having to use fictitious, known fiction examples, and you still can't grapple with it. And that shows you how deep this deception has been perpetrated on the masses, that people can't even tell the difference between fictional stories and reality anymore.
It's sad.
But you're an example of why it's sad. That's even worse.
I mean, at least I'm not like just believing everybody.
You are. You are. You just finished telling all of us that people can say whatever stories they want, but you can't go to those places because you don't have enough money or whatever. It's like they're just made up places. And you're just like, well, I can't disprove them.
It doesn't mean I believe them.
You do, because unless you can't go there, if I tell you that Santa Claus in the North Pole is real, and unless you can't go there, you're going to be like, I can't disprove what you said. That's what you're telling everybody. It's like anything somebody says, you can't disprove them, so they must be onto something.
No, I'm saying, like, if you told me that there's a cat on your bed right next to you, you know what I mean? How am I supposed to know unless I see that cat on the bed next to you? I just have to take you for your word, right?
Sorry, what we're doing is we're saying this place cannot exist. It's fictional. And then we're going to ask you, can you go to a fictional place that cannot exist?
If it's fictional, no, because that means it's fiction.
That's what we mean by the comparison of Middle Earth or Narnia or Neverland.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe these places exist, but I'm saying hypothetically, like all these things that I've learned, or say that been taught to me. And I wouldn't say I learned because I struggle with that.
Well, what we're saying is space is the same as these places that are made up. Not just because we're saying that these people have made them up, because they go against laws of nature. Things that we can demonstrate.
If I take your word for it, or I take their word for it, like what's the difference? I'm still taking the word for it.
Right, so you got two stories.
I'm getting two stories.
Hold on. Mate,
which one's real?
Hold on. The story is a violation of laws of nature. Can the story be true? If it violates natural laws, can it be true? If it's made up with laws of nature that don't apply here on the earth, the laws of nature that apply here on the earth don't apply in this story, is the story true?
I mean, it's like, can you believe in religion at that point then?
No, don't switch. Don't switch. You're going to stick to the point. You do this all the time. You switch. Stop.
No, because like you guys bring up a point and it just adds more questions.
No. You've been doing this already throughout the conversation, and you don't like it when somebody puts you to answer the question. You have to answer the question.
I did answer. I can't take somebody.
Hold on, I'll answer. Let me answer this caveat real quick. So, the majority of the main religions do not contradict the laws of nature in any way, shape, or form, because they proffer the idea that the specific theist worldview or whatever has an agent that's responsible for creating the laws of nature in the first instance. You understand? Right. So they have a higher ordinate dimension that's greater than nature, which is called supernatural. So the supernatural, by definition, cannot contradict the laws of nature because the laws of nature are derivative of the supernatural, hence the word super in front of it. We're talking about the physical objects that exist within nature that are beholden to the laws.
Yeah.
All right. Continue.
So, according to those laws of nature, only one story can be true. One story, our story, is we've got gas pressure. We understand how that's created. That story...
There's multiple explanations, but like your explanation, their explanation, like until I test it for myself. You know what I mean?
this is test it for yourself. You understand what a tire is. We had this conversation. It is a law of nature that applies at all times.
I can't test this for myself. I can't create gravity. I can't put gravity.
We're not talking about gravity, Snoz. We're talking about gas pressure.
Well, that would be the counter argument.
No,
and
it's
if
not.
I was trying to,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
I've argued with Globers too, and I've argued both sides of this fucking story.
Snoz, relax, bro. You really have to relax. You go off into speculation mode like the instant somebody starts talking about nature. So we're talking about gas pressure. Stick to gas pressure. How can you attain gas pressure in any instance? You need a container, right? Do you understand that much?
Or if I was arguing with the Glober right now,
no, we're not talking about. Stop going to other things. You have a bad tendency to do that.
It's the same argument, just both sides of it.
No, it's not. You stop doing that. You every single time.
I'm not moving to a different argument. Same argument.
I'm not talking about Globers. I'm talking to you specifically. Only you. Don't talk about anybody else. Don't mention Globers.
Well, that's my point. I don't have either fucking answer to either side.
Listen, we're telling you it's a law of nature. Gas pressure needs a container. Do you understand that much?
It's not the idea that.
Do you understand
the argument behind it? The arguing.
Snoz.
It feels pointless on either side.
Answer the question. Do you need to have a container?
No answer that would end this argument.
Snoz. Do you need to have a container for gas pressure? Yes or no?
Like what I believe?
No, not a belief. Do you need to have a container for gas pressure? Yes or no?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know that you need to put air in a tire in order for the tire to hold that pressure. There needs to be a tire in the first place. Can you put just pressure in the middle of air that's going to be just holding your car? You need a tire.
No, but I can do a fog machine and all that just stays on the floor.
Snoz, you need a tire.
It doesn't float up in the atmosphere.
Snoz, you need a tire, don't you?
So the world's a tire?
No, there's a container.
What's the container then?
Don't ask that question. First, understand if there needs to be one or not. Does there need to be?
How many things can you make a container out of?
Do you need to have a container to have gas pressure? Yes or no? Answer the question. Do you need to have a container? No, there's not multiple answers. There's only one.
There is multiple answers.
So what is another answer to having gas pressure? Can you not have a container?
Yes.
Okay, give me an instance where you cannot have a container for gas pressure. Talk to me about that.
Dexafluoride.
Dexafluoride? What do you mean dexafluoride?
I don't know if that's what it's called.
Sulfur
hexafluoride. Okay, so in that instance, you don't need a container.
You don't need a closed container. No.
Okay. You changed it right there. You don't need a closed container, but do you need a container in the first place?
To keep it in the container?
Yeah, to keep it in the container, Snoz.
Okay, so if the Earth is the container...
No, don't go off into the Earth. No, don't. If the Earth, nothing. I'm asking you a question. Answer it directly. Do you need
gas goes wherever it goes.
Do you need a container for sulfur hexafluoride?
If it doesn't float up, that means it floats down. That's anything that it floats onto is the container then.
No, that's not the point. Do you need a container for sulfur hexafluoride?
No, you don't.
So I can have sulfur hexafluoride without a container.
I mean, if there wasn't the ground, it would just keep going down, right?
No, it's not going down.
If it's heavier than the other gases around it goes down.
Snoz, it's dispersing into any and all directions.
No, it doesn't do that though.
It doesn't do that. So if I didn't have
it goes down.
Snoz, if I didn't have a container for sulfur hexafluoride, where would it all go?
Okay, let's say you had a bowl.
No, we're not. Let's say nothing. Answer my question. If I poured sulfur hexafluoride onto the ground, where would it go?
On the ground.
Yeah, which direction though?
Down.
And where else? It's not just going to
left and right. It definitely wouldn't go up.
Well, where else is it going? It's going in any and all directions, isn't it?
It'd be like water. Yeah, it would just
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
You just agreed with me. Without a container, the gas would go into any and all directions. You've answered your
Not any in all directions. It would definitely not float up.
Well, yes, it does. After a
does
while, yes, it does. After a while, gas dissipates, so it will start to go up as well.
But it turns into a different gas. If it stays that gas, it goes
So
down.
does it go up over time? Does it go up over time?
If it changes into a different gas, I don't know.
Okay, will it change into a different gas?
I don't fucking know. I'm not a chemist.
Okay, but you're just assuming then what you think you know is true.
Would.
You don't know if the gas.
I mean, I've seen this in person. Like, this is one thing I can say I've seen in science class. They poured the fucking glass, and
have you seen it
went down.
Have you seen that gas over a week? Is it still in that whatever container that
is it still that same gas after a week?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure where you got this.
Hello, is it?
I don't have the answer to that. I'm asking you.
Think about it.
So it's not. It disperses into the air that it's in. So it goes back again into any and all directions. And where's gravity at that point? Nowhere to be found, huh? It doesn't keep it to the ground, Snoz. That's the idiotic idea that you have about this.
It's not in a container.
It's not in a container. It's everywhere. It dispersed into the air itself. So it didn't just stay on the ground, did it?
So how is the Earth a container holding the gases?
Okay, so now back to the point, because your example was not proven to not be without a container. It's still sulfur hexafluoride in your example still had a container. Did it not?
They didn't have a container. We poured it.
How? Yeah. Where did we pour
it from? What?
Where did we pour the gas? Where did we pour it to? The ground?
Into what? We poured it into what?
Into
We've all
what?
seen the demonstration. What did we pour the gas into?
You just don't want to say. Say it. It's not.
Poured it into the ground. What are you talking about?
No. Say container. Say container. You have to say that word because you don't want to say.
So we poured it out of the container into a bigger container. Is that what you're saying?
Well, let's put it like this. Yes. In the first instance, he bought the gas to the demonstration in a container. He then opened the fish tank, poured a heavy sulfur hexafluoride gas into that fish tank. Now, the fish tank, the glass of the structure, was able to keep the dense gas there for a while. But over time, entropy took place, and a few hours later, the sulfur hexafluoride wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, let me teach you a little bit. The container they poured the sulfur hexafluoride from had a container on it, and they had to open it because it's not stored in an open container because the gas will just escape. And so when they pour the gas into the fish tank is actually in air. So the heavier sulfur hexafluoride gas has to actually diffuse up and into the air above it. So that takes a lot longer time than if the sulfur hexafluoride had a vacuum above it. Then the sulfur hexafluoride will simply instantly fill the vacuum, as demonstrated in the GIFs we have shown you repeatedly.
And so where is gravity then, Snoz? Nowhere to be found.
So there's no gravity?
No, not the way that you're thinking. The theory of gravity, that bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. No. The idea that things are falling, the effect, and they call it gravity, the thing that we see things falling through the medium of air, that's real. Because we all can see the effects. But what they're claiming is not. Because it's a begging the question. It then implies that the Earth is definitely a globe in the vacuum of space, because bending and warping of the curvature of space and time is going to, make the gas stick to the ground. So they're telling you a story that's embellished on top of what you think is happening, on top of the effect.
Yeah, like on your side of things too, like the gravity thing.
What about?
I didn't even think about that earlier. That either side, what is what causes gravity?
Sorry, I got you. The gravity thing. What? No one knows. Even if gravity was a thing, but if you're going to start circling back round to the gas pressure argument, then you have to show me where gravity is affecting gas. Being as we've already described it, going everywhere in all directions. My,
is that the
my
gases
God, why
aren't
can't I-
escaping the Earth.
Why can't I finish the sentence with you? Why can't I finish the sentence with you?
Like, if you guys
Getting
argue.
really frustrating.
I know, I'm frustrated too. That's why I didn't want to argue. Remember at the beginning of this, I was like, I don't really want to talk about it.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning. But you brought up gravity, didn't you? And you said we didn't talk about it earlier, didn't you?
No,
so I thought I'd say,
not that we didn't talk about it. It just raises a bunch of more questions.
yeah, so let's get rid of them really quickly then. If we're going to say that gravity affects gas, then you'd have to have the observation of gravity affecting gas. Being as gas goes freely and randomly in all directions, and gravity is only the direction of down, even if we say gravity is a thing, it's still not observably affecting the gas. So even if I gave it to you, it's not affecting gas.
But it does, doesn't it? Because there's heavier gases than others.
Hold on. No, so that's the relationship between two or more gases, their density, right? But we're talking about a direction downwards, like you drop a ball. That's just down. Gas
But like a
moves
bowling
freely.
ball and a feather can fall at the same time, and one's way more dense than the other.
Yeah, and we will let go of gas and watch the gas go in all directions because gas isn't a bowling ball or a feather.
But heavy gases will go down.
But not in a vacuum. Hold on, shit me. In a vacuum, the heavy gas will go in all directions, won't it? In a vacuum, the gas will disperse into the space, won't
We don't live
it?
in a vacuum.
If the sky was a vacuum, would the gas that we breathe disperse into it? Yes or no?
Yes, I don't.
Yes, the answer is yes. The gas would obviously disperse into the free space. It's really simple to explain and understand. We've done it 5 fucking times now.
Yeah, gases disperse into any and all directions, even on Earth. So you don't have that example to say that it's gravity. Even using your precious sulfur hexafluoride example, it still disperses into the air over time. That's what happened. So where's gravity?
So if gravity's not a thing, then what is keeping us here?
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Just can't do like George Orwell.
I mean, I warned you guys beforehand. I know you're getting frustrated, and I'm frustrated.
No, it's not frustrating. It's just that the level of understanding that you have for things.
How many times did I call myself stupid?
No,
where do you expect to fly to?
The idea that you start to introduce these speculations of yours are annoying. They're not speculations. They're things we either know or we don't.
They're things I don't understand. I don't understand.
Well, they're demonstrated, right? So you can have a demonstration to prove to yourself, and everybody can check out demonstrations, and we can all do to find out the reality of the situation. So,
until I demonstrate it to myself, for you guys getting upset at me for not.
No, listen. If the claim is that the Earth has the gravitational pull to the Earth because of Earth being a globe, then the first instance needs to be proved first. So it's a begging the question to talk about gravity and the things like the physics that happen on the Earth. You're thinking, okay, they have an argument because they have the physics working on a globe, but they haven't provided the evidence that the Earth is a globe in the first place. So
there hasn't been evidence that we live in a dome either.
Nobody said dome.
In order for it to be pressurized, like he's saying, like a bike tire, there has to be an enclosed space.
Container is not a dome.
There's no evidence that we live in a container.
Air pressure is evidence.
Sorry. Apart from the gas pressure that we're breathing, there's no evidence for the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, he says. Apart from the gas pressure we're breathing.
Your argument is that we're in a container that I can't see. I just have to believe it because there is gas pressure. And then their argument is for gravity, which I can't see. They just have to. I have to believe there's gravity because there's gas pressure on Earth.
No, it's a false equivalence. No, the difference is they're claiming that the imaginary cause of gravity or the effect. We all see the effect of things falling. We all see the effects of gas pressure. So we all see these effects. Difference is we can create gas pressure here on Earth, and we can scientifically validate gas pressure. There's no scientific validation for the imagined cause of
Can't
gravity.
recreate gravity though on a small scale.
Yeah, that's
like
an
we can.
imagination. You can't create an imaginary thing that doesn't exist in reality.
But that's
in reality,
the thing.
we have an effect called gravity. We have an effect called gravity, but it actually has no proven cause. If you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about this, he'll tell you when asked, "What is gravity?" I don't know. But you know?
Don't know what gravity is. How can we say what it does and doesn't do then? If we don't know what gravity is.
Oh my God.
That's why
Because
we're
somebody
telling
made up a
you,
word.
The effect is what everybody sees. There's no problem for us. There's just a problem for the globe. Get that through your head.
There's the effect and the cause. You're when you say gravity, you're lumping them both in the same way. There's two things. You either have the theory, and that's the causation of gravity, and then you have the effect, what we all see. When you drop a pen through the medium of air, we see it fall down. That's the effect. Do you understand the differences between those two?
Yeah, but how do we... So if it affects the pen, why couldn't it affect gases?
It doesn't, observably, does it? You've asked why doesn't it affect
does.
gas?
There's heavy and light gases.
Hold on, you just brought up one pen, and we're talking about the pen going.
Somebody else brought up the fucking pen. I'm not derailing anything. Somebody else brought a pen.
Yeah, I know. I said the pen, but when you start talking about gases are not equivalent to a pen, because gases. The pen when it drops through the medium of air, it falls to the ground. It stays on the ground, right? You can understand that much.
I know.
Okay, now let's use the heavy gas that you mentioned, sulfur hexafluoride. Let's say you have a little tank of that stuff, and you pour it on the ground. Will the gas remain on the ground, just like the pen? Will it remain on the ground? Answer that question.
I've never witnessed this.
I've never. See, here's where you're getting it wrong.
I've never looked at a pen on the ground for more than a day.
The heavy gas that you talked about is not equivalent to the pen. The pen is solid. The gas is fluid. Okay, so it's not going to stay the same as a pen. The pen will remain on the ground. The gas will disperse and go into any and all directions. Not the pen. The pen will remain.
He did say that he did say he hasn't stared at a pen long enough to see if it's going to float away, I believe.
I mean, that'd be pretty boring, right?
He's also
Okay, no,
but gravity again as a cause. He's
It sounds funny. It sounds funny to you, Snaz, but you're not thinking about this in a very logical way. Well, now you have to answer those questions because you either know or you don't know this. Will the pen disperse?
That's my whole point. I don't know any of this shit.
Will the pen disperse into any and all directions? Answer.
No.
Will the pen? No. Will the gas?
I mean, if you leave a pen there long enough.
Stop. Will the gas disperse into any and all directions?
Not. I mean, I guess over time.
Thank you. There you go. Stop.
But it's not that same gas anymore.
Stop. Full stop. So you just
if the pen turns into something that's not a pen.
No, there's no caveat. No caveat. You've already admitted what it's really hard for you to do. We got you there. The pen didn't disperse into any and all directions. The gas did. So you can't
say about dexafluoride specifically. It did not disperse into every direction.
It did.
Once it becomes some other gas, it did.
It did.
When it didn't go up.
Yes, it does. When you leave it in this, when you leave it in the tank,
it doesn't become
overnight. The gas will start to dissipate and leave the
because it becomes a different gas.
No, it does not. So, provide a citation for that, little man.
Constantly right now. It doesn't disperse and then it stays there forever.
You just finished saying you don't know, and now you know. You know gases. You just finished saying, "Oh, I don't know anything." Now you're saying that, yeah, I know something. Which is it then? You know or you don't know? Huh?
I don't know. You're right.
Okay, thank you. And you're arguing like shit. You're arguing like shit, and you think there's a.
But you're arguing it like I should know, and there's the opposite of every argument you make.
And when I told you about the pen, I'm going to ask you again so you can make it very clear to the audience because you're trying to pull this little game that you've been playing for a while. I'm not going to let you. Does the pen dissipate into any and all directions?
Overnight? No.
How about over a week?
No.
How about over a month?
No.
Okay. Stop.
What about 100
Now
years?
stop. I'm
gonna be right there after 100 years.
I'm going to ask the question. Now, we went from the pen to the gas. So now the gas. Will the gas disperse into any and all directions over a day?
That gas specifically.
Yes.
All gas. It's the nature of gas.
Well, we're going to stick to your example because you brought this up. That
dexafluoride will go up, is what you're saying.
No, not what I'm saying. Will it go up?
Will dexafluoride go up over time?
Yes.
No, because it's dexafluoride.
Okay, so do you know? I'm going to ask you another question. Do you know this to be true? What you just said.
If you have dexafluoride right now in a container,
do you know
never go up?
Oz, do you know? Yes or no? Because either you're going to be right or wrong.
I've seen it poured. I don't know. I didn't see it poured.
I don't care about you seeing it poured. I care about if the gas is going to dissipate into any and all directions. Do you know this or not?
I know for a fact that dexafluoride goes down.
He doesn't know this.
I don't care about your facts. I care about you answering my question.
I did not witness dexafluoride over a week on the ground. I don't know what the fuck it does overnight.
No.
I know it goes down and it does not go up when you first initially pour it.
Shut up. Say you know or you don't know. You know or you don't know.
I do know that it goes down.
No. You see how you like playing these little sophist games of yours?
No, you're trying to say that I don't know what happens to it a week later, and that means I don't know what happens at that moment. And I do know what happens.
No, he's not trying to equate anything, Snaz. Listen to what he's asking you and answer his questions instead of answering something completely different. Don't be retarded.
That's the same question. You guys do this a lot. You guys say that I'm not answering the same question, that I'm moving on.
No, listen to his words.
I'm going to keep asking it. Do you know if the gas dissipates over a week?
No, I do not know that.
All right. So you do not know something that
I know
that you're claiming
at that time that gas will go down and will not go up.
So
I don't know what happens to that gas after a week.
You said I know gas will go down and not go up. Is that what you're saying?
Dexafluoride, yes, it will pour, and you can't pour dexafluoride, the gas, up.
I'm not talking about pouring it up. Over time,
well, then it doesn't dissipate in every direction, does it?
No, I can pour it up if I had a more dense gas. It's because the gas you're pouring it in is less dense, and so it appears to fall relative to that because it's in concentration. And so as it concentrates and pushes against the less dense gas, it pushes into it. That's how it escapes the little container you have it in. That's why we need a cap on the container. That's why we don't store gases in buckets.
Drace had a way better explanation than the rest of y'all. That actually makes sense.
No, it's just the way that you were actually stating it is incorrect. Because you're making a knowledge claim that you don't have knowledge.
The questions you guys keep asking me, I'm the one that doesn't have the answers, but I keep getting asked questions.
You're telling me you don't have the answers, but you're making a claim that you do.
Well, I personally, I have seen dexafluoride poured, which means it went down.
If you pour it into a fish tank, it will remain in the fish tank for a short amount of time before it dissipates.
Now, you guys are asking me what happens after that. I don't know.
I'm talking, will you, Snaz? Stop talking when I'm talking.
Everybody talks when I talk. What's the difference?
Because you're freaking annoying. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just going to mute myself. This is getting frustrating.
well, then kick rocks then. But the example that you're using is incorrect. If you pour sulfur hexafluoride in a tank, it remains in the tank for a short amount of time before it dissipates. If I was to not have a tank and pour it, let's say on a table, it would run off on the table and fall down and all that stuff, but it would dissipate into any and all directions. And as I'm pouring it, just like I do water, it would run off the table. It will still go into any and all directions because
any and all is not any and all if it doesn't go up.
Oh, it will though. It will because gas.
When water becomes something else besides water, yeah, it will go up.
Listen,
it's not becoming something else besides. It's still the same gas. It's still going up. The only difference is it's going up slower because there's another gas there, and it's blocking it going up as fast.
But it's still going up. But it's still going up. So
it's always going all directions. It's just going real slow because there's other gases around it.
Yep. And that's the thing that you don't know. So your sulfur hexafluoride example is garbage. It's not anything to do with gravity. So you're wrong.
So what?
To give you a better example, take an anvil. If I drop it, does it go down?
It does go down.
Oh no, that's not correct. It depends entirely on the medium I'm dropping it in. If I drop it in liquid mercury, it actually just goes up.
Because mercury's denser.
Correct.
Okay, so if we live in a container, how do we know what's outside of this container isn't denser than it?
Speculation.
Who cares?
Well, apparently you guys care. You're the ones bringing up these
Nobody
points,
cares.
and it just brings up more questions to me.
The more questions that you have are speculations. You want us to entertain speculations. We don't do that with people that are trying to get a grasp.
We live in a container is a speculation.
We're trying to grasp on reality. We're not going to do that if we start entertaining the fact that we're going to be talking about the what ifs and the maybes and the could be's. We're not going to do that.
It's all been what if, maybes, could be's.
No, your mind, the way it works right now, is that you don't want to face
prove your theory or not speculation. Right?
You don't want to face the fact that reality is displaying itself to all of us the same way. So you want to conjure up the fact that there is a debate when there isn't one.
I didn't want to debate. You guys,
I can understand that. I can understand that you get more and more questions as your current belief system crumbles. That is not our problem. We are not the replacement cosmology for you to believe in. We just have the evidence that your current belief system isn't real and isn't based on anything real.
Why is it so important to you guys to make sure that, why, just like that whole astronaut thing, why is it important for them to lie to everybody? Why is it important for you guys to tell me this?
People are making.
Why are you so passionate about it?
All right, so you want the answer or not? Shut up.
Can I finish what I'm saying? You're doing exactly the thing. Like I'm in the middle of a sentence and you're telling me to shut up.
Hey, hold on, Miggy. Hold on. Can I talk to one of my fellows?
Your fellows? Yeah. Am I hearing a conversation that's going on?
I recognize a southern fellow gentleman, so. So what's the problem? Do you have a problem with us, like just teaching people how to think, or what?
Nah, I have a problem with y'all getting angry. Like you keep pushing me for answering questions. I don't want to answer questions, man. I don't have answers. I'm stupid.
Well, join the club. Everybody's stupid.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's the only thing I agree on. I think we don't know shit. That's all I.
So here's I can't ask. Why do you think everybody's stupid, though?
I mean, do you think we know everything?
I don't think we can. I don't think we can know everything.
I don't think it's possible.
I think the only thing we can know is that we are real, that we exist, and that we interact with each other and interact with other minds. Like, you know that I'm real, right?
Yeah, but people that believe in the Matrix don't. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me give you a 3-part scenario here. So you're either in reality, or you're in the dream of God, or you are in a simulation.
Yeah.
Okay, would you say those are the 3 possibilities?
That I can think of, yeah.
Okay. So if those are the 3 possibilities, then you are left with the exact same conundrum in the very end, and that is the ordered God that is dreaming has rules, and that is essentially what reality is, or you are in reality, or the simulation is ordered and has rules and is therefore reality. Everything that you experience is defined by nature as reality, and reality is unchanging. Because what you experience would not be a manifestation of us or of you. Therefore, it has rules that it follows.
Right.
And so, however we may describe it, it is what we call reality, because it's all we can sense as being the physical and natural world around us.
Would we know all the rules if we are in that reality?
We can know the rules we discover.
But there could be rules, exceptions to those rules, right? If we haven't discovered them yet.
It really depends. There's no rule against the second law of thermodynamics.
He wants to say things that happen outside of the things we know. So,
I mean, everything that in the scientific community, everything they thought they know 100 years ago, there was something wrong about it.
that's his ploy at getting out of the fact that we say that the laws of nature are operating on a specific way. So
Right.
I'm saying I don't know. You guys might know. I just know for a fact that I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
The laws of nature are not scientific. They're laws. They are the things that we observe and know to be true. They haven't been proven scientifically. They are things that we observe as being self-evident, like the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, I don't know the first law, so I couldn't tell you what the
Nobody does. Second law of thermodynamics is... help me out here, Miggy. I've just woken up.
Repeat. Hot moves to cold.
Yes, hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. Equilibrium.
It's a direction that happens in this direction always.
Yes.
It does happen in the reverse direction.
Right.
So so just very quickly for the gentleman, because you've engaged him, well done. So the hot cup of coffee, mate. When I put the hot cup of coffee and I leave it alone, it gets cold, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's a law of nature. It doesn't happen the opposite way round. I leave the cold water alone and it spontaneously gets hot for some reason. That doesn't happen, does it?
But it doesn't water would boil if it gets cold enough, right?
Yeah. Something would happen if I implemented a change. So I could.
Is it possible there could be a change that we haven't implemented that could affect something differently?
I don't want to lose you. Right, and you're already going down roads that make
I've been lost this whole time, bro.
But this is really simple. The hot cup of coffee is going to get cold. The hot cup of coffee is going to get cold, isn't it?
Yes.
Awesome. That's a law of nature. That always happens in this way. There's nothing that goes against this. If something did, it wouldn't be a law of nature, would it?
You know the first law also.
Hang on, Craig.
Let's let him answer.
Okay, Roger.
Sorry, my mic didn't put it. I guess no.
And that's what we're talking about. Laws of nature happen like this always. If something went against that law of nature, we wouldn't be calling it a law of nature. So, as Meme was pointing out, you can't go against the second law of thermodynamics, which is the coffee getting cold. That's what that law is talking about. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Good. Meme, you can have him back now, mate.
Okay. So, apart from interfering with nature, as nature progresses by itself, the second law of thermodynamics is a true reality. And we can all agree on that. And so everything that we investigate, everything that we look at, everything that we experience, we can fundamentally understand because we interact with each other and we know that other minds exist, can be quantified as being true and real. And so we can 100% know that we all inhabit this reality.
I got a good showcase for him on this, because I know he said he doesn't know the first law, but I believe he does.
I mean,
have you ever heard that?
But I can't say what it is.
Yeah, have you ever heard that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed? Did I cut out?
No, you got it.
Oh, okay, yeah. You heard that before, right?
Yeah.
There you go. You knew the first law. You just didn't know how to label it as the first law.
Yeah.
So you got this stuff figured out. You're not really like speaking at an expert level, and that's fine. You don't need to say, hey, the first law is X, Y, and Z to be an expert in thermodynamics. You've already got the knowledge base. You've got it right now in your head. Just think it out to its full logical conclusion.
See, I like talking to y'all. Y'all build me up instead of saying, why can't I understand something simple? Make me feel smart.
It sounds complicated. The second law of thermodynamics and all that stuff. All we're talking about is the movement of energy from hot to cold or high pressure to low pressure. Sounds complicated. It's fucking simple. It's simple because it's just about the world around us, how it works and operates. And we can understand these things. If we didn't, we'd have trouble making coffee in the morning, wouldn't we? If we didn't understand these very simple laws of nature.
So this law proves that we're like not in the Matrix.
Let's bring this back around to where we were at in the beginning of this conversation, and the reason why they're making these claims and people advocate for them is because they're saying that they're agreeing that they're negating the fact that these laws are what's actually happening. So if we say the hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, these are the ways that the reality in which we all abide by are the laws that are governed by the reality which we are in. Then we're to say that how is it possible that we can have gas pressure without a container? That's the question that we're asking to the globe people who think the Earth is a globe. And there isn't an instance, because as far as we're along right now, you should be understanding the fact that
I understand it. I just don't understand what the container is.
Well, I know. So then, therefore, anything that they claim to do in outer space, in the vacuum of space, cannot be a place that exists. That's why we're saying the logical statement that place cannot exist, for the simple fact that it would negate the understanding of gas pressure without a container. So that place that they talk about, they're taking pictures, and that you say, well, I can't get there, so I can't verify if it's true or not. We're telling you it does not exist. It's a place of fiction, because if it did, it would violate the idea that gas pressure needs a container. Are you following along still, or did we lose you? Because I wanted to bring you back around.
I'm following along. Like I said, it just brings up a lot more questions.
But so the story that they're giving us is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, or the laws that we understand reality is governed by. Can you see where our position is on this topic? It's not a debate.
Yeah, I see your position.
So it's not a debate anymore. They have to provide the evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container, which is in the instance of the globe. Matter and energy can transfer back and forward from the Earth out into the vacuum of space. So they have to provide evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container. And if they're saying gravity is the container, then they're going to have to provide an instance where gravity is a container demonstrated here on Earth.
But that's where I like. It's not the fact that I don't like. I understand that point. It's just it's the fact that if we are in a container, it raises 1,000 more questions of like.
No, just one.
I know what I already know what his question's going to be, Chris. I know exactly what it is. Are you going to talk the nature of the container?
Yeah, like, what's the container made of?
Well,
yeah.
Not just that, but like.
I want to ask you.
What is that above us? Then you know what I mean.
Before you go on, I want to give you a perspective change. Okay, I want you to imagine that you are a fish in the ocean.
Right.
All right. One fish says to you, "How are all the waters contained?"
Yeah.
What's your answer?
Like how gravity?
No. I just mean contained, as in why isn't all flowing off everywhere?
Oh, because it's contained in the ocean, right?
Contained by what?
Contained.
Says the fish. What container? I've never seen a shoreline.
Gravity.
Well, what's holding it in the ocean now? Like, why isn't it just flowing out everywhere? See, the fish have never seen a shoreline, have they? A fish that sees a shoreline is dead.
Right.
So.
And a fish also doesn't conceptualize gravity.
Right. Yeah. We're just talking about like the bucket of the ocean, right? Like the oceans are contained by all the shorelines, right?
Yeah, in the bucket.
Right.
A container.
Right. But how would a fish conceptualize that and describe it to another fish?
Fuck me if I... Fish might be smarter than me because I don't have an answer.
Well, that's the thing. The fish couldn't answer, and we can't answer either because it's outside the realm of knowledge. Yeah. I gotta take a call.
And so you better understand the second law. Whenever you draw a breath, you're actually using the second law. As you increase the volume in your lungs, there's lower pressure and air rushes in. As your rib cage compresses, there's higher pressure and the air rushes out. If gravity could stop this higher pressure from equalizing with lower pressure, then you would not be able to exhale, and you would have to be on all fours on your globe.
Right. But maybe I'm just getting hung up on the, because, like, to me, a container, like, I couldn't think of what a container could be made of. You know what I mean?
Neither does the fish. Don't you get it? The fish doesn't know what.
No, yeah.
Either.
Yeah, we don't make the claims on what we don't make the claims on what it is because we don't know. We are not a replacement cosmology. We just know how all the problems work. We have looked into all the logic behind it. We have looked at all the tests and the underlying foundations. And it's just a belief system. It's just been so popular because it was put into the schools and kids learned this and then have this deep belief in it. If they didn't all believe it, they wouldn't be conforming their bias and falling for all these errors. It's just wishful thinking, essentially.
Would you agree?
That's the thing. Like, if I asked the question, like the container, like there would be an answer for these other questions. But if I, like, not knowing, which I agree with, like, we don't know shit, like, for them to say that they know is a fact is kind of like, it's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, they can't know for a fact.
Do you think that the fish cares that it doesn't know anything about its surroundings?
No, that's the point I was bringing up earlier, was how I don't, either side of it. That's why I brought up the whole Glover thing, is like, I really don't care that everybody was like, oh, how can you not?
The fish cares that it can swim, get away from things, and breathe water, oxygen, water.
Yeah, but it's kind of like the other fish in this example has been telling us that, like, the world has all these weird things on the edges, and it's like this and that, and we're just like, oh, okay, we believed all that stuff. Yeah. But then over the years, we went swimming, and then we found an edge, and, like, this is a shoreline. And it's nothing like the Globers told us. And so we start being like, wait a minute, if this isn't like what they told us, what about everything else? And we start looking deeper and deeper and deeper, and the whole thing unravels. It's not like we wanted not to be Globers.
Right. Because, like, I don't know, if I was told, I mean, wouldn't that be the first question after you find out that air is here because it's in a container? Like, what is the container? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but then you would come to the understanding that I can't go to the sky and touch it, but the necessary requirement for something physical for the gas to press upon must be in place. Now, it could be fucking glass, it could be rock, it could be a million things, because I'll just name physical things.
Right.
It could even be a fluid. So it could
be something that we don't know about yet.
Yeah. It could be anything. But the idea that it's pressing on nothing, a vacuous space, is fucking ridiculous. Because it comes down to this. It's got to be pressing on something. It's not going to be pressing on nothing. Now, I don't have to understand what that something is, but I know that something's got to be there.
What if it is pressing on something and neither side knows the answer to it?
Yeah, we don't claim to know the answer to it. That's the beauty. They claim it's pressing on nothing, which we can test here on the Earth's surface, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, and it doesn't stop gas at all. So we know it's not stopping gas above where gravity is supposed to be weaker.
But, like, there's, like, if I had looked into a telescope, I could see gases moving on a, nearby planet.
Can you? You cannot see that.
No.
Yeah, you can.
Sorry, what you can do is you can believe the story that you're told that those are gases that you see. But when you critically think about having giant balls, hold on. Yeah, but when you critically think about having giant balls of gas uncontained from vacuums, then you understand that that story that you're told cannot be true. Cannot be true. But you can believe the story about when you look through the telescope and they tell you that's gas, that is. You idiot. That's gas in a vacuum. Believe that. It's ridiculous. It's a lie. It's stupid.
You're right. You're right. Like, I mean, just taking that for what they're saying it is.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
like, if I look at it and I don't have an opinion one way or the other, what would I be looking at? You know what I mean?
A light.
Yeah.
Not
Exactly.
even if it's not gases. Like, what is that?
You've got the same question that I've got and everybody else has got. We don't know because we're just standing on the floor looking through the telescope. We'd have to go there to verify it for ourselves to tell us what it was. We can only look at it, mate.
But-
Mind blown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I did go, like if I built my, I had Elon. Like, I don't know.
You can't go in a rocket. You would die at liftoff.
Yeah.
Everyone would. That's what he's saying. That the forces, the human body can't take that.
Exactly. That's just magical TV illusion. You cannot accelerate that quickly without turning into mush. How's that?
Right. And if you were to travel up slowly, like let's say if I just kept
Like
on
in a
building
like in a
giant
hot air
ladder.
like in a hot air balloon or something? Sure.
Like if I built like a giant ladder, like I just had unlimited resources, and over time I just kept on building up somehow without it structurally failing. Like what?
Somebody tried that a long time ago and bad things happened.
It was called the Tower of Babel.
But it wasn't that tall, was it? Is that a real thing? I don't know what that is.
In the Bible.
No. Man, I don't know. 1,000 questions, man. That's all I got.
I mean,
I have a question for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you want to float and fly and go into the sky? It's a serious question.
Personally, I don't. But like, hey, it's not something I'm actively going to pursue. It's just the thought of like, what would? I mean, I am curious of like, the whole like exploration thing where they're saying, like, what do they call them? Dangerous Pete. Who called me that? Anyways, if I traveled in one direction just to see for myself what would happen without, somebody stopping me. Like, I am curious to see, like I'm curious. I'm not going to do it.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, all right? You're going to die, and I'm not going to tell you how, but that's what's going to happen because I know that for a fact because we're on the ground. If we were supposed to be floating in the air, we would be doing that.
Well, I mean, not even just up, like, to the left or right. Like, we were talking about the
Go
edge.
ahead, see what happens. You're going to die.
So what would I see before I die? Like, I'd still be curious about that.
Remember my scenario about the fish talking to each other?
Yeah.
What if the fish says, I want to see what's out beyond the edge of the ocean? What happens to the fish? If he leaves the ocean.
He dies eventually.
Well,
but he does see the edge of the ocean before he dies.
Guys, you said it. And listen, that's not want to leave where you live.
Yeah. By the way,
I want to be like, if I do die, I would still like to know what I see before I die. You know what I mean? Like, what caused my death?
Is the purpose of life to discover the Earth or to discover something about yourself?
I don't know what the purpose of life is yet.
Snaz. Well, let me ask you, like, what do you believe? Because this is going to go more into the realm of philosophy, like why the whys.
Yeah, it will.
So, what do you believe?
I believe I don't know. You know what I mean? That is 100% of my.
Well, I mean, do you believe in a creator or anything like that?
I believe that there could be a creator. I believe that I don't.
Hey, listen, if what you say is true, saying I believe there could be, he doesn't want to hear that anyway.
Yeah, no, that's but like, there's also like, it's the religion talk. Like, there's multiple.
A creator isn't a religion. A creator, like the idea of the the primary mover, the uncaused first mover.
Right.
That's not a religious concept. That's a logical concept.
Yeah, and there's multiple people who feel like they're following different logical concepts.
No, there's no different logical. I'm talking about reality, truth, the primary mover, the first cause. By definition, it's not a, you can't know it scientifically, but you can deduce it logically. See, let me ask you something. Where does information come from?
Your senses.
No. I mean the information that makes everything up. See, everything is held together by information exchange. Everything. Every single molecule is held together by information. It knows what to be, but it knows nothing. The information just exists.
It's too deep for me, man.
So let me ask you, what is the necessary prerequisite for information? Where does it have to come from?
An informer.
Right. You're like the first person to get that. You said you were dumb. You said you were dumb.
I was just reading Drace.
Okay, you were reading Drace. Okay, well, that's smart, though. An informer, right. And by definition, when we talk about the definite article of the informer, which is the first cause, now, everyone can argue about the first cause, whether it's a good creator, a bad creator, if it's the demiurge, if it's the programmer, if it's Yahweh, everyone can argue about all the philosophy and religious aspects behind what the first cause is. But even George Carlin believed in the first cause.
Right.
He called it the Great Proton.
Yeah, I mean, I believe. Yeah, I mean, everything comes from nothing. I do believe that.
Right. So, you believe in a creator.
Yeah, there's so many creators that I don't know what the creator is. You know what I mean?
So many different conceptions. A creator is just a fact. It's just a fact. There's conceptions and ideas about what the creator is. Who the creator is. Now, that's a different argument. That's a different conversation. That goes into philosophy, and then that goes into religion.
Right.
Now, what we're talking about, though, is the logical necessity that a creator had to make this place.
And what made the creator?
Well, see, that's a logical fallacy to ask that. Because when I say the, as in the first cause, as in the cause of reality, so what came before reality?
The chicken.
Right. Right, so we're in reality. There's thought, there's energy, there's motion, there's laws. And that's what reality is.
Right.
What can exist in non-reality?
Oh my God, dude, my brain hurts right now.
Right. It just takes 2 or 3 minutes of thinking about this before someone goes from atheist immediately to deist.
Well, I never considered myself atheist because I think it's equally as.
I don't believe in atheist, so.
Yeah, I hate talking to atheists.
Yeah.
It's the same argument that they know that this is a fact when they don't have the,
Well, the problem is they're making a positive claim about something that is unknowable, right?
Right.
So they can't know that their positive claim is true. There is no God, or there is no creator, or there is no deity. Whereas even an agnostic can say, well, I don't believe or I don't know. Because when someone says, I don't believe in God, that's actually agnosticism. That's the same as saying, I don't know. Because to not know is to lack the ability to believe.
Right.
Right. So the atheist has to positively claim there is no God. Or there is no creator. Right? Would you agree on those terms?
Yeah, sure.
So would you say you're agnostic or maybe deist? Now, a deist can say, there's a creator, don't know the nature of him, and I'll let the religious people argue over who he is.
Sounds like me right there. That's me all the way. I know there's a creator, and you guys can argue over it. I don't care, because we have air pressure, and that proves it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, because, internally, the creator thing makes sense. You know what I mean?
So you'd probably fall into the deist category, right? A deist is someone who says, yeah, there's a creator, but don't know him, and everyone else can argue about him.
Yeah, I mean,
because you
didn't just come from nothing.
Yeah, like let's just pretend it's a programmer. You don't have to worship the
A creator implies that it was made on purpose, like something with the intention of making something created it, right?
Well, that's because the reason we infer that is because that's how we are. Every single thing we do is intent. There's no nihilism. Nihilism is a lie. Everything that is done with intent. Nothing is gratuitous.
Because, like, I don't know. I also feel like I feel like what we know as an existence was created. But I just don't know if it was created with purpose or if it was like we could be a side effect of something else too. You know what I mean?
That's fair. I mean, but like I said, that's deism, and I think that's left, more for philosophy and religion. We have rooms for that. But as long as we can agree that we're not going to go into the infinite regression fallacy, which is what's the cause of the cause of the cause of the cause, right?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, in the
end, something caused.
You're going to have a first cause, first cause, which is necessary for anything that follows it, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so if that first cause, we would probably defined as a mind or consciousness. Some great mind or consciousness that has to exist. It has to be a mind because thought was clearly put into it. Because there's laws and there's information. Now, I don't know who built the watch, but I know it's a watch.
And there must be a watchmaker.
Yeah, and there has to be a watchmaker. I don't know anything about him. Like, imagine I'm just an NPC in Grand Theft Auto. I don't know anything about Rockstar. Nothing. I don't know anything about the Rage engine that they used to build the game. I don't know any of that. But I do know somebody programmed it. Somebody built it.
I mean, that's my brain keeps going to that, infinite thing you were talking about, where what caused cause, blah blah blah.
Right.
Because I'm like, the wind caused the tree to fall over, but what caused the wind to blow? What caused, that?
About that, like if I go back to the simulation, you're thinking about that from within the simulation, aren't you? So could you apply the laws of the simulation to what exists prior to the simulation?
I don't know what was prior to it.
So yeah, that's exactly it. So like say you're playing Skyrim, are the rules in Skyrim the same as the rules outside of Skyrim in real life?
No.
Okay, so
we're the same.
Right. So in Skyrim, you can experiment inside the world all you want to, right, and figure things out, but you would never say, I figured this out in the game and it works like this and I can pop through the wall if I hold the basket out in front of me. But those same laws just don't apply in real life, do they?
No.
Right. And so it would be fallacious of us to take our understanding of the physical and real world that we exist in and try and apply them to the mind that is the creator, the mind of the creator, the existence or whatever the creator is. There's no human conception for being able to even comprehend that. Right. So it's kind of like time. Time isn't even real. Time is a concept that we created.
Right. Well, I mean, in that sense, wouldn't, the whole Big Bang theory, wouldn't the Big Bang be considered a creator then?
Well, no, because something would have to exist before the Big Bang, and that's part of the Kalam cosmological argument.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
This is the explosion of everything from no intelligent source. Everything for no reason. What Meme's pointing out is, hey, look, you can only ever demonstrate intelligence creating things.
Right.
Things don't spring into existence for no apparent reason. We call that magic. That is akin to the Big Bang story. That's like magic, that is.
That is magic. That's the one free miracle.
That would imply that we were created for a reason. And how do we know that we're created for a reason?
Yeah, the creator's reason, whatever he created it for. So who cares?
So it's the same. You know, why do we make games? Why do we create? Why do you create anything?
Have you ever made something and it made something else too that you didn't want? Like if you cut a piece of wood, like you've made a cut piece of wood, but you also created sawdust. How do we know we're not the sawdust of the creator?
You could look at it that way, but then I mean that'll just that doesn't really deal with, you know, the creation or the creator itself, right? Because that's kind of like goes back into the realms of philosophy. Like, is the creator good? Is he negligent? Is he evil?
Right.
Just, you know, but it's still, even if we don't know the intent, there was some other intent, right? Even if we're just a side effect, there was some intent. You know, maybe the creator's purpose was just to get plastic.
Yeah.
Like maybe plastic is the end goal of the creator.
Maybe he needs like 400 of these Earth terrariums in his garage to create electricity so he doesn't have to pay for it from the power company.
Yeah, he could be a deity post-apocalypse and we're like potatoes plugged up to a cell phone. You never know.
And just like you get sawdust when you saw the wood, you use that sawdust to clean up all the dirt and stuff. It gets used.
You do.
Yeah.
Right. So like I said, intent is you know, that's more unknowable, and that's where the realm of that's what like, you know, faith and religion is for, is to try and like know the intent and mind of God, at least in like the smallest portion. Like there's some things in life that are so good. Like I believe in a benevolent creator because there are things in life that are just too good.
Yeah, and then there's I mean, it's a mixed bag.
It's a balanced bag.
Yeah,
but it's left up to you how balanced you want it to be. Because, you know, if you're thoughtful and reflective, you can have way more good experiences than you have bad experiences.
Like a good perspective.
Right. So I mean that's literally how we developed a religion. You know, we have all these good results from acting this way, and we got all these bad results from acting this way. Why don't we just act this way, right?
Yeah, but that should be just morals, right?
Well, yeah, but like I said, that's morals, ethics, virtue. So morals are objective values that don't change, but, you know, we as humans create ethics and virtues, like for our law and how we run society and everything. That's generally, we develop those. A lot of them are derived from morals, though.
Yeah, because if you put like 5 babies on an island and they grew up together, they might kill each other. You know what I mean? And not feel bad about it.
It is funny because if you put them on the island together, they would all grow up together.
And they would make sure the other ones are okay, because they're going to be like, well, he used to get us all the wood. We have to make sure he's okay.
Right. They wouldn't steal from each other, and they wouldn't murder each other. Because every single society already knows that you don't. There's 2 rules that have always followed mankind, always, and that is don't steal and don't start trouble. And that is just, it is written onto us. Don't steal and don't start trouble.
Even not lying, normal people who are not broken emotionally into narcissistic personality disorders or sociopathy, they find real discomfort in lying, and that's one of the reasons why they have such a hard time identifying sociopaths, because they don't expect them to lie so blatantly.
Right. Chris?
I have a very difficult time trying to tell a lie. I mean, it's like almost impossible for me. So it's easier if I don't say anything.
I can do a white lie pretty convincingly.
Yes, Chris, what were you going to say?
Oh, it was just going to edge onto your point, mate. Don't worry about it. The point's gone, mate.
Okay, all right, but we're kind of getting lost. We're kind of getting back out into philosophy. if we could just bring it back, I guess, to what we experience or and what we can know. And we can know things via the scientific method, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so that's kind of because we're all different minds and we all exist. And that's why we use this method to validate things, the same experiences, essentially. This is like a standard of measurement so that we can all test our experiences together and know that we're having the same reaction. Like someone lights a fire to boil water and another person doesn't, dance around the water and it starts boiling, right? We don't have different experiences. We have the same experience.
Right.
Okay. So that's really what we're about.
Right. I think that's a good way of looking at things.
Yeah. Now, me personally, I don't call myself religious. I am a very spiritually minded person. I am defined as a Christian. But probably going to be called a heretic by mainstream. And I'm not sure like what worldview or anything you come from.
I was raised Baptist.
Well, I know you were because you're like me. You're Southern.
Yeah.
So, what part of the South are you from?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. That's where I go hiking.
Gatlinburg, Smoky Mountains.
Gatlinburg is one of the places I've been going since I was since before I can remember, actually. I'm 42 and have gone to Gatlinburg so much. It was always like a second home till it burned down. And then, but a lot of it is, Lake Jocassee. I go hiking up by Lake Jocassee.
Never been there.
Okay.
I'm like an hour and a half away from Gatlinburg, though, so I go there all the time.
Lake Jocassee has a trail that hits Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee. It's right in the tri-state spot, and it loops around.
Nice.
So it's a nice 17-mile trail.
Shit. Did you hike the whole thing?
Yeah, I've done the whole thing a couple times. We usually just do a 7-mile stretch on it, though, because one of the guys is overweight.
Yeah, I'm not overweight, but I do get out of breath.
That's why you take him with you in case there's bears and you guys need to run.
Yeah, we also take him with us. I mean, he's fun to have, and he carries a ton of gear, right? He can carry a ton. He just can't do the 17 miles. Like, I'll go in there with a 65, 75 pound pack, right? He will go in there with over 100 pounds on his back and not blink. But
no wonder he can't do 17 miles. Yeah, he was a pack mule.
Yeah, he's a pack mule, but he can't go like the whole distance. He could go the whole distance, but we're not going to torture him.
Right.
So, but yeah, like I don't know what all the questions were when you came in here. I know it was getting mildly heated when I hopped in.
Well,
I just noticed.
Somebody put a tag on me, Glover, so anytime I join, I get interrogated. And I don't have answers for all these questions, and I start getting frustrated because people are like, "It's simple. It's simple." And I'm like, Today, as of today, how sure are you that it's a globe? Percentage? From the beginning, I told you I'm not sure nothing.
So why don't we give him on the fence, y'all?
I was going to say that to stop him getting interrogated because of the globe rope. Yeah, give him on the fence, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
I'd like that. Because I enjoy listening to exactly like the philosophy thing we're talking. Like, I'm very interested in hearing it. I just don't want to get in a debate about it.
Did we change on the fence to globe skeptic? I think we did.
Don't know, mate.
There we go. Got it. Oh, it was okay. There we go. All right, he's good.
Man, I've been awake way too long. I go to work in like 6 hours.
You're actually just starting to wake up.
Yeah.
I think I woke up this time yesterday.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But it's fun. I think I'm gonna have some weird dreams now that I got all these thoughts in my head. But
dream about unreality. Have a good day.
Yeah, man.
Snows, a pretty good message before you go sleep. I guess one thing Flat Earth teaches you is that Earth may be a way more magical place than like most people,
Yes.
think or suspect. So I would say it's a bit of a comforting thought to a degree. That like, I mean, who knows? Maybe like crazy stuff like the Force or like conjuring fireballs from your hand is like possible, but just you get me? Because as long as you're like with modern science and the way they describe things, you're basically powerless, right? Like you can't even build a computer. You don't know how things work, how cars drive. You're powerless, right? You just get these things kind of like they're around you, but you don't know how to make them. But cool thing about Flat Earth is, once you understand that, the world will become a bit more of a experience, I guess, than I don't know, like than a mundane activity or routine.
Yeah, because it's more fantastical.
You can see the world.
Exactly.
You can see the world the way a child sees it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Facts, Mimus. And
Yes.
and also, I think it also inspires you to be like an adventurer a little bit, and that's also a manly thing, right? To like try
I
and
don't know.
explore and
From what I heard, I'll get killed if I adventure.
Well,
There's much more interesting places to explore.
Yeah.
I'd say Snorsback, the whole thing about getting killed, etc. You can still do your own preparations, You can still try to figure things out, etc. Like not even going there is not necessarily exploring. It's also like figuring out how to, let's say, not get killed. Then you're also busy with it, right? And that's a manly activity in the end, I would say. To try to peek into things that are unknown or that kind of stuff. It's cool, man. It's cool.
Yeah. Because like if one of those questions like I have to answer, I don't think even in the end I think I'd be okay dying after I get an answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, facts, man. Now you sound pretty lucid, man. You sound pretty sane there. Respect.
I'm very sleep deprived.
Oh shit. Yeah. Take a good nap then, mate.
All right. Y'all have a good day. All right.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Perfect. So we're going to use the sleep deprivation and undo his brainwashing just like that.
Nice torture.
Reverse MK Ultra, Gonna give him a taste of their own medicine.
Hey, Meme, there's somebody in the server called Big Daddy Wolf who hasn't got any roles. Should we try and move this along quickly if our friend has left?
Sure.
Big Daddy Wolf, he hasn't got any roles, mate.
Let me see. Is he in here? Okay. Let me check him out. Let's give him BC. Big Daddy Wolf, you're in control of your mic now.
Step right up. Don't be shy, Big Daddy Wolf. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. We just noticed you didn't have any roles and we don't recognise your name, mate. So we've given you control of your mic and you can introduce yourself. If you don't take that opportunity to introduce yourself, it means going to mute you again, just in case you're a troll. And you can go to the voice check at number 1 and speak to one of the volunteers up there. But just to give you an into the conversation, Big Daddy Wolf, hello, welcome to the server, mate.
Are we doing the seance?
Well, we are literally getting there, mate. I'm putting my fingers together as we speak.
Big Daddy Wolf, we summon you.
Seance.
Well, that's what we started calling it. Was when we're trying to tell people, open your mic, give us a sign you're here. Can you hear us? And that's what we after weeks of doing it, Miggy and I don't know which one of us started it, but we started joking that we were doing a seance. And the Flat Earth Seance is trying to get people to open their mics.
We got like a little Ouija board here.
It's moving.
I got the candles.
Yeah.
And the Ouija board isn't round either. It's flat.
Everybody touch your mobile devices and PCs at the same time.
Yeah.
Get that connection deep.
Oh, he left the chat. Great.
Oh, he got BC verified and left.
Oh, poor little ghost. Fucked off.
Somebody want to take his VC role? I don't feel like finding him. I am lazy.
You are.
I am.
Good stuff.
Good leaders delegate.
I thought you came in relatively good there, Meme. The conversation was, as you said, it was starting to get a little bit frustrated with that gentleman just a few moments ago. So Yeah, you came in and you did your thing, mate. So well done.
Well, once I heard his accent, I thought, oh, these are one of my people.
I thought that as well. Meme can understand him. I'm losing my shit.
It's funny you said I am lazy because that's basically how I got to the position I'm at now by telling people, listen, I am lazy, so I want to figure out the easiest way to do things and it takes the least amount of steps, like in manufacturing. You know what I'm saying? And that got me right up.
That's why I always gravitate towards engineering. Gravitate, I know it's a bad word. I gravitate towards engineering because I am lazy and I am a quitter. Because I'm not going to do things that don't make sense or are inefficient.
Correct.
Based.
I won't even start. So if I think about it and go, nope, that doesn't make sense. I'm not even going to do it.
My life is, nothing is the sunken cost fallacy in my life. If I don't find value, I quit. I'm like, I don't care if I put time into this, I quit.
That's right.
Yeah, man. Being lazy and being a quitter, it's underrated.
Well, yeah, because I think the guys should go out of their way to it's basically the whole thing I tell people, don't learn Chinese, because you're gonna learn Chinese, what's gonna happen to you on the job? Well, your boss is gonna say, hey, nice that you know Chinese, you can go communicate with them now.
Yeah.
Well, no, also if you ever get a management like that, because if they promote you, there's not gonna be a guy who can talk to the Chinese,
Right.
So it's like.
In my area, I say, if you're going to learn a language, learn a useful language. I always tell people, learn a useful second language. Like one that's going to benefit you at a job. And so I always tell people, because of where I am, learn Spanish.
So to help you out with the Chinese thing in our company, since we don't speak Chinese, we just made a company in China and hired all the Chinese people that speak English. So now we can communicate with China perfectly, and we don't have to deal with any cost of materials, taxes, nothing. We just build everything there and give it to them there.
Right.
That's pretty great, yeah. But it's also just like an example, right? Like usually when people go out of their way to make themselves, let's say, unmissable at a certain specific task, well, guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna get stuck to that forever. And it's not because people dislike them or something. It just literally work themselves into it, kind of. So yeah. It's a pretty good philosophy not to overdo things. So if you do something, do it with effort and with direction and control and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So many people waste their lives on the sunken cost of things they started. I'm like, just quit. Stop doing it. You got to have a balance of being ambitious and not giving a shit.
Yeah,
like the perfect yin and yang.
Yeah, and I guess it also goes a pretty long way also to a degree with people stalking girls or something. Like they just can't give up at some point, or yeah, you got to be flexible, but also once you feel that you found the right path, you got to have the discipline to pull it through.
Right. Once you find the right path, that's what you put your energy into. Because imagine you use up all your energy doing, piddling shit your whole life that doesn't matter just because I finish things, and then by the time you find what it is you're supposed to be doing, you no longer have the energy or drive to do it.
Yep. Yeah, facts. Like most people who have been working at some office for 30 years, nobody really finds it impressive. Just oh, whoa, okay, 30 years, okay.
No.
But yeah, but let's say a guy who's been a soccer player, a professional soccer player for 30, even 10 years, he gets way more recognition. So it's yeah, but they've spent the same amount of time. The soccer player probably way less. It's yeah, you got to be a master to perfect your craft. Yeah, but these office workers, they also put 8, 9, 10 hours a day, maybe 11, 12. They just put it in. That's definitely the amount of hours that needs. You got to have to become a master at something.
Yeah.
But it's just no one cares. In one case, and in another case, everyone cares. Yeah. It's funny, right? It doesn't even take that much time comparatively to, let's say, get good at to get a black belt or to become a chess master, right? People whoa, that's gonna take a huge amount of time, and then they start sinking in 8, 9, 10 hours at their job. Whoa, you know? And then compared to that, actually, black belts and like other titles and stuff, they're not that difficult because, yeah.
Well, it's like
at the time.
in the olden times, people they didn't have professions; they had trades, and everyone was a master at their trade, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't a million things to do. So
yeah.
All you had to do was survive, get through the day, make sure you had food. It was very simple. Nobody was training to be a stockbroker. Who gives a fuck about being a stockbroker?
The skills that exist today are, in terms of us being an agrarian species, completely useless.
Mm-hmm.
They're completely useless. Like, what's a stockbroker going to do on the farm? I mean, somebody who's good with numbers naturally is going to be very good on a farm, right? Because they're going to understand logistics, and you need that when you're running a farm, right?
You're good at organizing.
Good at organizing, and so but like, how many stockbrokers are there that are naturally good with numbers and just, because there's way more bad stockbrokers than there are good stockbrokers. I guarantee you.
Yeah, and definitely not every one of them has common sense. Because like common sense is the principal thing, and then like the rest is built on top of it, I think.
Yeah.
Like whatever tricks someone has, like being good with numbers, or like maybe being charismatic or whatever, it all comes like on top of having common sense.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, then your gift is just kind of wasted.
Yeah. Like when it comes to like organizing like people and communities and things like that, charisma is a skill, right? Like that, like when it comes to like, going back to like being an agrarian, people, the guy running the town, making sure everybody's doing everything, holding town meetings, that person has to have something natural about them that operates. Because if they're unliked, no one's going to do no one's going to help them out.
He might not have the inside knowledge about the different departments that he might have the last say, but that's why he's got department heads. He just makes the overall choice and is, like you said, the charismatic one that brings all of the departments together. But you're going to have department heads that deal with the individual shit.
Right. Because if you don't have common sense, you're not going to have charisma.
No.
Right. Because I think charisma derives from having like intuitive common sense and knowing what your limitations are, knowing what other people's limitations are, and being able to communicate that. That's why there's plenty of leaders who are not experts, but they know how to manage experts.
Yeah. Maybe some people would say this about Boris Johnson, because he was as thick as two short fucking planks, mate. He was a bloody idiot.
Yeah.
But they said he was, a good people manager. I mean, he's a cunt and he lied out of his ass and all of those other things. But yeah, he was a good people manager. There's a bit of charisma about him. I mean, I thought he was a twat, but some people liked him.
There's something charmingly rude about him.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris, I'd even go as far as saying this is maybe even a little bit of a Masonic theme or a topic, because like you got the stones, right, for the building. I mean, it's obviously like not the real stuff, but like whatever. I mean, I like the analogy, right? Like you got the stones for the building, and then you only got a few architects who move them into place, but they aren't stones themselves. Like they decide where the stones go, how the building looks, etc., etc. But the stone the stone is a stone, clearly, so it definitely has something over the architect. But yeah.
Right, and how is the architect going to manage everybody else when he's busy designing?
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loads of analogies you can use now about management, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would even use the argument, and I have, that someone who is more detached from like the expertise is probably better at managing larger companies, because they're not caught up in the details. And if they don't even know the details, that might even be better, because then they can just look at it through the statistics that come in on the people, based on what the people can actually accomplish. And that's what a good manager, or good leader, good CEO is going to recognize.
My boss also says that, that like it's not only that he you know, like doesn't care about details. He straight up doesn't want to see any of them. Like, you know, it's not just neutral if you include them. No, it's shit basically.
Right. I don't know why the health bar of the boss is going down exactly. I just know that it's going down, and that's good.
Yeah.
So just show me the percentages. Show me the percentages, and I can build you a trend. And once we have a trend, we know where to put these people to manipulate the trend. And that's it. That's all. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, this is obviously a useful skill, right? But as you said, most of the stuff, like say brokers or stuff, learn it's not super useful in real life. I remember a case when my ex, she had a brother, and I've talked to him a couple of times, and it's more like, you know, talk to him came to prepping and survivalism, and he basically said like, well, this is like this book, right? I showed him like one of my survival books, and he was like, well, like you got to learn all of that, but it's actually no, because like I guess back in the days, or just in general, you could do most of the stuff like tying knots, that kind of stuff. It was way more common among the population. So I was like, it's actually not some crazy kind of 600-page curriculum you got to study. It's literally just the baseline, and we're all below it. So that's why we got to study. We don't grow up with it anymore. And that kind of made an impression on him, you know, like stuff like a whole chapter about tying knots and stuff. It's like, how the fuck do you got to learn it? Well, just buy a rope, I said, you know, like get the knots in.
Yeah. Here, the U.S. Coast Guard has a saying in their school: the more you sail, the more you sail.
What? Say again?
It's the more you sail, the more you sail. It means the more you learn to sail, the more you sail. Like on a boat.
Yeah.
It's basically saying all the time you spend on the ocean, you're learning. Right? All the time you spend in a boat, you're learning. And the more you learn, the more you're able to do, the more you're able to learn, the more you're able to do. I always told people, because I've read over 1,000 books, right? Because I inherited like a small library from my grandfather, and I spent like 2.5 years going through it. And I always tell people, look, the more you read, the more you can read, because the more you read, the better your information intake becomes, the more information you can retain, and the faster you can do it. So literally, the more you read, and because of the speed and increase of ability to take the information in, the more you can read.
Yeah. And I'd even say it maybe seen some stuff in other places too, like some ideas or stuff. You don't need to read them all over again. Like the first time you read a complex book, it's like, whoa, so many new things. You got to like take a few minutes off to really ponder this. But the more you know, the less you have to ponder every single time. So that just speeds things up. That's cool.
Right. We have like this automatic, like, yeah, like it's like. Go ahead. No, you first, Chris.
Oh, mate, I'm just mucking around with my phone, dude. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologise.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something.
No, mate.
It's like when I read, when I read out loud, I have to change my mode of looking at what I'm reading, because if I try and read out loud how I read, I end up skipping words because I read whole sentence blocks at once. Right, so I'll read like 8 to 15 words at a glance. And a lot of people don't get that. I'm like, just read more, and naturally you just boom, 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 boom. It's like just getting flashed whole sentence ideas. And at some point you just start reading in ideas almost. It's weird. It's weird to explain it.
Yeah.
So I gotta really slow myself down when I read out loud.
Yeah, maybe a little bit relatable. I mean, reading is super important, of course. That's there for sure.
Yeah, speed reading, guys.
But also, guys, I gotta go, unfortunately. So I wish you all a happy morning or afternoon. It's afternoon for me, so.
All right. Make Europe a better place today.
Thanks, mate. Well, you too.
All right.
Best of luck. Ciao, guys.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Did you say chow then, mean?
He said, yeah, I did.
Yeah, so did I. Weird.
Yeah. Nobody's ever said chow to me in my life, ever. Unless it was a joke.
I said it for the first time yesterday for like years and years and years. Crazy. Oh well, hi.
I expected an Auf Wiedersehen or something.
Yeah, something along those lines. Mate, I'm just rolling down the screen and it's just flat earthers.
Yeah, I know.
Just flat earthers in here. Are you like me when new people come in and they say, "Hi, I'm a flat earther"? Are you like, "Meh"?
I'm like, God damn it.
Always slightly disappointed.
I like to get them, the new guys. They don't even know they're arguing with me. I'm just talking with them, and they're in a covert argument.
Oh yeah, mate. I've
Yes.
sat back and watched you a few times, especially coming back to the server recently. You've changed your tack a little bit. And you set your traps with a little bit more finesse.
I've learned. I have really come to embrace the subtlety.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good way of putting it. Yeah. Much more subtle. Not saying you didn't get results like back in the day, but I've just noticed that slight change of you, and you've admitted and said the same thing to me as well. You've changed a little bit. You've chilled out.
Yes, we both chilled out.
That's why. That's why I said when you came in earlier and spoke to that gentleman, that was probably a good kind of example of you doing that, like that role of being the admin of the server. It's good.
Yeah. It can be fun. It's more enjoyable because it does allow me, like, I had like the Dragon Slayer sword before, but like I've put like a real fine edge on it now. And the more I get to do, the more I can like polish that edge up to just like cut right to it, but not in like a violent way.
Yeah, it used to be a bit of a hammer. Now it's just one stroke sword.
Yeah.
That sounds very. You get it. It's that sharp. One cut and you're down.
Yep, it's the samurai philosophy. Draw your sword when you're ready to kill. So don't draw it before. But yeah, I do like what I do is I'll talk to somebody and I'll find out what their rhetoric is, find out what they think, and then I'll get them to go ahead and make their arguments without really realizing they're making their arguments. So I ask so many questions, and then I can, then it's easier to dismantle them. So I guess I've gone from being the tank to being the rogue.
Yeah.
I worked on my stealth. Leveled it up.
Yeah, it's worked, man. Yeah, it's worked. We've got somebody in the server called OSKO. I don't know the roles. I don't even know if I can be bothered to look at them. OSKO, before I start pressing buttons, have you got control of your mic?
No roles. Let's, I'm going to give them. Where is it? My God, there's so many roles in here. No, I've passed it. There it is. All right. You've got control of your mic, Osko.
Oh, God. All right. Everyone sit back. Close your eyes. Osko. Yep. Are you there, Osko?
We lost the spirit.
Damn.
Nope.
Who's back?
The candles are back on.
The seance was successful.
Hey, I'm Osko. What's going on?
Hey, Osko, how you doing?
I'm
what
good.
brings you here?
Oh, I'm a long-time flat earther. I was just creeping around and seeing if you guys were going to slam on Matthew or what's up.
Not much. You going to see if we what?
Oh, I was thinking that you guys were debunking Matthew Learns today or something.
Oh no, we've done that too many times.
We do that every day.
Yeah.
Cool, man. What are you guys? Just chilling over here?
Yeah, well, I mean, we were talking to some on the fence this morning.
Cool.
So what brings you to the server, Osko?
Oh man, I'm just hanging out. Nothing really particularly interesting. I'm usually hanging out on some other ones, but I thought I would see what you guys were up to today.
Okay. What other Flat Earth servers are you on? Or what other servers in general?
I'm on a bunch, man. I'm on these Buddhist ones. I'm on some atheist ones. I'm on Tartaria. I'm on ADL. All the normal ones, I think.
You can keep the Tartaria one.
Yeah, I'm mostly just a lurker, to be honest with you. I not much of a talker, mostly just a lurker. I work construction, so I listen while I work.
Okay. I own a concrete company, so I get to have my time off.
Oh, cool. Residential or commercial or what?
All of it. I do architectural.
Oh man, that's a good business, man. Around pools and stuff like that, and back porches.
Yeah, and verticals also.
Wow. Yeah, I always thought that was super interesting. In fact, I kind of like to get into it.
It can be pretty rough the first couple years. So, but after that, it's work your own schedule basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is there an idea that you have personally or anything like that? Like about Earth or anything?
I'm kind of one of these weird, we live in a projected reality guys. So I think the Earth was created flat, but the subconscious of NPCs is trying to make it a ball. It's far out, I know, but that's what I believe.
Okay, so you would say that we are the NPCs, all of us.
I don't think we're the. Well, are you a baller?
No, I am a flat earther. Technically, I'm not actually a flat earther. I just understand that the realm that we live in measures flat, because I don't know what the Earth is.
Yeah.
It is this particular shape.
Well, my personal theories is that, there are essentially living souls who exist in a higher dimension, and they projected this reality into existence. A lot of people would say it's God, but I think it's a bunch of different individuals. And part of that reality, we projected NPCs, people who are just part of the world, and they want to escape. So they're trying to convince everyone that there's a ball, so that way they can escape.
Well, what you're describing is just the demiurge, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, even in the Bible, there's not just one God. There's the congregation of gods in heaven.
Well, that's debatable, I think.
Well,
some people would disagree, but I agree.
It's the congregation of the Elohim. Well, I mean, they can disagree, but they're wrong. It's the congregation of the Elohim, which is the plurality of the gods. That's where they all would, go up and have their council at. Now, men might have called them angels and stuff, but the ancient Hebrews just called them gods.
Are you? It sounds like you might be a Christian or some form of that.
I'm a Christian.
Yeah,
but just free thinking.
Yeah, no,
very much on the spiritual side of everything.
You don't what? Sorry, you glitched.
Very much on the spiritual side of everything.
Oh.
So
yeah,
there's plenty of Christians who will call me a heretic in about 2 seconds. Don't worry.
Well, on Discord in general, there's a lot of debate over the Christian faith, I think, so especially in Flat Earth.
Well, there's Christianity, the religion, which I'm not part of. So they can all fight amongst themselves.
Are you one of these full Bible Hebrew Christian people, or?
No. No. Gracia nada. I don't think so. So, the same reason that I would have a problem with, the religion itself is the same problem I would have with them. And that is they're going by a standard that was thrown out a lot of times. So,
yeah, they can be very dogmatic about their beliefs and judgmental. Although I tend to like a lot of them, so I won't be too harsh.
Oh yeah, I love all of them. But I'm just not. I think a lot of people have the problem of having a materialistic view of their spirituality.
Yeah, I agree.
And that manifests through religion. So, and I'm not anti-religion either. I think religion is a net good. Mankind without religion is a hellscape. So, and I would say that 90% of people need religion. They need it to function. Because 90% of people need to be told what's right and what's wrong.
Well, yeah, that goes back to what I was saying about the NPCs. Most people can't think for themselves.
Except you might not like my take. You and I are both NPCs also.
Well,
every human is an NPC. Every single one.
I've actually kind of toyed around with this idea, and it's something that I've been freaking out. And sorry if I'm derailing us from Flat Earth. I don't really know if you guys only talk about Flat Earth stuff
Well,
here.
there's nobody here to argue with.
Oh, cool. One thing that I had been toying with quite a bit was that, it sounds like you're probably familiar with the Bible pretty well and probably better than me. That, God created humans on, I think it was the sixth day, the same day he created animals, right? And then he created Adam and Eve subsequently and gave them the breath of life. And, Cain killed Abel and banished Cain, and then God banished Cain from the garden. And Cain was all afraid that people outside were going to kill him, and there were cities outside and so on and so forth. And it just makes me think, well, who the hell were these people, And so that's kind of where I got that's my biblical basis for the NPC and the living soul situation. It's God breathed, and then the people that, God created on the sixth day, male and female.
Yeah, I mean, you can read what Ethergrass wrote it. I won't argue with you. I probably don't 100% agree, but he said they were already out of the garden when Cain did that.
Yeah.
Which means they were probably already, like they had already had. It's like this, like let's say you get a family tree. I got it. Like let's say you get a lineage, right? And it's the Dutch family tree, right?
Okay.
So it's the Dutch royalty. But it's the only thing that was ever recorded in the country. Does that mean that they didn't have any other offspring anywhere else?
Well, yeah, good point. But enough to have cities from two people. That's my.
Well, I mean that's what I mean. There's a lot that's unsaid, and if it's unsaid, I try not to speculate about it because it is it's a sacred text, and so I try and just let it speak to me for what it's saying, right? So, and I treat sacred text like that. Like this is saying something. I don't want to read into it. I'm just going to let it speak to me. So that's called exegesis.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I have a tendency to overanalyze things. It's sort of the bane of my existence. Sometimes you let your mind get in the way a little bit too much.
Yes. You mean the ego? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, I actually have to jump off or go on mute because I'm about to head into a construction site that's going to be very loud, but glad to talk to you for a few seconds.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, cheers. We'll be hanging around a little bit more.
Sure. Yeah. We'll see you in a little bit. Anybody got a topic? I'm just alone here.
No, you're not alone. I was just listening to you speak to the man who was a flat earther when we opened his mic. So I was like,
yeah, I know. I almost went, damn it.
We were just talking about that as well. So
just talking about it.
Yeah.
I should rename him to OSHA.
Mm-hmm. But nice lad.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
I thought maybe he was in the wrong server to begin with because he was asking about us, talking to Matthew Learns. And I know Matthew comes in here like on the regular, but because of the conversations that Matthew's been having with Nathan Oakley recently, I just thought maybe this gentleman thought he was in Nathan Oakley's server for a second. That was all.
I feel like they must have been talking about his interactions here on another server, because that was the first thing he asked when he opened his mic, and he's brand new.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Interesting.
Am I detectiving that too much?
No.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, seems reasonable to me, mate.
Yeah.
No, you're right on. I actually thought this was Nathan Oakley's server. Is it not?
No, but we're friends. We promote him, so.
Oh, cool.
It's the server next door, one server over.
Yeah, one server over. Yeah. Nathan Oakley doesn't technically have a Discord server. Somebody else has a server that he uses.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had saw on YouTube a thing about Matthew Learns, and I actually like him. I think he's a reasonable baller, and so I was kind of interested to see what people are saying about him.
He's definitely a polite baller. Definitely polite.
Yeah, he's a polite baller, and he made that Flat Earth video, which didn't just blatantly strawman us, which I appreciated, because these other people just, put up stupid stuff.
It was oppositional, but it wasn't disrespectful. Yeah, he did a fine job for a baller.
Yeah, I agree. So, anyways, that's all.
Actually, Cut Off the Knees is correct. This is the official Flat Earth server. This is the biggest one, really. That isn't filled with a bunch of woo and weirdos. There's some.
I'm glad we're smart enough to have figured that out anyway.
What's been on your mind, Jedi?
God, lots of things have been on my mind recently, mate. My goodness me. The interesting conversations that we have in this server, why people... I guess we could use Matthew Learns as an example, being as we were just talking about him. How I find, Snake, that people that come into a server with an air of knowledge, they know something. It's interesting when we can get down to into the conversation with these people and use that knowing that they've got to prove the shape of the Earth or demonstrate that it's flat. That's something that's been on my mind recently, mate. That hook that gets people out of the brainwashing. Have these people themselves got the knowledge within them, so it's easier to hook them out? Like talking to that guy that we were speaking to earlier, the Southern gentleman who declared himself that I'm not that smart. It was quite hard to get a hook, because you have to find a level with people and get to that understanding or very simple communication, right? Or as opposed to people like Matthew Learns, who comes in with, hey, I'm a university professor, I speak about math and geometry and all of these types of things, right? He's got an air of knowledge. So it's finding the common ground, what I've been speaking about the last couple of days in some instances. It's finding that common ground with people to get them hooked out of the brainwashing. It's interesting when they've already got the knowledge themselves as well. That's why I like Matthew. I don't necessarily like him as a person. I don't think I don't really care about that. But it's what he says, how he says it, the attitude.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I did make a minor. I'm sorry, 3D, for doing a minor correction down there. Since pagan is technically not religious and not necessarily spiritual. Pagan was anything defined as not originating in the church. And so any traditions or just cultural practices that were not of a church origin were just called pagan, and it really just meant like foreign, essentially, or like locally cultural. So now heathen, they would say there was heathens, there were heretics, and I would consider atheism, that would be a materialistic pantheism, because it's a worship of the whole thing, of everything, right? Reality itself. What do you think, Jedi? Am I right? Wrong?
No, I agree with you. Don't really have anything to add on to that, man. Yeah.
I like that nodding Groiper. I'm going to save that. I don't have that one on this machine. Das ist gut, ja. What is that atheist thing up there? It says Atheist Day. That's cringe. Thursday, 23rd March is Atheist Day. Celebrate by posting a picture of yourself with the green circle. Oh, wow. This always goes well. The atheist selfie days. I swear there's some Christian behind this. There's some Christian or Muslim behind this. Post a picture of yourself, guys. And it's just going to be a bunch of neckbeards tipping fedoras. We're here. We're atheist. Get used to it. Nobody's going to get used to it because you're like 2% of the population. I copied it from some dude on my Facebook, and he hates religion. I always contend that people who are obsessed about things they hate, that's actually the object of their adoration, and they're just bitter about it. It's their ex, and they're not over their ex. That's it. That's all it is. If I had somebody on my Facebook like that, because I'm one of those people who'll call somebody out for being stupid, and I've lost acquaintances. I've never lost a friend because my friends aren't stupid. I've lost acquaintances like that. I just tell them, you need to get over your ex. I got molested. I'm mad at God.
I know we're flat Earth, and I know what I'm about to say is talking about God and so on, but that's one of the things that really pisses me off about atheists. If God exists, I wouldn't stub my toe on the end of the bed. That's basically what their argument fucking comes down to.
Yeah.
If God existed, the bad things wouldn't happen. Ah, brilliant.
Yeah. It's goofy. Bad thing happened. Why bad thing happened?
Me hurt myself. God can't exist because I hurt myself.
Yeah, it's so like self-centered.
Someone else hurt me.
Yeah.
God definitely can't exist. Something fell on my head. Definitely not.
I've made a lot of bad life choices, and now they're all coming back to bite me in the ass. Why, God?
Yeah, exactly. If God existed, then I wouldn't have eaten that burrito last night and spewed it up all over the toilet this morning. Yep.
I hit 3 bumps of coke in the bathroom and did a high-speed chase from the cops. Why is God punishing me?
Just atheists. Because look, for me, that's where the argument reduces to. It's that kind of absurdity. It is, I can't accept responsibility for myself. But why should I have to accept responsibility for myself? Why corner shop?
Yeah. There, I spelled atheism in British.
Yeah, that's about right, mate. Yeah.
Atheism. Why did Netflix just randomly pop on? That's creepy. Why, God? Oh, that was loud. That was startling.
No God. Definitely no God then, mate.
But yeah, I'm never gonna understand like the. I mean, I do understand it. It's anger. It doesn't have anything to do with like rationality or anything like that.
something I've picked up on recently. I think we've spoken about that cognitive backflip when they see God at the end of the road, so that they're logically being walked down by us. So when you come into the flat earth, you're going to start disagreeing with shit subconsciously because God's waiting for you. And I say God, I probably shouldn't. I should just say the creator, because I want it to be devoid of any religious idea, because it's just the logical conclusion you get. So they know that logical conclusion that this is a created environment, therefore creator. They don't want to do that. So I'm going to lie about measuring angles in a triangle that's got curved lines, even though I'm a maths professor and I go to school and teach this shit all the time to kids.
Yeah, or there's the genuine morons, like the genuine low IQ atheist, which are most of them, who will think that the idea of a creator or the logical deduction of a creator is religious. Mm-hmm. And it's like, and I'm like, what's the dogma? What's the dogma in there being, the deduction of a creator? What dogma? What religious dogma are we talking about here?
Hey, look, it's a straw man. You hear Fight the Flat Earth say this all the time. Your sky daddy is not going to come and save you. That type of derogatory bullshit that comes from a straw man that religion's made for everybody to pick at.
Yeah.
It's all it is. It's just that, hey, look, there's lots of stories in the Bible, right? And you can pick away at every single one of them if you want to. They're easy to fucking do, right? That is a little bit magical. Some of the stories, Jesus coming back to life is one of them, right?
Right.
So there's lots of things that they can pick at. But they can't pick at the logical conclusion that you need the intelligence source. Fuck the dogma, fuck the religion, and what anybody else says about deity in the sky. You know me well enough by now that I try not to do this with people, spout a religious idea, just a logical conclusion. I just like the backflips that they do on the way. That they have to do. They have to lie to themselves. It's when they catch themselves out when they're lying to themselves. That's a great moment to watch.
There used to be all these clips on YouTube back in the Old West days of people calling into that. There's a really cringe show called The Atheist Experience, and people would call in with rhetorical traps. And this guy Dillahunty, Mike Dillahunty, I think that was his name. We always just called him Dildo Hunty. Because he was the biggest idiot, the biggest moron you have ever heard talk about anything. This guy, he doesn't understand rhetoric, he doesn't understand logic or anything, and he's really I think he's just pandering at this point. Somebody called in, and they got him to admit that it's not irrational to believe Jesus rose from the dead. They got him to admit it.
Wow.
Because they said, has it ever happened in history before, recorded, somebody being dead and then not being dead? And he said, well, of course. And the guy said, so you agree? And there's this weird silence, and you can see him go, shit, I've walked into that one.
Yeah.
Because the moment it's ever happened historically, you can no longer say, well, that couldn't have happened. It just becomes, and I'm not endorsing anything one way or the other here. I'm just talking about a rhetorical trap that was laid for a moron who walked into it, right?
Yeah.
So, and there's a lot of bitter people. I try not to invalidate a lot of people, but there's nothing wrong with ad-homing or bullying atheist. Nothing. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it.
To agree with you.
It's like when the lady asked Sean Connery, would you ever hit a woman? And he said, some of them are asking for it. And I'm like, well, to me, that's atheist. They're asking for it. They want to be bullied.
Yeah.
So people perpetuate their own reality by whatever they identify as.
They perpetuate their ego because that's what identity is.
Yeah, when you react, that's your ego. When you put yourself out there, that's what that is.
Yeah. When you respond, that's your mind. When you react, that's your ego.
I had to chase a male Karen out of the gas station the other day. I told him the lotto machine wasn't scanning the tickets you fill out. And he said, well, I just need 2 other ones. And it didn't, he got impatient because he was trying to go too fast. And I try to tell customers, look, I'm not an expert on the lotto machine. So he calls me rude and then proceeds to call me a bitch and then starts yelling at the door saying, what's your name? What's your name? And there's a customer right next to him. I walk around. I said, sir, you cannot be acting this way in front of other customers. And I shut the door on him.
Yeah.
And the lady said to me, I don't know how you do it. I mean, the situation went pretty smoothly, unlike what I just described. But so I asked her, I said, do you think there was anything in that situation that I could have done better? And she did not say anything, which was fine. And I asked her, I said, would you mind on your receipt writing down your name and phone number for me? And it's a really good thing I did because my boss asked me about it. I said, I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up. I didn't mean to blindside you.
This is funny down here, Ethergress, because I don't know why the atheist would choose the Ouroboros, because I don't know what atheism has to do with Gnosticism. I mean, because Gnosticism isn't like a religion, and there's no single unified idea behind it. It's more like principles,
like Hinduism,
and concepts. It's like principles and concepts
based on you're right. It's not direct religion.
I listened to a lecture one time on Hinduism, and I thought it interesting.
Yeah, but the like Gnosticism is like the anarchism of like religion. Like,
really?
Yeah, in a sense, it's you're not gonna.
I know what you're saying, that there's no rulers, but there are rules. I mean, there are.
There's no dogma.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right.
That's.
But they have lots of like concepts. I do not see how anyone could, as an atheist, even be remotely friendly. As an atheist should be friendlier with religion than they should with Gnosticism, because Gnosticism is pure spirit and deity.
I find it ironic that they take on that symbol. Is that what you mean?
That is, yes. I find it ironic, stupid. But I mean, nobody's like, oh, there you go. I love that episode. I loved that show. What was it? Down here, he posted the hot dog that's eating itself.
Oh God, I've never seen.
Yeah, it was the real show? No, the
that looks like the regular show animation.
Show, yes.
The regular show?
Yeah, I was in my like mid-30s watching this. Like, this is an awesome show. Why am I watching this?
Regular show was hilarious.
I love that show.
Mm-hmm. I save it on my Internet Movie Database.com app. The regular. Oh, it's a movie? Not a show.
It's a cartoon.
On Cartoon Network.
American cartoon.
Okay.
There we go.
So I don't want to go full Weibo, but you watch any anime, Mimas?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I do.
245 episodes. Woo-wee!
You should watch them. But yeah, Mimas, you said something about you don't understand why they would use that symbol. Well, they worship religion. And science has to do with knowledge and what's known. So I think they don't even know what Gnosticism truly means. They just think, oh, this means knowledge. And they're worshiping knowledge.
Right. I'd agree with you. So, like, do they not know that there's Christian Gnosticism? Because Gnosticism's a framework. It's not it's not anything that's even remotely like atheist. You can't be an atheist and be a Gnostic.
Wait a minute. Okay, the regular show, that's a screenshot of a little snow globe, but without the snow.
Oh, the guy in the background? That's one of the characters.
Yeah.
That's the gumball guy.
I love cartoons. The last cartoon was called Inside Job. That one's pretty cool. Appreciate the one about the moon landing or space.
Oh, they've got the sky grid and everything.
Ooh. Yeah, I never watched network programming.
Missing out.
Oh, but I think that was like, I don't know, like, what was the dates on that? 2009 to 2017.
Yeah, you can tell Creation Bear is a whole generation younger than me.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just trying to come up with a couple decades on what, like a decade or two younger than me. But I can appreciate it. I mean, there's so many Simpsons episodes. One could, it would have to be your religion to watch it every week for decades. And I think there's like 33 seasons right now.
33.
What anime are you liking, Ethergrass?
I haven't watched much in a while. Oh, what was it? Pantheon. Pantheon was awesome.
I haven't seen Pantheon.
Dude, watch Pantheon. Hold on, I'll link it.
Yeah, just link it to me.
I don't want to spoil. I don't want to even talk about it because I don't want to spoil anything. Like, dude,
that's
you
fine.
gotta watch Pantheon.
It's got some good scores on Rotten Tomatoes. Excuse me.
Random.
What? You don't check out these shows on Rotten Tomatoes?
I go to internetmoviedatabase.com, but I guess I could check out Rotten.
Yeah, that's what I'm sharing is the IMDb. Here we go. I'm just saying, there haven't been any new episodes, but it's this one's really good.
It's a new animation?
2022.
What? The style looks older.
After you watch it, you'll understand why I can't say anything about it. Because it's that cool. It's interesting.
I can appreciate absolutely no information about something you're going to watch. One time, I was scanning the TV with a remote, I think it was, I don't know, and I was all by myself, and I happened to catch this movie right as it was starting, and it was which one of the Quaid brothers? But anyway, it was called Parents, and it was, you guys probably will never watch it, so I can spoil it, but this little boy slowly discovers that his parents are cannibals. It's so good. But if you read any kind of description, it would kind of almost give it away. I hate trailers or you know what I mean? So, yeah. Sorry to go off on the weeds, y'all. But anyway, we'll read Pantheon. It looks like it would be really cool to watch.
How can we be human without a body? That's interesting. I'm watching the trailer.
I think we'll talk more about Pantheon later after you guys have seen it.
What Meme just said reminds me of a really good series that it was a short 3 or 4 seasons Helio told me about, and is called Altered Carbon. It's really good.
Oh yeah, I really like the first season of Altered Carbon was great. Not safe for work.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll bring it back. I mean, shit, they brought Dexter back from after a decade.
Well, they did do a second. They did a second season of Altered Carbon that was okay, but I don't believe in okay. If something's not mind blowing and awesome, I don't like it.
It might be a trend that they bring shows that are quote unquote dead back from the dead. There's a show from way back. It's called Party Down. They just brought it back again. So that was a fairly big show. I can't remember.
The Dungeons and Dragons show?
Oh.
So you
know. But anyway, the time span from the last season to what they just put out was quite significant. So that's kind of fun, hoping that they bring other shows back.
Yeah, I abandoned anime from the late 90s up until, I mean, the last time I checked it out was 2018 because the animation, yeah, the animation style I stopped liking. My favorite anime is from 1980 to 1996, probably. That's my favorite era.
I can understand that. They were drawing way better back then. The new digital stuff looks kind of cringe. I'll give you that. Evangelion,
you had Robotech.
Dragon Ball Z, even.
There was Dragon Ball Z, which I wasn't a fan of Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. And I liked, my favorite was the Vampire Hunter D, and then Vampire Hunter D 2000 was very good. It was made in 2000, not the title of it. It was called Bloodlust. And I liked the original Berserk series. I hate the movies. I hate the movies that came out after that. Because they all are like, oh, let's just use 3D. It's like cel-shaded 3D, no thanks.
Did you just think that there was an anime of vampires?
Yeah, it's called Vampire Hunter D.
Ooh. Cool.
That's really good. Came in and said Berserk was his favorite show ever. And I didn't really watch it, but I tried. I did hear that, the original is like the only thing worth watching, and the other ones are trash. But
what about zombies?
Berserk, there might be 5 mangas I've ever read, like really, actually, like sat down and like enjoyed, and I loved them. And Berserk's one of them.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Yeah.
I heard that they had a tough time getting an animation studio to do like a good job with it, but
I mean, for some reason they have like the Games Workshop syndrome, where it's like everything they would try sucked. Like, you have such a wonderful thing here. Why is it? Another problem too is that the the manga is so violent and so visceral, and it has nudity and lots of seriously adult themes and lots of occult stuff in it. And so a lot of animation studios didn't want to touch it.
That makes sense.
Right.
Maybe I should give it another try.
I'm like, look, just go find one of the higher end like hentai studios and just have them do it. Like, what? Come on.
Come on, guys.
It's full of Cthulhu monsters, so they're already good at drawing tentacles.
That's funny. Oh, we don't have to go full weebo on the whole panel, even though Mr. Rengoku just joined. We were talking a little anime in the chat the other day. But yeah, that's one of the newer shows that has that anime that you probably don't like, Mimus, but really good. The profile that's right above you has a character from a show called Demon Slayer, and I've heard things about it. I tried watching some of the first episodes, and I don't know if I couldn't get into it that quickly. But
I tried the first episode, and I didn't get into it.
Okay, same here, bro. But give it a chance. Oh my god, dude, it's so good. They had a couple movies in the theater. I actually went to go see the recent one. Yo, give it a try. It's so good. It's really, really good.
I have been wanting to give Goblin Slayer a try.
Huh?
Is that the name of it? Goblin Slayer? Is that what it's called?
No, Demon Slayer.
Isn't there another one where there's like a knight who kills goblins?
I don't know.
I hear lots of good stuff about it.
Goblin Slayer.
That's Goblin Slayer, right?
Goblin Slayer.
Just Goblin Slayer, yeah.
I've never seen it, but I've heard of it.
I hear good things.
Have you seen Monster?
I haven't heard good things about that. I've heard really good things about that one.
That's probably the best you can, watch.
Yeah, Goblin Slayer's got some serious waifu bait. So.
I would recommend Monster if any of you guys are into anime or anything. Just watch Monster.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Monster. I'll have to try that out.
I always tell people I'm into anything that's really ultra high quality and well done, and that includes anime. So, but I'm not I'm not obsessed with any one particular thing, but you know,
I'm kind of with you on that. If it's good, it's good. Doesn't matter whether it was animated or not. Yeah, I'm kinda
because
the same way.
Anime, manga, it suffers from the same thing every other medium suffers from, and that is 95% of it is trash. And it's everything. Music, 95% of music, trash. 95% of movies, trash. 95% of anime, trash.
Yeah.
There's only 5% of good stuff out there. I don't know who's watching this 95% crap. I don't know. Somebody is. Someone's a fan.
So,
Well, it's almost like they have to do it. Go ahead, Jen.
so what's the difference between anime and manga? Manga's just on paper, and anime. Oh,
Yeah. The manga is
on paper.
Drawn comics.
It's a drawn. Yeah, anime is a. Manga's a drawn comic, and unlike American comics, it doesn't suck ass as much.
really? Okay.
Well, it's like if the manga is really good, Jen, they'll have an animation studio turn it into like a show.
Just to ruin it, yeah.
I already
"This is
have.
really good manga. Let's ruin it."
I already have a what do they call it? Serious artists don't like to call it comics; they call it something else. Digital. Anyway, Neil Gaiman did a series, The Sandman, and I've always wanted to read the. It's not comics.
It's a comic. It's a comic book. Yeah, it's Dark Horse Comics.
It is, but the industry term is different.
Ma'am, you need to refer to it as digital artwork. Excuse you.
No, it's
Well,
not
let me put it like this, Jenny. I used to buy the Sandman comics when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I would go to the comic shop to buy them.
Yeah. I don't think it's an insult.
They are a comic book. And I don't care what term the industry or artists want to use. They're comic books.
It's some snotty name. When I think of it later, I'll DM it to you. But yeah, Neil Gaiman, his work is supposed to be. I mean, I've flipped through pages. It's just.
I love that you're calling him Gay Man. I love that you're calling him Gay Man. I think it's Gaiman.
Gaiman? Oh shit! Well, then I picked it up from that.
If next time I go to Dragon Con, like if I hear that he's there, I am going to say, Mr. Gay Man, I love your work. See what he does.
All right, say it again so I can retrain my brain. Wait.
Hyman, like Hyman?
Yeah.
Like Hyman. Okay, that
That's
helps.
bad.
I know, I like that. I
Don't ask me how I
appreciate
know
you.
Yeah.
Forget that. Oh, nice. Oh, man. Good thing you set me straight.
Yeah, more of a pencil rendered. Yeah. Like, what are you? I'm a waste technician. I'm a garbage man.
Dude, I thought there'd be some activity this morning. Where's all the Globers at?
Well, there was a conversation this morning, and a lot of people were listening in, and now nobody's left. Nobody left the chat.
Yeah, there's been some people in the lobby. So let's see if we can get them to join.
Oh yeah, get them to join. Come in here and simp, please.
Looks like Ethergris is checking somebody in, so hopefully they'll join.
Shekel, you're not allowed to use that term. Muslims don't have breakfast.
What?
Only Christians have breakfast, Shekel.
Dude, I your phone problems, y'all. I just posted. There must be an update. Nope.
Michael, I've got 5 different Nick Avocado images just for you. I'm going to space them out a few days. Kafirs.
Is there some weird new default from a recent update that I can't see my photos I post in the chat? The voice
Are you
text?
posting them in the correct chat?
It shows up on my screen. I'm seeing it.
I know. I was in Nathan's yesterday, and I forget which mod. I said, "Hey, can I have image?"
The ancient complex of chimichanga. So that's like you cut a chimichanga down the middle, and that's the cross section of it.
What? Wow.
Come on, way.
I guess I'll just have to know what I post.
Maybe you could just close and reopen, but because it looks good on my screen.
I like 3D says, "Oh, nice! Didn't know this channel existed." Pop culture references to flat Earth. I didn't even know that channel existed.
All right. Well, I'm going to restart my
You're
phone,
fired.
which I rarely do. I'll be right back. Yeah.
As everybody talk trash about Jen, go.
Yep. Jen's too nice. What a bitch. Yeah, I'm trying to collect all these pictures. I don't know why I do this. I'm collecting all these pictures. Everyone knows the horrifying picture of Nick Avocado. But there's like all these pictures of like kittens in between cushions and people like going down a foggy trail. And I'm trying to collect as many of them as I can to have like an arsenal, a folder of them, just of that.
I saw you post a few of them.
Yeah. I gotta collect them all. Like a horrifying Pokemon collector. Shekomi Timbers.
Didn't you speak to somebody recently, like Danny Faulkner or somebody big like that recently, Mimas?
Yeah, Danny's been in here a couple times, and I talked with him.
So they don't normally last that long.
Well, he tried to show a picture of a wave, and I got the zoomed out picture, and was like, "See, Danny, that's a wave. Come on." And then Danny was silent. So
Hey, guys. Say that was Earth curve.
Yeah. He was saying, "Why is the bottom obstructed?" I said, "Danny, the camera is a foot off the ground. If it's a foot wave, it's going to take up half the lens and cover everything." So
Jen, did you fix your problem?
I did. Okay, so I was watching this random video and it pointed out this historical, I guess, seemingly observation point. So on one of the ridges of the complex, it's a large hill. And so on both sides, you can observe the sun either rising or setting, quote unquote. So I was kind of thinking, and it's a larger complex than just what I showed, but it goes through all the equinoxes and whatnot. So it's pretty badass. And
what is it, like the part of the Chaco Canyon complex?
It's what I posted a few moments ago. Below ancient complex of Chanquil. I'm probably not pronouncing it right.
Chanquil.
Yeah, probably.
Double L is a Y.
There's actually an entire layout to the whole place, and so how does the orbital mechanics work in the heliocentric BS? How does that all work?
It doesn't. It doesn't work.
I mean, honestly, we're supposed to be. You guys know all the movements, and then we can't even fathom all the movement. Everything else that's allegedly supposed to be out there. This is not complicated. How It's just like, the way it's set up, the whole layout, it's a ladder, not a fucking globe. Are you serious?
Tell them, girl.
I mean, it just depends on if you're. Oh my gosh, it just makes me think of my poor normie brother-in-law and sister. There's hope on the horizon for my sister, though. Oh my God, she sent me a text while I was at work, and she says, I believe in one conspiracy. And she said something about, and I don't think this is valid, but she's on the right track, that, what's his face, Microsoft dude, Bill
Gates.
He allegedly, she didn't say allegedly, but I'm saying allegedly, owns the patent for the Miley Cyrus.
What?
Cyrus rhymes with, I don't want to get on that topic.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Anyway, she referred to eugenics, but not using the term. I said, oh, yeah, and he's also the number one landowner for farmland as well. And so, yeah, I don't know if what she said is true, but for her to, kind of go with the instinct that something's not right. I'm like, yes. For my sister, she's like a beautiful bird in a gilded cage with the door open, and she just wants to stay in her little cage. That's my sister. And that's how a lot of people are. Some people don't really want to know. But for my sister to say that to me, that's like, woo, that's like major. Little baby steps.
Isn't that funny, Jen? It feels like we've been at the party for a long time, and these people are like just now showing up. Late to the party. It's like, dude, we've been here. Okay. We've been waiting for you guys to figure this out.
Better late than never.
Yeah, that's true. But it is funny when they finally come around. It's like, dude, I've been telling you this stuff for years. Okay.
Right.
Really.
And a lot of it is about, all the information or alternative information hasn't been presented to people.
Yeah, they haven't been offered anything else other than like the mainstream. It's like once enough sheep start to, maybe start heading in the other direction, maybe it's like a domino effect. More of them start to catch on.
Well, I think, like my brother-in-law in particular, he didn't participate in the medical procedures that happened over the last 2 years. And
yep.
So that's just a hallelujah for me, for him to set an example for my sister. So she didn't either participate in that procedure. So I think my brother-in-law, once he does a real observation in Florida, it's going to be amazing. I can't wait. Because he sees curve on his boat. And he's an intellectually honest kind of guy, too. And that's what the indoctrination does to your brain. It's just the oddest thing ever. My brother-in-law is a stand-up guy. He's intelligent. Had his own company for 40 years. So, he's not some asshat on YouTube or something. So, yeah, I find it fascinating how people react to what, stuff is, how they, with information presented to them from which side. So, yeah. But anyway, were you going to say something?
I think somebody might be popping in from the VC check-in, so just keep your eyes peeled.
Nice. Fresh meat.
Look alive. Fresh fish. Who else is in here? Meme is still in there?
All right, before we get into, depending on what they say, we need to find out if they conspiracy. Otherwise, we have to route. They believe we went to the moon. I mean, that's like, ooh.
None of it matters at all. if they're awake, it doesn't matter what they believe.
True.
Yeah. Because that's really there is no route you can take to convince somebody.
Oh.
They're awake and they might not realize it and still have all of their previous beliefs.
That's true. Well, you made me think of a quote. It goes, there's many ways to ascend a mountain, but the view from the peak is still the same.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that you kind of hit on that just a little bit. People, as long as you're slightly awake, it doesn't matter what, you have to trek through to make it to the top of the mountain, but you'll still see the same thing as all of us if you continue on your journey.
I was into looking at a quote from that video I was watching earlier. So mainly people know the quote as extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence by the wonderful Carl Sagan.
Yep.
But people don't take what's written before. And when I read it, I'm like, whoa.
Isn't that a logically flawed statement, though? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence?
We could talk for a long time just on what I posted. A really long time.
Well, sometimes there's an extraordinary event that doesn't require extraordinary evidence.
Right. I mean, I feel like we could modify that and tell the Globers, like, it requires any evidence, because it doesn't seem like they want to offer any often, but
like, let's say I said, I've won $1 million. That's an extraordinary claim. Lottery ticket is not extraordinary evidence. It's ordinary evidence.
Okay, but what I find ironic what he says prior to the most famous part of it was that he says, not what we would like to believe,
but only what is supported by hard evidence. What's interesting is that's ordinary evidence. I don't know why he wanted to qualify evidence as being extraordinary. It's not. It's ordinary. Extraordinary. I don't know what extraordinary evidence even is.
Right.
It's not extraordinary if it's followed the scientific method. It's ordinary evidence.
So he's talking about belief because he's a scientism follower. That's why.
Well, he was. I
mean,
it's just extraordinary. So
just to give. Sorry.
I was just saying it's extraordinary, which is just more ordinary.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say that, it's like maybe he's highlighting the fact that people often make extraordinary claims.
Right. Like himself.
I think because in context, what he was talking about was people who believe in like miracles. Or like Christ or something. And that was, he's trying to make a dig at that, but he's not a philosopher. Because an extraordinary claim might be it happened in court. And they were like, yeah, this guy was already dead when we found him. And somebody else might say, no, he was alive. I saw him. That would be an extraordinary claim, right? But even then, if you saw, something that was supposedly miraculous, it may have an ordinary explanation. Like maybe the timestamp of a video is wrong. Right? I mean, there is no extraordinary evidence. Even when you're talking about like miracles, there's no extraordinary evidence.
He's just trying to credit to himself or something.
He was just pontificating. I mean, who knows? Did he even mean to say it exactly like that? I mean, imagine all the podcasters ever who have tens of thousands of hours of just nonsense like that they've said.
Yikes.
I mean, yeah, some people are just trying to hit that 10,000 hours, so
yeah,
we'll just say whatever.
Who sang that song? The OJs, I think it was. It's called You Sexy Thing.
No, I think it's Hot Chocolate is the name of the band.
Yeah.
Is it Hot Chocolate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I was thinking of
The OJs are pretty good.
Love Train. Right? That's the OJs.
Yeah, they have a lot of hits. I don't know a lot of them, but I would definitely recognize a few. I believe in miracles.
No.
A lot of people believe in miracles and they don't even know it. Or do they?
A lot of people would have to believe in miracles to continue with some of the beliefs that they have.
I know, it makes me think of that chick we were talking about yesterday. Whee! She doesn't even think time, like the past exists. It's like, what you fucking talking about, bro?
Well, somebody was in here yesterday.
No. When she says the past doesn't exist, what does she mean?
It was like a completely extensive video. And I'm sorry, I misspoke a moment ago. I was listening in Nathan's yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Like history is fake, or the past doesn't exist?
Standpoint. She asks questions like, is math real? Is time real?
Well, time isn't real.
So she or may not think she is real and wants to convince others of stuff. I don't know. It's just crazy talk. I found it really odd that I happened to be listening to Nathan, and then like a two prior, the same chick he was talking about, I had seen a prior video of hers just randomly show up on my YouTube, and it was about time, but he was talking about one that was about math.
I have never seen a CAPTCHA like that, ever. All the CAPTCHAs I take are find the bus, find the bike, find the stoplight, find the stairs.
Wow, containing a planet? Oh.
No, I mean, that's rare. It's pretty rare.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like that. That's the first time I've seen it is Perceptive Owl posting it. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna just go full conspiracy theorist. Call him fake.
Yeah. Something looks wrong with it.
It looks like it's that what is it, that Dolly? It looks like a Dolly thing.
It looks like AI generated.
Yeah.
Pictures.
Oh, ding, 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 ding. We may have a winner, folks.
Yeah.
What if a CAPTCHA had planets? Yeah, sure. That'd be real easy for the AI, wouldn't it? And here we are on the precipice of no return of the AIs taking up control.
Well, none of it's AI.
Well, I was thinking is, how do we know what's real on what we see on TV or on the internet? How can we confirm, with the level of CGI capabilities, NASA's really bad at it. That's what I was meaning.
Yeah, a lot of people are worried about AI. It's like there's no AI. AI is just machine training. It's not actually AI.
Well, I think
it's not going to take over.
Well, it just creeps me out that they're trying to saturate everybody with this idea and everything. So that's all I think about.
Yeah, the idea has definitely been around for a while. Oh, we're going to merge with cyborgs. I mean,
transfer our consciousness into this little disc and change bodies forever.
There were people freaking out over a video because the machine was showing pictures that the person was thinking of in their mind, right?
Mm.
But
oh snap!
But then you go down and you read the methodology, and they trained this machine to read an average subset of brainwaves as these pictures were shown to people. And so then they trained the machine on it. And when the prompts came up to the person saying teddy bear, they all naturally thought of the same image.
What came to my mind just now as you were describing that, you remember this movie because it was before the avalanche of movies that we have now, and that is AI with little Haley Joel Osment.
Oh yeah.
You know, where they had
Shit.
the aliens, you know, look into, well, his memories and whatnot, and it was like wasn't it? There's a lot of movies that something like as a hologram screen and stuff. It's out there. Where do they get the idea for that kind of stuff? Is my question.
Mm-hmm.
I call
Where
it.
do they get the ideas for a lot of this stuff? Go ahead.
Mm.
What do you call it?
I like Games Workshop. They call AI abominable intelligence.
Abominable intelligence.
Yeah, it's banned. You'll get your planet blown up if you have AI.
Well,
that's a good policy.
Makes me think. Did you guys ever watch the Westworld series? I think there's.
I watched the Westworld movie.
Well, there's 2 movies from Westworld, actually, and then there's the series. But I think it's season 3 where they kind of get into more of the world kind of aspect of not just one particular playground. It's like so awesome. Gets pretty complicated.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Exactly. I love that. That's what Clover say.
Yeah, every time they're programmed to have this response, every time something outside reality that I think is real.
I appreciate exactly. I've just had an epiphany. That's exactly what's going on with my brother. When my brother-in-law, when he goes out in his boat and he thinks he sees the fucking hump of the water. Oh my God. Instead of, I don't see anything, he says in his brain, oh, I see curvature.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
What?
I thought the show was brilliant. Westworld.
Oh, absolutely. I love the show for sure.
Bro, he's actually saying he sees curved water.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Yes. And he is an intellectually honest man. He has admitted, well, I've never thought about that before. I'll have to look into it. I mean, he didn't say it exactly like that, but he absolutely said, I don't know. So we all know that's great to say and hear. It is okay if you don't know.
It's just funny, the mixed signals, the mixed answers you'll get. Some people will say you can see it. Some people say you can't.
My sister's convinced she sees it from an airplane.
Oh my God.
Dude, I'm telling you, the struggle is real for these people. These poor NPCs that don't see what they should be seeing.
Yep, they're just reading it off of a textbook or whatever. Go to Google, it'll say you can see it from a plane. So that's what they'll say too. They're not really actually looking and then going, okay, based off of what I see, this is what I'm going to say. They're just going to say the rhetoric anyway.
When we use Google Maps, it's fucking flat. And there's no connection there. With, unless you're awake, you don't see it. It's like a switch. It's fucking creepy almost. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
Don't even get me started with maps. They can't figure that one out. They can't figure out that the difference between the representation and the actual reality bit.
Right.
They get confused.
If you're looking from far away at a particularly large landmass, it should snap into a globe or a little bit of, you should see curve from the maps on Google. I don't know. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around it. But do you know what I'm talking about?
Right, I'll be back. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
See y'all.
You know what? Did I make any sense? I just said okay.
We should see it somewhere. So,
yeah.
What's up, Ether? How'd it go?
So we have he should be Yeah. Told him to join the live stream and come introduce himself and say hello to you guys. And he seems like
Now's the perfect time to come in. Meme just left.
he said, this gentleman seems sincere and he had a lot to talk about. He's kind of jumping back into the discussion.
Oh, well, how nice.
Nice.
How refreshing.
But she did say that he had to head out from, and I kind of explained to him we don't like to VC verify people, and then they kind of dip out on us. He should at least come say hello. So,
my new
figured we'd
tactic
hop down
is
here.
just my new tactic is just literally just move them in here.
Well, I would do that if I could, but
you might actually be able to. If you want to test it out, we can try that. You might not be able to, but I think you can.
I don't think
some people.
I think I looked for the. I don't know.
I'll check it out with you.
The men who stare at goats. No goats, no glory. You know, I've known about this movie for a long time, but never seen it. Can somebody give me
Gosh.
So is this supposed to have like read between the lines, esoteric stuff to it?
Being able to use.
All right, this is what Grace says. Okay, sorry. This real things the government did.
Oh, I thought that creation.
Monroe Institute? I didn't know it was a place, Monroe Institute. Granted, it was mainly its founder who was in charge of that for the CIA. Yeah.
Telekinesis.
In the movie?
Yeah, I recommend you watch this movie because it barely scratches the surface, but it speaks about how they trained some of the soldiers, and they were just basically trying to create super soldiers essentially, and trying to study the metaphysical. Robert Monroe worked up the programs that all of the remote viewing for the CIA, all of that stuff. That's Robert Monroe.
Thank you so much for explaining that, because I was thinking, why is it called the Monroe Institute?
As soon as you said super soldiers, I immediately thought of another show that does that. That's not a novel idea.
The problem is you don't get really the super soldiers they wanted out of this, because what in order to achieve any of these abilities, you have to free yourself essentially from the ego. You have to allow yourself to get in touch with your intuition and follow that. So there's a certain degree of freedom there that it just defies control.
Well, it's in the field of parapsychology, I believe. Remote viewing. It's like a real thing, like studied and everything.
I was going to say the other show, it doesn't work out either, Trace, but for different reasons.
So I might struggle with watching this movie and get past the characters that are the actors. I'm no longer a Kevin Spacey fan. I've never really liked George Clooney, and Jeff Bridges, I guess. I don't know, he's okay. So does Kevin Spacey play a villain in the show?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I saw the movie. I just remembered because I looked into all this long before I saw the movie, and then when I saw the movie, I was like, finally someone's at least talking about a little bit of this.
So, yeah, Kevin Spacey plays a great shisty character. So if he plays like a different role, I might have... But yeah,
George Clooney is like the main character of the movie there, and he's just going through like a short story essentially, which kind of it's all fictional, of course, the story itself, but they're using the basis from the CAA and what they claim to have been able to do. I posted a link as well to CIA.gov. The FOIA requests, anything related to Monroe Institute, there's a lot of it. And so there's a lot of stuff if you want to look through that. And it connects into a lot of different things. So like if you search for just Monroe or Robert Monroe, you would find other things. And then if you search for Qui Gong, you'll find even more things which are a little bit connected to this.
Well, it refers.
It's all. There's a lot of things that the public just is not allowed to know about, which the government has been looking into for a long time, unbeknownst to the public.
Right, and I find it interesting that they refer to the Monroe Institute as applied sciences, which, like I was referring to a moment ago, I mean, it's in the real. It's parapsychology.
Yeah, it's because he's using he uses hypnosis and he uses binaural beats and that kind of stuff to try to zero in how to make people just basically go into an out-of-body experience or whatever they need. So they could just put their soldiers down, go through this process, and then it would work for some of them, and then they could use that information.
Oh, it sounds like I'm going to take a wild stab and guess it's to say that it's referring to the Gateway program.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yikes! There's a lot of serious stuff on that link you posted.
It's a highly interesting thing to look into. Humanity itself has a lot of potential, and I think that potential is being stifled through all of this tyrannical control and application of delusions, because the more delusional you are and the more stuck you are in your ego, the less chance you're going to be able to access any of this potential, and then you're just stuck being controlled.
In the system.
In a world where men are controlled by men who stare at goats.
In a world.
And the interesting part is, if you look into mysticism and you look into the Hindu and the Buddhist religions, they all have all these powers that mankind is supposed to be able to achieve if they have enough virtue or have enough this or have enough that. Enlightenment, essentially, they call it.
Well, there is a level of belief with what you're referring to. I mean, one has to, I guess, what they say, know thyself, right?
Yeah, and that's a big part of the program that they had to do to try to get the soldiers to be super effective at this. Like, it was very person bound. Like some people just can't go out of their bodies. They have a really hard time going through that.
I wonder what the longest range that they have done. The what do you call it? When they dang it. What's the process where they see from distances? What is that called?
Well, it's called remote viewing.
Okay.
There's an issue with all of the information that's gathered through remote viewing is that the person who's gathering the information colors the information. So they have remote viewed Mars and all the other planets, and because they are under the impression that those are planets, their brain just creates stuff.
Uh-oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, so you end up with. That's why they like to do it with many people, because many people will try to do. Many people will try to do it, and they will all come up with different things. But there will be a general trend, and some things that just fit 100%. And like one guy, you'll be like, "Oh, this guy got it 100% correctly. He even did all of the things." Like he drew the location that we had the picture of, even though he has never seen it, and from the right angle and everything. So sometimes it works flawlessly, sometimes it doesn't work at all, and so they like to use many people to try to get over that.
Question. So these remote viewers, they claimed to see a planet, is what you're saying? Around.
Oh no, they don't see it from that perspective. They're more like
from the
seeing
ground.
seeing it from the ground and imagining the rocks and stuff. The things that they have already seen images of with how they think Mars should look. So you got to think that their perception is always going to be modified how they expect it to be.
Well, hold on. Okay, so this is where my thoughts go with what you just said. I, of course, like everyone else, I don't believe in outer space, but I do believe in extra lands. Like there's a lot more land in my belief. I'm speculating. So to go on with that. So, okay, wherever they filmed Mars from could be not accessible to the common man, but maybe that place, Mars, does in fact exist. It's just not in outer space. So, I mean, that's, my wild thoughts, but, who's to say?
It's not like they're seeing it photorealistically most of the time. Sometimes it's just flashes, shapes, images that come and go, and they're not all 100%. Like,
okay,
it's kind of like when you're dreaming. When you're dreaming, you can dream your house, but then you turn the corridors, and the corridor is longer. There's an extra door or some weird stuff. Your brain can edit and add things to things. That's why, like, the more free of the ego you are, the more or less it taints the image you're painting.
Oh, wow. Huh. So, what you're kind of saying is an individual's level of discernment translates into the remote viewing process.
Yeah, because you're
like
you're the medium. You're the translator between the information. You might be getting some information, but because you don't have you don't have enough bandwidth to accept all of the information, so you just get parts, and so the rest of the picture is filled in with your brain, kind of.
Wow. Oh, I love that. That you can't accept all the bandwidth. That's fascinating. And to me, that would say, how well you take care of your body, because you're a receptor, right?
Yeah, the body and the mind. It's all one.
So fascinating. I don't know if I'd want to be a party of that. That sounds too much freaky action at a distance, essentially. But, wow. Now I'm really going to have to watch the movie.
It's a good movie.
It's on my watch list.
Yeah, they wanted it basically because they could kill a goat using it. That was one of the demonstrations that they were basing all this stuff on. So, like, if they could get all the soldiers to just look at people and kill them with their looks, then yeah, they would win every war. But you don't get to that level without having a little bit of conscience left. Like, you have to become free from that shit to actually get to that point, and so at that point you don't want to kill people. It's a contradiction. That's why they don't. That's why the entire military isn't using it, because it would not give them control over the military. It would take that control away.
Well, the individual would have to kind of become a machine, no thought processing.
Well, with this, it's not so much the individual becoming a machine, but rather the individual becoming super discerning and in touch with himself and everything around him. And so, and instead of pushing your own ideals and your own concepts onto the world, you're interpreting the world more clearly than the average person, basically.
Oh, interpreting being the key word there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm. A lot of crazy stuff going on in the world that the television watching news believer, it just goes right over their head. Meow. Kevin Spacey. Troublemaker in Hollywood. He's almost untouchable. Not unless Rob Simmons was from space or something. Another planet. Speaking of another planet, you guys, I swear I forget who said it, but I heard that there was another, like a straight out UFO shot down, not a satellite balloon from China. Did you guys hear anything about that? Because it could have been bullshit what I heard. It didn't seem like it was like that serious, but I just know how they're putting that out there. Does anybody know right offhand if the TV show Space Force is still in production?
I don't know, but I sure thought it was funny to see that flat Earth senator or whatever, even though he was dumb as a pile of bricks.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they made him look like a crackpot. So, from the idea that we live in an upside-down clown world, if you want to find truth in anything, you got to think of it backwards. Like, what do they ridicule? Then that's something that you'd want to look at from a different angle. Maybe a higher perspective, perhaps. I don't know.
I think it's just wise to take everything with a grain of salt. Just look at everything. Don't assume anything is true, and then just see where the foundations for that belief is, because there must be one. Otherwise, what is it based on? And if it's based on nothing, why would you believe it?
Because it comes, well, for most people, because it comes from an authority figure. People probably still have this idea in their head that the people they see on the news, that those people are, or at one time, was like an investigative journalist. That, from what I know, and I could be wrong, but I thought that doesn't happen anymore. Sure, there are some that go out to scenes of other events and such like that, but, trying to figure out, investigating something besides just observing, that doesn't happen anymore. I mean, what was the last time that happened? Like in the 70s or something? With Woodward and Bernstein or something? I don't know a lot about it. Anybody else? Woo, I'm in the weeds. Somebody come get me. Just kidding.
Let's send a rescue team immediately.
I fell down in the weeds. But anyway, I was trying to get to a point. I went too far off. what's portrayed on, the TV. People appeal to authority and they take in that information as settled science, essentially. I mean, I'm going wild here, and how I'm talking, but that's how I see it. According to me, my wild speculation. It's not Sunday. Is speculation Sunday still a thing?
Yes.
Sweet.
Oh, dude, I could thinking about it. I could do something really cool right now.
I mean, is pointing out coincidences, isn't that kind of speculation, essentially?
Well,
No?
no, I was just thinking we should actually. There's two different types of speculation. One of them's tethered to the realms of possibility, and the other's just kind of farting off into the wind out in the aether, flying by the seat of your pants. And we don't do that anyway.
I am totally a fly by the seat of my pants in real life. So surprised to do it in here. It is no surprise.
For the leaps of faith, and just for some reason, perfectly land. Yep, landed it, nailed it.
Oh, yay!
But it's I'm thinking I'm more talking about the sophist surfers that come swooping in. You see them all the time. Here, let me show you. I'll put something.
Keyboard warriors, is that what you're talking about?
I made a meme. I'll put it in a voice. Sorry.
I mean, you guys know that the ego of one individual can be translated in more than one way through the internet. And I've seen ego of people in real life trolls.
Oh, check this out too.
Sophist. The sophist surfer. I love that. That reminds me of Globe Earth Sniper. I didn't say that right, but Globe Earth Sniper.
Huh.
The sophist surfer. The flat Earth super. The globe superhero. That's what that would be, right? That's really gross. It's mean.
It kind of is the surfing. They come swooping in, doing their little weird surfing on their own brains.
They take control of your brain and then they just run with it. Okay, wait. So I hear sophistry referenced every now and then, and I should know right off what essentially, sophistry is referring to things you cannot prove? Is that what that is? I guess I could look it up. Oh, thank you, everyone. The use of clever but false arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. So this would be a tactic used in actual formal debate, like when people compete for a debate. Serious.
And if you look, and then you look at the etymology, the roots. These people are devising a way to make themselves seem wise, or from their perspective, to become wise.
Right. I mean, I there's just not enough hours in the day to do everything I want. And at one time I was kind of looking into, rhetoric and the terms involved with logical thinking and stuff like that. And you can win an argument and still not be correct. So that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. It's kind of like winning a battle but losing a war that you already lost before. And it's living in the rebellion of, I won this little battle, but you're still already and continuously lose the war.
Yeah, it means they're a clown, like Drace just referred. Clown argument, aka fallacy.
That's the definition of rebellion. When it says rebellion is as a sin of witchcraft, if you look up the word rebellion, it basically means that when the defeated declares war immediately after losing. It's kind of weird.
Upside down clown world.
Yep. Always a, I am bleeding. Therefore, I am the victor.
I have outwitted.
Have you ever seen Kung Pao, with the guy who they trained him wrong on purpose? Thinks that when he's bleeding, he's actually winning.
I am bleeding, therefore I am winning.
You know, kind of something about being the victor.
How do you like my face to your foot technique?
Yeah. Your fist to my body. Oh man, that movie was so dumb. It had a bunch of hilarious parts, but it was only hilarious because of how dumb it was.
Wait, what movie?
Kung
Pao.
Oh, no, never heard of it.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the IMDb for you.
Oh boy.
That's another movie that's really good. He basically just bought the rights to an old kung fu movie and then cut and pasted himself into, like, I think it was actually 2 movies he made into one.
So the movie I'm getting into right now is actually a franchise to what is known as now, but that is Planet of the Apes. I started from the very first one. I'm on the 3rd or 4th one.
Yeah.
So I think there was a television series, but I wanted to watch the original movies first.
There we go. I found it. Another one is like, she's like, chosen one, and he's running forever. Like, I'm coming. He just keeps running. They just do that same bit like multiple times. It gets annoying, but it's hilarious too. Again, it's only funny because of how dumb it is. It's one of those things where it's they do it on purpose. Like the way that he did it, I feel like he did certain things to which that's how comedy's written, to trigger people's brains. That little funny, like what the, and then you giggle at it, like what the hell was that?
So it still could remain offensive to many.
Oh, dude, there's a lot of stuff in there that, especially these days, I'm sure that they could nitpick and find 1,000 things.
Yeah, there's just too many people. There's always going to be the outliers being like, "Hey,
Yeah.
I'm offended." That is not right.
Most of the people aren't even like offended by anything. It's just that the people who are offended are really loud.
Well, yeah, they don't know that they're taken over by their emotions.
Yeah, but then they're so loud that the people who aren't actually offended are like, "Okay, we got to do something about it, so you'll shut up." It's just funny because, like, the social justice, that's their entire MO, is just to complain about things until they get some kind of legislature passed that'll make them shut up. It won't actually solve the problem. It just makes them be quiet about it.
I think people, if they could view themselves acting a fool, it would be really humbling.
Yes.
They might not act like that no more.
Well, some of these people who come in here and they start acting absolutely ridiculous should go back and watch the live stream and listen to themselves.
Holy cow, that's wonderful.
I've already taken that advice to heart, my own advice, before offering it to anybody else. So go back and listen to yourself. Everyone.
The only time I have is I made a really super awesome joke, like, I don't know, probably like 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
But usually I don't.
Oh, it's kind of uncomfortable to listen to yourself speak from the past, kind of thing. I can understand why Johnny Depp doesn't watch the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. At least that's what he claims. Like, he did it. He's not going to watch the movies. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It'd be kind of weird. Sorry.
I could skim through the old live streams, however far back we go, which are on Helio's channel or the 24/7 channel.
Yeah. I guarantee you, everybody, if you did, you'll watch as your arguments have changed over time and they become less sophisticated and more solid state. Less sophisticated, more Socratic.
Well, I just think there's just way too many coincidences.
There is something beyond our understanding it's natural, but we would perceive it as supernatural because most people have been lied to about what's natural.
Well, people can look at a photo and think it's real. So we have
Yeah.
a big problem.
They don't know what fantastic or incredible means.
Or extraordinary.
Incredible. Yeah. Or like I was just thinking incredible, not credible. But they'll look at something from NASA and be like, "Oh, that's incredible." Yep, it certainly is.
NASA is uncredible. Is
Yeah.
that
Well,
correct?
No, like the word
know it's not a
incredible
word.
means not credible.
Wait, what?
The word incredible. I'll do a screenshot of the etymology of it.
So the prefix, instead of un, it's in.
You're gonna love this. Voice text. I didn't put a picture on or anything. It's just I like adding the graphics. It makes them look cooler. Not credible.
Wow, it's been a long time since I took 2 years of Latin in high school, but yeah, that's awesome. I love etymology. So when someone would look at something and they say that's incredible, they're saying what I'm seeing. I don't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, when you believe something, you have some credit behind it, right?
Yeah. I got to make another one this way. I hate when there's a whole bunch of different quotes. Well, that's only 3. It looked like there was 4. Damn it.
So
I
true.
highlight.
So if somebody was looking at a true natural a phenomenon event, they say that's incredible because they don't have an explanation or any credibility to believe what they're seeing. Say, I'm seeing
They
that,
don't know
but
what it is.
yeah, I don't believe what I'm seeing. I don't know what I'm seeing.
It's like a UFO on the ground. Like it's not flying, but I still have not identified what that is. It's definitely an object, though. The fantastic one is another one. Like fascinate and fantastic have similar connections. I'm going to do both of those. Which, thank you to Vulcan who reminded me of that. Kind of like that meme did me a fascinate.
So I guess NASA would be incredible.
Yes. They're incredibly fantastic.
That's amazing. That's the most amazing thing I've heard in a while. NASA is incredible.
They're stupefyingly incredibly fantastic.
Wow.
Stupefying.
Okay, you're gonna have to make a different meme. You're gonna have to make it better.
I should.
Upgrade your meme because I just took that one now. But if you're gonna add to it, that sounds fun.
Got to step up my game now.
The incredible NASA about to perform these magic spells upon you. That's what Trace meant.
No, it's just an example of something that's truly incredible.
Oh my gosh. How do they perform that trick? Do you guys know?
Hocus pocus.
So the lady jams herself up in one side of the box. I mean, right?
Oh, I was just joking about the etymology of the word hocus.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
It's connected to the word hoax and this other kind of bewitching magic trick type stuff, deceptions, illusions.
Yeah, it's an optical illusion. The bottom of the table has space in it, and so the little box above that looks too small for her body is actually not the box she's in.
I'll share the stuff I got with you. But they hocus pocus your focus.
Yeah, the hocus pocus focuses your focus.
That was great. NASA
designed to keep your focus.
Focus. Pretty terrific, right?
Dude. Okay, you know what this makes me think of? The demons. There's one guy in particular. I swear that motherfucker's eyes glow and shit. He sits like
Hey.
an Indian style and has these balls going up and down his arms and across his fingers, and it's pretty creepy. It's creepy.
Let's define that word, demon.
Dude. Well, that's what they call them, demon magicians. They claim to have a spirit guide. It's so
Let's
fucked
define that word, magic.
I'll put a spell on you. But, so the most innocuous account of this, it was on America's Got Talent or some show like that. And the demon's name, who the person claimed he was in contact with since a small child, the name's Desmond.
Oh, Lord.
It seems so cute. And, you know, I don't know. They put it out in the mainstream as just being normal. Not like to any spookiness to it at all. I mean, maybe some people got freaked out about it, but
We're turning demons into Pokemons.
what about Pokemon?
They're turning demons into Pokemons, making it trendy. I gotta possess them all. Demons. How much can I become possessed? The demons out of the world. Oh, Lord.
I take, so far as religion goes, I take the stance of, and I haven't researched it extensively or anything, I just know the main basics of the belief. It's called preterism, that the reign of Christ already occurred and we're in the short season of the
But imagine a card game that would lean into that concept. Would just like be like, I got a platinum Lucifer over here, and that kind of stuff. It would be like all the demons, and then you'd have religious figures and saints for the other color.
Oh, yeah, well, my Lucifer beats your lower level angels because he's Archangel class. Dude.
Don't they already have a card game like that or something?
Yeah, I think it's called Magic the Gathering.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that company is affiliated, or
Yep.
the other way around, with Pokemon. The company.
Wizards of the Coast.
So the main character in the Pokemon Go game, which I have played, you know, because I do walk and exercise and whatnot, so I'm like, why not play? It was kind of scary because it was like the first game, like I connected to my GPS.
Oh, Lord.
You know, I played social gaming before, you know, Facebook games. And so, yeah, but that was different. I'm like, oh, do I really want my phone? And I'm like, well, my phone kind of knows everything I do anyway. So I was like, fuck it. I did it anyway. I just occasionally play, but that whole fucking shit is a whole universe to a lot of people. It's
Hey, tracking device, show me where my imaginary friends are.
OMG. I mean, it was on the news all over the place when the game first came out.
Yeah.
Like, flocks of people.
They
you
went
know?
crazy.
Yeah, it was like,
People died.
what?
Dude, people died trying to catch Pokemon. I'm just saying, people got hurt. People died from trying to catch Pokemon.
Well,
If I recall correctly.
Every time you open the game, you have to acknowledge it's a picture of someone with their head down looking at their phone. It said, please be aware of your surroundings, something like that. I forget what it says exactly.
Yeah, but when your Pokemon is running out into the street and you haven't captured it yet, they keep running after it and then the car comes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's more like whether or not you're in range of the Pokemon. The Pokemon don't run around on the street.
No,
They just
the human runs after the digital imaginary friend.
Oh yeah. Like I've seen videos and where people say it's a Dragonite or whatever. Everybody like swarms, and it's like it's all. That's because the Pokemon are in one location. That's what,
Yeah, and then the basic. Yeah, so many people swarmed to singular locations for the rare ones, and oh my god, it was so cringe. It was horrible. This is
Yeah,
like
and when you're competing with the other ones rushing to the location, people don't pay enough attention.
if I were a globe earther, I'd use this as an example as to why aliens don't contact us.
oh, I remember. There's a ringtone I had at one time. It was this. No offense to this group of people or anything, but it was this flamer. You could tell it was a flamer gay guy's voice, and he says, "Look, it's a Dratini! There's a Dratini over there!" And it was just like so funny, and it was from the height and the craze of that gaming moment in time, if you will. It's just so fascinating because I remember the earliest video games, Pong. If anybody can remember that. Some people in this room were not alive when that came out. So I've always been, I have geeked out on video gaming, quote unquote, per se, but like with Pokemon Go, I mean, you have to know a lot of people to really play the game effectively. I mean, if there's a big event in a large city, it's easy to find a Pokemon Go player. I mean, by how they're looking and acting on their phone. Because it's strange, when you throw the Pokeball, you do a curve throw, so you gotta put your finger around in a circle, and then you throw it on your phone, touching the screen. So it's so easy to find other players, and they probably did that shit on purpose, who knows? I mean, because everybody scrolls, scroll, but it's not like that. But yeah, there's a lot of people that phones. I mean, who knows where that's going to be in 2 decades? Are they just going to have some shit in our fucking brains? Connect to everybody? Ew. The hive mind bullshit or whatever, crazy, fringy conspiracy theory.
Well, they tried to use the Google Glasses, where they incorporate this overlay of virtual reality on top of reality, and that's kind of the plan, so that you can operate within their system without actually being online.
So in Pokemon Go, they have what's called AR mode, and it's called augmented reality. So I think that's what you're referring to. So you see the said Pokemon as a cartoon, as you would in the game normally, but you use your camera it scans your surroundings, and it's like 360 view. You turn around and
difference would be basically that you would have these glasses, and the monitor basically of your phone would be the glasses. Like you're looking through clear glass, but the extra information that they want you to see, like icons and things that you can interact with in this virtual world, would be visible through the glasses, but not to people who don't have glasses. They would have to have a phone or something, or camera that's looking into that.
Right, so that's probably how people play Pokemon Go soon, is with the fucking glasses. Watch. I mean, I would not be surprised. Like, it would be the new level of gaming, like, how Nintendo Wii uses motion to play games. I mean, and they're already using the goggles for the game, are they not?
One of the, I think, primary reasons why Google Glasses failed so spectacularly was because there was a pushback from the people. People said it was lame, and then it became popular to call it lame, and then all of a sudden, like, they lost all sales.
Well, there's a big ad campaign, including commercials, which I'm forced to watch when I use Hulu, which I hate, and I don't do that very often, but the campaign, I think, is called Are We There Yet? And it's with some sort of glasses, and it's not an augmented reality, it's a virtual reality. where you could just sit in one place or I guess you could move around. I don't know. I mean, I just saw the commercial and they make it seem all fun and entertaining and all of that with, no regard to where the technology could be going. Like, do you really want to do that? The younger ones are going to want to.
Yeah, they have this VR or virtual reality, which is just simulated stuff where you can enter a computer game basically with the headset. The augmented reality is basically where they overlay an image over reality, and it looks like it's floating in reality.
Right. So with the glasses, whatever company, do you talk and it responds? Like in the simulated game or whatever, can you talk? Is there audio involved or is it just visual? And you hear things in it? I guess I'd have to look it up because I don't know. I don't know anybody who's used those, or I haven't watched it. I guess I could watch reviews. There's probably a billion of them on YouTube.
My computer crashed as I was speaking. So I don't know how it sounded on your side, but I expect essentially that these kind of glasses are going to become popular, and then what they're going to do is they're going to hook up the AI to the glasses, and so you can just ask the glasses any question you want, and the AI will give you the answers.
That sounds boring. Where's the fun in that?
It's not about fun for them. It's about having people controlled and having everyone seeing the same thing so that they can create a cohesive new culture. The culture of consumerism. Even if some of these things get some kind of a wide adoption, it wouldn't really change everything for everyone because everyone's not going to accept that shit. And it's going to lead into an issue as some people get more detached from reality as other people grow more attached to reality. So it creates the divide. And that way, the guys with the pitchforks are angry at the guys with the torches, and the guys with the torches don't like the guys with the pitchforks. It's a win-win for the people in control.
Yeah, but they got names too.
Yeah, and they just keep switching out, and it's not like it's one person. It's a whole group of people who are interconnected and disconnected. So it's just people being greedy, like always, and trying to cover up their own mistakes and bad things. Like they don't want that want the whole world to know. So it's easier to have the whole world fighting itself than trying to improve itself.
Would that be? Would those names be like what? Someone like Klaus Schwab or Bill Gates?
I would say that they are part of the puppetry. They're individuals with their own beliefs, with their own goals. They belong to different societies and different groups. Those groups have agendas and beliefs, and if you buy into those beliefs, you might work towards a certain agenda. Like, these people are just people, and they're just flawed people. We just need to realize we can also work together and make something happen. They are not the only ones who can do that.
You know, the Elon Musk one is such a funny one because, like, sometimes I wonder if with the SpaceX thing, if, you know, he's just in a room, you know, ultimately he's looking at a screen in a room somewhere. What would be really funny is if he even thinks that they're going to space, and even he doesn't actually know that the Earth is flat and that they're not going. I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah, just think about it. When he saw the car go into space, he was like, it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real. But what if somebody just told that to him to ease his worries because it looked so fake?
Yeah, man. I consider that, like, maybe, I mean, I'm on the fence on that, but if I had to lean one way, I would actually lean that maybe he doesn't know, because when that thing happened in 2020, he was actually one of the people speaking up like, hey, what the heck's going on here? So then when it comes to the flat earth topic, you know, I'm a little easier on him than most flat earthers are. Let's say that much. So maybe I'm just trying to make an excuse for him, because I know, like, man, a lot of flat earthers, they think that this guy's the Antichrist or whatever. But somehow that's one guy one of the guys, even, you know, one of the guys I take it a little bit easy on.
Yeah, he comes from a little bit of old money. They try to play it as like he's this great inventor who invented PayPal, but there's a bunch of shady stuff there as well. He's done some good things lately, and I won't fault him for that. And everybody's human. Like I come from my family. My family has its issues. Everybody's families has issues. It's just how you deal with them and what you choose to do in the moment that really matters. If he wants to, like, help humanity and believes all that, sending people out into space, sure, I used to believe that when I was a global believer. I can understand that he believes something similar. And so when you have the money, why not put the money into it? But then you put your trust into people that you don't know, and you can't guarantee that they're doing what they're telling you, and that they're just saying, give us more money, we need more stuff so that this works. And he's just, yeah, okay, here's some money.
Yeah, the stand-up comedian Bill Burr had a really funny joke about that. He said, you know, people think that Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, that they're these great inventors, but really they're just shouting at somebody in a room, and they're like, hey, I want this thing smaller, I want it faster, and I want this done now, you know. And then the guy goes, you know, this poor you know, internet nerd or whatever goes in a room and, you know, like, tries to make the Apple device, you know, smarter, and it tries to conform to what they're looking for. And then there's a lot of people who say that technology was in Silicon Valley when Bill Gates came around. There was already a lot of these guys doing it, but they were sharing it for free. A lot of the internet technology and early computers was being shared, software was being shared for free. And what he actually did was, he was the guy that came around and figured out how to legalize it, how to make a legal code surrounding it, turn it into a commodity, like use it for sales for a company, and then market it. And so that's kind of one idea that's out there, kind of what you're saying. Like, do these guys like Elon Musk, and are they really inventing anything? Like, are they really in some room, like figuring out how to get from here to there? Or are they just, like, over the top of it, like shouting at some poor guy that's getting paid, you know, like much less than them. And this guy's got to figure it out under like a lot of stress in a certain time frame.
Yeah, and that guy is just trying to make something that looks like they would accept, and as long as they accept it, it's a go time for them. That's kind of how the globe is. That's why there's so many fallacious arguments within it. There's so many holes and problems, because it's like, here, this is what they asked for. Is this what you wanted, Master? Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Like, he's just asking for rockets that are built like in a certain way that can do this and can do that. And then there's somebody like trying to put that together. And, but I even had what do you think about this, man? Could it be possible that an astronaut, because if you've been to Disney World, I went to Disney World last summer, and they have a ride there, and it's a space ride. And the whole point of the ride is to simulate like that you're going up in outer space, and they make it look as real as it can possibly look. You know, you feel like, ooh, I'm in a rocket and I'm going up to outer space. Could it even be possible that even astronauts, they're just inside of, you know, the spaceship, and they're in the spacesuit and seeing out that even an astronaut could be under the assumption that he's in outer space and he's actually not in outer space? Could that be, or do you think they're just all flat out lying? Like, could it be possible that they could even take it like through a simulator?
Yeah, I think it's possible to a degree. I think it's getting more and more easy to do that as technology advances. But like, if you look at Buzz Aldrin and them before they leave, they're all super happy and like they think they're the heroes of mankind. And then when they supposedly come back, they're all super depressed. We got to understand that these astronauts are all under NDAs, and they're only allowed to say so much. And if you listen to Buzz talking about the moon landings, he's like, and we didn't go there. And like, this is my question. He wants to know why they didn't go there. Like, he said it like three times already that like they didn't go there. Once to a child, once to a body of academics, and then once the third time I forget. But like,
I know the problem here is talking about the Conan show when he was on the late night show with Conan, and he was like, "No, what you guys saw was a simulation." He said, "Well, you didn't see us actually landing on the moon." And then of course, Conan, what is he doing? You know, a guy makes a statement like that. You don't ask him a follow-up question. Oh, okay. They just went right on with the show. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, it's really easy to understand with the programs that CIA has used, MK Ultra and that kind of stuff, that they were put through a lot of training and simulations of that happening. And could one of those simulations have been with hypnotic induction and maybe some psychotropic drugs made them think that they actually went? Possibly. But also, based on their behaviors, reactions, and what they have said, I think they actually, at least those first ones knew that they didn't get to go because it was too dangerous, but they had to beat the Russians, so they said they went.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think that maybe when they conceptualized this fake space idea, one of the reasons maybe they made it so restrictive, like you can't survive without a space suit. You can only survive so long outside of the space shuttle. You know, you can't do this, you can't do that. Because think about it, if they had conceptualized it as like a place where you just get out and walk around and chill out like the planet Earth, and it's easy to live on. Well, then we would want to. Our expectations for the images that we should be seeing from space would increase tremendously. I mean, we would have been expecting vacations. Well, the vacation thing is really funny. I remember being in my second grade classroom, and my second grade teacher getting us all excited as kids and showing us like books and magazines of like these these hotels that were on the moon, and how by the year 2020. It would be normal, just like going on a summer vacation with your family to Disney World. We would be going on summer vacations to the moon. And it wasn't like, oh, okay, that's going to happen when 2020 comes. I mean, we just all thought, okay, that's going to happen. And then when it didn't happen, nobody said anything. Nobody said, hey, what happened to trips to the moon that we were supposed to have. Nope, nobody was just like, oh, okay, we'll just move the goalposts back further or forget about that.
Yeah, they've been saying this since the 1978 that we would see colonies on the moon. Like,
yep.
They've been promising this stuff forever, but it just doesn't happen because it cannot.
Right. It's the same thing with the climate change thing. They've just been saying that, okay, we're supposed to, we only have till the year 2000 to get this thing figured out or we're all doomed. Then it's like, okay, we only have to the year 2010 to figure this out or we're all doomed. Now it's like, okay. And that's why I study history, man. I remember like everything that happened in my life. I remember, like those conversations with my second grade teacher. And so I'm the type of person, when somebody tells me something, I come back around later and like, hey, you told me this thing back then. I really, honestly, if I was in a supermarket somewhere and I ran into my second grade teacher, I would be the type of person to actually say to her, I wouldn't just go, oh, hey, how are you doing? How's the weather? I really would say to her, wait a second. Remember, you told me that when I was in second grade. I mean, I'd say it in a nice way. I'm not going to be a jerk about it. I might even disguise it in some bit of humor or something like that. But still, I would say, you told me in 2020 we were going to be on the moon. We're not. So does that mean that maybe there was some flaws in your belief in outer space, and that NASA was this glorious organization?
Yeah, it's also like there is already laws that says you're not supposed to be teaching one religious system over another, but that's what they're doing. They're teaching the heliocentric religious system and putting that into the children at such a young age, where their minds have not yet formed the ability to critically think about things. They're at those ages when they first start talking about the globe and heliocentrism, their minds are super absorbing everything that comes in. So at those ages, if you teach them new languages, they'll become fluent in those languages, and they'll speak them naturally. This is why they're doing it. They put it into the minds of the children when they have the most capacity for learning, and when we should be teaching them the most useful things, and instead fill their heads with completely useless things that are never going to help them in life. It's just going to cause them to go into cognitive dissonance because the foundation of their whole worldview is just crumbling.
Right. And then so as a student, the student has to then make a decision. They have to say, okay, even though I don't really understand what's going on here and something doesn't sound right to me, like it's not in harmony with my soul and it doesn't vibe with my spirit, do I just go along with this here and produce these answers for my teacher so I could be a good little boy or girl and be a good student? Or do I rebel against this and then end up, becoming, disappointing my parents, getting bad grades, maybe not going to college, maybe it could affect my future. Now, I think a lot of flat earthers are on the page now that the whole college thing could even, could be a hoax to some degree. But, in another sense, that piece of paper can help you get a job somewhere. So that's another discussion. But yeah, I think every student, they come to that point in their education, every child growing up, where they sort of have to make a decision. Do I just go ahead and turn that part of my soul off that is resistant to this so that I can focus and get the grades that I need to get? Or should I challenge this thing?
Yeah.
Face the repercussions of that.
Yeah. Do you conform and conform to everyone else and try to accept that, or do you argue against it and question it? Most of that dies because it's so repetitive. The way the education system is, even some teachers admit, like, they don't use evidence or like any empirical evidence to show you that what they're saying is correct. They just use indoctrination and propaganda to hammer it into you.
Right. I think it's fascinating, man, that interview that Flat Earth Dave had with that lady from she's a centurion. She's over 100 years old, and she was saying that when she was a child, they studied flat Earth, which is really interesting, man. I always wonder, like, the education system was so different back then. Especially before they had televisions. The average person would read novels. Even children at maybe the age of 14, they would read. They would be reading novels. So for your evening activity, for like something to sit down and chill out for the end of the day, you would take on reading material that now maybe only a college student would study that kind of reading material. So we're just so dumbed down as a society. We were much more literate back in those days, and the educational system was so much better. Now, obviously, they had to have their propaganda even back then, but I just don't think it was to the degree that it is now.
Yeah, the difference was that we primarily had books as our entertainment and as our education and that kind of stuff. Like, people would read through books to get educated. That's why Isaac Asimov said self-education is the only form of education there is. Because it's not what people want you to believe and what they make you parrot. It's education is the desire to learn. It's the passion for learning instead of the filling of the vessel. Like, you can fill a vessel with complete misinformation and he's not educated at all. But if he has a passion for learning, he will figure out that all of that misinformation is wrong because he kept on studying.
Right. Yeah. And to peel back those layers of indoctrination, that's quite a process. I mean, I think sometimes some of us that became flat earthers, it's probably because we reached some point in our life where we had a sort of maybe obstacle or breakdown spiritually or like financially or something like that. I know I had one when I was 25 years old because, you're still living on your parents' money. So when you make mistakes at maybe age 18, 19, you can still kind of get away with it. And it wasn't until I was like 25 that my parents' support and money and everything was no longer there. And I made bad mistakes like I'd made in the past, but there was no soft cushion for me to land on. And that was the first time I had to totally restart my life and, like you said, become an empty vessel and look at everything again with fresh eyes. And it was hard at first, but it's because of that experience that, when Flat Earth was presented to me, I was able to very easily accept it. All someone had to do was show me how circumnavigation worked, and that was pretty much it. But yes, because you need that. So I guess my point is maybe that, the breakdown that we experience in life could actually be a chance for renewal in some cases, because it could be a clearing of all that conditioning and propaganda that we've been filled with.
Yeah, the way Meme would say it is, if we were never deceived, there would be no revelation.
Mm-hmm. True. Wow. Good. That's well put. Yeah. And cool. I remember when. Well, I don't want to get off on those other subjects, but I remember when back in 2001, I remember like everything the media said, I believed. If the media said something when I was growing up with my parents or I was in high school, I believed it because that was just how I was raised. We watched my mom had the news on in the morning when I was getting ready for school and she was getting ready for work, and whatever they said, that's okay. That's what it is, And it's just weird to think. It's crazy to think about now because now I would question everything that would come on the news. In fact, I would, if I had to assume anything on either side, it would definitely be that this is okay. There's some lie going on here. Maybe I don't know what the lie is yet, but eventually, if I research this thing, I can figure out where the lie is, or where the truth is hidden on this.
Yeah, you just think about it from this perspective as well. When someone is trying to get you to do something or whatever, they always try to phrase it in the nicest way possible from the perspective that looks the most harmless. Even though there might be an angle for them to use that is very harmful.
Sure, they're not going to come right out and tell you, hey, this is going to be very bad for you, very unhealthy. It's going to destroy your life, and it's going to benefit us and not you at all. And so you ready to do this? No, of course they're not going to present it.
Yeah,
present
they're
it to you
gonna
in that
present
way.
it. Yeah, they're gonna present it so that you like, oh, this is gonna help your life. You're gonna be so much better off after you do this. If you just accept what we want for you, you're gonna be so happy. You're gonna own nothing, and
yeah, sure. Or they guilt trip you that well, if you can't do it for your sake, man, do it. You don't be selfish, man. Do it for the sake of. Don't you care about others? And then that gets a lot of people because they want to be perceived as good people. They wouldn't want anyone to hurt anybody. So then you're even getting the good people. So that's why sometimes they say a selfish person is actually better and more righteous than an unselfish person, because at least a selfish person will do something for their advantage. But the unselfish person might not only do harm to themselves, but they'll be doing harm for others because they're doing something under the guise of they're helping others.
yeah, a well-meaning fool can do far more harm than openly malicious character, because you will resist the openly malicious character. The well-meaning fool will get under the guise of kindness.
Sure. That goes into even like Ayn Rand was pushing that in I can't remember what time period she lived, maybe around the 1950s, 1960s. That became really popular. She was kind of pointing out that, wait a second, selfishness is maybe not the worst thing in the world, because a lot of these people that say that they're behaving unselfishly, they're the ones trying to tell you how to live your life. So how is that, and make judgments on you? So how is that being unselfish? No, they're actually requiring you to live and behave in a certain way. So maybe they're actually the selfish ones. So she kind of like broke down this word selfish, and it kind of enlightened me. She was one of the people that enlightened me when I was 25 to like these definitions of words that we take so simply, like selfishness and unselfishness. Like, what do they really mean when you break them down?
Yeah, this is an attack on masculinity and healthy leaders. There is, if you look at narcissism, for instance, confidence, self-awareness, positive sense of self are considered normal narcissistic traits. And so, yeah, that's what they want to bury with everything else.
Yeah.
They don't want strategic intelligence. They don't want a visionary leader or a partner that you can rely on. That's not what they want. They want to go all the way into unhealthy, pathological narcissism, and that's where you get the covert narcissists who actually convince themselves that they are the good people, that they are the good ones. And so if you're not doing what they're saying, you're the bad one because they're the good ones. And so
right,
they'll put up this mask of amicability, of being nice, all that shit, just to get you to do what they want.
Well,
right, and I think a lot of it is a... Go ahead.
I was just telling Drace, thanks for that.
Oh. Yeah, man, I think a lot of that... Go ahead.
I was thanking him for that breakdown of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it could be some of it can be a cover-up.
I think the biggest issue with egocentric behavior or narcissistic abuse specifically is that it breeds more narcissism, because as you deal with someone who's narcissistic and he keeps using sophistry on you and he keeps being insulting, it feels almost like righteous to let him taste his own medicine. But that only brings you down into his level, brings you closer and closer into narcissism. It's a slow, slippery slope, and most people don't even notice that they've slipped all the way down. And the mask that they haven't, like, they believe I am the mask, and all of their bad behaviors are just erased from their memory. They're rationalized away, or they focus on the other person. So like they forget all about how they were in that interaction, and then they just focus on you. So your tone wasn't right, so I'm going to attack you on the tone, even though the whole previous conversation, my tone was all off. You know what I mean? That's why you see psychological projection so much with these characters, because they are so profoundly not self-aware that they don't realize how they're behaving, and then they project all of that outwards onto the other person so that they don't have to deal with it. And then they can attack that on the other person as a means to avoid having to think about themselves. I highly recommend reading this article on co-narcissism, because co-narcissism is just, if you have to live with a narcissist or deal with a narcissist on a regular basis, that's what this is about. Co-narcissism. When you live with them, you only have so many options to deal with this shit. And so people break in predictable ways when dealing with them. That's why one of the most common things that you hear therapists tell people, like, if you have a narcissist in your life that's making drama every day, making your life a living hell, leave. You can't change them. You can't help them, because they don't actually have the ability to perceive that they need help. They're just like, if you point out everything, even if you brought out evidence showing, hey, you need help, they're like, yeah, no, I made a mistake, but like that was because of you, because you were saying that and all this other stuff, and so it wasn't me making a mistake, it's you making a mistake. They go through this whole rationalization where they disarm the negativity about themselves in their own minds and then throw it out. I think one of the worst parts about it is the memory loss, because they literally start getting memory loss, and in the beginning it's not that bad, but the deeper they go into it, the worse it gets, and the more triggered they get, the worse it gets. So you can identify them pretty easily, but that's not like. When I say them, it's a broad range, because everybody is either generally co-narcissistic or narcissistic. They're either in that mode of expressing either confidence or extrovert behavior, or introvert and being more amicable. It's kind of like masculine and female. Representations of things. If you can look at almost everything in a masculine and feminine way.
Amicable. I don't know what that means. Help me.
This is one of the Hermetic principles. Everything is gendered in a way. A mountain is masculine. A valley is feminine. Everything can be quantified in that way, even if it's not related to sex or anything like that. It's just it's kind of like hot and cold. There's light and dark. There's always opposites. And if you read about co-narcissism, you'll read that even narcissists, even deeply gone narcissists in the personality disorder, can go back into the co-narcissism when they meet someone who bullies them down or pushes them back into a co-narcissistic state. The problem is that's the only place where you can actually talk to them rationally. That's just not something a therapist does. He's not allowed to do that. It would be considered kind of abusive because you're using their own methods against them. And so with therapy, you just have to hope that he wants help, which is very rare. And they generally talk about how they don't want help until they hit rock bottom. And that's what I think Ether was talking about earlier and kind of relates into all this is you kind of have to hit rock bottom to get over the slippery slope that narcissism is. If you start slipping into the rigid traits, if you start being emotionally shallow, lacking empathy, start having a sense of entitlement and devaluing others, that is a slippery slope. And so it's important to think about how you present yourself and how you think about things. And that's one of the things that actually leads them into the narcissism, is because when you're dealing with someone who's abusing you all the time, pathological narcissist, and you start thinking like this is either normal or like this he is the problem and like he deserves like the negative things that he's doing to you and that kind of stuff. That's the thing that drives you into the being emotionally shallow, because you're now not as emotionally deep towards him, which was previously what he was using against you. So it's kind of like they use your kindness against you until you find the kindness to be like inhibiting you in that relationship, and so you start dropping the kindness and being more cruel and using their type of reasoning and their type of insults and that becomes a norm, and then it gets worse and worse. It's just a slippery slope. And it's just important for everybody to realize that we all have an ego and we all have the ability to slip down that slippery slope. Just because someone is being a dick or being an asshole doesn't mean we should let ourselves slide down the slope. Because getting up from the hole is far harder than getting into it. And it's not like being a flat earther makes you immune or anything. Like, we have a lot of flat earthers who I see as being like in the first two boxes on this graphic I posted, being very self-aware, very good confidence, strategic intelligence, visionary leaders. I love learning from them. But we also have people who are slipping into the other side of the spectrum, just like I've spoken to Globers who are like on this spectrum, although most of them are more leaning to the right, like more of the flat earthers are leaning a little bit more towards the left. But there's this spectrum of like, you find these characters everywhere. And there's different things that hold you to the beliefs outside of this. And so it's understandable that some of them seem pretty normal comparatively. And what most people don't realize is that if you live with this kind of abuse for long periods, you get CPTSD, and that's not very good. That's where kind of also the narcissism grows out of, because of all the negative self-concepts, the sense of threat, the avoidance. Like when you're avoiding stuff in your mind and you're not thinking about it, you're making it worse. You're disassociating, and once the narcissist has done that enough, it just stops being a thing. They just stop remembering it. And that's why you end up with all these respawning people who come in here and argue one thing, we show them how they're wrong, and then next day they come and argue it again, because they completely disassociated from everything we said, and they just heard what they said. And in their memory, even that has been edited to be there in their heads, this devastating comeback that like proved their point. But then like next day it doesn't work, and so it's frustrating for them. And so it kind of the spiral generally. But there is hope. There is a way for them to get out of this, but I just don't think there's a way for us to help them, because it's not something that you help others with. It's something you help yourself with. It's something that you have to come to a realization that you are harming yourself. You are working against your own best interests, and
It helps.
And I think big part of it is, in order to be narcissistic, you have to be delusional to some degree. You have to accept certain premises about yourself and about others that you have no way of verifying, no way of confirming to be true. And especially with with narcissism and self-image, it's like they think about themselves as like X, this person, but then on a deeper level, they have all these insecurities, which is why they made themselves into X. This is why they learned this or did that, so that they would be X. Even though on the inside they still have all these insecurities that drive all the negative self-talk and drive the misperception about others, because when they put themselves down for doing that, they're naturally going to put others down for doing that. If that makes sense.
Usually. Those are the rare cases.
Yeah. It's generally, there's always outliers, and like different levels of intelligence handle things differently. Like if you look at some of the famous serial killers, they were pretty intelligent, but they were also considered normal or considered amicable and nice by their neighbors, because those people were covert. They understood and had enough intelligence to understand how to make others perceive them. And even if you just think about on a lower level, even just a housewife will try to present herself in the best light possible. She will try to make the yard look good and make sure that like things don't look decrepit and broken, because she's a good housewife. And image matters to a lot of people, especially the ego.
Yeah, but people had a lot off that image. Which is understandable.
I think there's a lot of stuff that's interesting to look at, and especially concerning this. Here's a definition of narcissistic word salad, which is basically what most Globers try to when they're like, "Oh, it's a word salad." That's what they actually should be trying to say. It's narcissistic word salad because that's closer. Because if you just say it's word salad, then you're basically saying that the words that someone's used were incomprehensible and did not make a coherent sentence. And so when they do actually use a coherent sentence and someone says, "Oh, it's a word salad," they're just saying, "I don't understand the sentence." But if you say it's a narcissistic word salad, then you're talking about a certain type of fallacious rhetoric, which most of the Globers are guilty of doing. It's why we see the same exact rhetoric from most of the people that come in here trying to defend the globe. It's because they come in here because they are predisposed to do so, because they are leaning more towards the narcissistic side. And so they want to tell people that they are wrong and want to come and change their world views. And of course, they use blame shifting, projection, gaslighting, stonewalling, sympathy ploys, or play the victim. They equivocate, change the subject, and try to put you on the defensive when they're the one to have the burden of proof. All of the fallacies that they use basically fall under narcissistic word salad. It's one of the ways to identify them. Granted, I don't tell 99% of them that they are. It's just the worst types that I do tell. Because, like I said, it's a spectrum. And as long as you're a little bit conscious, you can step in the right direction instead of continuing down the slope. Like, you can always correct a bad thought. You can always correct some delusion or fallacious idea that you used as a reasoning for something. If you just realize it's fallacious, it just takes a little bit of self-awareness to start stepping in the right direction. Most people just don't want to hear that they're being wrong, or that they're walking down a wrong road. They want to believe that they're right and that you're wrong. And I say most because most people have shifted into this narcissistic view of the world through this current society that we have. We got all those likes on social media and all this popularity contests everywhere where you're competing on these narcissistic grounds. And so you might not think you're narcissistic. Most narcissists don't think that. Most have no idea. They think everybody else is a narcissist. And that's largely because they have been pointed at. Someone points at, "Hey, this is a narcissistic trait," or "Hey, this is narcissistic. You're doing something egocentric." And they're like, "Oh no, I'm not doing it that for those reasons. I have my own internalized reasons." And then they use that same reasoning to try to judge other people as narcissistic. It's a trap. That's one of the reasons why when a therapist is trying to judge if someone is narcissistic, he doesn't just take it as here's a first indicator that he looks narcissistic. I'm just going to assume he's narcissistic. No, he goes through a long checklist. He establishes a baseline, and then evaluates it based on that. He can't just assume he is, because everybody has some narcissistic traits. Like confidence is a narcissistic trait, so naturally. So even self-awareness. But it still can't become a massive problem. Like you can be so overconfident that you're destroying yourself for others. You can be so sunk into yourself that everything around you goes to shit because you're not dealing with any of it. There's unhealthy extremes to everything. Anyway, I just think it's relevant to the conversation because we're dealing with these personalities regularly, and it's better to be aware of it so it doesn't annoy you as much. Because when you sit there thinking like, why the fuck are you not listening to me? Why the fuck are you twisting everything I'm saying into this other thing? It can get annoying. But when you are more aware of that, like, this is a problem on their side, and it's not your problem in communicating it to them. It's their problem comprehending it. It's easier to not take it as personally.
Listen, Jace was twisting his own words. What he really meant to say was...
CP is great. His music is the best. I got it. I'm just rambling because I had no one to talk to, really.
So you're Drace. Are you the guy I was talking to before? Before I lost connection.
Yeah.
Okay, Drace. Well, I'm Trace. So it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, when I heard your name, it was pretty funny. Even Karma was like, "Hey, they're talking to you." I'm like, "No, they're talking to Trace."
I wouldn't call that rambling, though. Rambling, Trace.
No, you weren't rambling. I was over here enjoying it. Like being read a good book.
What did I miss?
Oh, you missed quite a bit.
Oh, guys, Trace is here. Quick. Shh.
Well, did Drace? Did you go on a monologue or something? Like, did you? Did I miss like?
I was just talking about personality disorders and psychology.
Breaking it down.
Right. What do you think of this? I swear, narcissism just became like this huge buzzword during the Trump presidency. It seemed like people were anybody didn't like
That's what he talked
or
about.
wanted to criticize, they would just say he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. Like I heard that word so many times now that I don't even know what it means anymore. So maybe you could tell me because you know personality disorders. But when I was growing up, narcissism just meant somebody who was egotistical and arrogant. But like now, it's like it's become a catch-all term for anybody you don't like. You call them a narcissist. So what do you think? How do you break
sir,
that word
you're
down?
a misogynist and a bigot.
Yeah, there is the clinical term of narcissism, or NPT, narcissistic personality disorder, which is a very specific set of traits that have gone to the extreme and so are very unhealthy and destructive. Those traits, when in very small, non-unhealthy ways, are still fine. Like you can be confident in yourself, and that's still healthy. That's not being unhealthy, an unhealthy narcissist. You're just being confident. But you can also take that really into a very unhealthy degree. People like to use narcissism as like this catch-all phrase to try to like put people down. But at that point, you don't have the qualifications generally to call people a narcissist. You would have to justify that with reasoning. Sure, you could say that Trump has narcissistic traits. Most people do. You could probably ascribe narcissistic traits to just about everyone. But is that are narcissistic traits what make up the majority of their personality? Probably not. In Trump's case, sure, he seems like a functional narcissist. He seems like he's got semi-flexible traits, maybe a little bit into the semi-rigid, but he's still very functional, and so is not destroying himself or the people around him with his narcissism. So it's not really a valid critique against him. But so narcissism is just basically a way to describe certain personality types, if you will.
Did you just mansplain, sir? That's extremely patriarchal, and you're a narcissist, sir, and misogynist, and a bigot, sir. So, if you even mentioned the word Trump, so how dare you?
Yeah, Trace, if you go to the voice text and scroll up a bit, you'll see some stuff about it. It'll help break it down for you. What he was talking about, what you missed.
Here's a continuation to the word salad definition, which will better help you understand as well the tactics that they employ and why they do so.
There's a Angelina Jolie movie on Netflix that's from around the year 1996, and it's like a psychology movie. She's put in a clinic. I'm trying to think. Girl Interrupted is the name of it, and there's never anything to watch on Netflix, so I like Winona Ryder, so I was like, okay, I'll go ahead and watch this movie. It was horrible. I didn't end up liking it, and the way they behaved in the movie, it reminded me a lot of the girls I went to school with in high school. So I thought, oh, they were just acting crazy because they probably saw Angelina Jolie acting like that in a movie, and they thought it was kind of cool. But they were pushing these personality disorder kind of ideas in that movie, and I thought like. The thought came to me like maybe this movie was funded or produced or by the pharmaceutical industry, because like I think a lot of those disorders got coined and phrased and became popular usage and around that time. So anyway, it's just a thought I had watching the movie.
Yeah, there's a ton of resources online. You can look you can look at concerning this topic that are very enlightening. Many therapists have spoken about how to deal with this on YouTube, for instance.
So there's a lot of great videos in BitChute about
Oh, we got a globe earther down in chill chat. Octane Weasel.
Karma just got home. I gotta go.
Do the test. Can someone give me the narcissist test? I want to see if the evil bastard inside of me has been put to rest.
We all got it, dude, at some degree.
Yeah,
Well-
but then go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm used to dealing with crazy people. I've dealt with crazy people my entire life, and and that's just talking about me.
Well, all the things that they accuse these narcissists of doing, uh, they get everybody to their side, and then once they've gotten, like, they'll talk about like a boss at work or like a relationship with between two people, and they'll be like, yeah, they get everybody to their side, and then once they get you all to your side, then they show you, the narcissistic side comes out, and you see what it was really all. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second here. That you're skipping over the part where they got everybody to their side, because that's actually not an easy thing to do. Like in a workplace or even in a relationship, like to gain that power over someone. I'm just saying, you can't just sit in a room and say, I'm going to become narcissistic, and then suddenly people come to your side. So to me, it's a little like putting the cart before the horse. Like, you can't just skim over the fact that somehow they got everybody to their side, or they got this person to like bend to their will to this degree that then they were able to exert some sort of power over them. I guess my point is just that they might be using it as a way, like if a woman, I shouldn't make it a woman, it could be a woman or a man, gets hurt in a relationship, or somebody doesn't live up to their expectations of what they wanted or expected. It could be possible that narcissist is just a word that they throw out to try to then gain some sort of psychological advantage over that person, because they felt like they were wronged in some way, that person didn't live up to their expectations. Now, there are clear cases where, as Drace was saying, like there is a clear definition for narcissist, and there is a real true meaning to it, that a person can be behaving like in a disingenuous way. But a lot of times that term is used, I think it's probably used incorrectly. So since nobody's talking, I'll finish what I was saying before I lost connection about the movie Girl Interrupted with Angelina Jolie and Winona Ryder. That I was watching I know a lot of flat earthers are into watching these videos about predictive programming, and like how the Tom Hanks movie, Apollo 13, was really just like an advertisement for NASA. And, you could say like a movie like Top Gun. I don't think now so much in the new one, the Maverick one, but definitely the one like in the 1980s. That's like an advertisement for the military to get people excited about joining the military.
Trust me, it worked, dude. DCS, the flight simulator that I play, you usually have, 15, 20 people in the server, and the server goes all the way to 40. After the movie, full all the time. I'm the last one to join usually. There's freaking full server. Everybody flying around their jets, shooting down bots, bombing bots across the Caucasus, over there by the Black Sea, under Ukraine. So yeah, that kind of set that whole off, that movie. Got everybody back into it.
Which one? You're talking about Maverick, Top Gun?
Yeah, the movie, the newer one, Top Gun.
The reason I didn't think that, okay, that could be possible, but I just thought like they're kind of that old way of doing war and rah, 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 America. That's like such a 1980s thing that I think the 2023 version, they were just trying to capitalize off the success of the 1980s one. I don't know that. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe that one was also like a tool being used by to like push whatever agenda they're trying to push. But I didn't pick up on it quite like you did.
If people have a desire to want to fly, I mean, they're going to have a desire to want to fly, and something comes out, it's going to want to inspire them to do so.
Right.
Pretty simple.
Right. So a lot of these movies are pushed by pushing agendas, and sometimes they're used as marketing tools. And like the whole 2 hours is actually really just a commercial for something. So we think we're watching a movie commercial free, but the whole movie is a commercial. So you like my example of Top Gun being in the 80s, being a commercial for the military industrial complex, or a militant American military at least, and then Apollo 13 commercial for NASA and Globe Earth, and then the point I was making about Girl Interrupted was that the Angelina Jolie, Winona Ryder Girl Interrupted, well, that was the commercial for the pharmaceutical industry, for them pushing all the new medications, the narcotics they'd invented and came up with for psychological disorders. So they're just trying to market that and put it into the popular lexicon and turn so now, like, because if you said before that movie, if you said these were like he's on the spectrum, like these kind of phrases, if you said that to me in the 90s, I'd say, what the hell are you talking about, on the spectrum? What does that mean? Or he's borderline. I'd be like, in the 1980s, you say, what are you talking about? He's borderline. But now these phrases are like, oh, okay, that's a psychological condition. Oh my gosh, well, he probably needs to see a psychiatrist and get a prescription and take this kind of medication that goes with this. And so it's a way to market the pharmaceutical and industrial complex.
Here's an example of what the game looks like.
No.
Watch out for them zombies.
What? Oh yeah.
I can confidently say I can fly an F-18 because of this game. I don't know how it all works, but I know how to get it going and get it off the ground, get the radar working and whatnot. Do it from a cold start. Now, unless they got something secret in there, some kind of kill switch I don't know about, then yeah, you ain't going nowhere. It's an F-18 though. I don't know how to fly any others. Like each button on the freaking cockpit works. You gotta move your head around and push the button and all that stuff. Let me clarify now. Wouldn't want to use it for evil, that's for sure. I would just want to fly. I don't want no bombs or missiles. No thanks. I just like flying. Yeah, I wouldn't I don't want to say to that. I wouldn't call that a simulation at all. That's just fantasy. The ballistics is nowhere near to real life. I mean, it's shooting little laser guns and stuff on Star Wars and all that. There's nothing part of Star Wars that relates to reality, really. Unless metaphor, that is. That's probably the only part of it.
It was just funny when you said simulation. It reminded me of the meme where it was like, this is just like the simulation, or this is nothing like the simulation. Funny. I'm looking at the etymology of the word simulation, though. That's interesting.
Yep, and people can get in the weeds with that one. Try to apply it to reality, and it's not.
Oh, it has a lot of different meanings. That's the point. This one's different. There's more than just a couple. And that's why I found it interesting. Normally, it's just one or two, and I'm like, huh, it's multiple here. I like to highlight them, though. It makes it easier to read.
I mean, I guess you could, if you take it deep, you can say it's a
Yeah,
simulation.
well, there's
Of intent.
well, like one of them says to imitate, for example. So, like, yeah, simulation would imitate reality. That's what it should do.
But the Star Wars one that you posted would not simulate anything.
Yeah, that's not real. No. Except for how stormtroopers can't hit anything. They like always miss their shots. That might be true. I'm joking. His face is fake. Ooh.
Yeah, space is fake the way they say it. I do believe in an interspace. But, that's...
Outer space is fake. The story thereof, yeah. It's like a space between spaces, all like that exists. There's obviously things that aren't solid, so there's a room to move about a bit. Then when they have an imaginary storyline for some kind of void and Spaceballs, oh, okay, now we're getting fiction. Now, there's a planet out there where it rains diamonds. But you can see it only from images of the past, so it's a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
If you want to see more of the flight game, you just go to your GIF thing there and type in DCS, and it'll give you a bunch of DCS screenshots and stuff.
I like scientifically accurate simulations. Those are pretty cool because they try and keep it as close to reality as possible. Like realms of possibilities type stuff. It can get as close anyway. I don't think it can perfectly emulate it, but
Well, yeah, you're not gonna feel it. You're not gonna feel the G's.
I was gonna say you'd have to have some pretty. You may as well just actually fly a plane. Probably be cheaper than to pay for the system to emulate it.
I have a slight desire to, strangely.
Remember the Pepsi thing where they claimed that you could get a plane if you had got enough of those Pepsi points, and then somebody did. And Pepsi was like, "Wait, no, not like that." And then he went to court. '90s and early 2000s were hilarious with all the completely off the wall random promotional events. And you see what I mean? There's multiple meanings here. So this is a good example of things changing or transiting in their meanings over time. So they're all technically true, but for different reasons. When we talk about a simulation, though, we're thinking a imitation or something that's a kind of a representation of what is real. Like resembling the similest part, like or resembling or of the same kind. I don't know. I'm assuming it says kind.
Well, for it to be real, you're gonna need intentions, that's for sure. Freedom.
Oh snap! I was right. Sorry.
How else you gonna
Okay.
know? The creator's gonna know of each being's intention.
They cut it off, and I had to actually click the link. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. All right, I'm back. That was a safe assumption, though. There's only so many words that can come after that. Not all simulations bad, but some simulations can cause hallucinations. And then other simulations are, this is how things operate in the real world, and you can train with this. Kind of like the difference between make-believe and pretend.
Alright, you have to explain that one a little bit. I'm thinking they're the same thing.
Let me gather some screenshots.
Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. It's in the words himself. Duh.
Yeah, there you go. I think I'm on this thing. That required several screenshots. All right. Delete. Okay. Okay. There we go. Not that anybody's actively speaking at the moment. If nobody wants to talk, I can play some music or something.
I'm here. I'm just reading through your things you posted.
Yeah. Take your time, man. It's good.
I didn't think claim would be in there.
That's interesting too. Word claim. I think I already took a screenshot of that. There we go. I'll go ahead and add that. These are a lot less interesting than the ones that I've added images into. I need to go back and do some graphic design. They don't look so plain. That's another one. The word entreat is connected in there to pray.
Do you have these saved somewhere, Ether? Do you have a folder
What's that?
somewhere? Do you have these? Do you have these saved somewhere?
Kind of, yeah. I'm putting them in a hard drive, and also they've got they're saved on the computer. But yeah, I post them around here so that y'all can use them. Right now, these are just kind of the low grade ones as far as I'm concerned. I've highlighted stuff, but there's no graphics. It's not interesting to the people with low attention spans. They're like, ew, text and not look at it. Like, why doesn't this book have pictures? So I add in pictures.
I'm gonna
You know what I'm
invite
saying.
you.
But I try to post a lot of them in the.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
my bad.
Yeah, I'm listening. I was just
I've
talking
got-
about meme competition. I post stuff in there as well.
I've invited you to my server. It's not really complex, but it's a place where you can store memes and stuff like this. I have things categorized. So I've started a channel there if you want to. I'm going to start dropping some of these in there because I like your themes.
Yeah, man.
So if you want to, you're more than welcome to drop some of your stuff in there too to keep it organized. If it's easier to,
Yeah.
I find it easy to catalog some stuff on Discord. It makes it easy just to copy and paste. But yeah,
That's not used about Aetherghost channel. Nice.
I'm gonna just copy and paste some of these in
Thanks,
there.
man. Yeah.
But yeah, you're welcome to use the other stuff in there, or other people. You're welcome to join. I've got like little categories, kind of like our additional information. But if you're like, oh, dude, I'm thinking of a perfect meme for this, but I just can't know how to find it. So what I started doing is cataloging them in my own little server. So there's not a lot there, but you guys are welcome to join and try to add stuff and use what I do have there.
Yeah.
Comes in handy. Someone's like, yo, post a Black Swan. I immediately go to my server. Yeah, you're welcome to put whatever you want there. It makes it easy just to jump.
Some of them I'm going to remake.
Back and forth.
Yeah, like in a moment if you need it. Try to get these in the right order. They end up looking good.
I wonder what kind of globe opponents will join today. I can.
I hope I'm gonna take what you said literally, and I hope that opponents of the globe join today, because that would be kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, people who are on the globe side, sure, we can have some opponents of the globe. We can always use new friends.
Wow, some allies.
Yeah, man. Like the beacon, summon all of the brethren and sistren from every nation and tongue.
I don't know. My crystal ball says there will be some angry trolls that might arrive in the future. It is Friday after all.
Letting the lunatics out of their asylums. They're not lunatics, they're heliotech. not quite the moon that they worship, right? It's the heliocentric order, so they're heliotics, not lunatics.
Heliotics.
Damn leeches.
What is the purpose of a tick, anyways?
All I know is when you have a lot of them, you have politics, and then you can form a government.
I was talking about the bug itself, of course, but still.
I know, man. Either way, it's parasites, right?
Yeah.
Well, then you have like the other kind of tick. You know, like I had in kindergarten, I had this kid who had a tick. He would like touch his shoulders. It was really odd looking back.
Like Tourette's?
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty normal for the most part, but he just had this weird tick that he would, I don't know how to like describe, but if you like, you know, arms straight out, but you bend your elbows and you touch your shoulders with your fingertips, he would always do this little weird shoulder tap. And I was like, so people have ticks like that too. So you asked like, what's the point of a tick? Yeah, that's a good question.
There's there's a lot of reasons for stuff like that to happen.
My kindergarten class was
I should turn
pretty
these into
interesting.
trading cards, like make an actual. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I think there's a little lag between us, but it's all good. You were going to make some trading cards with your cards there.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, that'd actually be a good idea, and it'd be relative. I've already got all the information. Just put it like a Pokemon card instead of how it is. This is the pre-digital version, I guess, where I just take screenshots and put them, and I can make a physical version. It's the same information, but they're more like trading cards. That would be kind of cool. Hey, man, if the internet ever, for some reason, went down, realm of possibility, it would be cool to have a physical form of the internet, at least as much as we can contain on cards. That would actually be kind of cool.
That would be pretty neat.
It ends up being like Fallout, and then these cards that I created like 100, 200 years ago become incredibly valuable. People just looting. Hey, I found some Aethergris cards. We can trade these for something.
It's catchy.
It's like printing money, but it won't be worth anything until after I'm dead. Damn it. The curse of the artist.
Cursed it again.
It is just how it is. I should make animated versions of these. Have the graphic part animated, like the imagination one. I put the SpongeBob Rainbow thing for Imagine, but I could make it actually an animated GIF where it's just, spreading the rainbow hands open. All that symbolism, because space is fake and gay, and you need imagination.
Yeah, I personally really like Sandy's Dome. I think I have that in my server.
You got the one tree, the world tree in the middle.
Yeah, and it's like that went way over my head, even though I watched that show a lot because of my little brother.
It's like, dude, it's like meta, buried beneath the meta.
Yeah, I mean,
but then it's right out in the open because it's just
the fact that it's underwater. That's really interesting too. You have to have the solid, the barrier to contain the gas pressure. I mean, it's perfect, even though it's a little
plants in it too, don't you?
Yeah, just got the tree in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the current world tree.
Like SpongeBob and Patrick, they have to have their own little like water helmet when they go in, because they can't breathe just that straight up air.
Yeah.
It's the truth in plain sight, really. I mean, it's funny that it's hidden away in little kids' cartoons, but it is.
I tried to share an image, but it's too high res because it's 3000 by 2,283. Well, that won't do. Oh, I'll just take a screenshot of it, and that should load.
Well, that's good to know.
I need Discord. I need Discord Nitro so I can just post 50 megabyte images.
I'm waiting on them.
But yeah, it's the pro tip though. If something's too big to share, just take a screenshot of it, like shrink it down a little, take a screenshot, and easy enough. You're in the matrix. I have to wait for a giant image to load on really slow internet because I'm far away from a router. But somebody moved out of the window. Damn it!
Wire the router. You wire that shit up, man. Quit beaming yourself with your own freaking hole.
Yeah, come on, you freaking mango.
Well, I'm actually like 50 feet from the house in a camper, and I have the computer facing the window, and the router is supposed to be out the window in the office facing my computer so that everybody has internet. And somebody must have moved it because I don't have good internet right now and I can't see it. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Damn it, people moving stuff when I do things. How dare they?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I have to get up and move it back again for like the 100th time.
Not a freedom situation there. I can't help you there.
Yeah, people just do things.
So you have no way of running a long ass wire to it, straight directly to it. That's what literally I would do. I would go that route.
Oh yeah, I would if I could. I can take the laptop inside, but that would defeat the purpose of me sitting. It's counterproductive to me sitting where I am. So I can't. I must be where I be right now.
Take measures to better protect yourself from the damage it causes. Maybe have like a
Yeah, it is kind of radio, but
one of those board things you put underneath the laptop. It's got like some EMF proof to it or something. I don't know, something like that.
Did you ever see Better Call Saul? For whoever's talking about the EMF stuff. There's a show called Better Call Saul, the spinoff of Breaking Bad. Sure most of you guys have seen Breaking Bad.
Yeah,
but
I've heard of the name, the Better Call Saul, but I haven't watched it.
It's not. You don't have to
That's
break
why I'm
your
not saying
back
anything.
to go and watch it. It's all right. It's not bad. Not as good as Breaking Bad, but there's a character in there called Chuck, and he's basically I don't know. He just goes full conspiratard with the EMF waves and stuff. So everything in his house has got like foil all over the walls, and he's like a lawyer, and he ends up like taking a lot of time off work and stuff. But there becomes a time when he wants to go back into work, and so he has his custom suit is like lined with foil and stuff like that. It's really interesting. He goes full conspiratard with the trying to block the.
You can't.
And see that's what's really interesting, bro, is that it brings that type of thing to light. Like before watching the show, I never really considered all my laptops on my desk or on my lap and my phones in my pocket and stuff. But after watching the show, it kind of makes you like think a little bit more about, okay, my phone's literally sitting next to my nutsack right now, things like that. So I wouldn't say it's not a time. It wouldn't be a waste of time to watch this show, but yeah, I mean,
hey CB, a great way to test that? You get one of those electricity testers that they have at the stores, and you can put it next to something that has current, and you can see if it shows up with the charge. Yeah, you get that like as a safety measure so that you won't like mess with anything that has current. I have one of those, and if you realize that you put it next to something that's plugged in, you'll see that it has a charge around it, and that it does have this electrical kind of aura. And people don't realize that, but if you're exposed to that for long periods of time, then it starts to affect you. Like we don't realize how much electricity, like especially I would say in computer setups, because I had my computer set up where even my table was electricity charged, because I have one of those tables that raise up and lower.
Yeah.
So it's connected to an outlet. But when I got that thing near the table surface, it was like it was weird because I was getting a charge before I even touched the table. So
yeah, Wave Mixer had one. He was doing it live on the live stream. He was putting it in his cup holder and stuff like that, and that thing was going crazy. But yeah, I mean that's what I mean. The show really highlights this idea, and it kind of puts you on notice. So to go watch it, get a little bit more aware of the frequencies and stuff around you.
These are just conspiracy theories, but it really isn't. Like the electrical charge that you have, like on your TV when it's off. If you get that device and you put it close to the TV, it'll start to ping. Like the thing will start going off, and you're not even close to the TV. Like there's an aura.
It's worse when it's off. When you have it, it's worse when it's off.
There's an electrical aura around most things, and we don't even know. Like we're being exposed to that constantly. So,
well, here's the comfort: just take your finger and that tester, put it up to the plug of the wall, and put the tester in between your two fingers and the peace sign, and watch your field block it. So you have that comfort, but still, you got to take measures. You don't want too much.
Yeah, it's just crazy how much is out there for sure. I mean, you just in this last like 30 seconds of you guys talking about it, I'm like, all right, well, let me put my computer over there. Let me, let me back up off these waves here. But
so basically, stick the tester kind of like in between your fingers a little bit and go back and forth with it.
Oh my!
While your fingers are up against the power socket or the wall socket or however you want to do it, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Ooh,
you'll see your field block it.
Oh my!
Oh Lord! He's not allowed to play the sound effect anymore. I'm taking on you, CB.
Well, yeah, the show's called Better Call Saul. The character's name is Chuck. It's actually really interesting how they go about it in the show. But yeah, I mean, even after watching it now, I'm more aware. Like I try to, if I have a bag, I'll put my phone in the bag instead of in my pocket or whatever. Like I don't want it burning my leg. Or I don't know. Maybe it's just a mental thing, but I feel like I don't know.
Yeah,
you can feel stuff like that.
I don't know what radiation is.
Yeah, I don't have one that tests radiation.
That's not a big deal.
I only have the one that tests the EMF and dirty electricity. That's a separate thing in radiation.
It's
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have to go full nerd on the EMF stuff, but I do have some homework for the flat earthers out there. But it's like, what are your pickup lines? Miggy's got his 3 points, so you can't use that. But I'd say, for some homework, come back with some pickup lines. We want to hear, because I think this is a lot like speed dating. If a Glober joins, I might not be the right guy to chat with them. So if I ask him a couple questions and we're not vibing, someone else needs to be able to chime in. Maybe throw a pickup line out there and see if they connect well. So I'd say you should have some ready to go. And if you need an example, look at like I said, Miggy's 3 points. He's got his 3 questions. I've got a couple of my own little questions. I ask people if they think their house is moving, or do you think water forms into hills? It's like a place to start the conversation off. So I'd say if you don't have some pickup lines or some, essentially some bait to throw out to a globe earther, then next time you join the panel or whatever, we want to hear some of your pickup lines. So,
well, Eric Dubai's latest video was featuring this guy who spends like all this time outside college campuses, like flat smacking people as they exit the college, students as they exit the college. And I thought he had a really sophisticated method that I hadn't seen before. He starts by showing them two images, and he asks them which one is painted and which one is a real image of a person. And the person answers, okay, well, it's that one. He says, no, actually, it's a trick question. It's both. One is computer image and one is a painting. And then next, he shows them a water bottle, a picture of a water bottle, and one is upside down and one is right side up. And he says, okay, which one of these shows the actual physics of water? Which one is upside down and which one is right side up? You know, and so of course they picked the bottle. That's okay. This one's upside down. This one's right side up. He said, okay, right. And then finally, he comes to this last picture. It's an A and a B, and I actually copied it to my phone. I screenshotted it because I'm using this now when I talk to people. And picture A shows like water level flat, and then picture B shows water level, but it goes in the curve like the shape of a globe. So you see like a 1/4 of a globe, and he says which one of these is the correct representation of the physics of water. And of course they pick picture A, which shows the water level flat. And then finally he comes with this question. He says, this is the part of the video I always fast forward to. He says, would you believe that 90% of the world has been tricked into believing that B is actually the correct representation of the physics of water? They're like, no, that's crazy, man. How did people be stupid enough to believe that? Like, how did that happen? And then he says, oh, well, actually, because of the globe. You know, and then they get it, and then they're like, "Oh, wow, crap!" You know, and then after that, it's kind of like a freestyle from that point forward. But that's his setup.
Yeah, if you have a screenshot of that, post that. That's good. It's good, but that's what I mean. Like just coming up with your own style.
I'll put the picture of the chat right now. Yeah. Maybe I will. I can figure out how to do a photo. Maybe I don't have photo privileges or something like that. I don't know. When the add button is not like it looks faded. I can't click on the add button.
I got you. But I mean, dude, you just don't want to get stuck with your feet. No, you don't want to get stuck standing still. If someone joins in, I've been saying for a while that joining this server and having a conversation with a flat earther here is like it's like going on Dancing with the Stars. If anyone's familiar with that show, it's like these B-listers, these D-list celebrities, whatever, go on this show where they get taught how to dance, and then like they go dance and do performances and stuff like that. But most of these people, they don't know how to dance. So like they're being taught by someone who's done this before. So it's like if someone new joins the server, they shouldn't be teaching you or they shouldn't be leading the dance. You should be doing that. So that's what I mean by having some pickup lines, some questions. If someone joins here, don't be like, oh, so you know, I'm sure you guys have heard like the same old questions that get tossed around here. How did you find the server and blah blah blah. Like we can do better than that, I think. So work on some of your questions. The 3 points is a great example of how, you know, you can lead the dance. So
yeah, Quantum posted a short clip of Matthew Learns there. Live stream. see it, CB?
Yeah, I was just listening to it. Let me see if I can just play it in the bot real quick.
Yeah, let's play it on the bot. Let's hear it.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So
yeah,
Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate flat, along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
Straight goon.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't anticipate a Matthew type character. I was around in 2017, so we all saw the characters that were around then. Of course, we experienced the rumpuses and that whole lot. But this is a whole new character. Not what I was expecting. But I'll take it, I guess. I mean, is there like a flat Earth version of Matthew? I don't think so.
I was actually thinking for a second, wait, is this there?
You cut out there. What was that? Oh, yeah.
It's one of a kind.
Definitely.
Oh, check this out. Discord. In the live stream, for one, I posted some fan art that I made for Matthew. I love you, man. And then the other one is, Discord. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, hang on before you start blowing kisses to him, Ether. He will, in an instant...
I'm just... Hey,
he will in the instant
Yeah.
make fun of you and yours. And he did that to Heretic the night he was here. I have a clip of him actually
I
doing
know.
so. He likes to weasel his way in, and I've been saying this to all the people who side with him being like a nice guy in quotations. His intent and his reason to come here is not a nice one. It's one to thwart the efforts of what you're doing. He is in fact an anti-flat earther, but he's doing it in a different way. So his sociopathic way of doing it is kind of fitting in the crowd and letting people throw punches at him while he takes them. And so he's been doing this for some time, trying to be the nice guy. But make no mistake, he is not here for a friendly chat. He is here to make people look like fools with his touting his educational background, which is what he's been trying to do. So before anybody cozies up to him and starts giving him the okay, he's a nice guy kind of thing, they need to realize that he's not here for everyone's interests. He's here to thwart your efforts. So in the fact that saying you might have lost some people along the way who are like friends and family because you're thinking the earth is flat. He doesn't care. He likes to know that people outside of you know that the earth is a globe, and they're the ones that are going to tell you the earth is a globe. He doesn't have to, which is kind of the same thing he told Heretic. So he was telling him that when he got really upset, that Heretic was kind of holding him to a point. So we start to see the mask slide off of him. And then he quickly put it back on because he knew he was getting upset. But that's what he really thinks about people in here. So before anyone starts to say, well, he seems to be a decent human. Like he doesn't get upset. But that's his shtick. Psychologically, he would be considered a sociopath because he can get along in a room really well because he doesn't fight anyone. He allows people to throw punches at him and he takes them. So being that as it is, he is wanting to kind of thwart the efforts. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want people to mistake his intentions. And I know that people might make excuse. Well, he doesn't argue in that like the way other ballers do, anti-flat earthers. But they come in all shapes and sizes, right? So they're not just one size, one kind of anti-flat earth. Yeah. Anyway, it just irks me because I know his intent. And some people that usually white knight for him are the ones that don't realize what he's doing. And so that's why I'm bringing it to the forefront. And I'm just saying, he's no different from your anti-flat earther like Rumpus or Jim Panda. He's just doing it differently. That's the only thing I'm saying. Now, whether you take that and you think, well, yeah, you might be right, or you know what, he's just a nice guy. He really doesn't mean to do what he's doing. I'll let you be the judge of that.
No, dude, I completely agree, actually. There's that saying, if there's snakes in the grass, it's time to mow, So I completely agree. I was actually, while you were saying this, I was trying to find a clip because I was watching a show, and the show really highlights exactly what you're saying, where someone can come off as nice and playing friendly guy, and the character goes around trying to introduce himself and shake hands and whatnot, but this one character kind of slaps his hand away and goes I see through what you're doing. And the character kind of acknowledges okay, you see through my facade. And I think that Miggy can see through the nice guy facade. So can I. There was another guy in here the other night calling him out, saying he was slimy, and he got really upset. So yeah, there's plenty of people out here who don't fall for Matthew's nice guy tactic. I'll see if I can find that clip though, because it was really nice to visually see someone calling out nah, you can pretend to be nice and friendly, but I see what you're really doing, and it's not slick. So I'll screen recorded it when I find it.
Yeah, I say people in here, man, you wear your heart on your sleeve and you have the best intentions, and I know that. That's why I get upset. I get upset because your kind nature to another person is to, want them to be a better version of themselves. But some people aren't in here for that. They're not in here for, I don't know what his reasoning behind him going to Flat Earth meetups. I can't get that, but I understand the purpose. I don't know why he wants to do it. I know why he's doing it. He wants to thwart the efforts of this because he thinks it's the most ridiculous thing for people to know. And he uses his educational background to be kind of like a springboard for him to kind of thwart your efforts. And I'm looking for the clip right now as we speak, so that I can show you what he's done with Heretic, and in the instance of when he was talking with him. But I'll bring the clip up and then I'll play it. It's not that long. It's only like a minute or two, I think. But just so you can see the mask sliding off of him, which it was a great job by Heretic. Body blow after body blow, he was really like holding him to a point.
Yeah.
They say the devil is an angel of light. And yeah, some people wouldn't know, because like that's kind of like this idea that he brings. He's not malicious, he's not, vicious. He's very like laid back, kind of smooth tone, snake in the grass.
And it's funny to see who starts a white knight, because you were right. Like, they just shows they can't really see what's really going on. We had that, some people trying to white knight for Matthew the other night.
It should be. I should make a note that there's certain I have love for everybody, that I want them to eventually see the truth. But there's a lot of things that I'll say that's tongue in cheek, like I'm being cheeky about it. But I'm not going to say that because then it would ruin the joke. So, but yeah, I digress. I see the same things you guys see, man. It's just I'm being super patient, because what I really want to say is F off. But,
Yeah. That's the other night I was just telling him, like, dude, just own it. Stop trying to pretend like you're not being a weasel and stuff like that.
And just to be clear, I'm not just picking on him. I'm talking about anybody in general who comes with that weird shit. Like, nah, nope. All right, so somebody will say one thing, right? And then they'll say something else that contradicts what they just said. Then they'll say something else, concede, admit that they don't know what they're talking about, and then assert that they do while making another claim. That doesn't sound like a reliable person.
All right, I found the clip. Give me a moment. I'm going to play it for you guys, because I think this is for educational purposes, to know your audience and know the person whom you're speaking to. I'm going to run it through. Here you go. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Oh, 5 minutes. Sorry.
That's what we're talking about. Nobody's saying the horizon isn't real. We're saying that interpretation of the horizon, we need a demonstration to back that. Right. So if you don't have that, don't have the physical demonstration of a geometric horizon, or you just told me you don't have a convex body of water to show us, and that's the thing that you're invoking with sunsets, right? Pretty illogical, Matt.
I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of evidence for convex bodies of water, including sunsets, including pictures from space, including eyewitness testimony, including the way that navigation works. I mean, there's dozens of proofs, but you don't buy any of them. So
it's weird how all the evidence is never an actual demonstration of just a convex body of water.
It's good enough for most people. I don't know.
Good enough for most people. You don't have a single demonstration of the thing that you're claiming to prove, but it's good enough.
You mean by not a single one, you mean the 6 that I listed?
No, those weren't demonstrations of the convex body of water, because when I asked you for that, you're like, no, I've never seen that. Right? You just invoke it, right? You just induce it out of all these other things, right? Yeah. So you just infer it out of all these other things that don't necessarily tell you that it's there, and you never actually directly see it. So how do you know it's there?
I never directly.
Or how do you know it's not just a ghost you're inferring out of thin air?
Yeah, I never directly see Wi-Fi, but I can infer it through lots of different proofs.
Right, but you have physical, tangible demonstration of that.
I don't have to directly see something. I can use other proofs and other observations.
Yeah, but that's practical use now. Okay, so there's practical demonstration of that, right?
Right.
Like this conversation itself.
So practically go to the sunset and watch it.
Okay, I'm going to go to the sunset and watch it. If it sets over a curve, we're going to have a geometric horizon. Is that there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because you say so, or because it's measured?
Because something is blocking the sun. I don't know where it is. That's the apparent horizon.
Something's blocking the sun.
It might move up and down a little bit, but the geometric horizon is blocking it. The apparent horizon shifts a little bit due to the atmosphere.
Oh, okay. Apparent horizon. Okay, apparent horizon. So how do you know this isn't all just apparent phenomena then?
The apparent horizon is based on the physical horizon.
That's weird. The physical horizon being the real one, the real tangible one that you don't see, and then the apparent horizon being some sort of distortion of this real one that you don't see.
Yeah, just like looking through glasses. When you see a building through your glasses, the real building is causing the light to come to you, but you see it in a slightly different place due to your corrective lenses you're wearing.
Okay, but in that case, you know that there's a building there, right? When you're seeing a distorted apparent image of a building, you know that that's what it is because you have confirmation of the building in the first place. In this case, what you're saying is distorted. You don't have any confirmation in the first place, or do you?
There's a geometric building and an apparent building, and then same thing with the horizon.
No. See, a false equivalency again, because the building is demonstrated in the first instance. The geometric horizon isn't.
Yeah, but just claiming false equivalency doesn't prove that.
No, I didn't just claim false equivalency. I described the false equivalency
incorrectly.
No, not incorrectly, because we have validation of the building's existence in your example, right? We don't have validation of the existence of the geometric horizon, the thing that you say is being shifted and distorted in that scenario. We don't have that.
I do.
Or do we?
You don't.
Okay, where is it? Now you're going to point at sunsets again and just imagine that it has to be due to the geometric horizon. You didn't see that you said was shifted and distorted.
Dude, people have understood that sunsets prove the Earth is round for hundreds of years.
Did they understand that, or did they just think it for no real reason like you do?
The main reason why people throughout history have believed that the Earth is round. And
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry
when
that you don't, you can't catch up with the rest of humanity and understand something simple.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm ahead of those guys. It's not that I'm not caught up to them. I was already where they were at.
You're behind the curve.
Most of my life. Yeah, no, I'm ahead of it. I got ahead of the curve, right? I was stuck where you guys were at for most of my life, right? But I managed to supersede the curve.
That's not how I would characterize it.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't because you're still stuck behind it or on it, I guess. Yeah.
But I apologize. You don't need me like telling you guys that you're not understanding things correctly because the rest of the world does. So I don't need to repeat that.
Well, the rest of the world doesn't. If this is their understanding, Matthew, if it's the same understanding that you gave us here, then they don't. They don't actually have any. They just have a blind belief, right?
No. I'm sorry. I meant the rest of the world, like your friends and your family and all the people that you know in real life are already telling you all that type of stuff. So you don't need me to say it.
Right. Exactly. Everybody has this religion. It's the one that we're brought up.
I must be getting tired if I'm getting cranky, so I should probably go to bed before.
No worries.
But it was nice chatting, as always.
That's what he thinks of you, right there. Boom.
Yep. I must be getting tired. I'm cranky.
Well, he doesn't care if you've lost a loved one because they think you're crazy because you think the Earth is flat, or you know it is. Like he doesn't care. He relishes the fact that people look at you foolishly. So this is the guy people white knight for. And I want to expose his ass to everybody else. I'm like, I'm going to show you his true nature. And I'll do it if I have to in clips so that you guys can see what he was telling Heretic and his little jab to the audience. He wasn't just talking to Heretic. He was saying, you guys, which is everybody that's in this room who knows the Earth is flat. You guys. So he's not going to have rest in here, and not in this server. He can go take his happy ass to another server and sit there. He's not going to do it in here comfortably with white knights. Sorry. It's just how it's going to be. Because he's disrespecting the people that I care about, which is you guys. I care about you guys. You guys are shouldering this truth. And you guys are every single day being mocked, and people are making you look like that you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm sticking and if you hate me because I'm being that bad guy, then I'm still going to be who I am, because I don't want to see those characters, coming in here saying that shit to the people that have taken so much, You know what I mean? Like, that's how I'm viewing this. This isn't a game. To him, it is. It's not to me. People are being like, we're losing friends and family. You've heard it before. There's relationships that have gone astray because of this. So nobody's going to come in here and say that kind of stuff, and then, then have some good-natured people, like see the best in that. Nah, no. You're done, basically. If you think that you're going to flat Earth meetups, yeah, he would have an earful, and I wouldn't stop until he left. Get your ass out of here. You don't belong here. Because that's what I'm like, people that are fighting for truth, we like to come together and, you know what I mean? Like, this is our space. This is a time where we're like, you know what? Doesn't matter what those guys are saying. I know that you came to the truth. So the awakening part is the most difficult thing for somebody. And so, yeah, we only have this group of people, this very small group. And then he wants to kind of come in here and be buddies with everybody. No way. Bullshit. I won't allow it. Like I used to, like, because of the fact that he was in here and he was like a punching bag and everybody was just like letting him be that. But not to the level that he just abused that on Heretic and said, well, I don't have to tell you, your friends and family are doing it. So the rest of the world is mocking the people who know the truth, yet he's going to sit in here and do the same? Ain't happening. You can go join a Global, so go to Gym Pandas and go sit there for hours. But when he comes in, he's not going to rest. He's going to be on his heels the moment he steps foot in here.
If I may, like this guy, I think that comment he made at the end, that's just like that's his style, because it's like, well, who was the president that said walk softly and carry a big stick? He knows he's actually kind of the smarter guy, I think, because he knows he doesn't have to shout from the mountaintops the earth is a globe, because he's already got a media that's out there, apparatus out there that has billions and trillions of dollars at their disposal to promote the globe earth. So he's smart he's making, actually, to me, I think he's making an intelligent point. He's saying, I don't have to sit here and shout at you guys or be rude with you guys to make my point that the earth is a globe, because I got, everybody, your mother believes that, your family believes that. So I don't think that, I didn't see that last. I appreciate what you're doing, because that was really informative, the clip that you played and letting everybody know what the situation is. And you guys have been here way longer than me, but I just didn't take that particular comment at the end be as much of a dig as you did.
Have you ever lost anybody because they think you're
yes, my best friend, man.
All right. Let's just say I don't know the relationship, like how close you were with him, but he relishes in the fact that is the case. So his retort to Heretic wasn't something intellectual. He did a dig on his him being a flat earther and other people not agreeing with him.
Right. So, he's saying I don't have to exert violence against you because your friends will.
I can't even believe that people would even see good in what he's doing. Like, that is weird to me, because he doesn't have the best intentions here. So his efforts have always been to undermine people that are coming into the server. And because of his educational background, in quotations, he wants to use that as a way to thwart the efforts, right? And he'll take a few punches every now and again because, that's what a sociopath does, just to get along. But that you don't see that and you still see good, it's way beyond I'm just like throwing up my hands and be like, you know what? You can have that, but not in this server, because as soon as he comes in here, it's going to be eggshells walking time. Like, you're going to be on your heels. I don't care if anybody's just going to be like, I know you might not get it because you don't see the facade. I do. So I'm sorry that you're not that aware of it, but it's going to be that way every time. And anti-flat earthers are not going to be they're not going to be sitting in here and be like, oh, you know what? We're just going to make fun of everybody and still sitting here. I'm going to keep them on their heels like every single day. That's mayhem. That's me. That's what I'm going to do. What you're going to do, you do what you want. But
well, look, man, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I mean, I'm on the same side as you are, and I know you're, but I think that anytime that you're in a position of, they are in the dominant. I mean, here at this little group that we had, this little corner that we had, sometimes we're acting like, what we're saying is, everybody. It's so evident that everybody knows it, and which is true. It's very evident. But we're putting ourselves like we're the dominant position.
Stop.
All right.
Stop with your propaganda. Shut the fuck up. Wait a second. If Miggy's not here, I'm going to stop you too. So shut up for a second. We don't need your propaganda spouting how lovely all the majority is. Fuck them. They can go suck a big one. Listen, this is freaking wartime. I don't know where you think you are. This is a battle, life and death. So I don't know. La 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 la. No, this is not fun and games. So cool your jets a little bit. I suggest you be a little more humble, or I'll come in here and knock your block off.
Okay, can I finish my point? Because that wasn't what I was saying. What I was saying is, why would he shout at us and be angry with us when he doesn't need to, when our own mother is ghosting us, over this issue? So
who cares about the Globers?
The nice guy shtick helps him sell his globe propaganda, you see. Don't fall for it.
You guys have been here longer than me. You know more than me. I'm just saying, I didn't find that I thought what he did. I didn't find it to be so offensive, and I'll leave it. I'll stop talking now.
That's why he's so good at what he does.
Nice. Everybody's supposed to be quiet spoken, and you're just gonna slip it right in without us noticing. Hilarious.
That's why he's such a great sociopath, because nobody notices him being here, and because of that, he's using that as an effort to get you on his side. No, leave Matthew alone. He's a nice guy. He's gonna get more, people to be on his side because of that very same thing. Because of how you're thinking right now, he's gonna keep using that against people, so that whenever we get on him, people are gonna white knight and like be like, oh, leave Matthew alone. He's always in here. He never says anything bad. He's just a great guy. And that's what you're gonna do.
And all of that is feeding into his ego. It's all feeding in. It's all his narcissistic supply. You telling him how nice he is and how good he is. That's where he gets his supply.
At any rate, attention on deck. What's up, Kiwi?
Far, far better is it to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered by failure, than to take rank with those poor spirits, numpty dipshits who neither enjoy much nor suffer much, because they live in that gray twilight that knows neither victory nor defeat.
Gosh, I love that.
I think I missed the last word. Victory or death? What did you say? Good to hear you, man.
I think he said victory or defeat, Sonny.
I'm gonna go ahead and take credit because I played the nice guy act back to Matthew, and that's what got him on Nathan's show for the debate. So that was great.
No, it's not. That's not what got him on there.
Matthew, did you play that clip?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, fun time for him over.
Sorry, I didn't mean to run you over. Sorry, I didn't mean to run you over earlier, Miggy. Yeah.
No worries, brother. I think a lot of times, Sonny, is because we see the implications of having somebody just constantly being here and doing this sociopathic attitude. We can see him conjuring up these white knights, and it irritates me to no end. And everybody's like, "No, leave him alone. Oh, poor soul. He's taking it by a flat earther. What the hell do you think he's doing? You think he's in here to say nice things about us? No, apparently when Harris had the conversation with him, he was all about saying, well, you know what, I'm sit back because your friends and family are going to mock you. That's what he's saying, because they know the Earth's globe.
Yeah, so he's saying you all should be really afraid what people think. You should be more worried about what people think than reality itself. I don't think so, bro. Like, what are these people? Listen, and they think we're in here just, we watched just a couple of videos, right, Miggy? No, we've been studying your minds. Guess what? We have a unique inner knowledge of your mind because we were just like you.
And we can take you apart intellectually, example, QE, and we can take you apart logically. It doesn't matter. Like, whichever road you want to go, there is no globe. They got no rest, like, whatsoever. And that's good. I like that they come in here and they're very afraid because they know that the truth is waiting behind door number 1. And door number 2, it's the truth. Number 3 is the same. So you're not there's nowhere you can go. And when you're in here, you're going to answer the damn question. I think that's what they're afraid of too, is like not being held accountable. And they're going to keep doing what they do on other places. But in here, on Nathan's, they're going to answer the question. So there is no rest for an anti-flat earther in here.
So I found that clip. I'm having a hard time getting the visual uploaded, but I at least can play some of the audio. But it's just when a character is being overly nice, but you can see through the facade.
In Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident? Huh? You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind. Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
So right there, the character acknowledges that he goes, that doesn't match the look in your eyes. And the character kind of looks down and acknowledges that he's right. And so I think deep down, Matthew knows what he's doing. And only a certain few people are seeing through his facade. So
it might not even be up down. Could be pretty intentional.
You heard Matthew say from the very beginning, from years ago, he likes being in a place where he thinks he's right all the time. Now, if that's not a quintessential narcissist, then I'd like to hear the other definition. So, with something like contempt prior to investigation leads a man to the ultimate in ignorance. So, that means to the ones that know all this information and still come back here, they are in a different category altogether.
I got enough enemies without making enemies out of people that are being like nice and friendly. So they can, if they want to, if it's fake or whatever. Hey, man, I'm not looking for new enemies to create. So if someone comes to you in a positive way or in a friendly way, and
that's what your worst enemy is going to do.
You start digging, you find something wrong with them.
You know what? You're a pussy. Like, bring on the fucking enemies, bro. Bring them all on. Like, that's where you should be. If you were a man looking for the truth, you would take on all comers. Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Your most effective enemies are going to get your guard down like that, though. Don't you get that?
I appreciate your guys' spirit, and I'm not saying I'm right on this. I could be. Maybe you guys are enlightening me to something that I'm doing wrong in the way that I'm dealing with these people or in my life. I'm just saying that this was the way I was interpreting this when I was listening to, because I've been listening to the show just quietly, and that's just what I was thinking. But I appreciate like the spirit, and I'm learning from what I'm hearing from you guys. All I'm telling you was what I was thinking. I'm not trying to sell you that I know more than you guys.
Yeah, Matthew's actually not nice and friendly. He's actually the opposite of that.
I've watched a lot of debates devolve into shouting matches, and I enjoy watching flat Earth globe debates. I mean, I know a lot of people here don't like watching those, but I enjoy it, and they devolve into shouting matches so easily. So when there is somebody that can speak calmly and somewhat politely, and be in control of their emotions, I prefer listening to those kind of debates. Now, whether or not that's actually good for the movement, like what you guys are saying, maybe it's not the best approach.
Yeah, but there's a difference between friendly and smarmy, is what we're saying.
Well, you know that saying that the kids say, keep that same energy. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I can talk trash about you in a nice, friendly voice. Is that very consistent? Probably not. I was telling Matthew directly, like, dude, instead of trying to pretend to be, the honorable citizen, just bring the smoke that you're trying, stop pretending. And that's why I like that clip that I showed. The character sees through. He's like, stop pretending, bro. Like, we can see what you're doing. So at least just be who you really are, instead of who you're pretending to be, Mr. Nice Guy.
The Mr. Nice Guy approach makes him a way better propagandist.
Yeah, better globe salesman, he said.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would just say, like, just bring the smoke. I would rather somebody, it doesn't have to be a shouting match per se, but what saying it in a friendly tone, sugarcoating isn't really is not a requirement for me. I'd rather someone just say something directly, But people are really soft nowadays. They want things to be kind of sugar coated and soft. But QE's in the room. He knows, like, people will be like, "Oh, well, just say it differently." It's like, well, the information's the same. I'm just gonna say it direct.
Yeah, but there is an art form to getting people to listen to you without triggering their different biases or cognitive dissonance. Miggy does that really well when he's not detecting any psychosis or insane narcissism or sociopathy from the person. He's just, the person is normal. He's asking normal questions. Miggy's really good at putting those caveats into the way he words things so that they're not getting as triggered as if you just slap them with the truth.
There's a clip of a nafty. I don't know why I said that. A NASA safety engineer, and he was in here 3 or 4 nights ago. For the people that were here, I have a clip of him talking. So if you guys want to hear that too, who else was in here? Somebody, I think he was speaking to Jen. I think it was. He was speaking to Jen. I can play that too for you guys who weren't here. NASA safety engineer. Let me look for it real quick.
Yeah, man. I mean, I have a screenshot of just somebody just on the comment boards highlighting how people are so used to sugar-coated speech that just saying something in a direct tone, it's off-putting to people. Yeah, I'm gonna just say it with your chest. Yeah, right, heretic.
In the world, 102 miles in China.
This is not that's not how submarines work. Submarines don't just go, "Hey, we're going to go in a straight line, and if we don't calculate for the curve of the Earth, we're just going to pop out the front." No, they're making.
Now he's a submarine expert as well.
I'm going to destroy you in a minute, mate. I'm going to destroy you with my material. I'm going to destroy you with my material because you're just asking.
Let him finish. Let him say what he's got to say.
Planes don't go in straight lines for hundreds of miles, like in direct laser straight lines. Fuck no. They go based upon what their depth is and what their anticipated depth is, and then they sail underwater. So there's going to be up and down. They're not going to just go in a straight line. That's not how they work.
So now you admit that lasers go in straight lines. Is that right?
I think for the most part, I guess there could be things to make lasers curve.
Okay, and could you please tell me how you obtained this information about submarines? Could you explain where did you get that information from?
Where did I get my information on submarines?
About how submarines, yeah, because you said you're pretty sure that they do something, and so whatever information you have, where did you get that information about submarines operations?
I'm pretty sure submarines do not travel in direct straight lines.
You're pretty sure, so how did you get that information?
How did I get what information?
The information that you just told me that you doubt.
It's called logic. People have logic.
Oh, so submarines travel by logic, your logic, and not by how they actually.
So let me explain his logic. The Earth's a globe, so it's not a straight line. That's his logic. Because the water pressure gradient curved, so the sub stays at one pressure, so it has to be curved.
That's it.
Boy, what the hell, boy?
NASA safety engineer. Listen to the way he spoke.
Someone in the chat said freaking parking lot attendants at NASA. Hilarious.
I got one more clip for you guys. I think you were here for this one though, CB.
Is it self-evident that it's a globe?
Like, well, you make that question as if I'm 100%. I'm not 100% on anything, right? But I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. Well, I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. That just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right? But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently is not 100%. They use
Why would I
probability.
talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not. Why would I want to have a conversation?
It was part of the breakfast analogy that I was trying to make a point of.
Yeah, but you just said there's a possibility I'm speaking to a schizophrenic. Why would I want to do that?
No, you don't take it literally. It was making a situation.
I have to. You just told me that. I have to take it literally because you just finished saying that. So now you're schizophrenic, or at least you. There could be a chance that you're schizophrenic. Why would I want to take a chance?
Now I just think you're joking. Okay, why don't we just go move on to the subject matter
You're
here?
the one that told me there's a percentage that you could be schizophrenic.
Well, yeah. Well, there's an overwhelmingly high probability that I'm not schizophrenic.
Yeah.
To a point where you should converse.
That's a problem.
It's not 100%. I could be a schizophrenic. It's not 100%.
See, there you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why would I want to have a conversation?
But we're not going to go into a dialogue and ask if I'm schizophrenic, right?
See what you guys do.
Sheesh. Is a horse a horse? Is that 100%?
99% of the time.
What a doofus.
A horse is a horse, of course. Thank you, Mr. Ed.
His appeal to quantum mechanics was clumsy and fucking what a knucklehead.
You should have been here for that. You would have relished in the fact he was actually touting to be a pseudo intellect. So yeah, he would be in your wheelhouse. You would have probably just ate him up alive in here.
I don't know how you go about fixing that.
That comment, nothing is 100%. Well, if you believe nothing is 100%, then you're 100% certain that nothing is 100%. Therefore, something is 100%. It's like what the fuck are you? Stop talking about nonsense. But then people come in with that crap. I get it. Yeah, man.
Just ask him if it was 100% of what he said was true.
Yeah.
Well, he could be schizophrenic, so I don't like speaking to people that there's a high probability they could be schizophrenic.
High probability.
We talking 99% or?
So you're saying there's a chance?
Exactly. That's what I was really trying to get to with him. But it just helped my point too. I'm like, well, yeah, I know I could be talking to this. Now that you said it, I mean, I didn't have to say that. Basically based it yourself.
Did you watch me tear those atheist tards up?
In here or on your stream? On
the stream that night.
Oh, no. Do we have clips of that?
I would love to so.
Archive it.
I was just wondering. It's not that you have to go do it. I was just wondering if because you were in here and I said, don't forget you got busy. You were at work or something.
Yeah, I pop in from time and again on my lunch break and that, but
Did you recently play Matthew's clip in here, the one that I posted?
Yeah.
Stevie played it. It was great, but most of the times people don't realize when he's saying things that he's contradicting himself. Like in the it's great. And the way you edit the clip so it sounds like he's saying it right after the contradiction. And then people sometimes they don't catch it, but then when you do it that way, they're just like, "Oh, I see." And you keep I'm just gonna keep playing this over and over again until you guys actually agree wholeheartedly, without a shadow of a doubt, that he's contradicting himself.
Yeah, he was double speaking the whole time. I was snickering, and then people miss it. I don't know because, well, they're ADHD or something, not central line in the Adderall. So I help them out by consolidating things.
When you add your couple of pieces of flair in there. What the hell did you just say?
Of course. It's pretty dry if I don't.
Yeah, it makes it palatable for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, it's been getting busy in here, man. Really? The freaks come out at night, so usually around the time you're probably snoring, these guys are popping in here. because I get off at work at 2:00, and then on my way home, I'm driving and I'm listening to like just randomness. Like NASA safety engineer was at 2 a.m. That numpty that was just a while ago, that clip I just played, he was in 2 a.m. It was all about his pseudo intellect. Like, he was correcting me because we were talking about, there's another Glober that's in there named Bacon, and I was actually talking to him, and he started to sandbag me. The guy just, you heard it in the last clip, he started to sandbag me, and he said, because we were using base axiom, right? Like, as in how we're speaking of what is self-evident, and that's why you heard me in the beginning of that clip tell him, is the earth self-evident? Because then my sights were focused on him, because I wasn't even talking to him, I was talking to Bacon. But then he jumped in and said that I'm using self-evident scientifically wrong. And he's like, I have to correct you because the Earth isn't self-evidently proven as a globe scientifically. And I'm like, what? I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. So I was like, I'm not talking to, you know what? So Bacon left, and I started talking to him. And then he said, well, there's a probability I could be schizophrenic. I'm like, the hell am I going to have a conversation with you for if you're schizophrenic?
You talking about Bacon, the one member he got really pissed off when I told him I use his numpty canvas to paint my Rembrandt.
That's the one.
I remember how he lost it, man.
Yeah, we live for those moments, don't we? Isn't that great? It's one of those little simple pleasures we just like. It is. It's great. Like when you see them just like, just going all nuts all over the place, and you're just like, ah, man, Will pups are getting fed tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretender clowns they're gonna screw up within the first 15 seconds, and then continue.
Yep. Well, like I was saying, where the traffic has been kind of getting better in here, so just for you, a little heads up in case you want to just peek in here and see what's going on. Because, like I was saying, I don't know, for some reason they like really coming at night lately.
Yeah, I know what they're doing. They like to come in here when we're weaker.
Yeah, well, CB's actually been staying up late. I've seen him in here. Who else is in here? Heretic's in here late. What were you doing up that late, Heretic? That's weird. Do you work at night?
I'm really talking on Pacific, but it's still even kind of late for me here, actually. So I have no excuse. Sorry.
That's funny. I'm trying to find a reference for what late is, but because my own schedule is so messed up, I can't even I can't even define that or perceive what late is or how long one should stay awake here. Oh man. I think everybody rotates taking night shift. And I see what you're meaning. Sometimes people start coming in later.
Well, I could literally
the night watchman.
Go 24/7.
Yeah, PJ, I remember you. What do you think? I'm a knuckle dragon window licker? Why they got you on mute?
Let me unmute him, because I was actually talking to someone earlier, and I know PJ when he gets on his rants, and he says he's a flat earther, but the other day he was in here just talking shite. So, however, I will unmute him. 1 second. I know he's got the flat earth tag, but like I said, I highly doubt it.
Hey, come on, John, how you doing, bud? We were here when no one else was here at the early days, 2015-16, in the debate forums. Am I a flat earther? We're not a flat earther either. We're specific, right? You can't say that, because we don't know what Earth is, we can say something about the surface we're on. So yeah, definitely a flat earther in relation to a spinning ball earther. That's nonsense, ridiculous stuff. But how you doing? Hope you're well, bud. Thanks for the unmute.
Yep, doing okay.
I understand. Let me just say to Mayhem there, I don't know why you muted me. I guess I do, but at the same time, come in for a conversation, so you sort of react. But I do understand your sort of motivation here and what you like to keep it stuck to. You know what I mean? Which is people getting away from the ball. Whatever's beyond that, different story.
Yeah, no, you were actually having a conversation with what's his name? The guy earlier that was in here, and I wanted to continue, and I didn't want to like have to explain for like 5 minutes why I'm gonna start talking. So it was just easier for me to mute. And you know what? Like, and we got through to that guy so much as like the conversation, but it was gonna derail what you guys were talking about, which was not really flat Earth. That's why you guys were just on about just normal things. So this server has a purpose, and that's why I did it. It wasn't, Anyway, let's for the topic.
That's fair enough. It is 24/7 as well, and people are, I'm sure, allowed to get into conversations, and there are other topics talked about. I know you're trying to narrow the range, and which is fair enough. And of course, you got to speak to the guy as well, and I mean, everything's good. I don't mind. Everything's good. Not sure how far you got, Mayhem. I mean, what was his name? Snowgrass or something? I was only speaking to him briefly.
I think we were like maybe 2.5 hours. And I dipped up after the point. He started going on about sulfur hexafluoride, and how it doesn't need a container and it's going down, and gravity. He went all over the place, but he doesn't know much of anything at all.
It ended real nicely.
Did it?
I managed to get through him a little bit with a little bit of bad cop, and then Meme took it over with good cop, and he sounded like he was totally different at the end of the conversation.
Yeah, it was great. I was just looking for the you know me, I'm analyzing the conversation as it's going. So I really did like. He came from a place of like just obliviousness, like he doesn't know, but then he wants to claim knowledge on certain things. Yet then his hands are off of knowledge when he can't explain like when he was using the sulfur hexafluoride example, right, which is a man-made gas. Like he wanted to talk about it in a way that it has a vector of down, and we did our job on that, so we didn't have to take that too much farther. And then the things that are self-evident, the laws of nature, those were great points. So
very good points, but I did hear most of that. I think there's a restriction though, and the restriction is what we see. People are dying to know what actually is. There's one thing to find out what isn't, but that's unsatisfying, isn't it? People want to know. You want yourself to know what actually is. So when you talk about laws of nature, because Earth is something different, and we don't know what Earth and its surrounds and encompassments are, we can only deal with what we experience. We can make declarations, but not overall declarations. You know what I mean? There's no way to say that what we experience as natural is actually natural. It could be natural within our particular setting, but we haven't said what Earth is, and it's a difficult one, isn't it?
Not really.
Well, it is actually, but it's actually more. If you say not really, then it's more difficult than what you think. I should think.
Not really. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, but John, we have a model, and the model is busted, and
we don't have a model.
What I'm saying, we have a model to bust, which is the Ball Earth model, right? The Ball Earth model.
No, there is no globe. Show me the globe Earth model. Then show us. Show me the globe Earth model, and then show us our model in live stream text right now.
Yeah. But the Ball Earther, John, will show you the blue marble. The Flat Earther will show you a line on a page.
A line on a page is not a model.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All we're left to do then is to debunk or possibly decode the model, as they call it. Given
they don't have a model. They don't have one. Show me,
John. They have the model of the
no, don't. You keep on saying it. Show us.
Yeah, but according to them, that's their model. The blue marble.
What model?
Heliocentric setting, the galactic setting, etc.
No, speak. Come on.
What model? Heliocentric. That's a word. That's not a model.
How about they show you? I mean, look up.
No, they don't.
Well, in a literal model.
No, they don't. I have never seen the globe Earth model since I've been out here for 7 years now. Not one.
Have you never seen the caricature or cartoons or whatever of the Earth, the blue marble at the center, traveling around the sun, and the relationship between all the planets and the sun? You've never seen that represented.
Cartoons are not a model.
But What are you going to call what they present then, John? What are you going to call
I don't know. I don't know. It's not my claim.
Fantasy, a sort of like
okay.
A science fiction offering.
Creation bear. What? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the closest thing I can think of.
Yeah.
But John, if you're going to say that though, they do get something. There is a practicality to the system, right? Or do you just throw everything out and say it's all tosh, it's all nonsense?
I deal with specificity, so be specific.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not talking from my point of view. It's their point of view. They're the ones who'll say we have a model.
That's a dangerous game. They don't have a model. They don't have one.
Yeah. Well, where does
they
that
can
leave
say
us
that
then?
they got a model, but they don't got one. When challenged for them to show their model, they can't because they don't have one. They don't even know what a model is.
Okay, what would you call it? Representation. Their representation of actuality, reality.
Representation of actuality. Really, show me.
How about this is what we're all engaged on, is trying to find out the nature of reality. They'll say, well, at least we have a fucking picture to present. What have you got?
Really? They got a picture. Show the picture.
Well, you know what it is, John. Come on.
I do not.
The blue marble.
The blue marble
That's
picture.
not a picture.
Well, show the picture, and then let's go through it, and let's see if it's an actual picture or not.
I know it's all nonsense. Of course I do. But I'm talking from the point of view from the ball.
That's a dangerous
They have
position.
something to cling to at their side. What is it to do when it comes to flat Earth?
That's a dangerous position. You're going to get your ass handed to you if you're coming from their side.
I'm just representing what they would have to say, or any newcomer that you're constantly engaged with, if you want to put it like that. You know, everyone's looking for a picture in their brain, and if we have nothing to present, I'm not saying this is not my position, we don't need anything to present, but for the average person coming in, then there's nothing to go against. Look at the intricate detail they have painting their fantasy model, just a cartoon. Yeah.
Where's the intricate detail? I want to see it.
Fucking hell, man! Look at the blue marble in terms of its decomposition, and they'll tell you all the different layers, all of the different consistency, all the different aspects of the Earth itself.
Really? So I'll just post a picture of a fucking fruit tip squirrel turkey and friggin' give you the intricate attributes. Is that actually real then?
But I know it's not real. I'm not saying it's real, but to them, it's okay. It's a picture presented. What's the opposing aspect? What can I look at?
So you want me to give an opposing aspect of a fucking fairy tale hallucination?
It's true. It is true, and that'll do just to get people away from the fantasy. That's all you need to do. Get people. But the problem is, though, I think just from the natural mind of man, is now okay. Once you ruled out what isn't, John, now we're looking to figure out what the fuck is. You know what I mean? Or else, what's the point?
What the fuck is what?
What is our reality? My individual reality. Individual will ask the question themselves: what does my reality consist of? What it's about?
My reality is I got a bunch of arrows that I just made. I got a pen I'm twirling around in my hand. I'm looking at a computer screen with a sharp-looking girl.
Okay,
Flat Earth, the globe is a lie. That's about my reality right now. We good?
Not really, because your mind can wander beyond your physical confines, John. And surely you must wonder what the Earth is.
Surely I must wonder what the Earth is.
Yeah.
Or you got to accept that there's things that you're not going to know. So,
no, but
I know it's flat, non-spinning. I know that much.
I go with you, but it could be an infinite plane then, couldn't it not,
It
John?
can't be infinite. There's no infinity or mathematics or reality. Show infinite.
But I love these sound effects. What position do you think I'm holding here?
Just give me close to infinite then. If you can't show me infinite, give me close to it.
Marble. Now Earth is something different. If we decide that we can't know, that's one thing. If we decide there's some progress to be made, that's another thing.
You're not showing me anywhere close to infinite. I'll take close to infinite if you could show me.
I know that, John. I fucking know that. I know that well enough. No infinite plane. There's no infinite in reality in the material world. It can't be.
Yeah.
But The idea being there, we're not in a material-only world. This is what the ballers told us, the heliocentrists.
Well,
Aristarchus is their cult leader, John. Aristarchus of Samos. No one ever mentions him.
Shit, I knew that this isn't. I knew that back when I was what, 4 or 5 years old. So you're not telling me anything.
John, once we come away from that, then we realize we're not in a physical-only reality.
Right.
There's other influences in play, so that changes things up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We deny infinity, but at the same time, then, we have to accept the possibility of infinity outside of the material. Outside of the material.
No, the only way, that's a positive claim. You claimed infinity. Now, I'm going to ask you, if you walk into a courtroom and you say, yes, there is infinity, what's the next question the judge is going to ask you?
You a flat earther.
No, if he's from Missouri, he's going to say, "Can show me."
Yeah.
See, I live in Missouri. I wasn't born here, but I live here now. So my motto is, show me.
Yeah. All right. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fair?
I know you're a religious man as well. Is God?
I'm not religious.
Infinite? Is
I'm not religious. I'm not religious. Nope.
Well, okay, okay, but you believe it? Okay, I don't mean okay. Okay, I guess we have to be careful with the words. You know, there's a higher power in play, and you do believe in God. In just that general term, is God's love infinite? Is God's intelligence infinite? Is God's all aspects, attributes of God infinite?
I don't believe in God. I know for a fact there's a creator.
Yeah, nice one. I do as well.
Yep.
I do as well.
Yeah, but they Jedi mind tricked into telling you that's religion and then telling you their pseudoscience is actually science. When the actual fact or knowledge of God is actually scientific and it's their pseudoscience that's a religion. So they Jedi mind tricked everyone.
I'm not sure about that statement, John. The knowledge, are you just talking about the knowledge of the existence of God is scientific? I can go along with that. We can't know what God's attributes are, right?
No, the cause of God, no, we can't know, but I can prove scientifically that a creator exists.
What's your observation? What's your independent and your dependent variable?
Go on my channel, go on my website, globeterminator.com, and hit proofs of a creator, and there's the list ABC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I saw it, yeah. I used to watch. You're a great man, John. Some great contributions and taking on the whole of the fucking world. Honestly, taking on the whole of the scientific world. And I'm not just saying you alone, but this is exactly what the fight is here, isn't it?
Yep.
And they've been exposed now. Their knickers are down.
Yeah, he's not alone.
Embarrassed. But what I would say, I have seen that, John, and you provide some very, cogent arguments. But in terms of science, you're not saying according to the scientific method, though, are you?
According to the scientific method, what?
That you can prove God, or you have proven God's existence.
Yeah, it's on. I told you, it's on globeterminator.com.
But it's more a logical argument, isn't it? It's not according to the scientific method.
It's a combination, but logic, is pretty powerful.
Sure, absolutely.
But no, I don't think so. I mean, I've demonstrated scientifically that. Well, the base headline. You have to start with the ontological primitives. Once you have established the ontological primitives, then I can prove a creator with ease.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree.
You have to have context. You can't.
It's self-evident for me. There's a creator.
Well, sure. Yeah, for most people, hopefully it is. I've got one of those self-evident ones at the end. It's called functional sequence specified complexity. Do you ever smoke that?
I just by the words itself, I can sort of get a grasp on what it might be about.
Sure.
But, I know I've smoked a lot, but I haven't smoked that. Light me up, John. Go on, light me up.
No, I'm just saying. I did it the other day with those two atheists. They start talking about complexity. They just, right from the fire into the blast furnace.
Hey, I got to get going, but QE, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Yeah, I got to go too, Pete. It was long.
Hey, Miggy.
Good
evening.
Later, man. Later, Miggy. I got to go too, Pete. It was fun to talk to you again, but I got to.
Oh, QE. When you make a new live on YouTube?
Ballbusters tomorrow.
Oh, cool. I will be there. Thank you.
There won't be anything next week though, because I'm rolling down to Oklahoma for Turtle Archery Challenge, so I'm going to be out of the net for about a week. But tomorrow's show will be live. Okay.
Okay, cool. I will look for you.
All right.
Thank
you. Later on, ladies and gentlemen. See you on the flip side.
God bless.
Later.
Yeah, my favorite proof for God's existence is the theory of information, which is actually a scientific theory.
Yeah. I think just John said he's not religious there, so all these words used are kind of have connotations. But
Yeah.
God is an especially difficult word because it's sort of our mind goes to something so particular. Do you know what I mean? And that's the only problem that I have. Can you prove it scientifically? I don't know. I don't think you can prove it according to the scientific method that God exists. But I think it's self-evident. It goes beyond science in a sense.
Well, the DNA is a programming language. It is a code. It is an operating system. So it requires a language and a programmer. It cannot come into existence without an intelligence creating it, the human DNA.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But
Yeah.
that's what evolution is
And
about.
the funny thing, the funny thing is that there is also a lot of web code, which parts of it, parts of this code, they are found in human and animals' DNA.
Yeah.
So
I'm absolutely convinced. I'm not on any fence on this one, but can I just say though, if this is not speculation, I mean, it would have to be close to the categorization of speculation because, yeah.
No. Actually, I'm not telling you things I'm guessing. This is things I read, which scientists have recently discovered. Geneticians, they found that we have in our DNA code which is identical with a lot of the internet's web code. You know.
Oh, I can go with that. I have no problem going with that, honestly. I think everything is ultimately connected. The same code applies to everything, God code in a sense. But to say that then that proves a God, I guess you have to just specify. It proves a higher power, self-evident.
Well, the internet.
Higher power, that's a different matter, isn't it?
The internet didn't appear by spontaneous combustion, you know.
No, it didn't.
We created the internet.
Yeah. Web, the World Wide Web. Interesting terms. The net, the web. I think Ether was talking today about how when he was younger, how his dad was. Well, I was watching out for him in case he was sneakily on the internet when he shouldn't have been. But it is a sort of a web. It entraps us all, and I guess. Well, where is it taking us? Where is it taking us? I guess that's up for the individual to judge. Has your venture into this electronic world made you happier or other from your initial introduction? Tough question, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, you see, we have very precise measuring instruments nowadays. For example, there is a company, Renishaw. These guys are making one of the highest precision linear or rotary encoders for ultra precision positioning systems and stuff like this, and ultra precise linear motion for CNC machines, for all sorts of high precision devices,
Yeah.
And they made like a linear encoder for Airbus. They were building a giant 3D printer, like 200 meters long and about 8 meters wide, or 10, something like that. But this 3D printer was printing large structures of carbon fiber, which is the structural resistance frame for the airplanes.
Yeah.
So this machine had to be extremely precise. So they had to use linear encoders for measuring, having a feedback signal to how much that machine moved on the track when it's printing. And they can move it for a 200 meters distance with a precision of 1 nanometer.
1 nanometer. What's that? 10 to the power of 9, is it? Meters. Fuck me.
So 1 nanometer, it's like the billionth of a millimeter,
That's something else, isn't that?
No. Sorry. It's the millionth. So 1 millimeter is split in 1 million.
So it's 10 to the power 9 meters. A millimeter, there's 10 to the power 3 millimeters in a meter. Okay, we're on the same page. That's unbelievable, isn't that?
So now,
is that true though? Do you really believe that?
Sorry?
They can get down to that level of precision, or that they can measure. I'm just asking. They can measure a what do you call it? Consistently, a picosecond, 10 to the power of minus 12 of a second. Do you really believe that?
Well, if you combine this is this linear encoder is a optical laser encoder. So you have a band strip, and on one side there is like a very thin metallic sheet, and now you have a laser moving along that band strip, and this band strip is actually like a ruler for this laser reader. They used a laser to engrave those lines of 1 nanometer, a line for each nanometer. This is achievable also. You can find this kind of technology in CD-ROMs, the way they write information on CD-ROMs, So in principle, it's the same thing going on there. Now, if you attach to this system a piezoelectric
electric crystal,
No, it's a piezoelectric. There are piezoelectric encoders, and these ones they can measure picometers. So now we're talking the billionth, the billionth of a millimeter. So but at Airbus they didn't need this kind of precision grade. Now the machine, when it's running at full speed, it's positioning itself with a margin of error plus minus 35 nanometers. But when it's running in slow motion, like, I mean, not fast, you know, but that computer will be counting each nanometer which is moving, and it's moving from nanometer to nanometer. Then you can position it to ultra high precision of 1 nanometer, you know. So you start from point A, the machine is moving 200 meters, but with the precision of 1 nanometer, you know.
And that could be a gauge in terms of time, then, couldn't it? So you have to inter associate or connect the meter with the second, which was actually how they initially defined the meter and the second, sort of in terms of each other and in terms of the speed of light, the known speed of light. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah,
right?
well, you know, this encoder, the laser reader, is very close to the band strip. It's always at a distance of like 5 millimeters away.
Yeah.
You know, so you have no atmospheric interference or anything like that. You know,
To
temperature.
say that it just boggles the mind to say or to accept. Okay, it might be true, but to accept it as true, it boggles the mind that mankind have the ability to distinguish a picometer. What is it? Not one nanometer, not nanometer.
1
10 to the
nanometer.
minus.
Yeah.
One pico, so just for anyone listening, in case you haven't encompassed it, so think of a meter rule. A meter rule is divided into 100 centimeters. Centimeters is 10 millimeters. So take one of those millimeters. So in that meter rule, there's 1,000 millimeters. Take one of those millimeters and divide it into 1,000,000 parts. So the technology of the mind of man is able to distinguish between part 500,051 and 500,052.
Yeah.
In that nano world, if you want. Even if it's true or not, it's so hard to accept, isn't it? It's so hard to appreciate that this ability comes from man alone. If it's true, then obviously, well, you know, Creator is wondrous.
I was reading, you know, I was reading this story which Renishaw had on their website, explaining how they installed and calibrated this 3D printer at Airbus. You know, so Renishaw built this linear encoder, and this printing head has a height of about 4 or 5 meters tall, you know, and that will be the Z-axis of the 3D printer. And when it's moving, along that track, all this head must always be perpendicular to the printing surface, you know, the flat table on the floor. And they had to install 2 linear encoders, one at the bottom and one at the top. So when the bottom started moving, also the top moves, but the machine is not allowed to tilt itself, you know, when it's printing. So they had to have all these linear encoders at the top and the bottom. And in the beginning, they had to align these encoders, So they used 2 plumb bobs at both ends, and they measured the distance between the plumb bobs at the bottom and at the top, you know. They used cobalt wire, and they found that they took those plumb bobs as perfectly parallel, and when they measured them, they found that they were actually perfectly parallel. And on a sphere surface with divergent down vectors, you cannot have two down vectors being parallel to each other. So my down vector cannot be parallel with yours in your location where you are on the supposedly globe. Correct?
Hey, I'm not sure, but I'm a flat earther. So, yeah, absolutely. And what the implications of it is that everything to do with a spinning ball Earth is fantasy. What this level of technology indicates to me, just what I've heard from you there, is that there's always been a divine power in play. And this, for all the world, is magic. This technology is magic. And in a sense, maybe our whole existence and all that's around is magic. And I think it always has to be because we come from God.
Magic is from the Latin word magus, and it means unknown or undistinguishable, something that is not known. And yeah.
Have a tendency to think, but in terms of man's evolution, so even though we've moved away from it, we still have a tendency to think in those terms, especially when it comes to technology. But if the former is not true, then there has to be a different setup in play. And that's where I'm at now. Everything becomes magical. Everything becomes magical. Even all the technologies of man, ascribed to man's ingenuity, it becomes magical because man is a liar. Man has lied about our origins. So that's just the way I am. I have no problem accepting that at all. There is something beyond.
We do have models for understanding electricity, magnetism, etc. But when you look deeply into it, you find that these are models which we accepted and set, but they still have flaws. And we do have these forces, electricity. We all make use of it, but it doesn't mean it functions, and this actually is happening the way we think,
Electrons
Right.
moving, traveling.
Exactly, and this, let me just say, but that's exactly what I say to myself. I've come up with a new word, and but I've come away from. I was a ball earther. I was a science, university education, etc., etc. I bought a whole hog. I bought everything. Come away from that. That material-only reality, which is probably what science deals with as well, scientific method, right? That's why they tell us, the baller tells us that science can never declare truth, which is fair enough. I accept it, because science will deal in cause and effect relationships. But if you don't know possible causes, then your declaration can never be declared to be true, because there will be something else that you're not considering that is at the root of everything. You know what I mean? But I did come up with a new word, metaphorsics. Coming away from spinning ball Earth, I come to realize, or accept anyway, that we live in a metaphysical reality, so we have a different sort of influence, a different superstructure to our whole existence, and the truth is delivered to us, is actually presented to us via metaphor. So when we hear the stories, we take them literally. That takes us one place. Now we break down the story, and it takes us a different place again. So metaphorsics rules in this reality. That's what I reckon. It makes sense, because we're beyond the physical, metaphysical, and that's all the baller sells you. And if you think about it, the spinning ball earther sells you materialism at all fronts, from heliocentrism, galacticism, Big Bangism, all the way to evolution theory as well. So everything is just in the midst of materialism. But go ahead.
Astronomy, astrophysics, these are not sciences.
Oh, no.
Definitely not sciences.
There is
I
some
like
pattern that's
science.
being adhered to, though. That's my point. There is some pattern that's been examined, and a declaration is made on that recognition. We can't deny certain things as attached to the spinning ball. Navigation works, for instance. The bowler will ask you, well, how does navigation work on a flat? And of course, we can come up with our ideas, but things do work with the ball Earth model. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. It's faulty. Of course, it's flawed.
Oh,
It's flawed.
how can you have a full moon in daytime?
You know that they. Well, okay. Yeah.
In the heliocentric model, it's impossible to see a full moon in daytime. You know.
I agree. See, the thing is, but everything is fucking impossible. Everything is impossible. But what's their answer? What's their best answer? Surely they have to have some very, very convincing answer or palatable answer in order for all the great minds or scientists or whatever to just continue along being heliocentrists and beyond.
Yeah, they are trying to say that the moon is not actually where we see it in the sky, because the light is refracted and bent to our eyes in perspective.
You do the same thing on Earth with the black swan.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I've already accepted.
And also with the Selenelian eclipse, you know, they are trying to say that the moon is really behind the Earth, you know. But we see it because its light hits the air and it gets bent, and you get to see it in daytime.
They have to, you see. That's what they have to do that. The returning ball earther will a die-hard defender of the model. And of course, because we are flat earthers and beyond, every single aspect of the foundational pillars of the structure of the spinning ball earth is doomed, is problematic. It's something that we cannot experience, and we can only accept it or appreciate it somewhat in our mind, in our mind's eye, in our imagination. Oh, very good.
One thing I haven't seen refraction doing is showing me something what's behind the hill or behind the mountain, you know. I never saw anything unless I went on top of that hill, so I can have a direct exposure of that image to my eyes, you know, what's behind the hill.
But here's the issue then. This is what I think is the real issue here, is what actually is the reality. If concocted this model, whoever they are, over the centuries, they know it's a lie from the start. We're coming to figure out recently it is a lie. So what did the mind of the creators of this fantasy know? What occupies their present situation? Do you know what I mean? 400 years or so later. And that's what I'm saying. They have to have some greater grasp into the real nature of things. And for us, for me myself, just to say that, okay, I know I'm not on a spinning ball, and that'll do. I can't do that, because that means that there's someone out there then who knows much more than I do regarding the nature of my home. Excuse me, fuck you. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? We've been fed. It's like your girlfriend. Put it like this, bud. It's like your girlfriend. Now, we don't mean to upset anyone or anything like that. So maybe it's a bad example. But anyway, cheating happens. But it's like your girlfriend cheating on you, and you figuring out that she cheated, and you catching her out on that. The thing is, though, that she cheated on you. That's one thing, come to realize it, but what the actual truth of her relationship, every time she went bowling on a Tuesday, are you telling me that every time you were bowling on a Tuesday you were with your lover? You know what I mean? That's a different aspect than the actual truth. So figuring out the lie is one thing, and the truth is a different matter.
And, you know, these people are very religious because they actually worship the sun. And, for example, I don't believe that Stonehenge is older than 200 years, so that's top I can give. Stonehenge is much younger, and they made that site for the worship of the sun, to say about those stones that they've been put there thousands of years ago. Yeah.
That's the thing, isn't it, though? Once you figure out that this is what this whole but this whole pathway is about, conspiracy world, once you figure out something is a lie, then nearly everything has to be a lie, bud, and everything associated with the spinning ball earth reality is a lie. We won't be able to talk about lots of things coming up soon. I guess you can't talk about an event reported that has a mass casualty. You just can't talk about it, even mention it. Oh, I mean, I don't know where that leaves us.
And a lot of, even our calendar that we use today is actually a sun worshipping calendar.
Yes,
it's based on the sun equinoxes, and equinoxes are actually have nothing to do with the seasons or anything like that. I tend to believe more that the year really has 13 months. And it's very beneficial for them, for a taxation-based governing system, to pay us for 12 months when we are working for them 13 months. It's convenient.
You live in the moon or the lunar calendar. Well, now we look at the world. See, this is getting into. It's not really speculation, but it is flat Earth and beyond. And I know that's not too. I know it's not that it's not welcome, but it's not. Yeah, it's not. I can see why, because it seems like it involves a lot of speculation, but it's not really. It's more sort of coming to terms with the lie and its opposite, which is what the lie is built on. But heliocentrism, yeah. I mean, listen, bud, we could be hopeless at this stage, couldn't we? That the lie has become so obvious to us ordinary lay people. Now you think in terms of old governments. How long have they known about the lie at the top levels? And what's the level of collusion then against me, myself, and my fellow man? You know what I mean? Which is, well, it comes to be pretty burdensome. It becomes to be pretty massive. We can think that all governments now across the earth are immersed within the deception, not just now, but from the outset. I don't know if there's any other way we can think about it. Or if they haven't been incorporated from the outset, then they've been incorporated via some of the conquests, you know what I mean? Especially in recent times. In the last century of wars. You know what I mean?
Well, if you just go like a couple hundred years ago, 300, 400, 500 years ago, let's say Spanish Inquisition and stuff, if you go in those times and you preach heliocentrism, they will burn you alive on a stake. They will call you witchcraft, you're doing witchcraft, and they will actually burn you alive. Those people actually knew the evil which is rooted in this religion, heliocentrism. Yeah.
Damn it, man. My consolation in terms of this overarching oppression, both present and historical, is that I don't look differently on history now. I think it's storytelling. I don't believe Galileo existed, Newton existed. I don't believe it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I just don't believe it. So all of these horror stories are given to us. It's part of this greater dark novel presented to us, and I'm happier believing that lots of it is fabricated. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think
me too.
our purposes right now, my friend, as we consider this massive lie, and we can look at what other lies that are presented to us, but with the understanding that the lie is a purposeful lie because it is built on a greater truth coming from elsewhere. That's my consolation.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Newton was a genius, and he actually never discovered anything. The only thing he did, I think he managed to, he stole Leibniz paperwork. And this is how Leibniz was studying. He was a very good mathematician. He was doing a lot of research and stuff. All these mathematical equations and stuff, and physics. But when Newton stole those papers, he saw that was actually some equations he can use to calculate this acceleration rate. Yeah.
I heard that, and this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm happy, and it doesn't matter if it's true. I never know if it's true or not, but I already accepted the official story has been true. Just as I view Newton as a fabricated character, so I can view Leibniz as a fabricated character as well. And even if there were real characters, there were definitely characters who were involved in deeper esoteric organizations, Freemasons, and similar. And beyond.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So they would have they were all in possession of the truth. I don't think there's any. Okay, that's an interesting story about what Freemasons of today know. I have a brilliant story about how I call them a gaggle of Freemasons, and I asked a specific question, but that would take a little bit of time to tell. But I was surprised because I just assumed that old Freemasons would know that the Earth is their surface is stationary and flat. You know what I mean? Because it was presented to us plebs on the internet so readily over the last 10 years. Not so much, even now, more so than ever now, there's 24/7 flat earth discussion channels. I bet you don't see too many 24/7 globe earth discussion channels, even though it should be the other way around, shouldn't it? It should be that taking predominance because that's an established reality. But, insider information, if there were real characters, the information that they gave us was withheld and tainted or encoded somewhat. Literally, they didn't believe it themselves. They couldn't have.
No.
Couldn't have. What's the justification for coming away from a stationary Earth? Any ball earther, I asked that, a stationary Earth surface, someone that everyone who's ever lived on Earth will testify to, they'll refer back to ancient Hellenistic times, very interesting choice of words, when, Eratosthenes was in play or something. You know what I mean?
Well, Eratosthenes never existed. That's a fictitious character. All we have is his so-called experiment story, the test, that he discovered that he's living on a spherical ball. But he made many fallacious assumptions. That the sun is a collimated light source, and collimated light, it's impossible to achieve. It cannot physically exist. So the sun rays don't come. They are not falling parallel. They are not parallel. They are divergent from the source. and this divergency angle is the same no matter how far or close you are to that light source. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're just reading this historical development as well. It's very unbelievable. I have lots of things to say, and it's not it's not as if I'm anything special, but I find that lots of the stuff I have to say I haven't heard from anyone else. Just in terms, it's sort of a due consideration, but as we go back in the historical tale, it's so uncanny that they decided, uncanny is not a good word, but peculiar, that they decided via Pythagoras that the earth was a ball before they decided that the earth was in motion or not. It's so interesting. So interesting, the story that's told. I don't believe Pythagoras existed as well. So I think that once we come away from the lie, we can understand the lie is the shadow of the truth. And we got to sort of unravel what's presented to us, as opposed to like accepting the lie itself and throwing it out. You know what I mean? Then you're just sort of left nowhere. Left like what on your own to build a new paradigm for yourself. That's silly, because why do I need to go out and look at what do you call it, BDS, Black Swan originator, or Travis Plain Truth, or Wide Awake? Why do I need to do that myself when I can look at their evidence, look at their efforts, and draw my own intellectual mental conclusions? You know what I mean? So I can accept things as being true and move on with my greater thinking then, because we are the mind. We are the mind. We don't need to do everything in order to to progress. We can look at other.
You have to obey and follow the herd. You have to have the same mind and thinking with the herd. If you don't, then you are an extremist.
Yeah, don't mention ether, bud. Don't mention ether.
Yeah. And it's funny because they say if you are trying to be original, unique, and special, those are not good attributes. They don't like them. They hate critical thinkers and originality.
I like to look at it in a different way, my friend. I like to look at it in this way. We're all of the Creator, and that the truth of everything in regards to this physical experience we're having is somewhere within all of us, and it's just waiting to be encouraged, come out. And this is maybe the purpose of life, born into the lie. That core reckoning is in play, and as your life's destiny plays out, you'll become more and more aware of the differing story. That's the way I like to think of it. And I'm happy enough with that. So every lie is the biggest lie. This is the way I look at it now. The biggest lie, the most massive lie that's presented to us, especially by these central stage characters, it gives us more potential, the quickening potential to come towards the deeper truth. I think that's, in a sense, how it might be working here as we move our way along the conspiracy pathway, coming to flat Earth and, beyond.
So, what do you tell them when they ask why will they lie?
You just ask someone to consider a lie that they told in their life, or the biggest lie they told, and you can be sure that of course we've all lied, but how long have you carried on a lie for until you were ultimately exposed? That's one of the reasons. But it's a good question. What's in it for this sort of concerted historical effort to deceive mankind? Why would they lie? I have my own conclusions, but any ordinary person asking me that, I will say that they can relate lies to themselves themselves. They can relate sort of power or lack of power to themselves. So to understand within a given scenario, which is a heliocentric, spinning ball Earth evolutionary model, that groups of men, groups of liars will get together and create a collective lie to deceive the masses for their own benefit, that's easy to appreciate in those terms. You know what I mean? That's what I would say to someone who asked me that.
I understand, and yeah, you're pretty close.
It's dog world, right?
Yeah. I like to tell them that, to give them an analogy, a rich guy hears on radio that living life in a $50 million mansion is so comfortable and good, you know. And now this guy wants to buy a $50 million mansion, and let's say that guy is you, and we meet on the street, and behind me across the street there is a $50 million mansion, and I'm telling you, okay, I'm selling you this mansion, you know, and you happen to want to buy one, and now I make you a description. It has this many rooms, and there is a couch with 2 stains of it on it, and a TV this big, and you know. And when we go inside, you see it doesn't have that many rooms, and you see no couch and no TV in any of the rooms. So now you're not going to trust me, are you?
No.
Because I obviously lied about the description. So if I didn't give you the correct description of the mansion, it means it's not mine. There's something dodgy to my story. So you're not going to put your trust to hand me $50 million for that mansion straight away. So you are questioning my ownership, correct? And this is what the state, the governing system, is actually doing. If we accept that we live on a spherical world, they know that this world is not ours. So now they claim dominion and ownership of this realm, yeah, and they ask us for tax for living in their world, you know. Yeah.
But there's more to it. It's not that this is our world, but they're pirates from the sea, the invading. This has got to do with the flood, I think. But they're pirates. It's not just me saying this, of course. So there's lots to do with the legal name, who we identify with, who the liars are, encroachers are in play. Ultimately, I think it's about our relationship to the land. First of all, we have to come to stationary flat Earth surface. Then, I don't want to go. I'm not too deep. I was going to say too deep. It's not too deep. It's just me telling my story where I'm at. But what I've come to understand is, yes, they are pirates. They're invaders onto the land, encroaching onto the land, and they've made us become vessels that are lost. Right, so we don't know our true sort of place. But now that we know we're on the land, this is what Flat Earth is about. Whatever the land is, I think it's a broken realm, and we don't belong. We are in this world, not of this world. But as we are in this world, now, according to Manifest Destiny, we are the highest authority. That's why I say I'm king of Era. Era is the word for Ireland, my friend. It's not, Ireland is ire in English is anger. Ireland, right? So we have the land of Ire, which is Ireland. We have the north-south divide. I'm king of the whole land, north and south encompassed, right? But everyone is, every male child born on this land is king of this land, and you are where you are in your own land. But the most important, pertinent thing is you are a flat earther. You're not a globe earther, because if someone's going to say, well, point out where you're king of, and you say, give me the nearest globe you have, and you point to where you're from on a globe, they'll go, okay, bud, you can have your fantasy. No, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Because they know better. That's the point. They know better. And in a sense, I think that they, in inverted commas, they're waiting for us. Awaken. Yeah. Let me just say, sorry, I have declared myself King of Era, officially and otherwise, but that's, in that greater scheme, we are all wonderful divine beings, and we're all highest royalty in our own right. You know what I mean?
True.
The deceiver knows that this is the case, but our ignorance keeps us retarded.
Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance is piss.
Yeah.
It is true. It is true in that sense, and they know it as well. And in a sense, I think maybe because it's maybe a greater game playing out, they want us to do this. They want us to awaken because it's part of the greater script, according to our venture into this land of division. You know what I mean? Cop. Anytime you meet a cop, he'll always ask you your name. They have to get a contract. Because you don't know what you're saying, or you don't know your own authority or position, that's not on them in a sense. They are the tax collectors. You know what I mean? But once you do know your own position, then they're held to task. They're held to task because all of the elites, Richard Dawkins is a Freemason. You can't be a Freemason. Genuinely, you can't be a Freemason, I believe. And I'm not a Freemason. I'm not affiliated to anyone or any establishment. But you can't be a Freemason unless you hold that there is a higher power. It doesn't matter what higher power necessarily. But just as long as you hold it, there's a higher power beyond man. It could be up to and including man. It's a collective mankind being an amalgamation, God or the higher power. But if you believe there's a higher power, you have to do it. Richard Dawkins is a Mason.
What you said about the Masons, though, man, that's true. They're deists. But when somebody says I worship God, you have to question what God. Like what kind of theory?
Right,
you have
and I think this is the trick. Hello, Eatergrass.
They're deists. They're not what one would call a Christian. It's more like a spiritualist or something. Yeah. Yep. They're more like spiritualists, deists, humanists. Anything but nihilists. They hate nihilists. That's the one in Check-in one. Because they don't want anybody to give up. But they are humanists. Okay.
Well, I tell you a fact. No man in this world knows the name of God of life.
Ooh. Interesting.
And
can I just
not
say this?
even his name, not even the angels in the heavens, not even they know his name. God's name is secret. Ever since from his revival.
Amen to that.
Yeah. In that moment, God, the Father, said, the holy sacrifice lamb will be given a new name on his second coming. And this name is written on a white stone. So we cannot know that name because God himself has not spoken yet that name for us. For us, that name will be spoken in our future when this date of the second coming is, and only after he speaks this name, we will be able to speak it out into existence also. Actually, it doesn't even exist, the name, so it cannot be pronounced, it cannot be guessed,
What do you mean it doesn't exist? Surely God knows the name, his name. Its name.
Only he knows, but if he's not speaking, it doesn't exist.
But here maybe we are all splinters, aspects of the Creator. So
Yeah.
maybe just like a flat Earth, a stationary flat Earth surface always existed. Maybe the name of God is always out there, but it's just waiting for us, the Son of God or the Son of Man, to come to awareness.
You see, the thing God of life hated mostly was. Sorry?
Go ahead.
Someone
I think it was
was
someone
cutting out.
like it.
Yeah. So,
Did you know astronauts
the
that they?
whole world,
Yeah, go ahead.
the whole world was spoken into existence. You know, the
Yeah.
spoken word is one of the main tools of creation.
Yeah, intention behind the vibration.
Yeah.
Did you know? There's someone hot miking or something, but just as a by the way, I'm not too au fait with all of this, but I have heard that there are 72 names for God in Judaism. The Jews can say 71 names, but they cannot say one of the 72 names, and it's not as if someone wrote it before for me, and then maybe it's well, obviously it has to be known, but it's interesting that the 72 figure. Can I just say this? Reason why I say it's interesting, the 72 figure is mentioned, 72 names. First of all, in English, name and amen, astronaut. I'm not sure where you're from. I'm thinking like Brazil or Hawaii or something like that. I'm kidding. But there's 72 names for God, but 72 is 8 times 9 or 888, 888, 888. And in Christian numerology, 888 is the number of the Son, Jesus. But we're also told about the Trinity, where you have the 3 in 1 of equal.
We have a new member, Pete.
Hello.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I mean, you can finish what you're saying. I'm sorry, but I was just kind of wedging in to say we got a new member here.
I was pointing out that the 888 3 times gives us 72 and 72 names for God. Go ahead.
Yeah. He should. Yeah, right there. John.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, John. If you'd like to speak, ask any questions or anything, you have the floor, man.
I'm just here to listen for now.
Hello and welcome to Flutter server. How did you find us?
My friend recommended it to me. He sent me like a link.
Cool. Nice. Wow.
Flat Earther, Bud, have you considered stationary and flat by extension plane that we live on the surface of, as opposed to a spinning ball Earth? Have you considered it before, or?
We can see it's flat, so like.
Yeah.
And we can feel that it's stationary, right? Because we know if the thing was moving.
How long are you a flat earther?
Only a couple months now, actually.
Nice one, bud.
You're fresh. Nice.
Born again recently.
Yeah.
Nice one. Take your time. That's what I would say. Flat Earth is just the beginning. There's the beyond. That's what I would say. There's the beyond. The powers who gave you the spinning ball Earth in all of its intricacy already knew from the start, whoever they are, already knew from the start that it's an obnoxious suggestion.
Someone is hot micing. Yeah. So you have any activity like making videos or talking to people, sharing the information? Do you have any doubts about something?
No, I just kind of here to listen, see what you guys say, and be informed a bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, so we like to inform more. So if you have questions, you can ask, or share anything.
Composites images. Maybe that's your microphone that seems to be interjecting with some music or something. Briefly, but not prolonged. But not sure who it is. But if he's just listening along, astronaut, interesting term, astronautical. The astronauts train in water, nautical associated with water. So yeah. Anyway, but getting back to the name of God as it is revealed, very interesting. Amen. As you move the A from the hang on. What is it? Amen and name. Grammatical, but there's just a simple transformation to give you the two as well. But what's the name of God? We're told the I am, or I am, which is interesting, but that's a different matter. I think the Spirit of God is always here. No, without it. But that we'll receive it at an accelerated rate, or we are receiving it at an accelerated rate. I have no doubts whatsoever. God is everywhere. God is everything. And what are we going to do? Separate ourselves from everywhere and everything?
No, wait. No, God is not everywhere.
Well,
there is no God in filthiness.
Excuse me.
That's why God created the devil. That's why God created the devil. That's why Adam was separated from Eve. That's what I reckon.
No, Adam never separated from Eve.
Excuse me.
There's a new person asking questions.
Yeah, me. I don't think the Earth is flat.
Oh, you don't think?
Nope.
So, why do you believe it's a ball then?
He said he was a flat earther.
Me? No, that's someone else.
Welcome to Flat Earth. So, what makes you believe that you live on a spinning ball?
Why not?
Just why not? Is this your best argument?
No. It just agrees with the natural phenomena we see.
Natural phenomena?
Yeah. Seasons, sunrise, cycles, storms, weather, like everything.
How does a globe follow from any of those? Just pick one and explain.
What do you mean? Because it's rotating. So, for example, the day-night cycle works.
That's just an assertion, though. That's just an assertion as to the cause of the day-night cycle, right? So, prove it.
Because what do you mean? That you can literally look up the models that the Earth use, and they predict.
You can literally look at a body of water, and it's always horizontal and not curved. So that seems to preclude the possibility of us living on a spinning ball, right?
That's interesting because so there have been experiments of it. I mean, it depends who you look at, but globe earthers.
Yeah. So just show us the ball in the first instance, right? Because you've got all these phenomena going on, which you attribute to a ball spinning around in a vacuum and whatnot. So just show us the ball to start with, right?
Yes, the ball is. So which part do you want me to?
Just show us the ball.
When you said globe model, do you mean like a paper mache, like a toy model, or what are you talking about? Globe model.
No, don't go off this point. Just get them to show the ball. Let's get a direct curvature measurement.
The scientific model, the model that we use to predict things happening on the Earth right now. That's that model.
Okay, there isn't one, but let's listen to what Creation Bear said. Let's focus on you finding the ball first before we make any models about it.
But I mean, there is a model.
Yeah, but before you assert that there's a model, let's find
there
the
is.
ball
No.
first.
I'm not asserting. It's
okay. Well, put it in the chat then, because I've never seen it.
Yes, you can. What do you mean you've never seen it?
Okay, are you talking about a scientific model, or are you talking about like a toy model?
Well, no, a scientific model. Obviously not.
Because I've seen toy models, but I haven't seen a scientific model of a globe.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Yes, really.
How have you not? You literally just look one up. There's
Do you know what a scientific model is?
varying. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so can you show it?
Just
And can you show why that you would even make a model of a ball? And
Because
say it's there? Why would you do that?
In science, we make models. So we have a hypothesis, and then we make we try and construct a model that can predict.
Okay, well, what's the independent variable? What's your hypothesis?
The shape of the Earth, and the model that we've made fits.
That's a geometric question, so I don't know why you would make a hypothesis of that. It's not a cause and effect.
I mean, it is because certain things that happen on the Earth can only happen if the Earth is round. So,
how are you going to vary your supposed cause?
In your case, in the world, we have rivers. We have rivers in the world.
Yeah.
Can you show me a flowing river on a ball that you hold in your hand?
Of course, you're not going to have a river flowing on like a thing the size of a tennis ball. We're talking about something that's, I don't know, I can't remember the radius of the Earth exactly, but a couple thousand kilometers in radius, probably.
Well,
more.
you said it's scientific model. So
Yeah, you know, it doesn't have to be an object; it's an idea.
yeah, and
That's what
you
a model
said
is.
that the geometry is your hypothesis. Yeah.
Yeah, the hypothesis is we think the Earth is around, and the observations we've made.
I observe seas, oceans, mountains, rivers, storms, rain, seasons, which you mentioned them. Yeah. So can you show me all these happening on a ball?
Yes.
On your scientific model ball. Where is this ball? Yeah.
Where the ball is in space, it's in the solar system.
What did you made it of? Is it made of clay, of steel,
Made of rock.
glass?
Effectively. It's made of rock, effectively. Rock and ores, which contain metals.
Yeah, so this is begging the question, right? So this ball that you're talking about, hold on. This ball that he's talking about is the thing in question, right? Now he's just reasserting it, right? Reasserting the thing in question to prove the thing in question. So that doesn't help. That doesn't get your case anywhere at all. Can you take any of these things you mentioned? You said weather and you named a whole bunch of other things, right? Which you say tell you that you're on a ball. Just pick any one of them and follow it to the conclusion of globe. For us, please.
Right. For example, if you've got, we're talking about the day-night cycle, right? And how one day is always 24 hours, right? The Earth more or less rotates at a constant angular velocity. Sorry. So, yeah,
that's an assumption.
More or less. No, it's not an assumption.
Yes, it is.
When you say this, where are you coming from? When you say, it's an assumption.
I don't see the ground that I'm standing on move at all. I see things move above my head.
No, that's because you're in the same system.
Yeah. So how did they measure it in the first place? How did they measure it in the first instance again? So
you can
direct me to that actual measurement, please. When did they detect it?
I don't know the exact. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah, just provide a measurement of rotation.
Excuse me. Could you repeat that? What did you say? What did you say a minute ago? When I asked you for the measurement? What was that? What did you say when I asked for the measurement? Hello? Check.
Sorry.
Mic.
There's a mic.
Yeah, no, Sonny, your mic is good now.
I can hear
but before you were roboting a little bit, Sonny, but you're good now.
Okay.
I can hear hearing horrible piercing noise.
Oh, sorry. Well, is it bad still? The noise?
Very bad. It's stopped now. Let's carry on. Let's do it again.
It's probably my AC, but I asked you for the direct measurement because you said that because Earth is spinning, so that because part is the part I want to get to the bottom of. Can you show us where that direct measurement is so we can look at it ourselves?
Sorry, someone keeps interrupting me in IRL.
You're looking for a way out.
was
Look, it's real simple. He wants a direct measurement of the Earth rotation that you say is causing all these phenomena.
What? Sorry.
You didn't catch it that time either?
You're asking how the measurement was taken.
Give
We're asking for the measurement period.
Movement, yeah.
I don't know. Just look it up. Like, listen.
Your claim? Why do we have to go and Google your claim for you?
But wait a minute. You already said it was spinning. You said it because it's spinning. Listen to that. I know I interrupt you, but I have more power here. So you have to just wait your turn. When I'm speaking, you need to be quiet. That goes for everyone, except the moderators. So anyway, you said because the Earth is spinning. So right, that means that's presupposition that you already have the information that it is spinning. And now you're telling us you don't have information that it is spinning.
No.
Which cancels your entire fucking pseudo claim.
Listen. Just because I personally don't know doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, because you personally don't know, it means that what you came here with was an assumption.
No, it wasn't actually. It wasn't.
It was. You assume that all these things are caused by you being on a ball that's spinning around, but you have no measurements or proof of it in the first place.
I've been told by people. You
elucidated that for us already. Thank you.
No, you can't. No, I've been told that by people I trust that is.
Okay, that's another assumption too. People I trust. Right? You assume that they're trustworthy. You assume that the things that they say are true. Right? More assumptions. Thank you.
This British accent.
So all the gentleman has is that someone else told him. That's it. Thanks.
That's all.
If you wanted to know, right? If you genuinely wanted to know the truth,
we want to know. That's why we're asking you, who claims to know, but you don't know. So I just want to wait for the next caller. Thank you.
No. I said the Earth is spinning, which is true. You can look that
up.
How did you measure that?
How do you know that? People told you it. Great, cool story.
Why do you want me to look it up, or do you want me to look it up right now to tell you? Oh, mine just too.
Yeah, just saying. Don't Google it. Right. But anyway.
How was
the only thing you know about the Earth is that somebody else told you something? You just said it. That's it.
Yo. Let him use Chat GPT as well.
Since you're just Googling your proof for the first time, how do you know it exists?
Sorry?
Look it up and see what the official answer is. How do they know that the Earth's surface is moving? That'd be a brilliant answer. I'd love to hear it.
I'm just wondering why you're assuming that this proof exists, being that this is the first time you're even looking it up.
Trustworthy people.
Already gave me the answer because I don't know it's true doesn't mean it isn't true.
I know why he believes it exists, because he trusts the people who told him that cool story.
That's all he has.
No, it's not. Look it up yourself. I've literally just typed it in now. Look.
Yeah, go. What's the answer, bud? Go ahead. Looking forward to hearing this.
You literally are saying shit before you even knew it and pretending like you know it.
No. That's actually incorrect. I never said I knew why the Earth was spinning.
You said because it's spinning, numpty.
No, I said the Earth was spinning. I didn't say I know why it's spinning or know how it. Oh,
both middle fingers up in your face. So listen, you said because it's spinning. That implies that you mean. I know it's spinning, and I'm going to use because it's already spinning. You haven't provided the primary fundamental claim yet. Bozo.
Let him do that, bud. Let him read out his finding. So,
wait, one sec. Hey,
finding. Go ahead.
Sorry, Sonny, your mic's a little bit echoey, and can everyone else just let maybe one or two people talk? I'm just listening, and it's hard to listen to.
Hey, real quick, when you say look it up, what do you mean? Because I can look it up and Google will tell me a man can get pregnant. So what are you wanting to look up?
Well,
you know what?
I think Sonny was on a point. I think Sonny was on a point, though. Can we just stick to that point?
Yeah, flat earthers, stop taking the ball away from other flat earthers. Let's just finish the point to its conclusion.
So the measurement of the rotation. When you go inside your car, you have a speedometer which measures the speed you are traveling with, and this speedometer is actually a rotary kind. So it measures the rotations of your drive shaft, and it tells you the speed you're traveling with based on your wheel diameter. So for each rotation, it means you moved a certain distance.
Based on our assumptions.
Yeah. So now, when the Earth is rotating, we need an instrument that can show us, you attach it to the ground, and it tells you the speed which the ground is moving with.
Mm-hmm.
Let him read out. Can you let him read out the results he finds and he vouches for? That'd be interesting for all of us to hear. How the hell they show that the Earth is in motion? Surface, the Earth's surface.
Earth's rotation. Earth's rotation. Blah blah.
You're vouching for this now, but I was asking you, or we were asking you yourself. You couldn't vouch for it, but you refer back to other forms that you're just Googling now. You don't even know. So I guess that's a bad footing to start off with. But go ahead. Go ahead. Based on your British accent alone, you've charred me over.
What's wrong with the British accent?
All right, let's not get into silly stuff. Just stick to the point, mate. No, not you, Pete. He was going to get spiraled. Just, he's asking you where you getting the info about the Earth spinning. Let's go on to that.
The reference you vouch for, and you're looking at it now, so you won't vouch for this.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Man, just let him answer, Pete, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now. Pointed at something to do with a pendulum. There's one.
Oh, pendulum deflection. Foucault's pendulum.
The false cult pendulum.
Yeah.
What's the hypothesis?
Yeah.
Can I explain what I've heard about the
Foucault he was trying to actually find the weight of the Earth.
Who was?
And so this was his hypothesis, and he found the Earth's rotation.
Yeah. Cool story.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think while Mr. Google's Googling, I think, John, did you say you had some secret information about the Foucault's pendulum?
I'm not saying this is true, I'm just saying what I've heard. Okay, just a disclaimer. Basically, what they've done is they set up a pendulum, and basically, as it keeps swinging over the course of the day, it or over the course of a year, it goes around hitting all the different pegs based on the season, and that proves that there's a. That's what I've heard. I'm not saying.
Don't gyroscopes prove there's a deviation? Actually, just thinking about that.
No. What's a gyroscope? What's a gyroscope made for?
Navigation.
So why would that determine the movement of the Earth?
Because it picks up the drift.
Okay, so the gyroscope wouldn't if you're talking about the Coriolis effect, then wouldn't everything else on the Earth be affected by the Coriolis effect?
What do you mean?
Well,
wouldn't the Earth rotate underneath everything, not just a pendulum?
What? I'm really confused what you're asking.
Well, you shouldn't be, because you're claiming that the pendulum detects rotation, so that would be the Coriolis effect. So, if the Coriolis effect exists, then everything on the Earth would be affected by the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but if you're talking about solid effects, it will be.
We know you're confused by this because it confused us too. Because it makes no damn sense.
No, it does. Yeah, it does. How do you expect a fixed body to move by a Coriolis?
It does. Then explain it. Explain it all, dude. Explain it all. Don't read it. Explain it because you know it.
Go ahead.
So the original. Hang on. Let's not, lambast him. But The original question, I think, was brought up by Sonny on how do you detect Earth's rotation. Have you got the answer for that yet?
Yeah, I just said a pendulum. Some pendulum test.
Okay, what's the natural phenomenon?
I don't know because I'm reading it still.
Well, you got what do you got? 240 pages left.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay, I can speed up the process for you. Here's how it goes: you observe an effect, you see the pendulum doing something, and then you declare that the cause is Earth rotation. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Summary of 240 pages.
I mean,
I have studied Foucault's pendulum, and I can confirm to you that when you use iron or lead weights in that pendulum, you will observe this deflection of the pendulum when it's swinging left to right. It will start deflecting. Now, the problem is that when you use two magnets glued together with the poles that they repel each other, you glue them together, and you use those magnets as the weight for the pendulum. And when you swing it, you will not see that deflection anymore. So, manipulating magnetic fields directly affects this phenomena thing.
Okay, but if you just use a
so it's
So when
so
you
it's
use,
not a
listen,
that's
debunked. We don't have to talk about that anymore. Iron and lead, they are both metals, and they have magnetic properties, and also they are very good electricity conductors. Yeah, these are used as electrical connectors. Iron and lead. Yeah, your car battery has lead.
Okay,
but he doesn't have.
But what?
He doesn't have a valid experiment to prove the cause of the pendulum's precession in the first place. It's just a baseless assertion like everything else, right? And plus, we let him whistle past the very first point, which was curvature, the measurement of the globe itself, which he assumes is spinning around, right? So what about that? What about the measurement of this globe in the first place?
What about it? There's curvature. Yeah, there's curvature.
Yeah, where?
What do you mean, where? If you look out to sea, the reason why ships...
We look out to sea, we don't observe curvature, so
I mean, you do actually. Okay, so how does a ship...
I don't.
How does a ship move, disappear behind a horizon then?
Are you going to say that it's because of curve?
Yeah.
Okay, then who measured that? Show that that's the cause of that effect.
What? Sorry?
Who measured the curve to show that curve is the cause of the effect of something disappearing bottom up?
Yeah, there must be a test that could be done.
Yeah.
So they've known for like 2,000. They've known for like 2,000 years, apparently, or supposedly, that the Earth was this globe.
Yeah.
So how did they use Foucault's pendulum 600 years ago?
No, Aristotle. What's the guy called? By observing other celestial objects and how they moved around.
So not Galilei. So they guessed by using the lights on the ceiling to measure the floor. Is that how you go to the hardware store?
No. The thing is,
you do that. Wait a minute, Bush baby. Do you do that at the hardware store when you want to put in your carpeting or flooring? You're interrupting me. Yeah, stop it. Don't interrupt me. So you're at the hardware store. Bear with me here. You're going to ask the attendant at the hardware store to help you measure your ceiling lamp to put in your flooring. Is that what you would do?
No, but that's just a stupid analogy.
It's a stupid analogy. So why are you using it for the Earth?
I'm not using it for the Earth.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. It's a completely different situation. No, it's not. As the Earth moves and as the Earth spins, we can look at the star.
Here you go again. You never provided the primary fundamental proof that the Earth is moving. So we're waiting for you to show us what did they use the first time to determine that this Earth was spinning.
But he just said it. They look at the stars and they can determine.
Yeah, I heard that.
It's a lot of
Listen,
it's a lot of
Aristophanes planted a stick vertically in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would be cast at noon. It turned out that one would be measured about 1/50th of a
That was no curvature. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't have any information on that. But we're on axial rotation, right?
And Eratosthenes assumed.
Well, we were trying to get back to the curve, right? He told us that he sees boats disappearing in the distance, bottom up, and he knows that's due to a curve because the guy measured diverging shadow angles. So what are you telling me? I can't measure a shadow that's not in direct sunlight that has a 70. I can't measure a 70-degree shadow off to the side from the sun.
So that means it could never be done and show the same results on a flat surface. Then, right? It could never happen.
No, because
Isn't that true?
You're comparing the shadow when you start, say at noon, and then when it finishes after.
What? Yeah, whatever, bro. How does this prove that the Earth is curved?
It means that because the shadow moved, and you can measure at the angle at which the shadow moved by, that the Earth changed.
Okay, are you aware that this can be produced on a flat surface?
Yeah. You're saying I can't get the diverging shadow.
What that would mean in a court of law. If it can be done in both, it doesn't prove anything. So it'd be thrown out immediately.
How would it work in a how does the day-night cycle work on a flat Earth then?
It doesn't work just like it works right now. You see how it's working when you look out your window and day by day goes by over a flat plane?
You can't do that. You can't just say,
oh yes, we can do it because that's the way it's working.
One at a time. One at a time.
Calm down, guys, please.
How does it work?
Baby.
How does it work?
So you're getting off into the weeds, mate. We've asked you two pretty crucial questions. One is who measured the curvature of the Earth and how did they get the radius, and how or when did they measure Earth's movement? Now we can't really go past into any other questions until these two questions are answered, or you can see that you don't know and there's no proof of it. Can we go back?
Okay, listen. Just because I don't know doesn't mean there's no proof.
No. The first question was, who measured Earth's curvature and how did they do it? The first one was rotation. Okay. The first one was rotation. You brought that up. So
we got to start with curve though, right? Because he's already begging the question of a rotating ball, right? By the time we get to rotation, so the first thing that we need established is the ball itself. That would be through the curvature, right? And you said you know that it's curved because you see boats vanishing bottom up, and then your proof of that was to look at shadows, as if the angles of shadows wouldn't diverge on a flat surface. Kind of silly.
How does it work on a flat surface then?
Of course they will. Anything that's not in direct sunlight is going to have a longer shadow than something that is.
Yeah, but shall I explain it to him? Hold on, my friend. I'll explain it to you simply. You know, when you walk down a street at night and you walk underneath street lights, when you're directly underneath that street light, you lift up your feet and there's the shadow underneath because it's not anywhere else. Yeah. But as you continue to walk down the street, you'll notice the shadows increasing in length in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like walking on a flat Earth with a light above you and walking from directly underneath it to away
that
from
light is moving. On your flat Earth, the light is moving.
Hold on, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. You're talking about angles of shadows and how the shadows would increase on a flat surface. I'll just put you on the street. Yeah,
that
exactly. So we can.
The sun in the flat Earth model didn't move, but it does move.
Yeah, of course it moves, but what's that got to do with any?
Because you're talking about a situation on a street, for example, where the light is fixed in a fixed place, right? That's what you're talking about. And as you're walking underneath it, but on a flat Earth, it's moving, it's spinning. If you did the same thing and started getting a light on the street and start spinning it around in a circle above your head, the shadows are going to be completely different.
Are you comparing this to Aristophanes and sticks and shadows prove the Earth to be a ball? Right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So is the sun moving on the Earth if it's a ball? If you're going to say the Earth is turning, then the phenomenon is still the sun moves across the sky. Let's not get conflated in shit, mate. That hasn't really got anything to do with anything.
No, you've misunderstood. The sun is still fixed. The sun is fixed. There's a big difference between the sun. Well, technically, it's accelerating. Well, it's moving across the universe, but in our frame of reference, it's fixed.
So just stick to what Jedi's explaining to you, and then you guys can have a normal conversation. You're going off in the weeds again, mate. No,
that's what you're saying doesn't work. That's what I'm saying.
And what you're saying,
he's trying to explain. You brought up Eratosthenes, and he's explaining Eratosthenes, and you're not listening. You're going off to the sun.
He's trying to compare something. No, yeah, he's trying to say that
he's trying to take you down a logical road. Just listen to him. Just hear him out.
I'll listen to him, and then I'll say why it's wrong.
Okay, thank you.
You understand that the two phenomena of Eratosthenes, or a light in the sky, and shadows caused by location of object underneath light in the sky, is going to cast a shadow on a flat surface or a curved surface. You understand that, right? Although I gave you a childlike example about being on the street, we've just got a light above our heads and have moved away from it. Now, both Eratosthenes had to have a friend to do this 500 states away to ultimately, do this at the same time of day. But if you're going to move the sun, it doesn't make any difference, mate.
No, it does actually.
Doesn't for this particular argument if we're just using a light source to create shadows.
I mean, it does. If that light source starts moving, the shadows are going to be different by definition.
Of course. So let's stay for the whole day in one location on a globe Earth like Eratosthenes did, and you think the sun is going to move away from shining directly down the well?
Yeah, but that's because the Earth is spinning and not.
Yeah, but hold on. But ultimately, the sun is still moving across the sky. Yes.
Yes, but in a fixed arc. On your thing, the Earth is spinning in a circle that is. I don't know how to explain it, but if you got your disc, right? And it's
you know why you can't explain it?
I can explain it, actually.
You're making up a straw man. We don't believe it.
Whatever you want to be. It doesn't
spin.
No, it doesn't matter if it's a disc, and it doesn't matter if it spins. It just your flat plane, right?
But you just said the disc spins, and the sun is fixed.
I never said it spins.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
So, he explained something.
Let me carry on. You're interrupting me now. Let me carry on. So, you've got your flat plane, as you like to call it, and you've got a flat Earth, flat plane, and the sun is moving around. It has to move to illuminate different parts of the Earth at different times. If I've looked at your models, and you can disagree with this, but all the flat Earth models I've looked at, how did it describe?
Just let him go with that, guys. Sun moves across the sky and illuminates different areas of the ground.
Yeah, but the sun is moving. I don't know how you want to call the motion, but if that sun, the only way this will work on a flat Earth is if the sun is moving in a straight line. Which if that was true, it wouldn't work.
We don't say it. Straw man. Another straw man.
And then, but on a globe, the reason why the shadow works is because the Earth's position how can I explain it? The sun, and as the Earth spins.
Okay, cool.
Bush boy, you are already deep into a ton of assumptions.
No,
the assumption
I'm not.
Let me finish.
Did you finish your point?
The most horrible assumptions you're making is that Eratosthenes assumed that the sunlight is a collimated light source. Do you know what collimated light is?
Collimated light, never heard of it.
Yeah.
It's described.
It doesn't physically exist. It's impossible in physics. Physics does not agree with collimated light. It clearly states collimated light does not exist.
Easy mouth breather.
So, to actually say that you can have a light source which light rays are moving parallel from the light source, that's the most ludicrous statement you can make. And
I
this is
have
what
an image of what he's trying to
Eratosthenes
say.
actually did. So
Sorry.
sunlight is divergent light source.
Yeah,
And
but
this angle divergency, the light from the sun, it keeps this angle of divergency throughout all the distance that it's propagating. It never changes until it hits a lens, which can converge, that light into a focal beam point, but then afterwards it will diverge back again with the same divergency rate.
Okay.
Okay. So where is the collimated light? Because Eratosthenes assumed, and he needs collimated light in his measurement test. The sunlight must be a collimated light source.
No, it doesn't. Why?
Yeah, it does. That's what the measuring test says. That the sunlight is, he said the sun
you're
is
saying
almost
that-
an infinite distance far away,
You're
and
also
its
saying-
light is coming parallel to the ground.
I mean,
the sun rays.
if you have a light source, there are going to be trillions of rays that are going to be parallel to each other. Yeah, that's true. Yes,
No.
yes, there are. Yes, there are.
There are no two parallel light beams which are parallel to each other.
Yes, there are. You're just saying no, they're not. And there are.
Listen,
pick out
even
parallel
if you
rays
have,
and they're not.
listen,
The infinite
Bush
derivative.
boy, you have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
I'm
you have
talking
no idea
about
what you're
physics.
talking about. Yeah, I'm talking
I
about
know
physics.
very well. I'm telling you that there cannot be two parallel light rays. Physically, it cannot be. They cannot exist.
Which phenomena says that?
Light.
Which law of physics? Which law in quantum physics says light cannot be parallel?
Yeah, the study
A
of
law
light.
about light in quantum physics.
The
What?
derivative.
Are you sure about a law of light in quantum physics?
I mean, light
Give me any
are discrete packets of energy. That's what it describes as a photon.
See, you understand that this is as simple as shining a light
Yeah,
on
and if
something
you-
that is going to cause. Hold on. It's as simple as shining a light on something that's going to cause a shadow. Now we can do that. We can move the object underneath the light and cause a shadow.
Yeah.
Now we can do both of these things on a curved surface and a flat surface.
I agree at that
Doesn't
point.
matter what time of day it is, whether. Yeah. And we've got a moving sun on both a globe Earth and a flat Earth.
The motion is different.
No, we don't. The motion, is it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay, so which part are you? Because this is a presupposition. You understand what a presupposition is. Even though that yes, we can cause these shadows on a flat surface with a light source above. Your presupposition is the Earth is a ball and spinning. I'm going to use the phenomena of shadows to assert that the Earth is a ball and spinning. Now, and for this instance, you're saying that the explanation is the motion of the Earth as it spins because that's the cause of the light going across the sky, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are presuppositions. You would have to prove those in the first instance for them to be true. So which one do you want to do?
Can I say something, please?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Of course you can.
With the globe Earth, the reason why the shadows work and how we expect them to work is because the path of the sun is the path of the sun stays in a it keeps itself in one vertical plane or horizontal plane, right? Depends which angle you look at it from, right? That means that regardless of what the shape of the Earth is, that the sun is staying in one plane. I mean, if you take the Earth and it's spinning around the sun, it isn't moving. The Earth isn't moving up and down like in the globe model. Like you can say whatever the Earth is, but the sun moves across the sky. It doesn't.
So the sun moves across the sky.
Okay, no, let me carry on. And I need a diagram really to explain this, but the Earth.
Yeah, I just posted the diagram in the live stream voice text. You can look at it with the shadows.
But as I was saying, is as the Earth spins, the sun is staying in let's say staying in the vertical plane, for example, right? Now in the flat Earth, and that's fine, and that makes it so that that explains how allows the shadows to be how we view them to be. On a flat Earth, on what you're saying is to be what your proposition with the flat Earth and the sun moving around in a circle. I don't know how I don't care what the motion is, but the fact is it's changing. It's not staying in that one plane that we've predefined at the start. That means that there's going to be a third dimension to that angle that you've added, because the Earth it's not the sun is moving in more than one plane.
Okay, so now the sun that neither of us know anything about is moving in more than one plane to solve this problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So the sun is moving in more than one plane. No one here. Hold on. No one here is making a claim about what the sun is, and definitely about its full motion. We're just observing the shadows on the Earth.
Yeah, but
maybe the sun could be doing this full extent. Maybe the sun could be doing this full extent of 3D motion. You've got no way of verifying it. I've got no way of verifying it. We've only got shadows on the Earth.
Oh, no, the point is, if it was doing the 3D motion on a flat Earth, you wouldn't get the same thing. That's the point. For it to work on a flat Earth, the sun would have to be traveling in a straight line. Otherwise, you can honestly.
Straight line.
No, it have to be. It have to be moving in a straight line. You can do the geometry right. It's not the geometry's really easy to do actually. Literally,
couldn't it?
Basic trigonometry.
Sorry. But you also understand that the presupposition is also that the sun that we see is the physical sun that exists.
I mean, yeah, but if you want to,
so we're also not making a claim. But no. Even in your model, that's not actually the sun we're looking at. That's 8 minutes later of sun. Right. So not actually the sun. And also, without going to sun and actually, enjoying the whole duration of the trip, to know what was between me and the sun and know what the sun was, how would I know that is exactly the sun, definite object that I'm looking at? We can't. We can only observe the sun that we observe. For example, if we try to triangulate the sun from different locations across the Earth, they don't meet in a converged pattern. You can't build a triangle out of it. There's an area of where the sun is, right? So it's an apparent location. Again, it's working on a lot of presuppositions, and this one's just about the sun. There are many others with Eratosthenes.
We have a magnetic field in the world, which is shooting upwards in a toroidal shape from the North Pole. And the sun can be quantum locked in this toroidal field, the magnetic field of the world. And that means it will be circling above the world. It cannot move in a straight line. But it's spinning, rotating in concentric circles. Therefore, we have seasons, the sun and the lemma and everything in the sky.
Yeah, obviously the sun moves in an arc over our heads. That's what our experience is. That doesn't work on the globe in any sense.
No.
It's supposed to be spinning like a corkscrew around the sun, which is also moving. So you're incorrect. The sun is not stationary. It's supposed to be flying through space. Like
he laughed anyway.
What model is he using? That's okay. I do that often. Left.
No one's trying to deceive you here, mate. All right, there's not like something that you're going to be able to say. It's going to be, you haven't thought about this, and no, if I can explain it better. Mate, most of us have been doing this for 8 years, if not longer, but not much shorter. It's not the first time we've come across the argument of sticks and shadows. We have to understand as well, this is done many times. Depending on the math that you use, you're going to come out with a different outcome. If you use math with a sphere inside it, an R-based calculation, then don't be fucking surprised if you come out with a circle at the end of it or a sphere, because that's the mathematical calculations that you've been working upon. That'll be the presupposition that the Earth is already a ball. But ultimately, sticks and shadows don't prove anything. It is either way. One or the other. It's either flat or a ball. We're just using shadows. Depending on the math that we use, and depends on the outcome we get.
Yeah, and actually there is no account, nothing, no evidence, no proof that this guy Eratosthenes ever existed and lived. All we have about him is this fancy story of measuring the Earth's curvature. And his magic camel, he used this magic camel to measure the distance between Alexandria and Irene.
What's the matter with using animals for measuring things? They've been measuring asteroids using giraffes for a long time.
Yeah.
Man's gone. Man dipped.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he dipped a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I thought so.
So we can have collimated light. Yeah, this is a very breakthrough into science, physics. Major breakthrough. It's funny because even if you use two light sources, there will never be two parallel light rays to each other.
Did that guy just dip out, or what happened?
Yeah, he bounced, bruv. Before he melted out his ears, before he had no place to go, he took his little exit. Yeah,
wow.
He went.
Wow, I just had like a 2-minute phone call, and then he's gone, huh?
It happens that quick. They're tough. They keep going, and then all of a sudden, they're not even in the list anymore.
He didn't even know what his claim was. Poor guy.
He's a twisted waffle. Poor twisted waffle.
It's painful.
It's sad because this affects every aspect of their life. If they have no basis in reality, they can't differentiate fantasy from reality. So then people are just telling them all kinds of absurd things, and they just go along with it because they believe. They believe.
Yeah, he had this scientific ball world.
Yeah, that's what gets me mad when he said bringing up the model. I'm like, show me that.
Yeah,
and then, I should have just let who I think Hectic. I should have, or was it Creation Bear? One of them. Should have just let them go with the Black Swan. But I get upset when they say model. Yeah, Heretic. I get upset when they say model.
I asked him, okay, if you have this scientific ball world, show me a river flowing on this ball.
Yeah, for some reason that doesn't work.
It's a kind of magic.
But yeah, he was lots of fun. How long had you guys been talking to him?
Oh, about half an hour. Not much.
He was full of beans and confidence.
I'm so glad you're back, Jedi. In the server.
Bless you, mate.
Yeah,
thank you,
I
mate.
missed you for years, man.
It's nice to see you still hanging around the place, mate. So
yeah,
that made me smile when I still around, so I appreciate it.
I'll be
Yeah, I
forever.
appreciate
As
what
long the world is here, I'll be here. Yeah.
They do not
Just scrolling
understand.
down.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to verbalise what I was doing to like cover dead air, mate. If you're going to say something, please.
I was just gonna say, like the people coming in like that, those couple guys have no idea like what our technique is. You know what I do? Like I've splashed this ice cold water in their face. That's what my tone of voice is. But you know what? They got to get over that because I'm not changing to who I am and how I speak and how I animate. Like if someone might want to ask me the question like, why is Sonny so like excited? Why is he so emotional? Why is he so angry or mad or whatever they sense? But I never get those questions. Shit.
Because he's Sonny.
I just want to say one last thing. If you humped 30 freaking 5-gallon buckets of water in the morning before noon and mopped the whole freaking place, like half the place, like continue on and on, literally 30 buckets of water. That's just today. Like, you would sound like me too. If you wash your own clothes by hand for 2 months, try it. See how you feel. It's hard freaking work. I don't mess around. Like I work hard. I work my ass off. I don't have enough calories, but I have too much work to do to stop. I'm not stopping. Like I'll drop before I stop. So sorry to chime in. Thanks, you guys.
You're good. You're good.
My thing is like you're sitting there saying it all makes sense, and you're like, hold on, I got to read. And it's like, what do you mean you got to read? You said it all makes sense.
To search from Google and read. He found Eratosthenes on Google.
Fucking Timbo. So what do you got? About 240 pages left to read?
I laid out 5 basic questions to ask to the Globe Believers. And I've laid them out here. I think that we need to like really focus in on those 5 right there. Like as soon as these globies come in the door, ask them, are reflections on the surface of water symmetrical? Does water seek level on its surface? Does the definition of horizon mention curvature? Does pressure require containment? Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now? 5 questions.
Yeah.
I remember the conversation you and I had about this yesterday, Jenna. You might have missed one out. Can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved? Simple yes, no question answer. But those are really good.
I can add that. I can add that in as a 6th question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that works. Can you measure a triangle if any of the lines are curved, right?
Yeah, measure an angle if one line is curved.
It's not a triangle then.
I'm a flat earther, and I don't even understand the whole gas thing that I always hear about the closed system in gas. Now, I do see how it doesn't make sense that, like, what is it they're supposedly going through if a rocket is going through some barrier? You know, what they used to have that talk of the ozone layer and hairspray, and that was kind of ridiculous, and breaking through that. So I do understand that aspect of it, but I never understood like the gas argument that I hear flat earthers make.
You've kind of answered your own question, right? How do you keep the gas here in an open system? You understand that if the system is open, then there is nothing to keep the gas here because it's an open system. Yeah. When the system is closed, that's like a chamber or a container or a ball or a balloon or a tire. That's a closed system. If it's open, the gas is going to get out. You see, when you enclose gas, the consequence, what happens to the gas when you enclosed it, is it's now under pressure. You know, you puff your cheeks out, put more gas into a tire or a ball. You understand the problem. Defined area with a lot of more gas in it. more pressure. If you don't have the container, the barrier, if the system is open, then you've got nothing for the gas to press upon to cause gas pressure. And the gas has got nothing to physically keep it in that area. So the gas will fuck off. You understand that, right?
That makes sense. That makes sense. But when I picture it in my mind, though, when I put an image in my mind of gas, though, I don't think of it on a large scale, like the Earth, and I think of like it being in a smaller confined space. So then you just think of like the gas sort of just spreading out and kind of disappearing. You know, like you can't see it over an area that big.
Entropy's a bit of a bitch in this instance, right? I understand that, hey, the Earth is quite big and it's hard to think about these things where we do everything on the local and small scale. The balloons and the tyres, for example. We kind of take the gas that we breathe, the oxygen and shit for granted. It's kind of there. But when we understand that to have this high pressure system, and out there in space is a huge vacuous area, a space for the gas to go into, to exist within, and there isn't a physical barrier, we understand how fast entropy takes place. We understand how fast the gas comes out of the tyre when you burst it. When you burst a balloon, that exchange is instantaneous. So this is what it's hard to understand in that instance to compare this. It wouldn't exist in the first place argument. Because ultimately, to have gas pressure, you need a container. To keep it there, you're going to need a container. It doesn't matter if it's on the small scale or on a large scale. You need physical containment for gas pressure because they claim that there's a vacuum up there, which means there's nothing to press upon. It will just disperse into that space. It's kind of hard, but it's a law of nature.
It's a really hard position to defend for them. The whole concept of this, whatever that, trying to describe and explain whatever that barrier is that supposedly exists between Earth and space, like, and they never do. I think that's why they avoid ever trying to actually explain it.
This is
very hard.
This is also the problem.
Well,
we flat earthers are not making a claim to space to vacuum. That's their problem. That's their claim. Right? So in the sky, in some instance, must be physical somewhere for the gas to press upon. But
what I want
we have
is
no vacuum in the flat Earth like this.
what I really want is to buy a gas pressure sensor which can measure a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr. I need one of those.
Yeah, and also
Really
a vacuum. A vacuum also requires containment. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously,
sorry guys.
They had
sorry,
to go ahead.
There's phrases. There are phrases. Yeah, I know. I'll be very quick. There are phrases like "nature abhors a vacuum." You understand that statement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't work. When we're talking about laws of nature, it sounds complicated. The second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
But it's just the direction of transfer of energy. It's that simple. Yeah. It's hot things go to cold in that direction if I don't add any more heat to the water. If I just leave the hot cup of coffee on the side, it'll go cold. And high pressure goes to low pressure in all instances. The reverse of the direction never happens. So it's a law of nature that something applies always. So, yeah, you're right. Ultimately, they don't have a leg to stand on with this because nature abhors a vacuum. It wouldn't exist.
True. Just wanted to say, NASA, I mean, when they say there is 10 to the minus 17 torr in outer space, they had to measure it, and that kind of vacuum sensor is extremely precise, you know. 10 to the minus 17 is more than trillion.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome
Hello,
back.
Bush Baby. How are you?
I'm good. Sort some stuff
I
out.
think 10 to the minus 12 will be a trillion, if I'm not
That is
mistaken.
true, yeah.
Yeah. And minus 17 is way above trillion, you know.
5,000.
And yeah, and I don't know what they are measuring with. I mean, I know of piezoelectric
They just round to zero. They just round to zero.
encoder. No, I mean it's about physically measuring something which moves, yeah, for on a distance. And one of the best things we have are these piezoelectric encoders, and they can detect motions of picometer. That's one of the highest precisions we can achieve. But when we talk about picometers, that's a billionth of a millimeter. Now, they are actually saying it's not a billionth, but it's even more than a trillion, which they can actually measure.
Yes.
I don't find these devices. I want to buy one, literally, because I want to do some experiments. You know.
I get you, buddy. Yep, I hear you for sure. Bush Baby came back though, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
You're right, bud.
I'm back, yeah.
Awesome.
So, do you want to talk about where we left off?
Yeah, where did we left off? Where did we left off? Where did we leave off?
It was to do with the motion of the sun, or no, it was the motion of the sun relative to the Earth, or the other way around, something like that.
Okay. Either way, you understand that with Aristosthenes, there's an awful lot of assumptions. Globe Earth, flat Earth, it's not proof of anything. It's not a direct measurement. Yeah?
Yeah, but it definitely points to a globe Earth over a flat Earth, 100%.
No, not 100%, because we've already had the conversation. Not 100%.
Your argument against it was that you could have no two photons traveling in a straight line, in parallel to each other. That is objectively not true.
That wasn't the.
That was
sorry,
what the other guys.
Yeah, demonstrate to me that you can have two photons traveling parallel to each other, other than imaginary.
No, listen.
Prove it.
In the Boltzmann-Maxwell equations. No, in the Maxwell equations, that are the things that describe what in physics we call light. Right? There is nothing to suggest that parallel rays can't exist. That means we don't have to. Everything to do with light. All the properties of light that we observe when physics.
Well, Maxwell had nothing to do with light.
Yes,
Maxwell,
he did. No.
Maxwell was with electricity.
No, you're wrong, actually.
Yeah, I'm not wrong.
No, you are, actually. No, you don't. The Maxwell equations actually...
they apply to electrons.
No, they talk. Some part of them apply to electrons. I mean, all of them do. And furthermore,
this is far off.
Let me talk.
Yeah,
it isn't far off topic. The Maxwell equations. Before we have with the classical wave theory, which is what we thought before how light behaved. Maxwell equations described light, but none of the physicists at the time understood what his equations meant. Later on in the 20th century, people looked at his equations and were like, "Oh wait, these are properties of light that exist." If you look at the Maxwell equations, there's nothing that suggests that parallel rays can't exist. And since you've got a staggering amount of photons, the probability that you've got loads of them parallel or very close to parallel, which is actually effectively all you need. You don't need for them to be directly parallel. Is extremely high. You can't just say it's not, because it is. Like the Maxwell equations actually.
Yeah, show me. Listen, show me a collimated light source.
Sorry.
Oh, let's try at least stay on fucking subject, mate. Now we're talking about collimated light. It's as simple as sticks and shadows, and the conversation really.
One of your main assumptions.
Hold on, mate.
Sorry.
The conversation should have stopped just after my explanations about sticks and shadows.
No, it shouldn't have.
Yeah. That's where it stopped. Yeah, it stopped for Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, I don't care. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't speak for physics.
It stopped for the Chinese. Depending on your assumption, my friend, and you'll just keep talking about assumptions. These Maxwell equations weren't around when Aristophanes was about, so we had to make an assumption. Right? Where the sun was and the path of that light. But the conversation should have really got to the demonstration of sticks and shadows.
In IRL, sorry. Can you repeat that, because people are trying to talk to me in real life? So.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We should have just moved on after my explanation of sticks and shadows. Aristophanes was making an assumption. He didn't have the Maxwell equations at the time.
No.
This is his argument.
It doesn't matter that he didn't have the Maxwell equations at the time. He might have made an assumption himself. But that assumption, assumption is it may be this or it may not be. In this case, it is not. That's what the Maxwell equations have shown. The other guys, I don't know the other guy's name that's talking. He said the main assumption was Jet. It's your name, Jet. Okay, sorry, I'll try and remember. Your assumption was that, well, you can't have two parallels, and that's something that's just not true. You can.
This is not an assumption, it's a physical fact.
No, it's not. What says you can't?
Yes, it is.
No, how? And who says?
When you have two parallel light rays, then you have achieved collimated light. And physically it's impossible to exist.
You can have
physics forbids it. The physics of light forbids it.
No, it doesn't. The physics of light is most.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Show me a perfect laser.
Yeah, the reason why.
Laser. Listen, not even lasers. They are not collimated light.
And I explain why.
They are. Listen, lasers. I'm Romanian, and we invented the laser.
Okay, fine. That doesn't mean you know everything about lasers. But
okay, it doesn't mean I know, but I know the lasers are not collimated light sources, but they are low divergency angle light.
Yeah, no, and that is because the majority of the photons emitted by this laser are not parallel. Doesn't mean they can't. You could find, I'm sure, you could find two photons that are parallel, but the fact is, most of them are not parallel.
You can imagine. I know you can imagine.
No. But when you say this can't happen,
I'm talking about reality.
Yeah, I'm talking about reality as well.
Scientific facts. Yeah.
No. It's not a scientific fact. You've just said lasers diverge, which I agree. The majority of light of photons produced by a laser are not going to be parallel. That doesn't mean that two photons that you pick out can't be parallel. Sorry.
Okay, so in the picture I posted in the live stream, point out the parallel light to me, please. Go ahead.
What do you mean? What you want me to pick out individual photons?
Show me where it's parallel anywhere. It should be easy to do.
Sorry. I don't have your thing in front of me to start with, because I'm currently sitting on my bed with the headset on.
And a question I'm curious.
You're only really in half of this conversation, right?
Did you took the Maxwell equations just accepted to believe them, or you actually know of any experiments he presented
Okay, so
for
with
his
Maxwell,
equations.
talking about the validity of his. By the way, his equations were mostly derived through pure maths, which means it actually didn't require that experiment. He didn't. Most of the things he did weren't derived from experiments. They were mathematically proved, right? So you don't. That's one thing you need to understand, that maths, you don't need to do an experiment to make calculations mathematically. You know, if you look at quantum, you pick up your phone. And you,
but it doesn't mean it's actually reality.
No, you pick up your phone, right? And the quantum physics, because effectively the transistors and how your phone works effectively is a culmination of quantum physics. All of these properties that people have described, that which allowed us to make these phones, were not experimentally found out. They were proved. They were mathematically modeled, and it just so happens that they work.
Transistors are not about quantum physics. They don't go there.
Actually, most electricity is quantum physics.
We actually go into the nanometer. We are in the nanometer.
Actually, most of electricity is quantum physics.
Listen, the best.
You making up stories does not make it true.
No, I'm not making up
4 nanometers.
Sorry, guys. This is going so fucking slowly. It's not going anywhere. Literally.
No, but you can't just say it doesn't exist, and then the physics, which most of it is math, does exist. Says it can exist. You can't just say, it doesn't.
Let's try and get this back on subject about the shape of the Earth, and not this.
I'm just saying that your assumption isn't an assumption. That's the point. It'll be sort of hard to understand that if you have no ground in differential.
Can you point me? Awesome, brilliant. Can you point me to an argument about the globe Earth that doesn't require an assumption about the R value? You mentioned calculations earlier, and we can do calculations. That's brilliant. But we would require a direct measurement to start the mathematics along. So, do you have a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, that's what we asked you.
I don't know. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how they determined it. It doesn't mean it can't be determined, right? So, like, I've came.
Well, would you say on that instance? Hold on. Would you say in that instance? Sorry. Would you say in that instance then you don't know?
I don't know. I actually originally came back to this. Because me and Jedi had I think it was a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. I talked briefly with you, Jedi, about gravity and vacuums, and you said the Earth's atmosphere can't exist, and I said, okay, I don't know, and I couldn't explain it. Well, I actually originally came back to explain it to you, so I did some research and.
Awesome.
So
research. He went and did an experiment.
The thing is, okay, so that's originally why I came back. If you want me to go off and spend some time out and try and find some reasons and then come back and explain it to you, then that's fine. But I mean, that was original. I'm not. When I came here, I haven't claimed to know everything.
Okay, so
you found proof for gravity.
We were talking about Jedi's point, which I couldn't answer 2 weeks ago, was that we've got a vacuum existing outside of our planet, and we have an atmosphere on our planet. Why isn't the atmosphere just being sucked into the planet off? Why do we have an atmosphere? How does it exist?
Yeah, so that was is holding gravity. The container.
Okay, so
go ahead.
There's a few. You were talking about entropy, the second law of thermodynamics as well, and the first thing is. We actually are losing our atmosphere. I was actually shocked to find out, but the atmosphere is being depleted. If you look at the rate it's going to be depleted at, it would take, I can't remember, it was about a billion years. I made a calculation, and it was about a billion years for even 0.1% of the atmosphere to be sucked into space. Oh, I say sucked, move into space, right? Which means that in terms of your entropy, can I carry on? In terms of your entropy saying, entropy always in the universe has to increase. It is increasing.
Okay, one moment. I got all that. How did they measure that there's depleting something? How did they measure that depletion?
I don't know exactly. If you want me to measure, the thing is, this would take. I'm a student.
There you go again.
No, the thing is, if you don't, in science, we have to take the work done by previous people has to be
pseudoscience.
No, what you're doing is confusing science with pseudoscience.
No, I'm not.
You don't know what science is.
I'm a physics student. I don't know what science is.
My little brother.
Hold on. Before we start making claims and bringing other things into the argument, because now you're saying more interesting words with an air of authority that you know what science is, we could start talking about that if you want to. Or do you want to carry on giving us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, by the way,
you've already said that. Wait, sorry, just to be clear, you've also said that the Earth is losing entropy, but at a very, very slow rate as well. Yeah. Just be clear about what you said. So, which bit do you want to pick on before we have all three up in the air and 5 people talking about it?
What do you mean by when you say losing entropy? That's not what I said. I said the entropy of the system is increasing.
Losing gas.
Yeah, but that's making
entropy is increasing because
gas pressure.
We're just losing the gas.
Number one, gas. Nowhere in the second law of thermodynamics does it say that gas has to have a physical. For gas pressure to be observed, has to be a physical container. It said no. Before you, okay.
Gosh,
bring it up. It has square inches. Why do you think it has an area?
Got it.
Why do you think it has a definite area?
That's because, let me finish. If you go anywhere, look up any definition.
No, I asked you a direct question. You're not going to evade away from the question. I want to know, why do they have a square footage of square pressure, a square inch pressure per square inch? That's a definite. How do you measure gas? Do you measure a physical container of gases?
I mean,
how do you get an area of gas?
Right, let me explain. For example, if I have let's talk about the atmosphere right now, right?
No, let's not.
Okay, fine.
Because you don't have atmosphere, so we're not talking about atmosphere. We're talking about gas.
Even the atmosphere doesn't exist.
No, just you can't let me. You don't even let me explain, and then just
because no. Go ahead.
Sorry, my friend.
Well, then
sorry, my friend. I was trying to let you finish, but everybody else started jumping in.
Yeah,
I apologise on that behalf, mate.
No,
but get to the end of the story. But you have to understand that along every step of your story, you're saying something that is in contention. I'm letting you go on, but the other gentlemen are jumping on those areas of contention. I mean, it's fine. We can let you go on, or we can stick to the area of contention.
Okay.
The first one at the moment is when we talk about the law of thermodynamics, we're talking about open and closed systems. You know the difference between the two, right?
Yes, of course I do, yeah.
Awesome. So what happens to matter when you have an open system?
Sorry?
What happens to matter? Sorry. What happens to matter when you have an open system?
It can leave it.
Yeah, exactly. So at the moment, we're not talking necessarily about what you just said in your tiny little straw man. We're talking about an open system where the matter would leave. Yep.
Okay, so let me finish. To address the thing you said about the square inch, you do it pressure. If I'm sitting in a room right now and I'm feeling, obviously there's atmosphere, I'm feeling atmospheric. I mean, I don't feel it, but you could measure the atmospheric pressure in the room by having, and that is the force exerted per square inch on an object. That object itself doesn't have to be in a container, and it could still feel the pressure per square inch on it, or per square meter, however you want to define it.
Hold on. How would you get that £14 per square inch pressure in the first place to exert a force upon you, say your hand? You understand that within the defined volume area, the gas that exists within that area is going to have a certain value of gas pressure, PSI value. Now, if the volume is bigger or smaller, or more or less gas in it, you're going to get a different reading. So every time you point to your hand and say, look, I've got 14 square inches of pressure upon my hand.
Yeah,
that's because you've got pressure in the first place. The thing is, you're going to need a physical barrier for the gas to press upon that we exist in to exert that pressure to have a volume. And
right. No. You see, you make it. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's not true. You're going to keep laughing. No. You don't have to. All you need for pressure for an object to feel pressure is a gas in a volume, like you said before, right? Now that a gas in the volume does not have to be bounded.
What's the volume?
What?
What's outside the volume? What's inside the volume? What's outside the volume?
Yeah,
what's the
let me
parameters
finish.
of the volume?
Let me finish.
Are you just circling an area of gas here?
No, I'm not. The volume, all you need is a gas in a volume. And now that volume does not have to be bounded. You like using the word boundary by a physical barrier, which is the misconception that you have. It doesn't have to be that.
Then how would you measure it?
How would you have the pressure in the first place?
Because one boundary is I'm confused what you're asking.
You said volume. Like, what's the volume in?
One question.
Yeah. How do you have a volume in an open container? How do you have volume in an open container?
When you say an open container, you can pick out, you can draw a circle and you can like map out a circle and open.
I told you that's what you were doing. Hold on. I told you. Hold on. I told you that's what you were doing, and you said no, you wasn't. Now I'm starting to get annoyed. I literally just said, sorry, hold on, my friend. I literally just said and drew with my finger to patronise you. What are you doing? Circling an area of gas here? My exact fucking words. Now you've gone to do it. We're talking about the volume, and you're saying an unbounded area.
You don't. If you let me finish, all you need is gas in a unit in an area. That area does that volume. Sorry, does not need to be bounded by.
It will show it. You're just saying it. Let us know when you have a demonstration of that, and we can move forward. But otherwise, you're just saying so.
There is actually. If you this is where we were talking earlier. Me and Jedi. Me and Jedi.
How does gas pressure? How does the gas pressure exist in the first place? Is the contention now? Because you're just circling areas of gas and say, hold on. You're just circling areas of gas now and arbitrarily saying, look, we can have gas pressure without physical containment, without a defined volume, without an amount of gas in there. We can just say because gas exists, it's going to have and be under pressure.
I never said that.
That's exactly what you are saying.
What I'm trying to say is that the gas does not need to be bounded by a physical barrier.
Okay, that's the claim. Let us know when you have evidence for that. Thank you very much.
So,
obviously, just stating the claim over and over isn't proving the claim to be true.
Okay, so if you get a massive vacuum, if you get a large vacuum on Earth, okay, this is if you can have a little vacuum and a small vacuum, and this is the confusion I think that you.
You're already there. You already have a container.
Volume where we will have gas.
Right.
Well, you're already off to a bad start because you're already dealing with containers then.
Yeah, Jedi. I want to say that he's making appeal to this fallacy that gas attracts gas. Yeah. Like in space, they have these massive clouds, imaginary clouds of gas, which sticks together and surrounded by an infinite vacuum.
I'll just finish.
And that frame assumes that gas attracts gas. And you have to show us a demonstration that gas does attract gas.
Yeah, without the container.
Yeah. So you have to show us in a vacuum chamber that gas can coagulate or conglomerate itself into a smaller volume, and you have a vacuum surrounding it, but inside that little volume you have gas pressure.
Okay, can I just carry on with my
sure, go ahead.
Okay, so when me and Jedi were talking earlier, we were talking about vacuums and how if you had a vacuum or a near perfect vacuum and then you made a hole at the bottom of it and allowed gas to go in, the gas would diffuse throughout the entire, and it would fill the entire vacuum, and it would appear that gravity isn't pulling it down. Okay?
It will not be a vacuum anymore. You will have gas pressure.
That's
gas
the point.
Pressure gradient, everything.
That's the point. That's the point. So you have a vacuum, say a one by one meter cube vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
You open a hole at the bottom. You add 10 moles of gas, of hydrogen gas in it for argument's sake, and the gas diffuses. And you're like, okay, well, how does we're looking at an atmosphere and we're saying, okay, how doesn't the atmosphere not just diffuse into space, right? And because it appears that on Earth with that vacuum, that the gas is moving in the opposite direction from the Earth because it's filling the entire vacuum. If you were to scale that vacuum up to, I don't know, 50 meters, so it's 50 meters high, what you'll find is that you're going to have more particles at the bottom and less at the top.
Prove it.
This the thing is, this actually has been done, and I can't remember the.
Yes, I know the gas pressure gradient is a fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This is measurable also in small containers with precision pressure gauges. And the funny thing now, I have to tell you something. When you put a container and you fill it with helium gas, you have more particles at the top than at the bottom. And explain to me why.
You don't. I mean,
well, unlike all other gases in this world, helium behaves different than all other gases. They have a high pressure gradient at the bottom of the container and at the top a lower pressure. But when you fill a container with helium gas, you will have the higher pressure at the top of the container and the lower pressure at the bottom. Explain to me why this.
Okay, number one, I don't know if that's true. So
I thought you were in physics. I thought you were in physics.
Yeah,
you're a physics student.
Funnily enough, it's never been mentioned.
Hey, Bush Baby, are you in the VC text chat?
No, I don't know.
Can you click on the text channel, which is above this channel, and just follow what's going on in there? Because there's pictures and diagrams and everything going on in there following the conversation. It's a bit easier to follow.
Okay.
Are you in there yet?
VC. Wait, let me scroll.
Let me just look. Are you on phone or PC?
PC.
Okay.
Voice text chat. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Yeah. So click in that and follow what the pictures and diagrams are.
Yeah, I can
Thanks,
see
mate.
it. Okay.
And I want you to explain what is happening in the picture I just posted that says "Game Over." You explain to me what's happening right there.
Particles are filling. Okay, can I finish, please? Okay. So.
Finish doing what? Making fallacies and just making stuff up.
No, I'm not.
But you're not actually saying anything though.
I'm going to explain why that happened. Right, that happens.
Yeah, because gas equalizes. Yeah, fills the available space.
Can you let me just? You keep talking for me, and I don't want you to talk for me. Right?
I'm speaking for me, but go ahead, mate.
Okay. So most particles, you agree, that will have varying energies in internal energies, and mostly when we're talking about gas particles in particular, we define those energies as generally kinetic energies. You agreed?
In a container?
Yeah, and it's at the bottom. We've got the NO2 at the bottom.
Well, gases are not particles; they are molecules.
Yeah, but you can model them as particles. If you want to call them a molecule, they're still one thing.
It goes the model
not
again.
One thing. Oxygen has many states. Yeah.
Okay, but they're still bonded together to make one thing.
ozone is the
I know,
three atoms of
they're all
oxygen.
molecules.
So
But
it's a molecule of 3 atoms of oxygen.
yeah, but there's still one particle. You do realize I can say like
Not
a ball
a particle.
Yes,
It's
yes.
not a particle. No.
I mean, well, if you want
It's
to
a
find
molecule.
okay, for argument's sake, you want to call it a molecule, fine. You want to call it a molecule, that's fine. It doesn't change the argument at all. The molecule.
No, I'm about using the correct term.
The molecule.
Yeah.
They all have varying kinetic energies. Agreed?
In a container, yes.
No, not in a container. Just in general. If you they could be in the vacuum of
Well,
space.
the only way you would be able to know that is if you put them in a container and measured it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes.
Okay, so yeah, but we don't need.
Do you know what one of the biggest assumptions in physics is?
What's the antecedent for gas pressure?
Yeah, that's the point. Science is an assumption, and without it, you can't. You have to make an assumption.
Science is not an assumption.
Yes, it is actually.
What's the antecedent of gas pressure?
Anyway, let me please finish.
Okay, one question. One question, then you can keep going. Can you give us the scientific method?
I don't even care. I'm going to carry on talking because
before you continue on.
No, not the
before you continue on.
I'm talking, and I'm not.
Before you continue on.
No.
Listen.
Before you continue on, you need to give it. You're claiming science, so you need to give us the scientific method.
Honestly, I'm trying to explain this, and I've been trying to explain it for the past 20 minutes, and every time I've tried to, I said like 5 words.
Should just take you 1 minute just to explain the scientific method.
No, I don't care.
You don't know it? No, you don't know it.
No, I do know it. I'm going to carry on.
It'll take you five
sentences.
sentences.
We have we see observations, right? Yep. We build a model based on all those observations to try and explain what's going on. Once we've got this model, we carry out more investigations and experiments to see if our model can predict what is going on. If that is true, the predictions are true, then we have a theory. This is our best.
Yep.
Why are you waffling?
Where's your test? Where's your test for gas pressure without a container?
Oh, actually,
I was going to say that's what you were asked for 5 minutes ago. Maybe you're trying to carry on to another topic. You were asked for a demonstration of the claim.
It doesn't matter if it's in a container.
Yes, it does matter.
Yes,
what you're saying. Of course. Then the claim will be dismissed. If you can't support your claim, you're saying it doesn't matter if I support my claim. Then it will be dismissed, sir.
Right, can I carry on?
No, you can't carry on.
Well, this is a problem.
Because you've been requested to provide a demonstration. So no, you didn't just gonna monologue for 5-10 minutes and move past that. Then go ahead and provide the demonstration then.
Well, there isn't one in the entire world.
Okay, then you could have said
Have you just tried to think about, how would you, it's impossible. It's physically impossible to go around testing it. But the assumption in physics is that if we make an observation, we assume that what's happening in this observation is universal.
What observation? You go out at night time, you look at the star in the sky.
It's nothing to do with
you guys don't even have an observation.
And you assume that.
My days.
And you assume
can I just finish? Can I just finish?
No, you can't finish.
Is an infinite
well, fine, I don't care. Right, okay, I'm going to talk over everyone then.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You're definitely not about to do that. Sorry.
We'll just
definitely not about
got
to
him
do
before
that.
I got him.
Hell no.
All right, guys. Let's try to listen real quick. Let's try to bring some order back. Is there any point at the moment that has to be addressed? Has anybody?
Yes, he has not addressed my question.
Yeah, he has to define gas pressure.
Okay, sir. There's a question on the table for you, sir. Go ahead, guys.
So, can you define gas pressure?
Gas pressure is the force exerted on an object due to particles colliding with it per unit area. Sorry.
That's incorrect.
Not necessarily true. So to have gas pressure in the first instance, for you to make a reading on your hand,
you've got to have.
You're going to have that gas. You're going to have that gas under pressure for some reason in the first place. Now that has to be the physical boundary that the gas exerts a physical force on. You see that physical force.
Physical barrier. You blow. You have to
do.
No, you don't.
Well, let us know when you can demonstrate that claim.
You can actually demonstrate it.
You just said there isn't one.
What?
I asked you for a demonstration. You just said there isn't one. Now you're saying you can demonstrate it when you just waffled for 10 minutes when we asked you for a demonstration that you didn't provide.
You can work a demonstration you can do, and you get charged particles, you put them in a very large vacuum, and you also...
That's a container.
Yeah, but if the particles don't touch the container, then...
There's no but. That's you're supposed to provide it without the container.
He's just using particles imagination. You're using your imagination again. He left.
No, I'm not. Let me just finish. If you can't...
Finish what? Being wrong?
I haven't been it. No, I haven't.
Well, you started off with the container.
Listen. I'm gonna. So right. So what? I'm gonna explain the thing that's happened in the diagram at where like in the live stream voice text chat. Right. First, you've got the nitrogen dioxide in the bottom part. You open the valve.
Let's take rubidium.
I don't care what it is, whatever. Nitrogen dioxide.
Is this going to be a demonstration of gravity containing air pressure? Or are you just wasting
it's
time?
Not because you're also... gravity isn't going to be able to prevent the gas from...
Oh, so it's literally not what we asked for. Okay, well, anyway.
I'm like, can I please?
Please. I don't know why you want to go off of the demonstration that's provided in the chat when that's using a container. That's kind of our point. So you're supposed to be demonstrating it without a container,
it's impossible to demonstrate one.
Okay, well now you're just going back and forth. You're saying, well, you can demonstrate it and you can't demonstrate it. There isn't a demonstration. It's impossible to demonstrate it.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you think that the majority of people on this earth believe the earth is round? And why do you think the majority of engineers...
Okay, well, we're just going to change the subject.
Television.
No. Why are we changing the subject?
Because you keep saying...
No. You have a claim that's on the table, sir.
Saying that the vast majority of people on this world are fanatics.
Regardless.
Well, what's his point anyway? Does he think the objective reality is something that we vote on? Like it's a consensus? Like,
yeah, and most people think it seems to be
round.
It's irrelevant.
Sir, this is you just sprinting away from your claim. So if you want to get back to your claim, we can address it.
I can't actually talk.
Okay, yeah, well, you're not supposed to just waffle. You're supposed to provide a demonstration.
Listen, you don't need a demonstration to prove everything that happens. You keep thinking
that's the only thing. That's what you've been asked for, sir. A demonstration. You don't need it.
If you're going to call it physics, then we're going to need a physical demonstration to go with that.
So that's the thing. When I joined the conversation, you kept saying, "Well, it can, you can do this, you can do that." Well, let us know when you can prove that. So just saying it can happen isn't demonstrating that it can. So that's why we're asking you for a demonstration, not you just telling us that it's so. A demonstration would just
someone who did it.
Yeah, put your cards on the table, bro. Stop bluffing.
Let me finish.
Finish what?
Hold on. Not finishing with anything. Hold on. You sound like a globe doll. Like you pull a string and regurgitates out a single. Stop fucking interrupting. Bush.
You keep interrupting me for the entire
time. I told you. All right. Well, I'll just mute your ass if I have to.
I'll mute you as well. I don't care.
Okay, don't do that.
Go ahead. See if you can. Right. So anyway, so stop being a globe doll. We're getting tired of hearing the little strings.
Why you stop being
pulled out and you regurgitating just something that you've been told with no proof at all, just like a little globe doll. Thanks.
Everything you're in, when you get into a car, get into an airplane, do anything that requires something to be designed and requires physics. It works.
He's just
spiraling, dude.
He already told us it's impossible to demonstrate. What are you talking about?
No, you don't even need to demonstrate the claim. Just believe me.
Yeah.
That's foolish.
See if he's calmed down yet.
Let's check back in with Bush. All right, let's take a deep breath. All right, it's gonna be okay. I heard you compare a car and a train. Let's just keep in mind the Earth it doesn't compare to the Earth doesn't compare to a train or a car.
Everything that you do in this world that you might not agree with the physics, you might think, oh, we haven't proved it, or I don't believe it. That's beside the point. The physics that we use, and pressure is used all the time in aeronautical engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, we had one in the other day.
Please tell me how pressure is used, because I'm curious to know what you know about air pressure.
The models that are used with pressure seem to be working. So when you keep saying, "Oh, it can't work, it can't do this, it can't do that, it's not this, it's not that," well, everything in a worm seems to work.
You know why?
Yeah, it's because that's how flat Earth works.
It's in a pressurized container on a flat Earth. That's why it works.
Correct.
No, that's just you just saying that.
Oh, wait, just saying something. Wait, what do you mean?
No, that's your claim. You just said it.
Oh, so wait, I thought you can just say claims and that they're true.
Yeah, you can. But so how is me making a claim and you making a claim any different? You say
I just pointed out how ridiculous that was. So
you're making a claim.
It went over your head.
I'm making a claim as well.
I'll answer this question because our claim has laws of nature to back it up.
No, it doesn't. No maths works.
You're too triggered. Calm down.
No, hold on.
He didn't even get 1 second to his sentence.
Half an hour.
Hold on. Let me try. I want to keep it simple because I want this conversation to move as fast as possible.
I'm sorry.
We're talking about
chill out.
We're talking about laws of nature that apply always, and they're very simple to understand.
You made an assumption.
Okay.
How do you know
Just
they apply always?
Wait. Okay. All right. If you can't control your own microphone, we'll control it for you. Go ahead, Jedi.
I mean, if he's going to have a problem with the word always, that's why they're called laws of nature. They apply always if the conditions are always kept the same. So when you drop something, it will always fall to the floor, like the rock that everybody keeps talking about picking up and dropping. It's a law of nature that happens always, unless the conditions change. The law of nature under contention at the moment that's on our side is the second law, which is just the direction of energy transfer in an open or closed system and what types of energy can move, thermodynamic or actual matter. The problem is the system's open, so it's declared that the matter will move. That's why we're talking about open and closed systems. We're told that the Earth is an open system, but you're coming up with something else which would literally invalidate this law. You understand, right? If this thing that you're talking about existed, we wouldn't talk about the second law of nature in the way that we talk about it, but we do use it in this practical sense. Your story is just without verifiable demonstration. Just lots of pointing and declaring that the Earth is a ball and it works because it all works. Thank you.
You're welcome to respond, Bush.
Okay, so let me finish. Can I explain what was happening before everyone?
Well, maybe it'd be nice if you just could slightly address anything Jedi just said instead of just moving on. I appreciate that.
When you say the laws of nature, who's deciding these laws? You're interesting enough.
Not flat earthers.
All the people that developed the laws of thermodynamics.
Nature is deciding the laws.
Yeah,
but the people that discovered them, most of them were discovered in the 19th century by physicists and mathematicians who all thought at the time the Earth was round.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is, they were discovered. These people were making assumptions. You know, when people make these laws were developed, the second law of thermodynamics was developed. Loads of assumptions were made there.
Okay.
Everything that was developed has laws. When you say a law
laws of nature, hang on. What laws of nature require a globe?
For like gravity, for example.
That's not a law of nature.
I mean, many would say that it is.
Well, just saying it is doesn't make it so.
Physicists seems to think it is.
Can you name one?
Sorry?
Can you name a law that requires a globe?
Yeah, I've just said one.
No,
just because you don't think it is, yes, I have.
That's not a law of nature, goof. Go ahead.
Well, I guess conservation charge, conservation, none of those actually require an Earth. But
Everything he says requires a but.
Anyway,
the problem is very simple. And you said you went away after the last time you spoke to find an answer to this question of how you do indeed have gas pressure without a container. Still, really without any kind of demonstration about it, because ultimately to stop
demonstration,
bro. You do need a demonstration
No,
to
you
support
don't.
your claim. Okay,
No,
well
you
then your
don't. I'll
claim
tell you
will be
why.
just straight up
I'll tell you why.
dismissed.
I'll tell you why. Because, my friend, you need a physical demonstration because we're talking about the physical laws of nature.
How do
you understand?
How do you expect someone to test if there's pressure without a container? You can, in some way or another, you're going to
Then I would
have a
ask you,
container.
why would you expect someone to believe you if you can't even test it or prove it to be true? Why the hell would anyone believe that just on face value?
Also,
that's crazy.
When you define container, is a container? Does it have to be a physical container?
Well, bro, it's at this point it's a demonstration versus the lack of. So every demonstration where you're containing gas involves some sort of physical
I just wish
barrier.
you on a rocket and shows you the Earth.
Oh, okay. That's what. Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. When you're
listen to what he just asked us. Does the container need to be physical? Yeah.
No,
of course. It needs to be. No, hold on. It needs to be a physical barrier, because if there's no thing there, then there's nothing to keep it there in the first instance, and it will be a vacuous space for the gas to expand into.
Why?
Why do you think we're talking about open and closed systems? Do you mean why?
Have a force acting on them, preventing them from moving. That's
but you can see this is the problem this is the problem that somebody else pointed out earlier. If we're going to science this shit, we don't have the naturally observed phenomena, because gravity is just the action or direction downwards, and gravity disperses in all direction, and the only way you seem to be able to keep it somewhere is if you physically contain it. Now, no, gravity doesn't even if we gave it to you observably, you got gas coming back to a large thing. You don't have the phenomena to ask the question in the first instance. What you do have is gas expansion in all directions, and only limited by the physical barrier. You don't have gas going away from a large object, turning around and coming back again, because there was a large object behind it. So, very simple law of nature, open closed system with an open system, there goes the gas.
Just a quick point. We're already in the middle of the court case. Okay, you can't turn to the judge and say, "Well, Your Honor, my proof is in the future somewhere." So saying like, "Oh, well, I wish I could just put you on a rocket," then you'll see. You're supposed to have brought the proof with you to the courtroom and present it to the judge and the jury. It's not supposed to lie in the future somewhere. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. But yeah, open system, closed system. They say there is an open system. So I mean, there's a joke about gas molecules ripping their bra off when they get to the, you know what I mean? They get so far out, and they're like, all right, we're gonna stop and turn back now. Really? I don't.
No, they're going to stop and they're going to form a solid wall.
Yeah. I get it's frustrating, bro, but it is what it is. A lot of us went through the painful process as well, but it's not a personal thing. You don't have any personal ties with the globe Earth. It's fine.
Yeah, he dipped.
Oh, really? He was getting a little emotional there at the end. A little triggered.
claimed he's a physics student.
Well, when I joined, he just kept saying, you guys were like, well, you need a container. He's like, no, you don't. You can have one without it. You can have gas pressure without it. You can. Okay, well, can you show us? No, I don't even need to show you. Okay, why not? Oh, well, it's impossible.
Wave your hand around in the air. There.
Yeah, exactly. They always want to wave their hand around, point to the sky.
Wave your hand around. See, air pressure. Well, you can't wave your hand around and get air pressure unless it's already in air pressure.
Well, if you take a chamber, okay, so you're going to use a container to tell us why you don't need a container. I think they get tripped up on the gas pressure thing more than maybe some of the other arguments. They all get tripped up on, oh, well, there's a gradient.
Yeah, because you can't refract gas pressure.
Well, they smash the gravity button. Gravity holds the gas. Okay, we'll demonstrate it. Well, I don't have to. Okay, well, we don't have to believe you.
He doesn't have to demonstrate it because everybody in the world believes that what he said. So that's it. If he believes it, then it has to be true.
He thought he was slick. Oh, but everyone believes me, so okay. Well, that's not evidence.
For your information, there is a refractive index for gas.
Get this Glober out of here.
Yeah, can we mute that guy?
Pressure-dependent refractive indices of gases by THD time domain spectroscopy.
Jeez.
It doesn't have anything to do with like Earth shape.
Yeah, we don't. We're getting down into not even the weeds. We're getting down into micro particles in the soil.
That's funny. Well, dude, it's fun being a flat earther. We've been saying this the last couple of days, but it's so cute. Like you could tell in the middle of bro made the claim. We asked him to demonstrate his claim. He started squirming. And then what do? Oh, let me quick, let me change the subject. No. You're not going to change the subject. You don't just make claims and then shuffle away and tap dance away from your claim and move on to something else. But no one believes it's flat. Okay, that's not a get out of jail free card from you just making claims. It's ridiculous.
I love that refraction was invented, or atmospheric refraction was invented entirely to explain why the globe math doesn't work. So it's the entire purpose of its existence.
And well, don't you need the radius? Don't you need the radius to use that though?
Yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they have literally invented stuff like that, retroactively before. I bet you, people talk about Eratosthenes potentially not even being a real person. So they just like retroactively invent, this person measured the curve. So, imagine if we had to do that, like invent people in the past that discovered the flat earth and stuff. That would be crazy. But it's like they're not afraid to invent historical figures and stories and, back engineer freaking mathematics.
I like how he said how everybody discovered things, like discovered the law of gravity. Nobody ever saw it fall out of a tree before. That guy did.
He tried to say that, because they discovered the laws of nature and they were Glovers, therefore it's like, so what, dude? Who cares?
There's a law. I didn't know gravity was one of the natural laws.
Yeah, he learned today that it's not.
He had me thinking that there was people running around looking under rocks and finding natural laws all over the place.
Yeah.
That's how he described it. They all did it around the same time. Sounds like they were probably all in the same group, too.
It's like we can observe the first and second laws. That's why they're laws. They're not even scientifically derived. They're just natural observations.
This is what we were trying to point out to our friend. Right? These are laws of nature, things that happen always. They just are. Right? This is what happens. His contention with these laws puts these laws at risk of being laws, as in, if what he was talking about was true, we wouldn't be talking about this law in the same way. It wouldn't exist, for example.
If gravity were a law, we would be able to state what gravity is.
Yeah. Why do they always want to bring up stuff that's not in contention at all?
Yeah.
Certain laws of nature, the gradient even, that gets, it's like bothers me. It's like they bring up the gradient as if that's evidence. But it's like, wait, that's not even in contention from both sides.
About 5 years ago, maybe, Kosho brought up an argument where if you're stacking fat people on top of fat people miles high, the fat people on the top will hold the fat people on the bottom down.
I remember that. Oh my god.
Oh man. Yeah, that's it. I'm probably going to have to quit Discord now.
There was that one. There was Negators, of course. Why doesn't the balloon disappear from the bottom up as it floats away?
Oh my god.
There's just one beautiful image I have of someone saying there's literally a place in Canada where you can see the Earth curve, and in 2.5 minutes later, the Earth is too big to see its curve.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Isn't there a place in Canada that has more gravity than others?
No.
Try to invoke also gas attracts gas.
Gas attracts gas.
Yeah.
What's moving at 2,000 meters per second? In every direction?
Yeah. He said in a vacuum chamber you can have a volume of a gas there and being exposed to vacuum all around it.
So was he saying that in a vacuum chamber, if you release gas, it's going to coalesce into...
Yeah, into a volume.
So he doesn't believe in, like, gas law, which, by the way, what's the laws?
Yeah, I feel like they've been saying they only apply to the Earth. So once you leave the Earth,
once you leave the Earth,
all bets are off.
Yep, they only apply once you go really, really high.
Yeah,
yeah. When you get really, really, really high, all of it makes sense.
Thank you. I guess that's what I'll have to do.
Really high.
It's really, really magic.
Charlie. Go crazy.
Yeah, he was fun. I had a conversation with that gentleman maybe 5 days ago, a week ago, talking about gas pressure without a container. Apparently, he'd been away and thought about it, came back, had a story for me, and I'm still waiting for it.
But can I just finish? No, you can't freaking finish, dude. You've been going on for 15 minutes not answering the question. What the hell?
Was he British? Was he British?
Yeah.
Okay, because when you say, can I finish? I'm like, that's got to be a British guy saying that. That's such a...
Mate, I had a moment when he said that, along the same paths, that's probably what he says to his girlfriend, right?
Oh my god.
Let me finish.
I don't know, can you?
No, it's...
Can I? It's alright if I do. No.
Yes, Mum.
Is that the new version of consent, did I?
It's Governor. Yes, Governor. Oh, somebody's eating their mic.
Yes, I am.
Okay, careful.
It's just okay. Get a little photo. I'm sorry.
You're going to bring your mic to climax if you're not careful.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Oh, my. Yes, I love that.
What's up, Brandon? Let's go.
Sorry, I just kind of interrupted you. I'm sorry.
What are you eating, falafel?
You're fine.
Bring back some new proof.
No, actually, I was going to make a comment about some land in Canada being having more gravity than others. It's possible because of minerals. Minerals could be under the ground.
Well, you have to prove gravity exists in the first place.
Like silver and stuff.
Hey, quit making logical sense, Creation Bear.
So metals are gravity then?
Well, metals themselves are not gravity, no, but I mean...
So I guess a large concentration of metal wouldn't cause gravity.
Some metals are heavier than others.
I must have just missed a conversation.
Is that true? Some metals are heavier than others?
How does that prove gravity?
Well, they're not heavier, they're more dense. Some metals are more dense.
Well, density is more of a property than a force.
It's a property that can affect the scale measurement, right? So if you have 1 cubic inch of uranium versus 1 cubic inch of aluminum, the uranium will weigh more.
Because a property can denote a force, can't it?
No, it's just it's a measurement of a property. I mean, that property is conceptual, right? We don't know what input everything into the system. We don't know why everything works. That's impossible to know. All we can do is look at the effects.
Okay, cool.
Hello, Brandon Worrell.
Hello.
Is that your full name on your Discord?
My actual name, yeah. I know people have
Can you
told
tell
me
me
to
why?
change it. People have told me to change it. I don't know.
Why would you put that as your Discord?
I don't know. I just do.
There's a lot of really nuts people on this app, right?
I haven't been really hacked though, or anything like that.
Are you on a lot of Discords or no?
I'm not on a lot. I'm on a few.
All right.
Meme. Do you remember Earl?
Earl.
Do you remember Earl? Yeah. Am I?
Yeah, I think so.
Remember Earl?
Yeah, I remember Earl.
Yeah. He was a bit different from everybody else, wasn't he, Earl?
Yes.
Am I picking up the same vibes here?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
A little different. What do you mean by that?
A little awesome.
Pattern of speech, cadence, timbre, the way that you speak. We meet a lot of people in this server, mate. So it's always nice to have an ear for when people come in and maybe have a little bit of understanding. That makes sense.
There's this new dual pole flat Earth model going around. Have you guys seen it, or anyone interested in it?
Nope.
On Sunday,
we got a brain dead Joker in here with no rolls.
We could talk about that on Sunday, right?
Oh, is Sunday is an event for it or something?
Sunday is Speculation Sunday.
Oh snap! All right, I'll come try to talk about it.
Yep.
What time do you know?
Anytime Sunday from midnight to midnight.
All right.
So, and if it's slow Saturday, feel free. Oh, who has no rolls?
Oh, his name is literally Brain Dead Joker.
Brain Dead. Oh, you got Brain Dead Joker. Where? Oh. So, Brain Dead Joker.
I like your profile, Brain Dead Joker.
Hey, Brain Dead, you have VC verified. You have access to your mic.
You have to unmute yourself, Brain Dead Joker.
Listen to our voices.
Brain Dead, can you hear me?
We're calling you through the ether.
Listen to our instructions.
Dead Joker.
Give us a sign if you can hear us.
We need you.
You got a mic? Yeah, you got a mic? Yo. You got a mic?
Guys, I don't.
I hear you breathing.
You
breathing, huh?
There he is.
You breathing? You got a mic?
We've got a sign. We've got a sign.
Patience, everyone. Quiet.
There we go.
Quiet. Let the spirit speak. Brain Dead, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
We have contact.
Contact with the spirits.
Question 1.
Enemy spotted.
Go, guys. Attack.
What? Why have you come, Brain Dead Joker?
I was invited.
You were invited? Okay. It's good enough reason.
Oh, God. He was actually, wasn't he? We invited.
He was, yes. He was. Quite a bit. Introduce yourself, Brain Dead. Where do you stand?
What do you say?
Said introduce yourself. Tell us where you stand on the whole subject.
Oh, I can't really say anything about that, but I guess I just like playing games and shit, basic shit.
Mm.
I mean, we hear that. No, let's not be shocked. We hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
Braindead, what games are you playing?
I play Deep Rock Galactic, Left 4 Dead, just a bunch of basic like shooter games.
Okay.
Excuse me. Apart from playing the games, what brought you into the server today, mate?
Oh, a friend invited me.
You can't. Okay. Did he say why he invited you? What the subject was about in this server?
Let me see.
You're a victim. Here we go, CS.
Oh, he said he was trolling and shit.
I mean, that makes sense.
Pretty honest answer.
He comes right out with it.
He read it right off the screen.
I'm not here to troll, but I'm not here to even
Would
say
you
my
like to state
opinions.
what your friend's name was who's here trolling?
I can't really say his name.
Okay. I can rat your friend out. It's fine.
I feel like it might be that Bobby guy.
You said that your friends had come in, but you'd come. You said that
I'm not here to troll, but I'm not here to state my opinion on any of this, though.
Okay. Well, enjoy your stay. You'll eventually hear something that pisses you off. So we'll wait for that.
But yeah, I'll stay mute and just listen on this.
That's fine.
I mean, I was just gonna ask if the room that you're in right now.
What the flat earthers talk about when somebody comes into the room and then mutes themselves because they just want to listen to flat earthers and what they're talking about, right? What do you talk about, guys? What do you start saying? Do you start saying the reason that why this server exists? You know, that people think or claim to understand that the Earth is not a flying ball in the vacuum of space, that it's flat in some way. What do we say to a person who comes into the server and just wants to listen to us explain why we think that? Why we say that the Earth is flat, for example? What would you say, guys? Someone's got to say something.
Well, it's visibly flat and measures flat too. No indication of curvature.
I'm just glad that the buildings.
Quite a big thing, right, Timbo? If they say that the Earth is a ball, but when we individually, not just flat earthers, but anybody goes out to look for the curvature of the Earth, we don't observe any. And if you heard Timbo as well say, we don't observe or measure any. So if the Earth is said to be a curved surface,
sorry,
go on, Tim.
No, I was just going to say, well, the main attributes of a sphere is curvature. So if you don't have that, you don't have a sphere.
Yeah. It's as simple as saying that, right? If we don't observe or measure curvature, then the Earth cannot be a ball. That's the main reason why we're here. I mean, sometimes it's hard when people come in and they just want to listen to flat earthers because there's lots of derivative subjects. All right, they make a claim about the spin of the Earth as well. That's probably claim number 2. What the Earth that is physical, what it does. So it is a ball that spins. A ball, 1, 2, spins. So 2 physical claims. What's the other claim that they make? The area that this ball, Earth, spins in, the vacuum of space. All 3 of those claims are physical claims about our Earth and reality and what it does. Those 3 claims are why we are here. There are no physical demonstration of those claims to be true. The Earth is not observed or measured to have curvature. The Earth is not observed or measured to rotate or move in any way. And the vacuum of space cannot be demonstrated physically because it goes against laws of nature. Those laws of nature exist. The claim of the vacuum of space is the claim. One of them has got to give way. So that's why we're here. There is no ball. We are not moving. There is no space vacuum in the way that we're told.
Hey, Truther. True Ether. I got a question for you. True Ether. Well, I was going to see if he wanted to discuss with y'all the model that he was proposing, since we can kind of take it off Speculation Sunday, if y'all are going to be open to critiquing it and asking him the questions you would a Glober. Since I believe he's a concaver.
Nothing else to do.
So he did post it. I'll grab the post and I'll repost it really quick. So
Yeah, the Pac-Man Earth again.
Is it Pac-Man?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I think I might have had this conversation with this gentleman about this before.
So Pac-Man concave. Let's
Pac-Man and concave.
Pac cave. Flat Earth dual hole model AK. Yep, it's Pac-Man, spelled PAC, like Political Action Committee. Okay. Wait, is that how you spell Pac-Man? That is how you spell Pac-Man.
It is.
Jeez. Okay. I don't know how long you've had that one queued up, just waiting.
He's had his finger on it for 2.5 years.
Yeah, for real. Like the last time I talked to a Pac-Maner, it was 5 years ago.
There's a couple of Pac-Maners that float around.
Because nobody wants them.
Yeah, like the looping earthers.
Yesterday, talking to Idio, I think.
I think even Arwen talked about it for a little while.
They're like fatherless daughters.
What's the claim? The sun goes across and then goes into a wormhole.
Yeah, the looping
and comes
earth.
out the other side.
Yeah, bro, you loop.
I call it LSD Earth.
LSD is more realistic.
The sun wormholing from one side to the Earth is one problem, but flying from one side to the Earth and transporting is a fucking huge problem. Sailing a boat across the Pacific is a massive problem.
Well, what are we on a Mercator map then?
Pretty much a square, from my understanding, and I might be incorrect, but yeah, square map, north at the top, south at the bottom, left, right, east, west. East and west don't meet, so that's where the straight path of the sun from east to west, and then pops out from west. All of a sudden, like magic, blinks back over to east again. Same with airplanes, same with boats and birds, apparently, and fish.
They're taking those weird maps literally, then, aren't they?
I mean, hey, look, Enoch talks about this. I don't know what the sun is. I definitely don't know what the Earth is, but I don't see this. Just because of the disappearing fish.
You mean?
It deals with. Maybe the only other thing that I really know with certainty is the reason why they come up with this idea is predominantly to deal with the sun's path across the southern area, the southern hemisphere, quote unquote. So you know how when the sun goes across the sky in the summer down your end, Timbo, it doesn't leave in the right direction, for example. Yeah. So that's why they say that it's square.
Oh, okay.
Also, I've seen.
Well, they obviously haven't looked at magnetic declinations then.
No, Truther. Hold on a second, Truther. I was going to say you can talk about it now. You can present the whole thing if you want. Because I mean, it's slow anyway. You were AFK or something. We tried reaching out to you on voice.
Oh. All right, I was just wondering.
Yeah, no. We were just waiting for you to get back. So you can present it, but if you present it today, everyone gets to take a crack at it.
I mean, I don't really want to make a presentation. I don't have the energy for it. I just wanted to know, like if people have heard of it and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
it still is flat Earth. It is flat. It's still no curvature. There's no curvature in any of this. The general shape of the plane is flat. On this, it's just the difference is just things are arranged a little differently, but still flat. And per this theory, they're saying is it fixes a lot of apparent perhaps issues in the AE map by still assuming the world is flat and changing a few things around. This theory is claiming it fixes some issues and makes some things work better, makes some things per the theory easier to explain based on the layout. So that's about it.
So it's a mathematical fix, essentially.
Also invokes magic.
Maybe check it out. I don't know. I asked because I wanted to ask if anybody knows about it because I want to hear about it.
I mean, every time somebody comes up with a new hypothesis about how like the celestial lights work, sun, moon, stars, I just see them go further down rabbit holes and further down until they go completely crazy.
With this theory, with this layout of how everything works, I myself am able to say if someone asked me, hey, can you explain in particular the southern stars? I am not able to eloquently explain the southern stars on the AE model. I'm able to eloquently explain the northern stars, the observation of who sees what. But I personally have a difficulty with the southern stars. This layout makes me able to explain the southern stars as easily now as I am able the northern stars.
What if the problem is that the maps are all wrong?
Yeah, they probably are. Even this theory, they don't even have a real a map to say this is it.
Right. So in the end, it actually doesn't solve anything.
It doesn't. I mean, that's a blanket statement to make. I mean, if one were to look at the theory, for me, it explains the southern stars. I can stick to flat Earth now. I can stick to flat Earth now and be able to explain the southern stars using a comms razor as simple and elegantly as I can the northern stars. You observe the stars that are directly above you. If you don't see the stars, it's because they're too far away per perspective. And those in the northern region of the flat world see the northern stars spinning one way. Those in the southern region see the southern stars spinning another way. In this model, there's two actual poles of rotation. In this model, if you look at the map, and you imagine everyone looking up, you would see the stars, the southern stars, spinning just as it appears to be. So just to me, that's what.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What's the sun doing when it's going over the Tropic of Cancer?
I don't know. See,
and then going down to the Tropic of Cancer.
That's what I need to ask because it appears to just go from one side of the world to the other.
And what is this? What is this shape and where is it?
I don't know. It just it's all I know is it's flat, and just the world. It's like everything is laid out a little differently. Instead of there being just one axis of rotation on the North Pole and everything revolving around that all the way out, there's two. There's two axes of rotation.
Why can't the sky just be two? Why can't the sky just be two axes of rotation?
Well, I mean,
why do you have to draw the axis of rotation on the plane?
Because below the equator, everything is spinning opposite of the northern.
No, it's
not just the stars, the wind.
I got to tell you, it's actually not. They still go east to west.
I see it every night, buddy.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun. It's still one direction of movement, but if you look at it from the top, it's going
top
either counterclockwise or clockwise, and if you look at it from the bottom, it's going the opposite. So it actually
and from the bottom.
Guys, I'm a flat earther. Control yourself. You're really sounding sociopathic right now. Control yourself.
Here we go, guys. Pump the brakes.
But I'm in the south.
What do you mean by looking at it from the top
and it goes east to west?
I was just asking for you to define your statement. You said from the top and the bottom. What do you mean by that?
Did you pull up the website and hit play and look at some of the imageries? It's very simple. There's very little theory crafting required. What you see is what you get.
Okay, well then maybe.
So one thing this has done for me is I have a solution to the Southern Stars now.
What do you have a religious belief about how the you now have a new religious belief about how the Southern Stars work. Okay, that's fine.
There is no
I don't care. I don't care.
Don't you dare
care.
put flat Earth on this bullshit.
No, it's all right, guys. This is y'all reason. Y'all reason.
Yeah, I just like when you say look at it from the top or look at it from the bottom. I mean, you're only looking from your eyes from the earth.
I can hear the stagnation and drag within your being through your voice when you speak to me.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I just want to point something out too. So there is a flight that goes from Australia to South America. Where does that plane go?
It would have to go around in which model? In which
In the one I'm looking at, the one that looks like a boob, like a couple of boobs.
The two-pole one, the one that I'm sharing?
Yeah.
It would go below and around Antarctica and hit the...
But there's a gap there. Where's that gap? What's the gap in?
Think for yourself. I'm here to assist you. I'm not here to think for you.
Bro.
Well, I need assistance, man. I need assistance.
Go
I'm
on.
asking for your assistance.
Start at step one. I'm here for you.
There's a flight that does go, I know it goes, from Australia to South America. So where does it fly?
Scroll down, and there's a picture here with green lines, a whole bunch of green lines all around the world. This appears to be a flight route path, and you could trace the lines and figure that out.
Where? Where am I scrolling to? What time?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it too.
I found it. Okay, so you have a okay, I found your graphic. So you have a graphic here which imagines all these flight paths. Do you have any confirmation of any of this?
What time was that? Oh, there. The one that you posted, Drace, at 42 past the hour?
Yeah, I'm posting his documentation because he's not capable.
Okay. Oh, okay, that one. But it's a ball again, though.
Yeah, what I would like to know is is he getting all this information, and how is he making this graphic?
And what's up the top there? Like, what's that? And where's the... I'm confused, man.
So let me describe something here. If you go up to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska and you stand at the farthest island out of the chain, you can see Russia. Right?
It was about 20 miles, isn't it?
It's 60 miles. It's 60 miles. Yep.
60 miles.
So I'm going to repost the image here, and I want you to look at the problem with the upload file. Hold on. With the, I think this is it. Yep. So see at the very top where Alaska is. Now look where Russia is.
Yeah.
So that's not actually the shape of the world. I got confused by that as well. What it is it's waters. It's an expanse of waters, and within the sun's rays are the waters we see. Outside of the sun rays, there's still an ice wall, ice beyond the sun's rays in this model. There is still more going on than this, or we don't know. But
I think it's better to say we don't know. Yeah,
I'm gonna go with we don't know.
Yeah, so it's not actually shaped like this. It is just it's waters. Then it's the lands raised from the waters, and then beyond that is the ice wall somewhere else.
Well, so how do you explain the 60,000? Let's just say that did happen. The 60,000 miles.
Let's talk about all the things that it does solve. Let's start with.
Well, if you stop interrupting me, then I'll
Let's
be able
start with
to
step
get
number
my
one. You
question
know,
out.
we just passed the vernal equinox. You guys know what the vernal equinox is, right? Of
course.
It's when the sun travels directly. The small local sun travels directly over the plain Earth, over the equator, meaning all locations on the equator. They will have the sun pass over them at one point. If one were to put a stick in the ground on the equator, you would get a straight shadow passing with the sun directly over the equator. This two-pole model fixes that issue because you actually do literally have a sun going straight, creating your straight shadows, fixing your issue here.
How do you know what the sun is and what it's doing?
Write it down, figure it out. That's
But I don't know what the sun
that's
is and
one
what
thing
it's
for me.
doing.
Also, as a flat earther, when I debate Globers and they bring up the shadows issue on vernal equinox, myself within the rules I create for my own being, for me to remain intellectually honest, that is one issue I had on
Do
the
you know
AE
what
map
the sun is?
that I it solves for me on this one.
Just call
You
yourself
know what the sun is, where it is, and what it's doing.
Mimas, you hear these unconscious attacks coming my way.
No, they're
for the past 15 minutes. You've heard it, right?
Hey,
and they're continuing. I don't mind, but here's the thing. I wish the thing is, if I mirror what is coming my way, I will get banned. A flat earther will get banned.
No, you're not gonna get banned.
I'm just asking you a simple question. How do you know what the sun is?
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
How do you know what the sun is and what it's doing?
How do you know what the sun is and what it's doing?
I don't.
I don't either. But I do know little things. I do know little things, like on the vernal equinox, the sun's creating straight shadows. It's going directly over the equator.
Not for me. Doesn't for me.
Another issue. If I use the word issue, some people in this chat will get hurt and offended. So that's why I'm formulating my words to make it really personal to myself. This is my doing, my searching for the truth for my own being. Knowing the world is flat, I'm good with that. But there's more to the story than that.
Yeah, I did it the same, Shooter. And there is 12 rivers on that map going, like a clock. Big ones. Why is not 12 rivers there? That's my research.
Another issue that huge issue that it solved for me.
Shooter, why is not 12 rivers
Sasha,
there?
hold your question, mate. Your question will be answered in due time. Another huge issue that was solved for me, major issue, with the AE map I had is called the, there's no real word for it. Barely anyone knows about it. It's called the sun track analogy. And basically what that is there's an inherent problem with the seasons. The problem is this.
Please tell us.
The sun, the local sun is going over the plain Earth. And one 24-hour, going from point A, goes around and comes back. That we call that a day. The issue is on the flat Earth map,
goes around
on the AE map for seasons. In one season, at its most extreme, the sun is orbiting around the Tropic of Cancer, the circle of the Tropic of Cancer. That's the one in the northern hemisphere, or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the opposite season, so we're talking like July versus December.
Capricorn. Yep.
And exactly. And the opposite one, the sun at its most extreme is basically going over the circle of Capricorn. The major issue for me that I found myself, this is for you to decide. For me, I have an issue. Is okay? Speed equals distance over time. My issue is we have a sun that we observe going relatively the same speed year round, season to season.
How do you know that?
That's for you to find out.
No, it's not.
Okay,
how do you know that?
And
you think it's better that the sun is teleporting?
I'm no longer engaging.
I think it's better that the sun is teleporting in this weird, funky U.
I'm no longer engaging. Mimas, I'm out. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Great job.
Oh, was I being rude?
No,
he's just being soft.
Imagine the quality of conversations you guys have in here on a regular basis when a flat earther can't even speak without having unconscious wrath times 5 attack me.
Yeah, that's right. One thing we will recognize for you is you have a lot of feel.
Yeah, I don't believe you're a flat earther myself. Because flat earthers, as I define them,
I'm a better flat earther than you are, bud.
Why are you trying to interrupt me?
I don't.
Why can't you just listen? To me, a flat earther does not just mean someone who believes the earth is flat. That's not what that means. Other people might think that's what it means. That might be what it means to you. It's not what it means to me.
Hey, I got a question for you, True Earther, if you got a minute. So the question is, there are some things in this world that can be known and some things that can not be known. Are you comfortable with the idea that there are some things that you don't know and may never know? Are you comfortable with that?
He left.
Say, Levy. Ding, 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 ding.
It's 15 minutes of feelings.
Bro, what is that guy's deal?
Hey, why do y'all think I was silent? I was like, I'm going to let them handle him.
He was saying that he never gets to talk, but he just talked for 15 minutes.
Yeah, just sat.
It's not like I was attacking him. Anytime I opened my mouth and just tried to point at or ask a question about what he was talking about, I'm an insane person trying to kill him.
Drace, write it down.
Yeah, write it down. And it's proof then.
Guys, he's a flat earther. Like, dude, you don't get a free pass just because you say that. Okay, you don't just get to say whatever you want.
That means we can start to assume now.
Right.
Because we are here, we are family. Let's assume together.
Well, Sasha, you know what happens when you assume, right?
Yeah, but he said you are not flat earther. He didn't even touch you. He said, I'm flat earther, but you are not. That means. What
You're
that mean?
Not pure like me.
You need to believe me.
Do you believe?
Right. It's also like he's supposed to have been a flat earther longer than me, but like I was there in the beginning, like when all this started, when Eric Dubay was putting his stuff out. Where was he?
Well, that other comment as well was funny too. I'm a better flat earther than you.
Yeah,
right.
I know.
You're right. He's the best.
My mom says I'm cool.
I could outflat you any day, anytime.
Guys, all y'all had to do was ask him what the geometry of flat was and see what he said.
I know what he would have said. He would have said, "You're attacking me! You're attacking me!"
Yes, because does flat have geometry?
Not inherently tied to it.
Right, because it's just a straight line. The geometry would be the deviation or the angles, right? Because otherwise, what are you measuring?
But again, if he's speaking about path of the sun,
write that down.
how he will use that part of the sun because he doesn't know rotation on the ground of the whole Earth, of course.
This is what a lot of the truthers were doing in the beginning. They were trying to take the heliocentric model and derive from it.
Yeah.
To derive from it something that makes sense, but you can't do that. You have to delete that completely from your mind, from your worldview, and start over from scratch.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to come to terms with that, but yeah, I went through the same thing myself, so I understand where they're coming from, but at some point you gotta stop.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be interested to hear the whoever that was that said something about they were around in 2015 when Eric Dubé first put it on, first started putting all this stuff out. Like, it'd be cool to hear like what the scene was like.
It was empty
back at that time.
It was very small,
very desolate. Yeah,
me, Drace, Jedi. Are there any other old timers in here? Yeah, there's several.
I didn't join until 17, so I don't know. I wouldn't consider myself an early bird or anything.
That's still early on because that was.
Yep, I was there when it first released.
So, like, we only had like when I first joined the first ODD 24/7 server that this one started as. There was like 300 people on here. Me and Indio joined the same day because we found each other on Twitter, and then we found the Discord and joined the Discord. And Jose was already on the Discord.
So you guys were already flat earthers then when Dubé put his stuff out?
Yeah.
Yep, I was already
Not
a real
me.
earther.
He put his stuff out. His first stuff came out in 2014, and I wasn't a flat earther till 2015. So, like,
not before Eric Dubé, of course.
Yeah, it was sometime in 2015 is when. So, like, it was still the beginning, right? And there were only, like I said, 300 people in here.
Man, that's amazing how fast this thing has spread. To think that it was only back in 2015, before that, man, it had to be so hard to find another flat earther in 2014.
A lot of people don't realize that as far as flat earth is concerned, it's already mission accomplished.
Hell yeah.
Because we got through the Overton window. That's it. It's in the public consciousness, and that's all that matters.
They call that like a tipping point or critical mass?
It's to where it becomes acceptable to at least say the words, right? It can be discussed. It can be talked about.
Wow, yeah.
Yes and no, but yes, I agree.
Well, when I say that, there's lots of jokes about it. There's memes all about it. Kids joke about it in Minecraft. Yeah. It's become part of, in the last 8 or 9 years, it's become this like weird little mimetic piece of the culture. And it really is.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Like if you had never even heard the words flat earth and you just stumble onto Twitter or somewhere, you might come across someone being like, "Oh, the flat earthers." So yeah, I mean, it is more in the common lore nowadays.
Yeah. Oh, I would still love to kiss Memulus for his raid all those years ago. Cuz he did so much for it cuz so many kids joined and stayed. Join for the raid, stay for having your mind warped.
If there comes a day that they actually have to engage seriously, like they start to become so threatened that they're like, oh crap, we got to start like explaining this to people like in a way that like makes sense, because right now they're still trying to just use the tactic of, oh, that's just the conspiracy theorists. Don't look over here. Nobody look in this direction. That's just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. But if they start to be like, man, we got to actually come with something to try to like, convince people because they're taking this thing seriously, then it's like game over for them.
I promise they are not threatened by it at all. Not one bit.
They're already trying to control it with these debunk videos, of course, and the shadow banning on YouTube.
Think about it like this. All they would have to do is find a really smart flat earther and who really understood both sides really well, and they could pay them and they'd probably accept and would like work for them. If they really felt threatened by it, they'd do that. But they don't. And the stuff they put out as defenses are
garbage.
Ridiculous. They're garbage, yeah.
Well, it's almost like they want you to be
yes
awoken a little, right?
They want you to have doubts. They want you to have fog.
Oh man, totally. Like that was one of the things that even got me more like into it faster was the first thing I did was I was like, man, I'm sure that the Globers have something to disprove this flat Earth thing, because my friend was making a lot of sense, and I was like, okay, my friend makes complete sense what he's telling me about flat Earth, but I'm sure I could just check out a video on YouTube that's easily gonna explain one reason why this flat Earth thing doesn't work. And when all they could come at me with was like sailboats dipping over the curve, and then just most of them were just calling flat earthers like horrible people and names and name calling. I was like, that's all you guys got is name calling? Like, maybe I don't think these flat earthers must really be right.
Well, it's probably always been that. I mean, it's always been this dumb, right? It's just we just figured out how to start asking the right questions, because I just think lies are dumb. And the biggest irony is that the world is run off of lies right now, and it's like, I don't know. On one hand, it's like, yeah,
it's in the club
trying to release it slow. On the other hand, is this just some funny ass joke to God, where it's like, oh, wow, okay, so some of you have finally started to use like one brain cell. Congrats.
Roger, are you at the main stage, or are you in a champagne room right now? Got him.
He's shopping at Forever 21 right now.
Good answer.
Yeah, it can't be that
answer. Is it the satellite stage?
It can't be that loud.
You should get in one of those booths that has like the fake sound effects in it, like, oh, honey, I'm at the airport, Guys, I don't know what a strip club is. I'm, never been.
What's that?
What's that? Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's funny how everything they do has the effect of immunizing people to it. So everybody's going to have heard of it. In the next, everybody's already heard about it now. Everybody already knows, like 10 years ago, there was no debates about this. No one was arguing about this. No one cared. It is literally not on the radar of anybody. And now every single person has heard about it in some capacity. And they're not. Go ahead, Joyce.
I was just going to add, and now Justin Trudeau is saying, oh no, we got to stop misinformation because of the darn flat earthers.
Why mention us? Why mention us?
Bro, it's a double-edged sword. I almost wish that they hadn't heard about it, because what they have heard is just the ridiculous straw man that's punched out there. The disc, floating in space, blah, 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 blah.
That's what makes it fun when you're a real Jedi at this, Because at first it used to annoy me, but now that I realize that I can free myself, I don't need others to wake up, even though